Sister tags: gentle, aloof, passionate. Tsundere, selfless, long black hair, cute. Lolita, British princess, elementary school student, etc. Hint: completed making breakfast for Sister Gu Ximan, reward 1 point. Hint: completed squeezing toothpaste for Sister Gu Ximan, reward 1 point. Hint: special mission has been stalled for 2 weeks and cannot be refreshed. Please complete it as soon as possible. Just when Gu Luo was at a loss about the special mission, his cheap dad sent a message. Dad, little Luo, your dad has finally gotten over his simp. Gu Luo. However, just as Gu Luo and the little angel's relationship was rapidly heating up, other beautiful girls decisively made their moves, leaving Gu Luo, the most handsome transfer student, trembling in the middle. The book is also titled My Sisters Are All Sick. At the top of the food chain are the sisters. Chapter 1 Special Mission. 2 sisters missing. Dad just came ashore. Hint: completed making breakfast for Sister Gu Ximan, reward 1 point. Hint: completed squeezing toothpaste for Sister Gu Ximan, reward 1 point. Hint: special mission has been stalled for 2 weeks and cannot be refreshed. Please complete it as soon as possible. Special mission: you are now a mature older brother and need to take care of 3 sisters, 1/3 of the progress completed. Gu Luo gently placed the toothbrush with squeezed toothpaste on the cup printed with an adorable panda pattern, listened to the system notification in his ear, and sighed helplessly. Where can I steal sisters for you? I don't even have a mother. I'm even unselectable when playing games. At this moment, Gu Luo deeply understood the heartache of the late emperor who died before completing his great undertaking. Putting aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, he looked at himself in the mirror. The boy in the mirror was handsome, with fair skin and exquisitely defined features. A gentle, refined aura surrounded him, drawing people in without hesitation, yet also making them hesitant to disturb his tranquility and beauty. No wonder he's a charmate. Just admiring him can lift one's spirits. Commonly known as narcissism. Name: Gu Luo. Points: 212 charm, 8 intelligence, 8 physical fitness, 7 skills, proficient in cooking, proficient in basketball, proficient in English, proficient in French, proficient in martial arts. Item: physical fitness enhancement card *1. Note: temporary, can break through human limits. Shop open. Gu Luo stretched comfortably, every joint in his body seemingly making a pleasant click sound with the movement. Then he walked straight towards the room closest to the bathroom. Reaching the door, he lightly tapped his knuckles on it, producing 3 crisp, rhythmic knock, knock, knock. Silence reigned inside. There was no response. A second knock, 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 still no response. The little lazybones was still fast asleep. Xiaoman, I'm coming in, Gu Luo said, waiting a few seconds before grasping the doorknob and gently turning it, the hinges creaking softly. He slowly entered the room. His gaze fell upon a warm, sweet pink hue, the entire room exuding a rich, girlish atmosphere. Gu Luo walked slowly to the bedside. A dozen or so adorable panda plush toys were neatly arranged on the bed. Gu Ximan was fast asleep, her long, flowing hair cascading casually over the pillow and her shoulders, smooth and lustrous, a rare cool tea-brown color, like warm brown silk kissed by the sun. Her figure was slender and well-proportioned. Beneath her thin nightgown, her legs were bare, her skin as white as snow, smooth and delicate without a trace of excess fat. Gu Luo had never understood why anyone could sleep face down. Wasn't it uncomfortable? And the blanket had been kicked to one side, a crumpled pile at the foot of the bed. She was never a still sleeper. He inexplicably recalled the countless times Gu Ximan had kicked him awake in the middle of the night when they slept together as children. Whoosh! Gu Luo opened the curtains. Instantly, brilliant sunlight poured into the room like a surging tide. Get up, the sun's already high in the sky. Gu Ximan unconsciously hummed softly, her voice lazy and indistinct, filled with drowsiness. Her eyelids fluttered slightly, but quickly returned to calm. Her body remained motionless, showing no intention of getting up. Get up, get up, get up. Gu Luo began his Tang monk-like chanting, his voice neither hurried nor slow, yet carrying an unwavering determination. Get up, get up, get up. Again and again, like a looping mantra, it echoed softly in the room. When he reached the 49th, get up, Gu Ximan finally couldn't hold back any longer. Her previously quiet body suddenly stirred, her hands waving in the air a few times, like an enraged kitten, baring its teeth and claws to express its displeasure. She slowly raised her head, her sleepy eyes glaring fiercely at her Tang monk brother before her, her expression a mixture of coquettishness and cuteness. Gu Ximan's face was delicate and beautiful, her skin full of collagen making it look incredibly elastic, and she had a beauty mark under her left eye. This natural, unadorned beauty was like a lotus emerging from clear water, pure and captivating. However, looking at that fair and tender little face, Gu Luo felt nothing. He chuckled. This was the little one he'd raised since she was a baby. Hint. Successfully woke up younger sister Gu Ximan. Reward 1 point at this moment. Gu Ximan puffed up her pink cheeks like a firecracker. Stinky brother. Stinky brother. Stinky brother. You're a devil. Get up. Gu Luo's tone was calm, like an emotionless NPC, with only this one line. Ah! Gu Ximan covered her head, squirming and writhing on the bed. At this moment, she deeply understood the pain of Sun Wukong. Hey bro, who gave you permission to come into my room? You're clearly a slip-up from 12 years of compulsory education. As if an alarm clock could wake you up normally. Gu Luo rolled his eyes at her slightly. Besides, if it weren't for your lousy bro, you'd already be in trouble for being late all the time. Oh. Gu Ximan was momentarily speechless, but quickly changed the subject and launched a new attack. Hey bro, it's Sunday today. Can I sleep in? Gu Luo simply tapped his phone screen. September 5th, 2055, 10:21 a.m., Sunday morning. Does 10:21 count as sleeping in? Gu Luo looked at the screen and then said, It's 10:22, get up. You're a freshman in college, and you're still acting like a child. Oh. Gu Ximan was speechless again, but that didn't stop her from pouting angrily. What's with the jerk? You're only a year older than me. I wouldn't dare be jerked to you. Gu Luo sighed, lowering his voice. You're different from others. Skipping breakfast can cause low blood pressure. Some people with weaker constitutions are prone to low blood pressure after a night of digestion, and skipping breakfast could easily lead to fainting. Gu Ximan belongs to this group. Oh, okay then. Hearing this, Gu Ximan immediately became obedient, transforming from a fierce little cat into a docile little rabbit. She just liked to act cute, but she wasn't manipulative. The truth is, ever since she fainted from low blood pressure after skipping breakfast as a child, her older brother had made sure to wake her up every day without fail, rain or shine, to make her breakfast. He hadn't missed a single day in over 10 years. Get up and wash up. I made your favorite fried rice. My brother's the best. Hearing this, Gu Ximan immediately jumped up and pounced on Gu Luo. However, Gu Luo disdainfully pressed his hand against her forehead. Go wash up first, you stink. Hearing stinky, Gu Ximan instantly transformed into a puffed-up, fierce little cat, baring her teeth and claws. Stinky brother. Stinky brother. You're the stinky one. You're the stinkiest. Gu Ximan got up. While Gu Ximan was busy in the bathroom, Gu Luo went into the kitchen. He opened the lid of the pot next to the stove, and the enticing aroma of fried rice instantly filled the air. Golden eggs and plump grains of rice blended together, with bright green scallions scattered throughout. Gu Luo, holding a rice ladle, deftly scooped the fried rice into 2 porcelain bowls. The distinct grains of fried rice piled up into small hills in the bowls, their glistening surface making them incredibly tempting. Truly a master chef's creation, an absolute masterpiece. If sold in Shanghai, it would be worth at least 1888. Then, he turned and picked up the milk carton beside him, slowly pouring the heated milk into 2 cups. After finishing everything, Gu Luo sat down in his chair, thinking about how to complete the special mission. Go and adopt 2 godsisters? That's a bit strange that IT feels like having a male best friend, and the system probably wouldn't acknowledge it. There's really no solution. Gu Luo couldn't think of any way for the time being. Buzz buzz, just as he was thinking, his phone vibrated. He opened the screen. It was a message from his father. Dad, Xiao Luo, your dad's been a simp. What era are we living in? Using simp is a term for Gen Z old men. Gu Luo's lips twitched. He didn't know what had gotten into his abstract father this time. No wonder his and Xiao Man's mother both ran away. Gu Luo. Gu Luo sent a question mark. Dad, there's no time to explain. Bring Xiao Man to the Tianshui Hotel at 6 p.m. to meet your aunt and sisters. Don't be late. Dad, address, Tianshui Hotel, Tianshui Avenue, Kaizhou City. Chapter 2. The 2 masked girls on the train amidst the swift-moving city train. Gu Ximan pouted slightly, her rosy little fist rhythmically striking Gu Luo's arm, as if to vent her dissatisfaction. Can you believe it? That old man and dad are so unreliable. They suddenly announced they were forming a new family without consulting us at all. I'm the only sister, she muttered under her breath, her words only audible to herself. Today, she donned a crisp white shirt paired with an exquisite little jacket, complemented by a playful pleated skirt. A pair of immaculate knee-high socks hugged her slender calves, showcasing the vivacity and sweetness of her youth. This fresh and delightful ensemble stood out remarkably within the relatively confined space of the train, drawing countless glances and turning heads. Gu Luo, Dismissing his sister's playful assault, felt a whirlwind of emotions. It was indeed too abrupt. Yet, considering their father's unpredictable nature, it seemed somewhat plausible. Most importantly, the unusual mission that had been stagnant for 2 weeks was finally coming to fruition. Their father's message indicated that Auntie's family had 3 children, including a rather rare set of triplets. Reflecting on this, Gu Luo instinctively glanced at Gu Ximan, who was busily thumping his shoulder with her little fists. He spoke softly. "Ximan, given the circumstances, we cannot oppose this. Dad has raised us alone for many years. It hasn't been easy for him." He paused, gently stroking her hair, adding, "But rest assured, no one can replace you." Empathizing with the situation, he recognized that if he were to suddenly have 3 younger brothers vying for his sister's affection, he would certainly feel uncomfortable. Upon hearing his words, Gu Ximan momentarily froze, turning her head to pout. "I'm not a child anymore. Don't pat my head. I want to grow any taller. And that old brother of mine is definitely a die-hard sister con." Despite her protests, her body betrayed her as she did not shy away from Gu Luo's affectionate gesture. Observing her slightly flushed ears, he could not suppress a chuckle. Why the shyness? He thought, relieved that her mood seemed to improve. As the elder brother, he felt it imperative to maintain a delicate balance, caring for Ximan's feelings while ensuring that Auntie's children did not feel estranged. The city train, akin to a graceful silver dragon, wove effortlessly through the bustling metropolis of Kaizhou. As the journey progressed, more passengers filled the compartments. People of varied skin tones and accents congregated, some engaging in hushed conversations, others silently engrossed in their electronic devices, while a few gazed out at the urban landscape. At this moment, with 4 stops remaining to their destination, Gu Luo sat quietly, seemingly gazing casually at a corner of the carriage, though his mind was already immersed in the minutiae of future life. After all, he was the only male in the family. Their father could only be considered half a man. Lost in thought, he was suddenly poked in the arm. Turning to Gu Ximan, he saw her pointing discreetly towards a figure. "Look over there, brother," she whispered. Not far away, a portly boy, around 6 feet tall, clutched the handrail, his gaze fixated on 2 masked girls across from him, as if trying to ascertain something. The girls, both clad in black dresses, possessed graceful figures. Although their faces were obscured, the liveliness in their eyes and the aura they exuded hinted at their remarkable beauty. The foremost girl appeared uncomfortable under the boy's scrutiny and slightly turned her head, while the other maintained an icy demeanor, staring back with an intensity that dared anyone to approach. It was evident to any observant onlooker that the atmosphere was charged. Staring so unabashedly at the young women, one could only wonder about the boy's intentions. Did he perhaps harbor a mental imbalance, or was there some unresolved enmity between them? Nearby passengers exchanged furtive glances between the boy and the girls before instinctively opting to distance themselves from what could potentially escalate into trouble. Years of witnessing societal retaliation and disheartening events had conditioned people to adopt a philosophy of indifference towards matters that did not directly concern them. "Is that you, Ningning?" The boy suddenly exclaimed, his excitement palpable, brimming with an almost fanatical fervor. The girl who had turned her head visibly flinched at his words, instinctively retracting her delicate legs beneath her skirt. "I'm your fan. I've always liked you." The boy stammered, his words jumbled and barely coherent. As he took a couple of steps closer, observing this, the cold girl's gaze sharpened, and she immediately grasped the hand of the girl beside her, intent on leaving this troublesome scenario. However, before they could take even a couple of steps, the boy had already blocked their path, standing before them like an impenetrable wall. "What should we do, brother?" Gu Ximan asked, her voice laced with concern as she glanced at the indifferent crowd, lamenting the lack of anyone willing to intervene. At that moment, Gu Luo softly replied, "Stay here. I will check it out." To his surprise, as he began to rise, Ximan clutched his shirt tightly. "No, you can't go," she insisted, shaking her head resolutely. In that instant, she fully grasped why no one had stepped forward to intervene. The boy appeared to weigh at least 300 pounds. If things escalated, the consequences could be dire. She could not allow her brother to take any risks. Understanding her apprehensions, Gu Luo assured her, "It's nothing I can't handle. I'll merely reason with him. If things turn south, I will retreat immediately. I promise not to be reckless." "No, we can alert the security personnel. You mustn't go." Gu Ximan continued to shake her head, holding onto him firmly. Gu Luo glanced back, noting that the boy had advanced another step, now entangling himself with the 2 girls, even showing signs of inappropriate physical contact. In critical moments, one must remain calm. He exhaled slowly, smiling at Gu Ximan. "If one day you find yourself in such a situation, I hope someone would come to your aid. By extending my hand today, perhaps tomorrow more will step forward. Then, Should you encounter danger, the likelihood of receiving help will increase. Upon hearing these words, Gu Ximan stared at Gu Luo, momentarily dazed. Once her senses returned, she felt her face flush, mumbling shyly, "How cheesy. Brother, you're just trying to flatter me." In the next breath, she stood tall, shaking her small fist. "I'll go with you." Chapter 3. Brother, did you know them before? Gu Ximan's insistence on accompanying him was laced with a carefree bravado, yet her body betrayed her honesty. As they approached, she remained closely tucked behind Gu Luo. Her petite form pressed against him. Just as they neared, a stylish middle-aged woman subtly reached out to pull Gu Luo back, shaking her head slightly. The message was clear: "Young man, don't meddle, avoid unnecessary trouble." Gu Luo merely smiled in response, but did not hesitate, continuing forward. Indeed, society had grown somewhat indifferent. Yet one could understand why. Luo Shuha stood firmly in front of her sister, Luo Shunning, her eyes resembling a cold, still pond, fixed coldly on the stout boy before them. Internally, she felt a sense of helplessness. Her sister had withdrawn from the limelight for several years, donning a mask whenever she ventured outside, yet here they were, still recognized by fervent fans. As she pondered this, her gaze inadvertently lifted, and she noticed, on the opposite side of the carriage, a young couple hastily approaching them. In the blink of an eye, they stood before Luo Shuha and her sister, blocking their path. The newcomers were Gu Luo and the shy Gu Ximan, who cowered behind him. Luo Shuha's attention fixated on Gu Luo's tall figure, momentarily rendering her speechless. The icy sharpness in her eyes gradually yielding to a complex swirl of emotions. Unconsciously, she loosened her grip on her sister's hand. Completely captivated by the sudden appearance of this young man, Gu Luo regarded the stout boy with a calm demeanor, stating, "This friend, there are cameras on the train, and security will be here shortly. If you wish to avoid escalating this situation, please return to your seat." He then turned to the two masked girls and advised, "You should move to the next carriage." "Thank you. Please be careful and stay safe," Luo Shunning replied, slightly tilting her head to gaze up at Gu Luo, who stood over 6 feet tall, feeling a sense of relief. The encounter with the overzealous boy had indeed frightened her. She understood that remaining in their current position would only complicate matters. Gently, she tugged at Luo Shuha's wrist, indicating they should leave. However, she received no response. Turning her head, she noticed Luo Shuha was intently watching the boy standing before them, her expression an intricate tapestry of emotions. Luo Shunning was taken aback, as it was the first time she had witnessed her sister display such a nuanced and complex demeanor. On the other side, the stout boy, realizing his idol was about to leave, grew anxious and instinctively shoved Gu Luo. Gu Ximan's heart raced at this sight, her mind racing with the images of her brother and the stout boy shoving each other, their hands entangled in a struggle that could escalate into a fierce brawl. Not just her, but other passengers in the carriage shared similar thoughts. Yet, the unfolding events far surpassed everyone's expectations. All were left in shock as Gu Luo, composed and unwavering, effortlessly pinned the seemingly 300-pound boy to the floor of the carriage. The stout boy flailed helplessly, unable to break free from Gu Luo's formidable grip, his struggle appearing pitiful. As this transpired, Gu Luo noticed his points depleting on the display before him. Points, 204, points, 201, points, 198, points, 195. With a depletion of 3 points per second. His physical prowess had increased from a score of 7 to 10. With his sister nearby, he exerted absolute strength, yet had not yet resorted to using his combat skills. Brother Gu Ximan's throat felt constricted, struggling to swallow, her disbelief evident in her eyes. Just moments ago, she had witnessed Gu Luo take the stout boy down with such efficiency and grace, as if the boy's hefty frame were merely made of paper, utterly without resistance. Most astonishing was the sheer strength her brother displayed. Was this truly the same brother she knew? Although aware of his daily workouts that had sculpted enviable abdominal and chest muscles, this was beyond her expectations. Before Gu Ximan could recover from her shock, hurried footsteps approached. A group of uniformed train security personnel arrived swiftly, quickly assessing the situation before escorting everyone off the train at the next stop. "I'm so sorry. I was just too excited. I'm a huge fan of Ning Ning. I've even had thoughts of ending it all because of my weight. But your song saved me." The stout boy lamented in the security room, his face flushed with regret, guilt enveloping him as he repeatedly bowed in apology to Luo Shunning. His words were imbued with sincerity, each syllable seemingly squeezed from the depths of his heart. Only then did Gu Luo realize that this imposing figure was merely a high school student, towering over his peers at over 6 feet tall. Yet, in today's world of improved nutrition, such heights were becoming commonplace among young men. It was said that in Lu province, A height of 6 feet was merely the passing mark for boys. Upon hearing the apology, Luo Ximan gently shook her head and replied softly, "It's all right. I forgive you. I'm glad my songs could help you." She added, somewhat astonished, "I never thought anyone would recognize me even while wearing a mask." Her voice was soothing, like a gentle spring breeze. Gu Luo couldn't help but gaze at Luo Ximan with newfound appreciation. Realizing that this graceful young woman before him was the once celebrated Luo Ning, a prodigious talent in the arts, whose voice had the power to heal. However, her career had been fleeting, abruptly withdrawing from the entertainment industry just a month after her debut, vanishing from public view. Had it not been for this unexpected incident, Gu Luo would have never recalled her. Such was the nature of stardom. Unless one cultivated a lasting legacy, the limelight would fade swiftly and memories would dim. Particularly for someone like Luo Ximan, whose time in the industry was so brief. Yet even now, dedicated fans like the stout boy could still recognize her amidst the sea of faces, a testament to their unwavering loyalty and passion. At that moment, Luo Ximan offered a warm smile to the boy, asking, "Would you like an autograph?" "Really?" he exclaimed, excitement rekindled. "Of course," she replied graciously. Gu Luo also sincerely apologized to the young fan, and thus the matter concluded amicably. As the four emerged from the security room, Gu Ximan found herself unable to contain her curiosity, stealing glances at Luo Ximan and Luo Shua. Despite their masks, the grace in their expressions and the unique aura surrounding them left her in silent admiration. "They are truly beautiful, utterly captivating," she mused, realizing that this must be how others felt when gazing at her. "Thank you so much," Luo Ximan paused, bowing slightly once more to Gu Luo. In that moment, he was the only one who had stepped forward to assist them, and her gratitude was genuine. "It was nothing," Gu Luo replied with a polite smile. Intending to leave with Gu Ximan, as they had to reach Tianshui restaurant before 6 o'clock, punctuality was essential for their first meeting. They still had 3 more stops to go, and time was of the essence. Most people would feel a thrill upon encountering a celebrity, even one past their prime. However, Gu Ximan, being an anime enthusiast, was indifferent to the entertainment world, and Gu Luo shared this sentiment. To him, it was merely a small act of kindness. As the two were about to turn and leave, the previously silent Luo Shu suddenly spoke up, her cool voice cutting through the air. "Wait a moment." Her tone bore a resemblance to that of Luo Shu Ning, yet it was tinged with a distinct aloofness. With that, she opened her phone, deftly tapping the screen to reveal a QR code, and then held the screen directly toward Gu Luo. The intention was unmistakable. Gu Luo, taken aback, hesitated momentarily, feeling somewhat flustered. Was this an invitation to be friends? He couldn't shake the peculiar gaze that Luo Shu directed at him. However, Gu Ximan reacted promptly. Noticing the scene, she quickly retrieved her phone and scanned the QR code, stating, "I've added you for my brother. Feel free to reach out to me if necessary." Yet, Luo Shu remained unyielding, persistently presenting her phone screen to Gu Luo, her cold eyes radiating an unwavering insistence. As if she would not relent until she achieved her goal, Luo Shu Ning, observing her sister's behavior, was taken aback. It was well known that her sister was notoriously reclusive at school, particularly averse to the proximity of others, especially boys. Today, she was unexpectedly eager to connect with a male acquaintance, which was exceedingly unusual. Gu Ximan, sensing Luo Shu's unwavering stance, leaned closer to Gu Luo and whispered, "Brother, do you know her from before?" "No, this is our first encounter," Gu Luo replied with a definitive shake of his head, his tone firm. This was indeed the truth. He seldom mingled with the families of celebrities. Upon hearing this, Luo Shu's grip on her phone tightened momentarily. As if pricked by an unseen thorn, she slowly lowered her hand, but midway, she abruptly changed her mind, resolutely reorienting the screen toward Gu Luo once more. She remained silent, standing still. For reasons unknown, Gu Luo felt that the once cold demeanor of this girl seemed to have softened, if only for a fleeting moment. Chapter 4. A Journey Together. Shuhi, are you alright? Once they boarded the next train, Luo Shu Ning turned to her sister, who had her eyes closed, seemingly pretending to rest. Since settling into her seat, Luo Shu had not opened her eyes. In response to her sister's inquiry, Luo Shu offered no reply, instead tightening her grip on her phone. Observing this, Luo Shu Ning let out a soft sigh and shifted her gaze toward Gu Luo and his sister on the opposite side of the carriage. At that moment, Gu Ximan also glanced over, and their eyes met in the air. Luo Shu Ning smiled gently, while Gu Ximan returned the gesture with a slight nod before diverting her gaze. As the group boarded, the available seats had been scarce, prompting them to sit apart. Just then, Luo Shu slowly opened her eyes and tapped her phone screen, revealing a system message for adding friends. I am Gu Luo. The above is a greeting. Seeing her sister finally make a move, Luo Shuning hurriedly asked, Shuhe, what is going on? You seem quite invested in Gu Luo. Have you met before? Silence ensued. Luo Shuhe's thoughts drifted back to the earlier encounter outside the security room, where Gu Ximan had posed a similar question to Gu Luo. After a brief pause, she gently shook her head. Never met. Then why? Luo Shuning hesitated. Her sister not only added Gu Luo as a friend, but also saved his phone number. Understanding her sister's reluctance to discuss the matter, Luo Shuhe realized she needed to provide an explanation to quell the inquiries. After a moment of contemplation, she replied impassively, I sense that Gu Luo is quite capable. I thought it prudent to get to know him, considering we might soon have another male presence in the family. What a dismissive response. Luo Shuning pursed her lips, fully aware that her sister was genuinely unwilling to delve deeper into the subject, and thus refrained from probing further. After a while, she suddenly mused. If only that brother were akin to Gu Luo. Upon hearing this, Luo Shuhe closed her eyes once more, not wishing to pursue the topic. Luo Shuning merely shook her head slightly, offering a wry smile. She had not anticipated that their typically assertive mother would suddenly remarry, resulting in the addition of a stepfather and a pair of step-siblings to their family. I hope everything goes well. As the announcement rang out, the next stop is Tianshui Station. Please prepare to disembark. Gu Luo and Gu Ximan rose from their seats and made their way to the exit. Brother, they are also getting off at Tianshui Station, Gu Ximan remarked quietly, glancing toward the other exit. Gu Luo followed her gaze and met the eyes of Luo Shuning and Luo Shuhe. He offered a polite smile and a nod, which Luo Shuning reciprocated, while Luo Shuhe appeared to deliberately avert her gaze. Upon exiting, Luo Shuning took Luo Shuhe's hand and walked toward the Gu siblings. What a coincidence, she said, her face bright with a gentle smile. Indeed, quite the coincidence. Shall we exit together? Gu Luo replied. Yes, they agreed. And thus a unique ensemble comprising 3 stunning young ladies and 1 handsome gentleman emerged into the public eye. As they walked side by side, they turned heads at an astonishing rate, a phenomenon that could only be described as a 200% gaze return rate, meaning even the same individual couldn't resist glancing back at them twice. The passing boys cast envious looks toward Gu Luo, who felt somewhat helpless in the situation. After all, he was accompanied by 3 extraordinarily beautiful girls. Moreover, at that moment, Luo Shuning and her sister were wearing masks, leaving one to wonder just how breathtaking they would appear if they removed them. Of course, some individuals transformed entirely upon removing their masks. Gu Luo was curious whether their allure would enhance or diminish once unveiled. Under the scrutiny of onlookers, the 4 of them exited the station. Gu Luo, we'll take our leave now. See you next time. Luo Shuning waved as she spoke. Luo Shuhe, however, cast her gaze elsewhere, appearing indifferent, a stark contrast to her earlier insistence on adding Gu Luo as a friend. Yes, see you next time. Gu Luo replied as they bid farewell and continued in the same direction, both parties heading along the same route. After a moment of somewhat awkward silence, Luo Shuning could no longer contain her amusement and chuckled lightly. What a remarkable coincidence. We're headed to Tianshui Restaurant. How about you? We're also going to Tianshui Restaurant. Gu Luo's expression was somewhat complex. Simultaneously, they shared a thought. Could it be? It can't be that coincidental, can it? Yet neither voiced their curiosity. Could it be mere chance? Gu Luo pondered within. Luo Shuning, similarly, contemplated the likelihood. The odds seemed quite high. As this thought crossed her mind, her spirits lifted. Having Gu Luo as a stepbrother was indeed quite favorable. At least he was not an oddball. Among them, Gu Ximan felt the most anxious, silently praying for it not to be the case. She certainly did not wish for her brother to gain 3 such beautiful sisters, for that would jeopardize her own position in the family hierarchy. Tianshui Restaurant was not far from Tianshui Station, and before long, the 4 arrived at Tianshui Tower. They took the elevator to the 101st floor, then transferred to another elevator that ascended to the 120th floor. This skyscraper stood over 500 meters tall, offering a panoramic view of the stunning scenery of Kaizhou. Upon exiting the elevator, 2 receptionists clad in kipayos approached with warm smiles. Hello, Miss Luo. One of the receptionists greeted the Luo sisters respectfully. Luo Shuqing nodded and offered her a polite smile. It was evident that they frequently visited this restaurant. At that moment, another receptionist inquired of Gu Luo and Gu Ximan. Do you have a reservation? Yes, Gu Luo replied, mentioning the name of the private room his father had previously sent. Upon hearing the name, the receptionist immediately bowed and apologized. I am truly sorry. I did not realize you were here with Miss Luo. It's quite all right, Gu Luo said with a smile, waving his hand casually. He was not overly surprised. Having sensed this possibility earlier, he had mentally prepared himself. Meanwhile, Gu Ximan turned her head, subtly pouting. I bet my brother is thrilled right now. But who would have thought that one day we would become family with a celebrity, albeit a retired one? Please follow us, Luo Shuqing said, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. All right, Gu Luo nodded in agreement. None of the four expressed excessive astonishment at the situation. Upon discovering that they were all headed to the same destination, the Tianshui restaurant, they had already surmised this intriguing connection. Gu Luo and Luo Shuqing walked in the middle of the group. A slight turn of his head allowed him to catch a whiff of the delicate fragrance emanating from her, a scent both elegant and refreshing. What a coincidence! Luo Shuqing broke the silence, her voice bright. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Luo Shuqing, born in December 2006, currently a second-year student at Guangya Academy. I am Gu Luo, born in April 2006, studying at Kaizhou Academy. Also in my second year, Gu Luo introduced himself. Noticing that Gu Ximan seemed somewhat distracted, he gently patted her shoulder. Gu Ximan snapped back to reality and quickly introduced herself. I am Gu Ximan, born in April 2007, 18 years old, and like my brother. I am a first-year student at Kaizhou Academy. Next, their gazes shifted to the silent Luo Shuhua. She slightly tilted her head up, locking eyes with Gu Luo, and coldly stated, I am Luo Shuhua. Under her gaze, Gu Luo instinctively averted his eyes, merely nodding out of courtesy. He had always found his younger sister to be peculiar since their initial meeting. Observing Gu Luo's lack of reaction, Luo Shuhua soon shifted her gaze to the window. I apologize, brother. Shuhua's personality is like this. She is not good at expressing herself, Luo Shuqing said with a hint of regret, naturally referring to Gu Luo as brother. A habit ingrained in her by their father since childhood. It's quite all right. I actually like it. Gu Luo found it rather pleasant, although it felt strange to be addressed with such respect. However, in comparison, he was more accustomed to Gu Ximan referring to him as brother. Luo Shuqing continued. Shuhua was born 2 minutes after me, and we have a younger sister named Luo Shuling, but she may arrive late due to a club activity. I hope you won't mind, brother. Not at all, Gu Luo replied casually. I've heard that Guangya Academy has many clubs and regularly holds performances for the public. Indeed. And this year's school anniversary will be held earlier, featuring many performances. If you are interested, brother, you can come with your sister, Luo Shuqing invited with a beaming smile. Sounds good, Gu Luo nodded in agreement, but he noticed that Gu Ximan seemed to suddenly lower her head, her expression somewhat unusual. He leaned closer and quietly asked, What's wrong? I'm fine, Gu Ximan forced a smile. In truth, upon hearing Guangya Academy, especially knowing Gu Luo had some understanding of the institution, a wave of bitterness surged within her. She couldn't help but think about her own circumstances. Is everything all right, Ximan? Luo Shuqing perceptively noticed Gu Ximan's anomaly. Stepping around Gu Luo to stand beside her, concern etched on her face as she reached out to gently place her hand on Gu Ximan's forehead. Fortunately, your temperature is normal. You're not running a fever. I'm fine. Thank you. Gu Ximan gently shook her head, attempting to appear nonchalant. Tianshui Restaurant, renowned as the premier high-end dining establishment in Kaizhou, was famous for its exorbitant prices and opulent decor. It often hosted well-known singers or performers invited for live performances. With still some time before 6 o'clock, the four did not rush to the private room but lingered in the restaurant's lobby, quietly enjoying the violin performance on stage. The performer displayed exceptional skill and mastery. Anyone who graced this stage was undoubtedly a standout talent. The melodious notes flowed like a gentle stream, resonating throughout the hall. Meanwhile, Gu Luo, while appreciating the music, found his gaze occasionally wandering to Luo Shuqing, particularly her now unmasked visage. At that moment, he truly comprehended that beauty could indeed be breathtaking. Luo Shuqing's beauty was pure and ethereal, evoking no impure thoughts. Perhaps describing her as celestial would be more fitting. Gu Luo then understood that the reason Luo Shuqing wore a mask was not merely to avoid recognition by fervent fans. Primarily, her striking appearance would draw attention wherever she went, especially as one of the most captivating triplets. Time slipped by unnoticed. Suddenly, a middle-aged man's voice called from behind. Xiao Luo, Xiao man dressed in a sharp suit and holding a lady's handbag. Gu Feng waved at them with a beaming smile. The suit was impeccably tailored and of fine quality, reflecting considerable value. Beside him stood a stunning beauty clad in fashionable attire, her long, wavy hair cascading down. Her expression neutral, exuding an aura of superiority, his stepmother, Luo Liang. The Luo sisters seemed almost chiseled from the same mold as her, a family of beauties. However, when it came to temperament, Luo Shuhua and Luo Liang bore greater resemblance, both possessing an icy demeanor and indifferent expressions. Mother, Luo Shuqing was the first to rise, respectfully greeting Luo Liang, then turned to Gu Feng and politely said, "Hello, uncle." "Hello," Gu Feng replied with a smile, his gaze sweeping across the four children. A look of satisfaction gracing his features as he remarked, "It seems you all get along quite well. Indeed, brother is very attentive to us." Luo Shuqing's smile was nothing short of perfect. After a few pleasantries, Luo Liang suddenly inquired, "Where's Shuling?" Her voice, though calm, carried an unspoken weight. "Mother, Shuling has club activities today. She will arrive shortly," Luo Shuqing answered softly. Luo Liang said no more, turning to head towards the private room, with the others following behind. "She really has an impressive presence," Gu Ximan whispered to Gu Luo. "Indeed," Gu Luo nodded, maintaining his composure. "How could such a beautiful lady be interested in our father?" Gu Ximan asked again in a hushed tone. "Who knows? Perhaps our father possesses some unique qualities," Gu Luo mused. Once inside the private room, everyone took their seats in order. Luo Liang naturally occupied the main seat, while Gu Feng cheerfully settled next to her. Soon, a waiter entered the room to serve tea. Instead of engaging in conversation with Gu Luo and his siblings, Luo Liang retrieved a tablet from her bag and began tapping away. Observing this, the others fell silent. Luo Liang exuded an overwhelming presence, seated as the queen at the head of the table, instilling a sense of intimidation among those present. Even Gu Ximan, who usually indulges in her phone, sits upright in her seat at this moment. Time passes swiftly. Luo shunning glances at the clock hanging on the wall, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Only 3 minutes remain until 6 o'clock. Yet, Luo Shuling has yet to respond to her messages. 5:58, 5:59, 6 o'clock. Luo Liang sets her tablet down. Upon noticing, Gu Feng immediately understands and helps her put the tablet away. At this moment, Luo Liang turns her gaze to the expressionless server standing nearby and commands, "Close the door." Chapter 6. Some matters are of greater importance. Luo shunning watches as the door to the private room is slowly closed by the server, letting out a helpless sigh. As expected, Shuling is late. She should have called to remind her in advance. As the elder sister, she has failed to fulfill her responsibilities. Luo shunning discreetly shifts her gaze, stealing a glance at the impassive Luo Liang. Their mother has always detested those who lack a sense of time. However, in front of their new family, it should be acceptable. After all, her brother is present. Why has the door been closed? Gu Ximan cleverly employs her school-honed skill, speaking softly while hardly moving her lips. Gu Luo shakes his head slightly, indicating his confusion. Is it really acceptable to leave the daughter outside just because of tardiness? This stepmother does not appear to be easy to deal with. Before long, the door to the private room is pushed open once more. Gu Luo initially assumes it to be Luo Shuling, whom he has yet to meet, but it is instead a server bearing a tray. The dishes are exquisitely arranged, each plate resembling a meticulously crafted work of art, with harmonious color combinations that are pleasing to the eye. The cost of this meal must be exorbitant. However, upon reflection, it is likely that 90% of the expense goes into this ostentatious presentation. Gu Luo deems it visually appealing yet impractical, preferring a simple fried rice instead. Fortunately, such high prices are unlikely to burden ordinary folk. Lost in thought, the door swings open again. This time, it is the short-haired Luo Shuling, breathless and flustered. She is the youngest of the triplets. Unlike her sisters, Luo Shuling sports a playful short hairstyle that adds a touch of vigor to her flawless visage. Typically, a girl of her charm would be well received among both genders. Luo Shuling, slightly embarrassed, smiles sheepishly and approaches her mother in small steps, lowering her head. Luo Liang, however, seems oblivious, continuing to eat her meal with elegance and composure. After finishing her bite, she leisurely takes a napkin to dab at the corners of her mouth before stating, "You are 3 minutes late. Step outside for a punishment." "Mom, I want to explain because of Luo Shuling." She attempts to interject. "Go outside." Luo Liang interrupts without sparing her a glance. Oh, Luo Shuling's head droops lower, resembling a wilted flower, her spirits deflating. Just as she prepares to turn and leave, a clear voice resounds. "Ahem, excuse me, please wait a moment." In that instant, all eyes, except Luo Liang's, turn toward the source of the voice. Luo Shuling blinks in surprise, her expressive eyes filled with disbelief. "Ahem," Gu Luo sits upright, addressing Luo Liang softly. "Auntie, I believe it would be appropriate to allow Shuling to explain her reason for being late. After all, she mentioned there was a reason. It seems he must speak up, for his father has not only remained silent, but has also discreetly nudged him under the table. Most importantly, the system task requires him to look after his 3 sisters. If he allows Shuling to be penalized from the outset, he must intervene. At this moment, the three sisters gaze at Gu Luo with varied expressions. They have never witnessed anyone contradict their mother before. Seeing an ally, Luo Shuling seizes the opportunity to explain, "Today, there was an unexpected incident during our club activity. And as the president, I had to stay behind to manage it. On my way here, I encountered an elderly woman with dementia who kept wandering into traffic. With no traffic police nearby, I called for help and stayed to assist her." Her words spill forth rapidly, fueled by a strong desire to survive. Yet, Luo Liang simply inquires calmly, "Have you finished?" "Yes, I'm done. I'll go outside." Luo Shuling opens her mouth, wishing to plead further, but ultimately chooses to comply. Obediently turning to leave. Just as she prepares to exit, she hears that familiar supportive voice again. "Ahem, pardon me, please wait a moment." Gu Luo feels a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he suppresses a cringe, but having already spoken, he plows ahead. "Also, Dad, please stop kicking me. If you remain silent and let me take the blame, you are truly a cheap father." Hearing this, Luo Shuling quickly turns around, discreetly signaling Gu Luo not to follow her out. At this moment, Luo Liang finally directs her gaze towards him. Gu Luo feels an uncomfortable sensation wash over him. Taking a slight breath, he offers an awkward smile. "Auntie, I sincerely apologize for interrupting you, but Shuling has already explained her reason for being late. And I personally believe she did nothing wrong." And so, Luo Liang's expression remains unchanged. Being late is simply a fact. If one cannot take responsibility for oneself, how can they be accountable for others? Seeing that Luo Liang is willing to engage in dialogue, Gu Luo breathes a sigh of relief and quickly adds, "Annie, I understand your perspective and recognize that you are acting in Shuling's best interest, wishing to instill the importance of punctuality. However, when it comes to family meals, I believe we should not approach it this way. Family should inherently support and understand one another. In this case, rather than punishing Shuling, we should commend her." After a brief pause, Gu Luo inhales slightly and continues, "Some matters must take precedence over others. He has no choice but to adopt a strategy of offense as a means of defense. This is a matter of rhetoric. His sole aim is to ensure that Shuling can sit down and enjoy her meal, but in the process of communication, he must articulate a higher goal. This allows room for negotiation. Ultimately, securing this meal for his sister is paramount." In response, Luo Shuling blinks rapidly. "They're going to commend me? What a turn of events. My ally is truly remarkable." Gu Feng observes his son with a look reminiscent of Cao Cao watching Yuan Shao draw his sword against Dong Zhuo, exclaiming, "My sword is not without merit." Upon hearing Gu Luo's words, Luo Liang simply glances at him and nods slightly. "Let us eat." With that, she resumes her meal. Just as Luo Shuling contemplates asking about her own fate, she notices Luo shunning, signaling her insistently. After processing this, she quickly takes a seat and beams, "Thank you, Mom." "Thank you, brother." She possesses an affable disposition. Luo Liang continues to ignore her, as though her words are nothing more than whispers in the wind. Gu Luo merely nods at Luo Shuling before returning to his meal, feeling a sense of relief. Thankfully, it did not go awry. It seems this stepmother is not as difficult to communicate with after all. However, just as this thought crosses his mind, Luo Liang unexpectedly declares, "Tonight, Xiao Luo and Xiao Man will move into the apartment. I have already arranged for the rooms to be prepared. Tomorrow morning, report to Guanya on time." Luo Liang's voice retained its characteristic chill and unwavering certainty, as if her words were established facts that required no external validation. After speaking, she lowered her head again, continuing to eat at a leisurely pace. "Hooray!" Luo Shuling exclaimed, clapping her hands in excitement. The crisp sound of her applause echoed loudly in the private room. She also gave Gu Luo a thumbs up, her face radiant with a bright smile. To an outsider, it might appear as though they were siblings who had grown up together. Apart from Gu Feng, whose expression remained unchanged, the others looked quite astonished, especially Gu Ximan, who covered her mouth in surprise. She was indifferent about moving into the so-called new apartment. After all, the location mattered little to her as long as her brother was present. However, the tight timeline seemed a bit rushed. Yet, this also revealed the power that Luo Liang wielded, decisive and efficient, capable of arranging matters in the blink of an eye. Having just begun her studies a week prior at Kaizhou Academy, she had not yet made many friends, and her best friend was at Guanya Academy. This thought made her glance sideways at Gu Luo, a complex wave of emotions surfacing within her. In the end, her brother was still heading to Guanya Academy. After a brief moment of surprise, Gu Luo quickly regained his composure, wondering if the rush was perhaps a subtle warning from Luo Liang. If that were the case, it seemed that regardless of the woman, there would always be a degree of vindictiveness. as the food on the table diminished amidst the bustling conversation. The trained waitstaff continuously brought forth new delicacies, ensuring the table remained adorned with exquisite dishes. At 6:30, Luo Liang elegantly dabbed her mouth with a napkin, glanced at her watch, and then rose to leave the private room. Observing this, Gu Feng promptly ceased eating, quickly grabbed the women's bag hanging nearby, and followed suit. Before departing, he turned to the children, wearing a warm smile, and advised, "You all have a good chat. Over the next few days, Liang and I will be on a business trip, so Xiao Luo, as the older brother, you must take good care of your sisters." So, this was how Dad referred to Aunt. Gu Luo nodded, signaling his understanding and assuring him not to worry. At this moment, Luo Ximan stood up politely and said, "Uncle, please take care on your way home. Rest assured, my brother and I will look after things here." "Goodbye, Uncle," Luo Ximan exclaimed, waving her fair arms exuberantly. "Yes, goodbye," Gu Feng replied with a smile, mimicking her wave before dashing out. Once the adults left, the atmosphere in the private room lightened considerably. Luo Ximan beamed with joy, eagerly addressing Gu Luo and his sisters. "Hello, big brother and little sisters. Although you already know my name, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Luo Ximan, standing at 168 centimeters, weighing 106 pounds, and my measurements are a secret. I have many hobbies, like enjoying gourmet food, playing video games, basketball, and singing." She rambled on, listing over 10 interests in one breath. Realizing her exuberance, she shyly scratched her smooth short hair, a bright smile gracing her face as she said, "I must thank my brother. If I had to stand in the corner at my age, that would be quite embarrassing. I'm really grateful for your help." "No problem." Gu Luo chuckled at her demeanor. Such a girl, with her carefree nature and lack of ulterior motives, was indeed quite endearing, making interactions feel remarkably relaxed. Subsequently, he and Gu Ximan reintroduced themselves, thus solidifying their acquaintance among the five of them, drawing them closer through their exchanges. As they conversed, a system panel suddenly appeared before Gu Luo. Notification: Special task completed. Special task reward: Skill proficiency card X1, Charm point X1, Charm enhancement card X1, Intelligence enhancement card X1, Physical quality enhancement card X1, 300 points. Name: Gu Luo. Points: 405. Charm: 9. Intelligence: 8. Physical quality: 7. Items: Skill proficiency card X1, Charm enhancement card X1, Intelligence enhancement card X1, Physical quality enhancement card X1. What a bountiful harvest. Gu Luo surveyed the information displayed on the panel, feeling quite satisfied with the rewards from this special task. In particular, the enhancement cards were exceptionally valuable, as they had no upper limit. Unlike the basic attributes capped at 10, which could only be increased through tasks. Although utilizing enhancement cards would cost points proportionally, theoretically, with enough points, one could become extraordinarily formidable. Do you think you are facing Tyson? No, it's actually Tyro. He could easily overpower that chubby fan on the train using the physical quality enhancement card. If purchased from the shop, it would cost 100 points. Completing tasks was indeed more reliable, though the refresh rate for special tasks was unpredictable, with varying difficulty levels, and sometimes they could be quite perplexing. For instance, if not for his father's new family, Gu Luo would have found it impossible to complete this task. Just then, Luo Ximan seemed to discover something intriguing. Pinching her chin and staring intently at Gu Luo, muttering, "I don't know why, but I feel like my brother suddenly looks even more handsome. Is it just a trick of the light?" Upon hearing this, the other girls instinctively turned their gazes towards Gu Luo. It was still that handsome face, exuding an air of elegance. Yet, upon closer inspection, there was an undeniable allure about him, as if a subtle halo of charm enveloped him. "I also think my brother has become more charming," Luo Ximan giggled, covering her mouth. Luo Ximan merely cast a fleeting glance at Gu Luo before quickly turning her attention to the scenery outside the window, her expression unreadable. Meanwhile, Gu Ximan bowed her head, pretending to focus on her food, but her mind was filled with thoughts of her stinky brother, who was always chasing after girls. It must be an illusion. Gu Luo chuckled, swiftly changing the subject as he looked towards Luo Ximan. What did Aunt mean by the apartment? Luo Ximan patiently explained. "It's an apartment our mother bought near the school for our convenience, and it has several rooms. She mentioned that someone has already taken care of it. So you and the little sisters can move in directly tonight. This way, it would be convenient for school tomorrow." Such extravagance. Buying a school district property near Guangyao Private Academy, so casually. This is money that ordinary families would take generations to amass. Truly, one wishes to see their father become a dragon, Gu Luo mused inwardly. "You can stay right across from me. I have a gaming console in my room, and we can play together at night," Luo Ximan exclaimed with excitement. She then eagerly inquired, do you usually play games? I do. That's fantastic. Luo Shuling cheered. Dancing with joy, Gu Luo couldn't help but smile at her exuberance. Noticing that Gu Ximan had been silent, he asked her, Xiao Man, if I recall correctly, Lu Xuexue is also at Guangyao Academy, right? Yes, and her home is also near the school. Mentioning her best friend instantly brightened Gu Ximan's mood, a smile forming on her lips. At this moment, Luo Shuning smiled and interjected, if my sister has friends at school, she wouldn't feel lonely from the start. That's truly wonderful. Haha, with me around, she won't be lonely at all. Luo Shuling patted her chest and joyfully exclaimed, I'm finally not the youngest sister anymore. Thus, Gu Ximan and the two sisters, Luo Shuning and Luo Shuling, engaged in a lively conversation, creating a particularly harmonious atmosphere. Witnessing this scene, Gu Luo couldn't help but display a contented smile reminiscent of a proud father. His gaze then met that of Luo Shua, who had remained silent until now. Luo Shua looked at him with an unruffled calmness. Gu Luo instinctively averted his eyes, but he could still distinctly feel a gaze fixed upon him, imbued with an indescribable sense of melancholy. Inside the black commercial vehicle, Gu Feng fastened Luo Liang's seatbelt, cheerfully remarking, Liang, see. I told you Xiao Luo could take good care of the girls. This kid has been capable since he was little. His words brimmed with pride. In response, Luo Liang closed his eyes and nodded gently, indeed. Chapter 8. Arrival at the apartment at 9:48 in the evening. The night enveloped Kaizhou like ink, thickly spreading into every corner. An old-fashioned van meandered down the street illuminated by flickering lights, playing a new song by Tang Tianhao. It finally came to a steady halt in front of a tall building. With a creak, the passenger door opened, and Gu Luo stepped out, extending his long legs and stretching to ease the stiffness from sitting. His eyes soon caught sight of the slender figure waiting quietly downstairs. The moonlight cascaded like water over Luo Shuning's white dress, outlining her graceful silhouette. She approached with a smile, saying, Brother, you finally arrived. There was a traffic jam on the way, otherwise, I would have arrived earlier. Gu Luo responded with a wry smile, while stretching his limbs to dispel the discomfort from sitting for too long. At that moment, Gu Ximan jumped out from the back seat of the van, yawning and muttering, Why is it still so congested at night? Who could disagree? The driver, a slightly portly man with the marks of time etched on his face, exited the vehicle. He instinctively fished out a slightly crumpled pack of cigarettes, but upon noticing the three children, he hesitated and put it back, sighing, There's nothing to be done. There are just too many people in Kaizhou. Even with restrictions, it doesn't help. As he spoke, he walked to the back of the van, opened the trunk, and began to unload the luggage piece by piece. Thank you, Uncle, Gu Luo quickly offered, rushing over to assist. Hey, today's youth are quite polite. My daughter is about your age too, and she's very well-mannered. The mention of his daughter brought a smile to the driver's face, tinged with a hint of pride. Soon, the ground was strewn with 3 oversized suitcases for backpacks and a large bag. The driver looked at the luggage and turned to Gu Luo, asking, Is this everything? My trunk is a bit messy. I hope nothing is left behind. Nothing's missing. Thank you, Uncle. All right, I'll be off then. I have other orders to attend to. The driver said as he returned to the driver's seat, fastening his seatbelt and retrieving the cigarette pack again, squeezing it in his hand, eagerly pulling out a cigarette without lighting it. Drive safely, Uncle. The driver waved and pressed the gas pedal, the van slowly driving away, soon disappearing into the night. Luo Shuning stepped forward, curiously inspecting the bag, her big, watery eyes blinking as she asked, Brother, what is this? It's my toys. Before Gu Luo could respond, Gu Ximan eagerly answered, opening the bag. Inside were an array of panda plush toys, each displaying various adorable poses, some lounging, some playfully clutching bamboo, and others curled up peacefully asleep. Wow, so many. So cute. Luo Shuning exclaimed, picking up a panda plush in a sleeping posture, smiling at Gu Ximan. Sister really loves toys. Well, I suppose it's just a moderate affection. Gu Ximan initially wanted to express her fondness, but caught sight of Gu Luo standing nearby and quickly altered her words. She then feigned nonchalance, saying, Who told someone to gift me toys every year on my birthday? Upon hearing this, the aforementioned individual shot her a glare. That's a misrepresentation. I gave you other gifts as well, you know? Next time, before you speak untruths, perhaps check what you're wearing. Isn't that a birthday gift from me this year? At this, Gu Ximan's face flushed immediately, but she refused to back down, whispering to the grinning Luo Shuning, Let me tell you a secret. My brother is actually quite possessive of his sister. Really? Luo Shuning feigned surprise. Absolutely, without a doubt. Gu Luo picked up the bag from the ground, casting another glare at Gu Ximan. Can you refrain from speaking ill in front of me next time? Uft. Gu Ximan mischievously stuck her tongue out at him, her playful demeanor making even her silly expression charmingly cute. The bond between brother and sister is truly delightful, Luo Shunning chuckled softly, then bent down to help with the luggage. With their hands full of bags, the trio took the elevator to the 16th floor. After Luo Shunning unlocked the door with her fingerprint, they entered the apartment. The living room was spacious and bright, featuring a luxurious sofa that gleamed under the light, its leather material exuding a delicate sheen. The chandelier overhead was ornate, giving the entire space a regal ambience. The apartment was divided into 2 levels, with enormous transparent floor-to-ceiling windows immediately visible upon entry. Overall, it was quite extravagant. "Brother, let me get you some slippers," Luo Shunning said, bending down to retrieve 2 pairs, one large and one small, from the cabinet by the door. "Thank you, thank you," the 2 replied in unison, slipping on the slippers. "No need to thank me. These were specially bought for you by Shuling earlier," Luo Shunning smiled, adding, when she returned. She smacked her forehead and exclaimed, "How could I forget to buy snacks for my sister?" and then hurriedly dashed back downstairs. "She'll be back soon." "Oh, she's truly too thoughtful," Gu Ximan said, feeling pleasantly surprised, her affection for the 2 sisters growing. "Shuling?" Luo Shunning softly echoed, unable to suppress a giggle. If Shuling heard someone call her that, she would surely leap for joy. The 3 worked together and quickly tidied up the room. All the necessary household items were present, as if the home had been eagerly awaiting their arrival. After everything was settled, they collapsed onto the sofa in the living room to rest for a while. The soft couch enveloped them like a gentle embrace. "Brother and sister, why don't you take a shower first? The bathroom has a bathtub, you can soak and relax," Luo Shunning suggested with a smile. Gu Ximan, comfortably lounging on the couch, kicked Gu Luo playfully with her small foot. "You go wash up first, big brother." Her adaptability was remarkable, making her feel right at home, even though this was indeed their new abode. "Not very girly," Gu Luo shook his head, then went to grab a change of clothes and a towel before heading to the bathroom. The bathroom was surprisingly spacious, with an impressively large bathtub, capable of accommodating 3 people without issue. "What a peculiar thought," Gu Luo mused, shaking his head. He filled the bathtub with warm water and rinsed off his body briefly before settling into the soothing warmth. The water enveloped him, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort. For some reason, he felt as if he could detect a faint fragrance in the air. Images began to surface in his mind, clearing his throat. Gu Luo shook his head again, attempting to regain his composure. He cupped water in his hands and splashed it onto his face, then cleared his mind and closed his eyes. In that moment, all fatigue gradually dissipated with the warm water, leaving only a serene and comfortable sensation. How delightful it was. After finishing his shower, Gu Luo dried his hair and stepped out of the bathroom in his pajamas. "Oh, brother, you're done with your bath." In the living room, Luo Shuling sat on the sofa, a bag of potato chips in her hands. After scrutinizing Gu Luo from head to toe, she couldn't help but compliment. "You look even more handsome after your shower." "Thank you." Gu Luo felt a bit awkward responding to such direct praise, as being complimented on his looks in person made him feel slightly embarrassed. "Hey, are you shy, brother?" Luo Shuling laughed heartily. "No need to be shy. Handsomeness is just handsomeness. You're going to be the new campus heartthrob at Guangya Private School." Coughing slightly at such flattery, even with a thick skin, Gu Luo felt his cheeks heat up. "Really now, if you can talk so well, do say more. I love hearing it." Watching her elder brother's silly expression, Gu Ximan couldn't help but roll her eyes and crunch the potato chips in her mouth. "You should take a bath too, little sister, and relax a bit." Luo Shukai smiled gently at her. Gu Ximan finally put down the chips and walked over to Gu Luo, deliberately stepping on his foot hard. "Ouch, that hurts." "You deserved it," Gu Ximan huffed, continuing toward her room. However, she paused midway, turned, and in a commanding tone said, "I'm hungry again, brother. Make me a late-night snack." "Aren't there snacks? I want a meal. Will you make it or not?" "Fine," he replied, feeling slightly exasperated. Chapter 9 Luo Shukai blushed. "Oh, does my little sister not like snacks? Or is it that the snacks I bought are not to her taste?" Luo Shuling looked down at the potato chips in her hand, pondering how anyone could dislike cucumber-flavored chips. With such a refreshing taste, how could anyone resist? "That's not true. Little Ximan is just greedy. She could finish these snacks in 2 days," Gu Luo explained with a smile. "That's just her unique way of being spoiled. Yes, it's what they call Tsundere. It must be said, although Tsundere is somewhat outdated, the distinct cuteness displayed by Gu Ximan remains unabated, making one feel an irresistible urge to protect her. Such a unique way of being spoiled. My little sister is just too adorable." Luo Shuling's eyes sparkled as she set down the chips and blissfully covered her face with her hands. "And just now, My sister called me Lingjia. Hee Lingjia hee. She was utterly lost in the delight of being addressed as an elder sister. Luo Shukai looked at Luo Shuling's expression and chuckled softly. You little sisters are all so adorable. Then, she turned her beautiful eyes to Gu Luo. A glimmer of a different kind of light crossing her gaze. Brother truly dotes on his little sisters. Well, little Ximan is quite sensible too, Gu Luo replied. Shifting the topic. May I use the kitchen? Of course. There are plenty of ingredients in the fridge. Do Shukai and Shuling want to eat? I can make more. Luo Shukai gently shook her head, declining. No need. I'm already full. But I can assist you, brother. I want to eat. I'm hungry too. Luo Shuling raised her little hand, as if answering a question in class, her face brimming with excitement as she looked at Gu Luo. Is your cooking good? Well, it's just average, Gu Luo modestly replied. Despite being quite the culinary expert, many Chinese people tend to downplay their skills, often responding with just okay or not too bad when asked about their abilities. It's akin to asking a top student how they did in an exam, and their response is usually that they hardly studied, but the results tell a different story. Hence, humility is a unique romantic trait of the Chinese people. Oh, that's just like Shukai. Luo Shuling immediately deflated like a deflated balloon, pouting. Well, at least average is better than inedible. Shuling, I'm right here. Luo Shukai's cheeks flushed when her cooking was evaluated in front of Gu Luo. Ah, I know you're here, but that's the truth. Luo Shuling blinked her innocent big eyes, appearing completely unaware of any impropriety in her words. Seeing this, Luo Shukai coughed lightly, attempting to salvage some dignity, and said earnestly, Shuling, your sister wakes up early every day to make breakfast for you. It's quite tiring, you know. Isn't that worth something? That's true, Luo Shuling obediently nodded. Then swiftly praised, You've worked hard. Thank you, Shukai, for contributing to my weight loss efforts. By the way, sister wakes up 20 minutes earlier than us. Spends 10 minutes in the bathroom, 7 minutes washing up, and 2 minutes making breakfast. Of course, it would be even better if she didn't often mix up salt and sugar. Sweet fried eggs are not very tasty. Oh right. And I've never understood why Shukai is so insistent on pairing cabbage with peanuts. Surely putting strawberries in mapo tofu must come from watching cooking videos from that country. Right? It must be. Listening to this, Luo Shukai's face grew even redder, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. She admitted that there was a gamble involved, considering she had 2 little guinea pigs. However, Gu Luo, upon hearing these descriptions, couldn't help but inwardly shudder at the thought. Shuling, if you were forced to do this, just blink. This national darling, this genius girl, had considerable room for improvement in her culinary skills. Seeing the complex expression on Gu Luo's face, Luo Shukai felt both embarrassed and anxious. She immediately reached out to cover Luo Shuling's mouth, trying to stop her from continuing. However, Luo Shuling was quick on her feet, evading her grasp and jumping onto the sofa, loudly declaring, freedom of speech. Speaking the truth is the way of this hero. Stop talking. Luo Shukai's face grew hotter, and she lunged forward, engaging in a playful tussle with Luo Shuling. Beautiful girls fighting can be quite entertaining, and Gu Luo watched with great interest. Before long, Luo Shuling had gained the upper hand, pinning Luo Shukai down and incessantly tickling her. Ha ha ha, let go, that tickles. Ha ha ha, I was wrong. Brother, save me. Luo Shukai laughed as she pleaded for rescue, but her laughter made her struggles seem feeble. Cough, Shuling, I still need Shukai's help. Gu Luo interjected timely to defuse the situation. All right. Upon hearing this, Luo Shuling immediately got up, flamboyantly flicking her silky short hair, striking a pose as if she were the MVP celebrating a victory in a game, looking quite pleased with herself. Luo Shukai quickly sat up, straightening her disheveled dress, and shot Luo Shuling a sharp glare filled with both reproach and helplessness. However, she soon regained her usual dignified demeanor and shyly said to Gu Luo, Thank you, brother, for not laughing at me. It's nothing. Shukai, please assist me, he requested. Mmchem, all right. The two moved to the open kitchen. The kitchen was quite spacious, equipped with a variety of cooking utensils, all neatly arranged, truly a paradise for cooking enthusiasts. Gu Luo surveyed everything with satisfaction. Opening the double-door refrigerator, he found a dazzling array of ingredients, fresh vegetables, tender meats, and more. To his surprise, there was even a small box of yogurt inside. Gu Luo picked up a container, recognizing the familiar packaging, and a wave of nostalgia washed over him. It was a local brand from his hometown, Caixin County. He hadn't expected to find it in a supermarket here in Kaizhou. How he missed it. As Luo Shuning observed Gu Luo lost in thought while holding yogurt, she curiously inquired, What is it, brother? Oh, nothing, Gu Luo replied, snapping back to attention with a smile. He returned the yogurt to the refrigerator and selected some ingredients to prepare a stir-fried pork dish, spicy cabbage, and scrambled eggs with cucumber. By the way, is Shuhei eating? Gu Luo suddenly remembered Luo Shuhei and asked. Shuhei never eats late-night snacks, Luo Shunning considered, but I'll go ask her. All right, Gu Luo replied. Luo Shunning left the kitchen and walked to the second floor of the apartment, arriving at the middle room on the right. She gently knocked on the door. Shuhei, brother is preparing a late-night snack. May I ask if you are hungry? There was no response. She probably won't eat. Luo Shunning thought as she turned to leave, but the door opened. Luo Shuhei stood at the door, clad in a form-fitting black camisole nightgown that perfectly accentuated her figure. Her delicate collarbone gleamed like snow, and her long, slender legs were captivating. It's rare to see Shuhei in that nightgown our mother bought, Luo Shunning remarked, surveying her sister and genuinely complimenting. Shuhei, you look truly beautiful. I can hardly look away. Sister, that is also a compliment for yourself, Luo Shuhei replied, her tone as cold as ever. Not at all. After all, I look just like you. Even our figures are the same. Well then, Luo Shunning chuckled lightly, not pursuing the topic further, and instead said, brother asked me. But before she could finish, Luo Shuhei interjected, yes, I'll eat. Chapter 10. The same black camisole nightgown brother. Shuhei is hungry too. Please make an extra portion. All right, how are Shu Ling and Shuhei's appetites these days? Gu Luo inquired while methodically organizing the ingredients. He was essentially asking about their eating habits. Shuhei has a small appetite, but Shu Ling can eat a lot. Luo Shunning smiled at the thought of Shu Ling's adorable gluttony. Is she really that much of an eater? Then we have 2 foodies in the house, Gu Luo remarked. I'll steam a bit more rice. I'll handle that. You just focus on cooking, brother, Luo Shunning volunteered. Okay, he agreed, with clearly defined roles. Luo Shunning rinsed the rice 3 times, adding water just above the level of the rice, then placed it in the rice cooker and pressed the cooking button. When she returned to Gu Luo's side, she found him skillfully slicing the ingredients. His knife skills were impressive, each piece of meat cut evenly and neatly, showcasing his solid technique. That's amazing. Luo Shunning couldn't help but exclaim, then asked, brother, you must cook often, right? When did you start? Without pausing his work. Gu Luo nodded slightly. Yes, I've been cooking regularly since I was 6. 6 years old. Luo Shunning exclaimed in surprise. A child of that age should still be spoiled by their parents, yet Gu Luo had already taken on the responsibility of cooking. Well, our dad was often away, and we couldn't let Shu Man eat out all the time. It was unavoidable, Gu Luo replied in a calm tone, as if recounting an ordinary event. Luo Shunning felt a pang of sympathy. Brother, that sounds really tough. Not really, it's just cooking. It's nothing, he dismissed. It is not nothing. Luo Shunning insisted seriously, looking at Gu Luo as he prepared the ingredients. Being able to prepare warm meals for family every day is no small feat. I think it's a truly admirable thing. Is that so? Gu Luo paused momentarily, surprised by her words. Yes, thank you for your hard work. Gu Luo met her earnest gaze, warmth blossoming in his heart. It was the first time someone had acknowledged his efforts in such a way. They exchanged a brief, meaningful glance before both looked away. Thank you, Gu Luo said softly, his voice tinged with a subtle tenderness. I'm merely speaking the truth. Luo Shunning replied with a gentle smile, then picked up the cabbage, adding, also, I want to apologize on behalf of our mother. She could have taken her time and allowed you to say goodbye to your classmates, but she was in such a rush. However, I can assure you that she does not dislike you or me. It's all right, Gu Luo smiled, casting a glance at her again. Under the warm lights, Luo Shunning appeared as ethereal as a celestial being. Her skin was as fair as snow, her eyes bright and captivating, and her demeanor pure and lovely, making it hard for anyone to look away. Furthermore, I really appreciate and agree with what you said in the restaurant last night, Luo Shunning mentioned, carefully separating the cabbage stalks from the leaves, imitating his previous words. Some matters must take precedence over others. A family should embrace and understand one another. I must say, brother, you are quite mature. Compared to that, I feel I am not a very good sister, she added, reflecting on her failure to stand up for Luo Shuling. Noticing her sinking into self-reproach, Gu Luo quickly changed the subject. By the way, why don't we have a nanny with all the extra rooms in the house? With the Luo family's financial means, we could easily afford the best nanny, or even 1,000 of them. Well, we used to have one, but after certain events, our mother decided against it, Luo Shunning replied, her mood clearly dampening. I seem to have asked something I shouldn't have, Gu Luo thought, opting not to pursue the topic further while smiling. Shu Ning, how about I teach you to cook? Sure. Luo Shunning's smile returned, a perfectly radiant one. Thus, Gu Luo commenced his masterful culinary demonstration. Not to mention, Even a simple egg had Luo Shunning, the novice cook, captivated. That's incredible. Gu Luo, feeling quite pleased with the admiration from the lovely young girl, handed the spatula to Luo Shunning, entering teaching mode. She listened intently, fully absorbed in learning. However, at that moment, their fingers accidentally brushed against each other. Luo Shunning paid little mind to it, but Gu Luo instinctively withdrew his hand. Seeing this, she blinked her large eyes in surprise and couldn't help but giggle softly. I take back what I just said. Brother, you don't seem so mature after all. You're quite adorable. The latter part of her statement was kept to herself. Gu Luo inwardly chastised himself for being so flustered, yet maintained an outward calm. Continuing to guide Luo Shunning in cooking, though the faint blush on his cheeks betrayed his true feelings. Luo Shunning found his bashful demeanor even more delightful. At that moment, he appeared just like a shy young boy, utterly endearing. Together, they swiftly completed the meal. Plates of fragrant and visually appealing dishes were arranged on the countertop, filling the air with enticing aromas. Well then, brother, I'm going to take a shower, Luo Shunning announced. You haven't showered yet? Gu Luo was somewhat surprised, as he and Shu Man had arrived close to 10 o'clock, assuming Luo Shunning had already bathed before coming out to greet them. Initially, at the Tianshui restaurant, she had offered to accompany them to retrieve their luggage, but he had politely declined. Upon disembarking, they had found her waiting downstairs. Not yet, she smiled, stretching her arms and yawning, showcasing her youthful figure. Gu Luo instinctively glanced over before quickly averting his gaze. You should hurry and shower. I will take care of the rest, he urged. Okay, she replied. Meanwhile, in the living room, on the sofa, Luo Shuling and Gu Ximan lounged together, munching on potato chips while engrossed in a television drama, erupting in laughter. Meanwhile, Luo Shuha's peripheral gaze remained fixed on the kitchen, observing her brother and sister sharing intimate moments filled with laughter. Her face, however, bore no expression, resembling an ancient, unyielding glacier. Dinner is served, Gu Luo announced as he placed the dishes and rice on the table, addressing the trio. Coming, Luo Shuling exclaimed, leaping up and pulling Gu Ximan along as they hurried to the dining table. Taking a deep sniff, the rich aroma wafted towards them. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, It smells divine. Oh dear, it seems my brother was indeed not lying. Well then, let's dig in. Gu Luo merely smiled, not feeling particularly hungry, and made his way to the sofa. There he spotted Luo Shuha, clad in a delicate spaghetti-strap nightdress, her expression inscrutable. She stood beside the sofa, breathtakingly beautiful, exuding an aura as frosty and distant as a flower atop a high mountain, a beauty that was strikingly aloof. After a brief glance, Gu Luo averted his gaze and brushed past her, feeling an inexplicable chill surge through him. I must find an opportunity to converse with Luo Shuha. She truly is an enigma, he thought, quickening his pace to plop down onto the sofa where the trio had been seated moments ago. The television played a romantic soap opera, of which Gu Luo held no interest, so he turned to his phone to discuss his transfer with an old classmate. Time slipped by until suddenly, the bathroom door swung open. Luo Shunning emerged, her long hair styled into a bun, a headband adorning her head. And she too donned a snug black spaghetti-strap nightdress. Freshly bathed, her skin appeared even more luminous under the light, emanating a unique allure. Chapter 11. Where lies the dignity of a brother? This is simply exquisite. At the dining table, Luo Shuling indiscriminately devoured her meal, her expression resembling one on the verge of tears. What kind of life have I led? Finally, there's no detestable peanuts in the cabbage. No, I absolutely cannot allow Shunning in the kitchen again. Henceforth, I declare that my brother shall be the sole chef of our household, with the kitchen as his domain. And I shall even request a plaque stating Luo Shunning is forbidden to enter. As Luo Shuling animatedly proclaimed this, she happily helped herself to a portion of stir-fried meat. The delicate texture and lingering flavor enchanted her palate. Judging by her discerning taste, Gu Luo's culinary skills were undoubtedly of a master chef's caliber. Although there were only 3 simple dishes, each was a feast for the senses. Just as Luo Shuling was caught up in her exuberance, Gu Ximan discreetly kicked her from across the table. What is it, sister? Luo Shuling mumbled, her mouth full. Gu Ximan sighed, covering her forehead, exasperated by her sister's obliviousness. I was trying to remind you that I am right behind you. A slightly melancholic voice chimed in from behind. Shunning is done bathing. As swift as ever. At the sound, Luo Shuling casually turned her head, her eyes instantly brightening. Oh, Shunning is wearing the same nightdress. It looks lovely, but I still prefer short sleeves and shorts. Stop changing the subject. Luo Shunning playfully tapped her head, feigning annoyance. I also helped prepare this meal. Isn't it a bit excessive to say I cannot enter the kitchen? That was a unilateral declaration. It doesn't count, Luo Shuling winked, attempting to charm her way out of it. You are incorrigible, Luo Shuning sighed, then asked, how is it? Is there enough food? Brother made quite a bit. Plenty. Ximan and I promised to finish it all. They were indeed two little gluttons, and Luo Shuning couldn't help but smile fondly, noticing Luo Shuha quietly observing her from the side. Just as she was about to speak, Luo Shuling called out loudly, waving her hand toward the sofa. Brother, as the only male in the family, please evaluate how beautiful Shuning looks. Gu Luo, who had been stealing glances at Luo Shuning, was startled by the sudden call, his heart racing as he feared his secret admiration had been discovered. Clearing his throat, he feigned calmness, shifting his gaze from his phone to Luo Shuning. Upon noticing this, Luo Shuning offered a subtle smile, tilting her head playfully, her face glowing with anticipation for his assessment. As he openly admired her, Gu Luo's eyes roamed over Luo Shuning, and he thought to himself, she is breathtaking, truly stunning. Her beauty pierces the soul, and this night dress is simply immaculate. Earlier, he had wanted to observe Luo Shuha closely, but had lacked the opportunity. Now, however, he had the chance. Luo Shuning and Luo Shuha were identical in appearance, save for their differing personalities. As a typical young man, Gu Luo offered a rather candid evaluation internally, yet maintained his composure outwardly, merely nodding and succinctly stating, beautiful. Those two simple words brought immense joy to Luo Shuning. Her smile radiant. She keenly sensed her brother's cheeks reddening slightly, recalling the brief contact of their hands while cooking and his instinctive withdrawal. She had her answer. Her brother was merely putting on a brave face again. How can he be so adorable? Meanwhile, Gu Ximan was fiercely gnawing on the cabbage on her chopsticks, the sourness overwhelming her taste buds. Observing Gu Luo's undivided attention on Luo Shuning, her fists clenched in frustration, and she huffed as she set down her chopsticks. Don't ask. The cabbage is just too sour. I'm full, Luo Shuha declared flatly, standing up and brushing past Luo Shuning as she headed to the bathroom. Shuha, brush your teeth and go to bed. Don't stay up too late. You have to rise early tomorrow, Luo Shuning advised. You too, sister. Meanwhile, the gluttonous Luo Shuling immediately focused on the half-finished bowl of rice belonging to Luo Shua, gleefully transferring it to her own table. I won't hold back. Don't eat too much tonight, Luo Shuning chided lightly, tapping her sister's head. Understood, I'll definitely control myself next time, Luo Shuling replied with a smile. Sighing, Luo Shuning walked over to the sofa and sat beside Gu Luo, their proximity palpable. The scent of her shower gel enveloped him, the fresh fragrance stirring his heart. Gu Luo subtly shifted away, attempting to create some distance. However, this slight movement did not escape Luo Shuning's notice. Chuckling softly, Gu Luo instinctively turned his head, only to be greeted by the stunning profile of Luo Shuning. Her long, graceful eyelashes fluttered, each blink brushing softly against the heart. What is the matter? Gu Luo's voice wavered slightly, as this was the first time he was so close to a night dress-clad beauty other than Gu Ximan. Nothing. What are you up to, brother? Luo Shuning's voice was gentle, laced with familiarity. I'm just browsing videos. I see, my phone is in my room. Let us watch together. Luo Shuning spoke. And before Gu Luo could react, she leaned in closer. The space between them narrowed to the barest minimum, and this proximity left Gu Luo feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Zero frame initiation. How to defend? At that moment, aside from the fragrance of body wash, Gu Luo detected a faint, distinctive scent. It resembled a blend of lavender and milk, fresh yet rich and aromatic. Gu Luo felt his entire body freeze, his fingers moving only to scroll the screen of his phone, too apprehensive to make any sudden movements, fearing any physical contact with Luo Shuning. After all, they were uncomfortably close. Was this reasonable? It seemed rather unreasonable. They had only known each other for less than a day. Was this intimacy excessive? Although they shared a brother-sister relationship, it was fundamentally different from the bond he had nurtured with Gu Ximan since childhood. With a chuckle, Luo Shuning noticed Gu Luo's handsome face and ears turning a visible shade of red, and she couldn't help but laugh again. Her brother was truly adorable. As she laughed, she stepped back to create some distance between them. Then, standing up, she playfully winked her captivating eyes at him, saying, Brother, you can rest here. Leave the dishwashing to me. Watching Luo Shuning's graceful figure as she departed, Gu Luo found himself at a loss for words. Had he just been teased? Surely, he had been teased. It had to be true. How infuriating. What a shameful predicament. Where was his dignity as an older brother? Chapter 12. The little demon. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight attempted to penetrate the heavy curtains, casting a gentle glow in the room. Luo Shuha slowly opened her eyes, still lingering in a dreamy haze. She had experienced that dream once more, the one that recurred countless times. However, last night's dream felt particularly vivid. Gazing silently at the ceiling, her thoughts drifted back to the previous day, real yet dreamlike. From her encounter with Gu Luo to the subsequent interactions, every detail replayed in her mind like a film. Luo Shuha reached for her phone by her pillow, illuminating the screen. It was 6:47. The first class at Guanya Academy began at 8:20, and they usually slept until 7:20. Then, they would wash up and have breakfast until 8 o'clock, leaving home punctually to walk to school in 10 minutes. Her fingers glided across the screen, opening a chat with a familiar contact. "I am Gu Luo. This is a greeting message." Luo Shuha sat up slowly, the remnants of sleep dissipating. She tossed off the thin blanket, placed her long legs on the floor, slipped into her slippers, and stepped out of her room. Arriving at the wash basin, she paused in surprise. There, on a cup adorned with a panda design, lay a toothbrush with toothpaste already squeezed onto it. Given that the toothbrush was pink, it was clear it belonged to Gu Ximan. The toothpaste was still fresh, indicating it had just been applied. With a hint of curiosity, Luo Shuha finished her bathroom routine and made her way downstairs. At that moment, Gu Luo was rummaging through the refrigerator, contemplating what type of breakfast to prepare. Fried rice? Sandwiches? Porridge? Upon reflection, there weren't many options for a traditional breakfast in Huaxia, especially if they weren't dining out. Dishes like buns and fried dough sticks were simply too cumbersome to prepare at home. Just as Gu Luo was lost in thought, a soft sound of footsteps reached his ears. Instinctively, he turned his head. A beautiful girl appeared before him, with a flawless face, delicate collarbone, and a gracefully alluring figure. Her fair, rounded long legs glowed under the morning light, making her all the more enchanting. "Good morning, Shunning," Gu Luo greeted awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed after their playful interaction the night before. As a brother, he had momentarily lost his dignity. However, just after exchanging pleasantries, he sensed something was amiss. Luo Shunning's brows furrowed sharply, her expression turning icy, as if a layer of frost had settled upon her gaze, fixating on him intently. This was bad. Luo Shunning would never display such a murderous expression lightly. Gu Luo quickly corrected himself. "Ahem. Good morning, Shuha." Luo Shuha's eyes remained cold as she slowly approached Gu Luo. "What does my brother wish to eat?" Gu Luo forced a sunny smile, attempting to diffuse the awkward and frigid atmosphere. "I wish to eat you." Gu Luo was instantly rendered speechless. How was he to respond? At this critical juncture, he employed his signature skill of topic diversion, pretending he hadn't heard her words. He maintained a facade of calm and asked, "Would you prefer a sandwich or fried rice? Do you want the eggs fully cooked or soft-boiled?" Yet, the only response he received was silence. Luo Shuha stood there, her gaze unblinking, creating a suffocating stillness in the air. Gu Luo felt a chill run down his spine under her unwavering stare. And just as he was about to shift the topic again, Luo Shuha's chilling voice pierced the silence. "The fact that my brother mistook me for my sister has caused me great psychological distress. I require compensation." This was quite the extortion, Gu Luo silently lamented. After contemplating for a moment, he decided it was better to acquiesce than to argue, and thus he asked with resignation, "What kind of compensation does Shuha desire?" Luo Shuha slowly extended a finger, her voice still icy. "Promise me one thing." "What is it?" Gu Luo inquired suspiciously. "First, you must agree. You need to specify first." "Promise me first." "Specify first." "Promise me first." The two stood there, locked in a stalemate, each trying to outmaneuver the other. Gu Luo believed that if this continued, Luo Shuha would persist relentlessly. "I refuse." He shook his head slightly. "I cannot agree to something without knowing if I can fulfill it. I cannot break a promise." Upon hearing this, a cold smile spread across Luo Shuha's face. Then, she made a shocking move. She pulled down the strap of her left shoulder, exposing her pristine shoulder to the air. Just as her nightgown was about to slip off, she managed to catch it. "If my brother doesn't agree, I will scream harassment." Gu Luo's fists clenched tightly. Was this really happening? While he could clarify the situation later, it would undoubtedly have negative repercussions. What would his stepmother think of him? "Fine, I agree." Gu Luo ultimately chose to concede, letting out a weary sigh. He then added, "However, it must not violate the law or morals, and it must be something I can accomplish. Then it shall be two things." Luo Shuha replaced her shoulder strap and held up 2 fingers, a glint of mischief flickering in her eyes. Gu Luo was left speechless, shaking his head in refusal once more. "No, just one thing." "2 things." "1 thing." "2 things." "You are being unreasonable." "2 things." Luo Shuha remained unfazed. As she spoke, her hand gravitated back toward the strap on her left shoulder. "Not again." Fine, fine, two things it is. Gu Luo felt utterly defeated. He thought to himself that Luo Shuhe was being quite ruthless. Unable to restrain himself, he advised, however, Shuhe, it is wrong to use your body as leverage. A girl should never jest about such matters. Is my brother concerned for me? Luo Shuhe's tone held a hint of playful amusement. You may interpret it that way. Luo Shuhe crossed her arms over her chest, slightly raising her chin, and said coldly, rest assured, brother, I will not allow any other boys to see my body. Gu Luo was left utterly confused. What did she mean by accept him? Gu Luo found himself utterly speechless. After a moment of silence, he asked earnestly, Shuhe, why is all of this happening? What do you mean? Luo Shuhe retorted, you know, from our very first meeting until now, everything has felt quite off. We had only just met, and even though I helped you, there was no need for you to insist on obtaining all my contact information in that manner. It felt as though you were afraid I might disappear. And your gaze, Gu Luo paused, then continued, so, can you enlighten me? Luo Shuhe remained silent for a while, her expression unchanged, and calmly replied, because my brother is very handsome. That is why I fell for him at first sight. What a dismissive answer. Gu Luo pressed his lips together, unwilling to indulge such a blatant falsehood. Well, let it be. At that moment, Luo Shuhe took a step closer, slowly extending a finger. Now, I would like to make my first request. Gu Luo instantly held his breath. The thought of the little devil's request was daunting. What could it possibly be? Surely it wouldn't involve something absurd like running naked? If that were the case, he would never agree, as it would defy all morals. My brother, I want you to. Want me to? Gu Luo began to protest that he was not in the business of selling himself, but was caught off guard by Luo Shuhe's next words. Chapter 13. Squeezing toothpaste. From now on, you will squeeze toothpaste for me every morning and evening. Luo Shuhe's voice was crisp and cold, resonating in the somewhat quiet kitchen. Gu Luo had anticipated a bizarre and challenging request from this little devil. Yet he never expected the first request to be so simple, or perhaps overly simplistic. After all, he was already squeezing toothpaste for Gu Ximan daily. Squeezing an extra one wouldn't be a burden. Moreover, he could earn points for it. Fine. After a brief silence, Gu Luo agreed. My brother is surprisingly agreeable. Since this is something I can do. Gu Luo then inquired, which cup belongs to Shuhe? The one with the panda design. Luo Shuhe answered succinctly. Oh, it seems Shuhe, like Xiaoman, is quite fond of pandas. Luo Shuhe remained noncommittal. The conversation waned, and they fell into a brief silence. Gu Luo redirected his gaze to the refrigerator, pondering the ingredients inside, bread, eggs, ham, and concluded that preparing butter sandwiches would be most appropriate. Then he began to contemplate what lunch to prepare for Xiaoman. At that moment, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air. Gu Luo instinctively turned his head to find Luo Shuhe standing beside him. Her long, silky hair cascaded like a waterfall, shimmering under the gentle light, tempting him to reach out and touch it. Observing this, Gu Luo subtly shifted to the side, maintaining a respectful distance to avoid any unnecessary contact between them. As was proper for a gentleman, Luo Shuhe reached into the refrigerator and retrieved a cup of yogurt. She then opened the straw's plastic wrapping, inserted the straw into the yogurt, and took a gentle sip. With a slight movement of her throat, she lifted her gaze and offered the yogurt to Gu Luo, calmly stating, my brother, drink. This was not a question but a statement, and paired with her icy demeanor, it imparted an unexpectedly endearing contrast. Perhaps my brother would prefer not to? Gu Luo's lips twitched, realizing that the little devil was indeed acting like a little devil. Handing him the drink right after taking a sip was nothing short of a classic indirect kiss. Is my brother rejecting his sister? She inquired, narrowing her beautiful eyes, a smirk playing on her lips. Or is my brother feeling shy? Gu Luo was momentarily at a loss for words. He could not comprehend why his embarrassment was amusing to her. Yesterday, it was Luo shunning. Today it's you, Shuhe. Will tomorrow be Luo shuling? He had already lost face as an older brother yesterday, and he was determined to reclaim it today. Gu Luo suspected that Luo Shuhe was merely putting on a brave front. If she were truly bold, she wouldn't be gripping her nightgown so tightly. He could not back down any further, otherwise, he would be bullied perpetually. Though, in a way, it was a rather fortunate form of bullying for a boy. Nonetheless, as an older brother, he must maintain his dignity. With this thought, Gu Luo managed to smile. Very well, let us drink together. He emphasized the word together to place psychological pressure on Luo Shuhe. Be my guest, she replied, her expression unflinching, gently swaying the yogurt in her hand. The straw still bore traces of moisture and bite marks, likely infused with the taste of toothpaste mingled with yogurt. Gu Luo slowly lowered his head, parting his lips. The distance between his mouth and the straw diminished, inching closer and closer. He kept a watchful eye on Luo Shuhe's expression, only to find her face as calm as ever. Just as his lips were about to make contact with the straw, Gu Luo halted, lifting his gaze once more. All right, I concede, I am but a jester. He was the only one pretending to be composed while she remained entirely unperturbed. The dignity of an older brother lay shattered once again. Indeed, my brother is quite a naive young man. Observing this, Luo Shuhe laughed mockingly. Though her smile lacked some of its prior chill and was tinged with a playful charm unique to her age. She withdrew her arm and continued to sip her yogurt leisurely. Though her face remained devoid of excessive expression, at that moment, she appeared to possess an adorable quality. Gu Luo felt helpless. He had exposed his vulnerabilities as an older brother. He could hardly fathom how this little devil would seize future opportunities to tease him. Never mind. We are family, he thought. He swiftly changed the subject, asking, Shuhe, what would you like for lunch? Is my brother going to prepare lunch for me? Luo Shuhe raised an eyebrow slightly. Sort of. Anything will do. All right. Gu Luo replied and fell silent, turning to meticulously select ingredients that Gu Ximan favored from the refrigerator. Once he had chosen the ingredients and set the rice to steam, he began preparing breakfast. My brother. Shuhe, you are both awake. Just then, Luo Shuning's gentle voice drifted from behind them. Gu Luo turned to see Luo Shuning, her sweet smile brightening the room. Both sisters wore matching black spaghetti strap nightgowns. Without close examination, they were nearly indistinguishable. Good morning, Shuning, Gu Luo greeted, a warm smile spreading across his face. Good morning. Brother, Shuhe. Yes, good morning, sister. Luo Shuning placed her small hands behind her back, her steps light as she entered the kitchen and approached Gu Luo. She blinked her bright eyes, her smile radiating warmth. You've worked hard, brother, let me help. Okay. Gu Luo smiled in return. Compared to the little devil, he preferred the company of this little angel, even if she occasionally exhibited a playful side. Luo Shuhe quietly stood to the side, continuing to sip her yogurt, her gaze lightly fixed on Gu Luo and Luo Shuning. Gu Luo proceeded to arrange sliced bread, cucumbers, ham, butter, eggs, garlic, and various sauces on a plate. He then turned to Luo Shuning. Shuning, could you please slice the cucumbers and tomatoes? Be careful not to cut your fingers. Of course, don't worry. Luo Shuning appeared quite obedient. Gu Luo then ignited the stove, taking a clove of garlic and swirling it in the pan before drizzling in olive oil. Once the oil was sufficiently heated, he cracked the eggs into the pan. The eggs quickly took on a rounded shape. Observing this, Luo Shuning blinked curiously. At this moment, Gu Luo chuckled, saying, Garlic contains a chemical compound known as garlic amide, which reacts with fats at high temperatures to form a protective layer. This effectively prevents the edges of the eggs from losing moisture and becoming hard, thus maintaining their softness and roundness. Wow, brother, you know so much, exclaimed Luo Shuxing, who, if not for her vegetable chopping, would have applauded. Gu Luo was about to downplay his knowledge as mere common sense, but reconsidered, realizing such a statement might embarrass Luo Shuxing. He then shifted the topic, apologizing. I'm sorry, Shuxing. Huh, what's wrong? Luo Shuxing instinctively paused her task and turned her head, looking at Gu Luo with a puzzled expression. I've already steamed the rice for lunch, but I should have asked you all beforehand. I forgot to do so last night. Gu Luo said somewhat awkwardly. This morning I was worried it might disturb your sleep, so I took the initiative. Upon hearing this, Luo Shuxing was slightly taken aback, then quickly put down her knife and waved her hand, saying, No, it's us who should apologize to you, brother. We truly appreciate your kindness. I will definitely finish it all. After a pause, she expressed her concern, but brother, won't this be too much for you? Waking up early to prepare breakfast and lunch for 4 people sounds exhausting. I, for one, could never manage such a feat. Not at all, I'm quite used to it. Gu Luo placed butter into the frying pan, and soon the rich aroma of melting butter filled the air. He explained with a smile, Xiaoman can't get used to outside food. She has to eat what I make for every meal. It's merely a matter of preparing a bit more, nothing troublesome. Speaking of which, Gu Ximan had indeed eaten very little at dinner last night, which explained her hunger later. Luo Shuxing realized this. That's why, during school days, I always prepare lunch for Xiaoman to take with her. Upon learning this, Luo Shuxing couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration, her eyes filled with envy. Her brother truly dotes on his sister. Gu Luo simply smiled at this. Once the butter had completely melted in the pan, taking on a golden sheen, he placed 2 slices of bread into it. Then, he skillfully dipped the bread in the butter using chopsticks, and soon both sides of the bread were perfectly toasted to a slight crisp, exuding a rich fragrance. Gu Luo set the bread aside for later use. Now, let us add these ingredients and sauté them in the remaining butter. They don't need to be fully cooked. Just warmed through, Gu Luo instructed Luo Shuxing. Okay. While Luo Shuxing sautéed the vegetables and ham, Gu Luo squeezed sauce onto the bread. Ultimately, it was Luo Shuxing who assembled all the ingredients into the final product, butter sandwiches. Not bad. Soon you can tell Shuling that you made this, Gu Luo said. Satisfied with their creation, brother remembers what happened yesterday. Luo Shuxing's eyes lit up, and she covered her mouth with a light laugh, clearly pleased. I really need someone to help out. As the two chatted and laughed, they seamlessly repeated the breakfast process. Throughout, Luo Shuha remained an outsider, watching the two from behind. The yogurt box was empty, yet she maintained the posture of sipping yogurt, leaning against the cabinet, quietly observing her brother and her identical sister. Her gaze finally settled on Gu Luo's profile, simply watching. This brand of yogurt is indeed quite tangy. Meanwhile, Luo Shuxing assembled another butter sandwich and asked Gu Luo, brother, after school today, shall I take you to explore some clubs? It would be a good opportunity to join one with the first-year students. At Guanya Academy, club credits are required, and lacking enough credits could lead to being held back. Indeed, Guanya is impressive, Gu Luo mused. No wonder their clubs develop so well. Able to perform on various stages or participate in competitions. What clubs did you join at Kaijo Academy before? Luo Shuxing inquired. Ahem, the homeroom club, Gu Luo coughed lightly. In reality, he was nominally a member of the music club but had scarcely participated in any actual club activities, spending most of his free time tutoring Gu Ximan. Thus, he was practically a non-member. The homeroom club, huh? Let me guess, do all members serve as presidents? Luo Shuxing teased, causing Gu Luo to chuckle awkwardly. So, brother, do you have any hobbies? Guanya has many clubs. I'm sure there is something you'd be interested in. As Gu Luo pondered, he realized he didn't have any particular hobbies. He used to enjoy basketball and had purchased a basketball proficiency course, which led him to dominate all the students at school, even outshining the professional physical education teachers. Each time he played, girls would gather around, cheering and screaming, while the boys became mere background figures. Eventually, they all began to steer clear of him. After that, Gu Luo rarely participated in such activities. Returning to the present, he shook his head. I'm not quite sure. Speaking of which, brother, you're quite strong. Have you considered joining the volleyball club? Luo Shuxing suggested. Gu Luo pondered this. Volleyball, perhaps I could consider it. No rush. After school, I'll take you for a proper tour. Let us leave it at that. Gu Luo declined, then smiled as he explained. It's obvious that you and your sisters are quite popular at school. If people find out I live under the same roof as you three, I might get chased down dark alleys. He preferred to explore on his own, not wanting to tag along with Gu Ximan, who had Lu Shueshue for company. Two beautiful girls together were enough. He didn't want to intrude. Gu Luo also preferred to keep his relationship with Gu Ximan a secret, lest he be bombarded with calls of Big Uncle, which had been his previous nickname. That's a bit exaggerated, but I understand your point, Luo Shuxing replied, her smile unwavering. If you encounter any issues at school, remember to reach out to us. Sure. Gu Luo nodded with a smile, then asked, by the way, does everyone at school know that Shuxing used to be a star? If they do, we must conceal our relationship even more. Only a few people know, Luo Shuxing thought for a moment before shyly explaining. Yesterday was an accident. Such situations are rare. Thanks again, brother. Gu Luo sighed in relief internally. This was indeed the best scenario. The two chatted and laughed as if they had known each other for ages. Some people simply click, even upon first meeting. Not long after breakfast was completed, Gu Ximan and Luo Shuling descended the stairs, yawning. Upon catching the enticing aroma, their eyes instantly lit up. It smells so good. My stomach just growled. Luo Shuling exclaimed. Dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, her long, fair legs were straight and elegant, showcasing a hint of muscle and an aura of vitality. The triplet sisters boasted excellent body proportions, with their long legs making them appear particularly tall. Gu Ximan, on the other hand, wore a girlish pajama style, in a soft pink hue adorned with cute panda patterns. Gu Luo beckoned them. Today's breakfast is made by Shuxing. You should give it a try. Suddenly not hungry anymore. Luo Shuling teased. You're too much. Luo Shuxing shot her a glare. Hee, just kidding. After Luo Shuling and Gu Ximan approached, they eagerly grabbed a sandwich and took a bite. Delicious. Luo Shuling immediately displayed an expression of bliss. Observing this, Gu Ximan proudly puffed out her chest, thinking, such a delightful breakfast. I've been enjoying this for over a decade. Without hesitating, Luo Shuling devoured her first piece in no time. Continuing, her gaze fell upon the array of ingredients on the stove. What is this for? Preparing dinner in advance. Before Gu Luo could explain, Luo Shuning interjected. Brother is preparing lunch for us. Really? Luo Shuling exclaimed joyfully. Without a second thought, she lunged towards Gu Luo, intending to give him a big hug. However, she was swiftly intercepted by the quick-witted Gu Ximan. Sisterling, don't let that stinky brother take advantage of you. He is quite the rogue. Gu Luo wore a perplexed expression. Oh, I don't mind. Luo Shuling laughed heartily, then narrowed her bright eyes. But on a day when brother isn't home, I could sneak into his room and rummage under the bed. Seeing her abandon the idea of the hug, everyone collectively sighed in relief. As for who everyone was, it remained a mystery. Regarding Luo Shuling's notion of rummaging under the bed, Gu Luo expressed his understanding of the art of stealth. Whether online or offline, he would leave no trace behind. I'm so delighted. Although the cafeteria food isn't terrible, it can't compare to what my brother makes. Luo Shuling twirled joyfully, then turned to Luo Shunning and Luo Shuha, proposing, Shunning, Shuha, since we have lunch, let us eat in the little garden. That sounds good. Luo Shunning agreed with a smile. Luo Shuha merely nodded lightly. Will brother and sister join us? Luo Shuling inquired again. No, I'll have lunch with my friends. Gu Luo replied. I'll pass too. All right then. Luo Shuling gave Gu Luo a thumbs up. Brother, this hero acknowledges you. The organization will remember your selfless contributions. Gu Luo waved his hand with a smile. It's nothing. Making one portion for Xiaoman is the same as making several. He glanced at Gu Ximan, whose complexion was not particularly bright. Upon hearing this, Gu Ximan's expression softened a bit, her chest puffing up with pride. Did you hear that? This is specially made for her by our brother. You two are just afterthoughts. Just afterthoughts. Chapter 15. A donated building in the spacious and bright corridor outside the archive room. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting golden patches of light. A middle-aged man, around 40, stood there, slightly portly with a noticeable beer belly, yet his face radiated a warm and friendly smile. This man was Principal Lu of Guangya. Xiao Luo, Xiao Man. If you encounter any problems at school in the future, feel free to seek out your Uncle Lu. There's no need to be polite. Principal Lu said in a gentle tone. Thank you, Uncle Lu, Gu Luo replied politely, wearing a humble smile. Thank you, Uncle Lu, Gu Ximan echoed softly, her voice bright and melodious. Since he was so warmly inviting them to call him uncle, they naturally obliged. From the moment they entered the administrative building, Principal Lu personally accompanied them, ensuring that every step was meticulously arranged, transforming what could have been a cumbersome process into a seamless experience. No need to be polite, Principal Lu said with a smile, gently patting Gu Luo's shoulder, an action imbued with the unique care of an elder. He then raised his hand, gesturing towards a magnificent office building on campus, enthusiastically introducing, look, that building is named Luo Shun, which was donated by your mother, Luo Liang. By the way, she also funded the expansion of the school library. After a pause, a glimmer of nostalgia flickered in his eyes, like Luo Liang. I too was once a student of Guangya, so I am also your senior. Therefore, please don't be distant. All right, Uncle Lu, Gu Luo said, discreetly exchanging a glance with Gu Ximan. A hint of surprise crossed both their faces. Although they were aware of their stepmother's considerable wealth, they had not anticipated such extravagance, donating an entire building. At that moment, Principal Lu glanced at his watch and said, all right, you both should head to class now. Do you know where the changing room is? Yes, I noticed it on the map earlier, Gu Luo replied. Very observant, Principal Lu commended. After bidding farewell to Principal Lu, Gu Luo and Gu Ximan walked side by side towards the changing room. The campus was lush with trees and fragrant flowers. Upon reaching the changing room, they entered their respective areas to change into Guangya Academy's uniforms. Soon, Gu Ximan emerged in her crisp new uniform, bouncing before Gu Luo like a cheerful little bird. Stinky brother, how do I look? She asked, twirling playfully in front of him. It must be said, Guangya Academy, as the most prestigious private university in Kaizhou, certainly excelled in uniform design. The girl's uniform was a refined version of a suit, consisting of a white shirt and a light brown blazer, both simple yet elegant. The lower half featured a black pleated skirt that danced lightly as Gu Ximan twirled, exuding youthful exuberance. The overall black and white palette appeared quite formal, imparting a neat and crisp impression. The boy's uniform mirrored this, with a white shirt atop black trousers, offering a far more appealing aesthetic than the traditional uniforms at Kaizhou Academy. As for Gu Ximan, her stunning beauty was accentuated by her naturally silky, cold tea-brown hair, cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, perfectly complementing her uniform. She looked absolutely radiant. You look wonderful, Gu Luo genuinely praised, surveying Gu Ximan from head to toe, then took out his phone to capture a few photos of her. Upon seeing this, Gu Ximan immediately adopted various playful poses like a professional model. Each movement was perfectly executed, effortlessly suitable for social media. After finishing the photo shoot, Gu Luo put away his phone and advised Gu Ximan, "Let us go. I'll take you to your class. Make sure to get along well with your classmates. And remember to reach out to me if you need anything. Ugh, stinky brother, you're so naggy. Don't forget to send me the photos later." The first and second year classrooms were not in the same location. So Gu Luo accompanied Gu Ximan through the tree-lined paths of the campus until they arrived at the first-year building. It was indeed fortunate that Principal Lu had placed Gu Ximan in the same class as Lu Xuexue, ensuring she would have a familiar friend in her new environment. Meanwhile, he had declined to join Luo Shunning and her sister's class, opting instead for a slightly farther one. There's no secret that doesn't come to light. Given Luo Shuling's boisterous and candid nature, he had ample reason to believe that by the next day, the entire school would know he was living under the same roof as the triplet beauties. Wouldn't that make him the target of envy among the boys? He certainly did not wish to become an unwitting enemy to the male students. Therefore, it seemed prudent to temporarily conceal his relationship with the three sisters at school. With this thought in mind, Gu Luo escorted Gu Ximan to the entrance of her classroom before turning back along the same path. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and made his way to his own class. The textbooks would be delivered to the classroom by the faculty in the afternoon, which was indeed quite convenient. Reflecting on his previous experience at Kaijo Academy, he recalled the exhausting trips students had to make to retrieve their textbooks at the start of each term. Arriving at the second-year class 8, Gu Luo knocked on the door. The lecture inside quickly ceased, and shortly after, a sprightly, elderly man with graying hair emerged. Given his age, he seemed to belong to the post-00s generation. The little old man, standing under 5'7", looked up at Gu Luo with a puzzled expression and asked, "Excuse me, student, do you need something?" At the same time, several students by the window peeked out, curious about the commotion. Upon seeing the charming and exceptionally good-looking Gu Luo, one girl with a ponytail gasped, clapping her hands over her mouth in excitement. She quickly withdrew her head, eagerly whispering to her desk mate, "It's a handsome guy. A super handsome guy. Oh my goodness, how can he be so handsome? My heart has been captured." The surrounding classmates, intrigued by these words, were stirred by a profound curiosity, eagerly seeking angles from which to gaze out the window. Outside the classroom door, Gu Luo maintained a polite smile as he introduced himself. "Excuse me, teacher. I am the new transfer student, Gu Luo." "A transfer student? The principal did not mention this to me." The old man furrowed his brow, clearly unaware of the situation. After pondering for a moment, he inquired, "This is class 8 of the second year. Have you entered the wrong classroom?" In response, Gu Luo hurriedly explained, "Teacher, I just transferred this morning. And even my class was only recently decided. Principal Lu asked me to inform you that this was his arrangement." "Principal Lu? Just transferred this morning? And the class was personally arranged by him?" The old man seemed contemplative, then smiled and said, "Very well. Then proceed to your class and introduce yourself. By the way, you can call me Teacher Wang, or just Lao Wang in private. The names of all the subject teachers are on the schedule. Feel free to check it after class." "Okay, Teacher Wang." Thus, Gu Luo and Teacher Wang entered the classroom, where the previously lively atmosphere instantly fell into silence, with all eyes fixated on Gu Luo. Lao Wang stood at the door, smiling. "He is our new classmate. Let's welcome him with a round of applause." In an instant, the classroom erupted with thunderous applause. The enthusiasm of the classmates infused Gu Luo with a sense of the class's vitality, particularly the girls, some of whom were so exuberant they nearly leaped from their seats. This was the allure of a charm level of 9. It is worth noting that even the top stars in the entertainment industry, based solely on looks, rarely exceed a charm level of 8, especially when enhanced by various filters and marketing. Gu Luo confidently approached the podium, and as the applause subsided, he spoke. "Hello everyone. My name is Gu Luo, and I am a transfer student from Kaijo Academy. I look forward to your support over the next 2 years." After finishing, he turned to the blackboard and wrote his name, Gu Luo, in strong, elegant strokes, punctuating it with a flourish. The classroom erupted in applause once more. "Perfect. There is one vacant seat left in class." At this moment, Lao Wang stepped up to the podium, pointing to the window seat in the last row, and said to Gu Luo, "Gu Luo, you can sit with Shenyu." Gu Luo followed his gaze. The girl who came into view had a somewhat plump figure, indicative of a hearty appetite. Her round face, while chubby, revealed a unique beauty upon closer inspection. Her skin was particularly fair, and most importantly, she radiated a warm and approachable demeanor. In that moment, all the students' attention converged on Shenyu. The girl's eyes were tinged with envy. After all, who wouldn't want to be close to a strikingly handsome boy? Yet, reality had other plans. as the only available seat was right next to her, leaving them to watch longingly. Noticing the gazes directed towards her, Xinyu immediately lowered her head, nervously fidgeting with her fingers as if trying to hide herself. Without hesitation, Gu Luo strode towards the empty seat. His tall and handsome figure caught the attention of several girls who stole glances at him. Upon sitting down, he placed his backpack in the drawer, intending to move it to the storage cabinet at the back after class. All right, focus now. Let's begin the lesson, Lao Wang declared, tapping the blackboard and picking up the exercise book. On his side, Gu Luo observed the empty desk and quietly asked his deskmate, Xinyu, I haven't received the materials yet. May I share a copy with you? Oh, Xinyu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement. Of course, of course. Carefully, she placed her exercise book between them and added apologetically, I'm sorry, I didn't notice before. No problem, no need to worry, Gu Luo replied, glancing at the exercise book. Noting the neat and graceful handwriting that reflected diligence and care, he complimented, Your handwriting is very beautiful and tidy. Thank you. Their conversation came to a close. Lao Wang, while addressing the class, would often hear a voice exclaim, No, whenever he asked if there were any questions. This voice belonged to a short-haired boy, who appeared somewhat slender yet exuded an air of confidence, his eyes sparkling with self-assurance. Lao Wang, seemingly bemused, cleared his throat. Let's move on to the next question. If anyone has difficulties, feel free to approach me after class or during self-study. However, it's best to discuss it with your classmates first. This type of question is easy. Don't worry, teacher. The boy responded casually. Lao Wang merely glanced at him and chose not to comment further. Observing this, Gu Luo couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He wondered if this type of show-off was now a standard feature in every class. Noticing Gu Luo's complex expression, Xinyu hesitated but eventually whispered to him, His name is Situ Wenyo. He has a lively and cheerful personality. If you have any questions, I can help you discuss them after class. To characterize the attention-seeking boy as simply lively and cheerful felt like a stretch. Xinyu, however, seemed to possess a gentle disposition. Gu Luo formed a subtle opinion of his deskmate. While she was kind, her demeanor appeared somewhat timid, lacking confidence. Yet, this was understandable, as adolescents often become preoccupied with physical attributes during their formative years. Being too heavy, too short, too unattractive, or too poor could instill feelings of inferiority. A common experience during this age. As someone with a charm level of 9, Gu Luo felt he had no grounds to judge these insecurities. What he could do was maintain a calm mindset, though this did not imply he was disinterested in beautiful girls. Aesthetic appreciation is a universal sentiment. Such a rare surname. Gu Luo remarked with a smile at Xinyu. Thank you for introducing me to our classmates. It's nothing, Xinyu replied, instinctively lowering her head. She was not accustomed to conversing with such an attractive boy, feeling both nervous and pleased. At the podium, Lao Wang concluded the lesson and announced, That's all for today. You may begin your self-study. If you have questions, feel free to approach me, but please keep discussions quiet. The classroom was soon filled with a cacophony of voices, with some students quietly discussing the exercises while others engaged in hushed conversations, none daring to approach the teacher with questions. Lao Wang, sipping his goji berry tea, couldn't help but reflect, You are all fortunate to live in such a wonderful era, free from excessive academic pressure. Since childhood, you have been released from school at 4 in the afternoon, with weekends off. Pausing, he offered a wry smile, unlike in our time, when we had to rise at 5 in the morning and be in class by 5:40. We often rushed to wash our hair in the winter, only to find it frozen by the time we arrived. In the evenings, we had night study until 10, with only half a day off every 3 weeks. In poorer schools, dormitories lacked air conditioning and hot water. Below, the students continued to whisper among themselves, seemingly unfazed by Lao Wang's reflections. They had heard such tales numerous times before and, lacking personal experience, could not empathize with his sentiments. Lao Wang merely shook his head slightly. Yet he could comprehend the sentiment, much like how, in his youth, he found it impossible to relate to the tales of the older generation, who recounted their struggles of barely tasting meat throughout the year. It can only be said that time is a boomerang. At this moment, Xinyu put away her workbook and whispered to Gu Luo, Teacher Wang, and some of the younger teachers occasionally share stories from their past. Gu Luo chuckled, glancing at the vacant desk with nothing to occupy her, and took out her phone to message Gu Ximan. Observing this, Xinyu busied herself with her own tasks. Gu Luo, did Xiaomin sneakily play on her phone during class? The response came almost instantly. Gu Ximan, of course not. Doghead JPG, seeing the message. Gu Luo couldn't help but smile slightly and continued to type. Gu Luo, we're in self-study here. What about you? Is your seat far from Lushueshua? Gu Ximan. The teacher went to the restroom, and Shue is sitting right in front of me. The two didn't linger too long on the conversation and soon ceased their chatter. With her phone put away, Gu Luo's gaze fell upon her deskmate Xinyu, who was intently drawing. The artwork was of a character from an anime, and due to Gu Ximan's enthusiasm for the genre, Gu Luo recognized the character, though she couldn't recall the name. Notably, Xinyu's artistic skills were exceptional. The characters she illustrated seemed to burst forth from the page, not only accurately rendered in form, but also vividly capturing their expressions. The lively eyes and playful demeanor made it seem as if the anime character was about to leap off the paper. Truly remarkable, Gu Luo remarked involuntarily. Startled by the sudden voice, Xinyu's hand trembled, causing her pencil to leave an unintended line across the paper. Gu Luo quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoken so suddenly. It's all right. Xinyu showed no sign of anger. Instead, she shyly shifted her drawing to the side and carefully picked up an eraser to gently remove the stray line. Your work is genuinely impressive. May I see some of your other pieces? Gu Luo asked earnestly. Xinyu hesitated for a moment, but eventually rummaged through her drawer and produced a sketchbook, placing it gently on Gu Luo's desk. Thank you. As Gu Luo opened the sketchbook that Xinyu had handed over, exquisite illustrations unfolded before him. He examined them with great focus, his gaze lingering on every line and splash of color, occasionally nodding in appreciation. It was undeniable. Xinyu's artistry had completely captivated him. The intricate character portrayals and the dynamic scene compositions showcased a remarkable level of skill. Xinyu quietly observed Gu Luo's reactions, her eyes filled with nervous anticipation, her fingers instinctively fidgeting. This is truly impressive, Gu Luo remarked after perusing the pages, then turned to Xinyu and softly inquired. Do you aspire to be an artist in the future? Taken aback, Xinyu paused and then shook her head, a hint of confusion in her expression. Clearly, she had never contemplated this question before. It was astonishing that such talent could stem from a mere hobby. Indeed, this was a sign of innate ability. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Xinyu suddenly lowered her head, then shyly asked, So, are we friends now? Gu Luo was momentarily taken aback by the question, but quickly nodded, of course. Upon receiving this affirmation, Xinyu let out a sigh of relief, eagerly reaching into her desk to retrieve a loaf of bread and a bottle of milk, placing them on Gu Luo's desk. Here, for you. She then produced a piece of chocolate and a pack of strawberry gummies, followed by waffles and cream-filled cookies. Wait, Gu Luo exclaimed, staring in astonishment at the growing pile of snacks on his desk. That's enough, too much. I can't finish all of this. Hearing this, Xinyu finally halted her actions, instinctively lowering her head once more. Gu Luo, noticing this, couldn't help but chuckle. Are you charging a friendship fee? Upon hearing the term friendship fee, Xinyu immediately looked up, shaking her head vigorously, then nodding quickly, only to shake her head again, and finally settling on a slow nod. I was just joking. Thank you for the snacks, Gu Luo laughed, placing the treats into his drawer, while a thought began to form in his mind. I have plenty of snacks at home. I'll bring some for you tomorrow. With Gu Luo accepting everything, Xinyu's mood brightened significantly, as if accepting the snacks would ensure that he would remain her friend forever. Then, allow me to properly introduce myself. My name is Gu Luo, and from now on, we are friends. A gentle smile graced Gu Luo's lips, subtly enhancing his charm. Outside the window, a gentle breeze wafted into the classroom, carrying the unique essence of September, lightly tousling the boy's bangs. In this breeze, the freshness of green leaves mingled with the fragrance of blossoms, enveloping the air in the spirit of youth. The boy's smile added a distinct hue to the September day. Her heart raced. Xinyu suddenly realized she had been staring at Gu Luo, lost in thought. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and she quickly averted her gaze, nodding rapidly. Her voice tinged with a hint of panic. My name is Xinyu. I will bring more snacks to school in the future. This scene did not escape the notice of several girls in the class who were sneaking glances at Gu Luo. Envy. Envy. Still envy. Why isn't it me sitting next to Gu Luo? They noted how Gu Luo's smile was genuinely warm. Moreover, they observed that he seemed to have quite the fondness for snacks, an important detail to remember. With all of Gu Luo's attention directed at Xinyu, he remained oblivious to the prying eyes and continued. So, Xinyu, would you accompany me to check out the clubs after school? I heard that Guangya Academy offers club credits. Yes, I would love to. Xinyu replied eagerly. I have time. Great, then thank you. No problem. Just as they finalized their plans, the bell signaling the end of class rang out crisply. Gu Luo was immediately surrounded by several extroverted girls. Gu Luo, hello? I'm Feng Yuqing, the English class representative, said a girl with a ponytail, grinning as she introduced herself. May I ask if you have a girlfriend? Gu Luo's lips twitched slightly. He remembered Feng Yuqing, who had peeked out from the window when he first arrived at the classroom. Wow, that's quite direct, another girl exclaimed. Excitement evident in her voice. So, Gu Luo, do you have a girlfriend or not? You must, right? Listening to their questions, Gu Luo felt overwhelmed. Just as he considered using the excuse of needing to go to the restroom to escape, a boy's voice suddenly rang out nearby. Step aside. Don't block my best friend. C2 Wenyao pushed Feng Yuqing aside, taking her place. He then flashed a charming grin at Gu Luo, his confidence almost comically exaggerated. Best friend, hello? I am C2 Wenyao, or you can call me by Gu. That's the affectionate nickname my classmates gave me. He struck a pose he thought was cool, declaring, from now on, we are the handsome duo of Class 8. Looks like you know you're by Gu, Gu Luo thought. Finding countless flaws in the situation, he remained bemused throughout the entire exchange, while Feng Yuqing, who had been pushed aside, was fuming. Grabbing a thick English dictionary, she swiftly brought it down heavily upon C2 Wenyao's head. The sound was deafening, echoing throughout the room. C2 Wenyao defeated. Gu Luo stared, dumbfounded, feeling a chill run down his spine. How dare he push a lady? This was courting disaster. Feng Yuqing spat disdainfully at the lifeless body of C2 Wenyao. However, upon setting aside her English dictionary, she instantly transformed into a charming girl, her voice soft as she smiled at Gu Luo. That person didn't he mean it? He.S. just so annoying. Gu Luo shivered at her words. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the last class of the morning came to an end. Gu Luo opened his locker and retrieved his insulated lunchbox. Just then, the seemingly resurrected C2 Wenyao approached with a smile, casually patting Gu Luo's shoulder. My dear friend, would you care to join us for lunch? There are 3 of us. Gu Luo glanced behind C2 Wenyao and indeed saw 2 other boys standing there. Noticing Gu Luo's gaze, they politely nodded in acknowledgement. No, I'm not used to eating with so many people, Gu Luo tactfully declined. It would be unwise to intrude upon a small group so abruptly. If it were just C2 Wenyao, it would be a different matter. Ah, what a pity. C2 Wenyao feigned a sigh of regret, then pointed to his eyes and gestured towards Gu Luo. My friend, I will keep my eyes on you. After the trio departed, Gu Luo initially planned to have his lunch in the classroom when he spotted Xinyu walking alone towards the exit. Xinyu, Gu Luo called out to her. Oh, what is up? Xinyu turned around, blinking her bright, expressive eyes. Gu Luo couldn't help but admit that her pair of eyes was truly beautiful. As clear and pure as a tranquil lake. Or perhaps, her facial features were all lovely, though the excess flesh on her face obscured her beauty. If she could slim down, she would undoubtedly be on par with Gu Ximan, a stunning beauty. Coupled with her approachable demeanor, she would effortlessly captivate many. Classmate, let us have lunch together, Gu Luo suggested. As a new transfer student, the best way to integrate into the class was to first befriend his deskmate, then leverage that friendship to navigate the intricate social dynamics, and finally bond with others through games, sports, and various activities. Sure. Xinyu nodded eagerly, but then asked with concern, but didn't C2 Wenyao just invite you to join them? Chapter 18. The campus heartthrob Gu Luo smiled and explained. I'm not accustomed to dining with too many people. Just the 2 of us is perfect. He silently added a caveat in his mind. Except when with my sisters. Oh, I see. Xinyu felt relieved upon hearing this. She had genuinely worried that Gu Luo might have felt pity for her eating alone and thus invited her. Although she would appreciate such kindness, she feared that such a friendship might slowly diminish over time. The only friend she had in class had transferred out at the beginning of the semester, and she was determined to nurture this new connection. The 2 soon arrived at the cafeteria. The cafeteria of Guangya Academy was impressively designed, spanning 3 levels, with a vast array of delectable dishes available. Gu Luo scanned the environment and chose a relatively quiet spot to sit, smiling at Xinyu. Let us sit here. You go get the food first. Okay. Xinyu nodded eagerly and promptly joined the queue at one of the serving windows. Her mind drifted as she pondered. Gu Luo was undoubtedly the most handsome and charming boy at Guangya Academy, a quintessential heartthrob. The mere thought of having lunch with him sent her heart racing. Despite knowing their relationship would remain platonic, that was sufficient for her. Lost in her thoughts, Xinyu unconsciously piled her tray high with food. As she approached Gu Luo, she immediately regretted her decision. Staring at the towering tray, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Would Gu Luo think she was a pig for eating so much? As this thought crossed her mind, she instinctively considered leaving, even if it meant abandoning her meal, just to avoid being seen as gluttonous. Unfortunately, at that moment, Gu Luo glanced her way and waved. Realizing she could not escape, Xinyu steeled herself and trudged towards Gu Luo, her head bowed, unable to meet his gaze, her heart racing. Slowly taking a seat across from him, she cautiously raised her eyes to gauge his reaction. To her relief, Gu Luo's expression remained unchanged. He showed no sign of surprise at the mountain of food on her tray. Xinyu let out a sigh of relief, feeling a weight lift off her shoulders. Yet soon, she became acutely aware of the curious stares from nearby students. Anxiety bubbled within her. After all, Gu Luo was genuinely dazzling. Naturally, alongside her nervousness, there was a flicker of secret delight. Any girl in her position would feel a tinge of satisfaction, wouldn't they? Let us eat. Noticing Xinyu lost in thought, Gu Luo smiled and opened his lunchbox. A rich aroma wafted through the air, overpowering the sense of the food on Xinyu's tray. Wow, this smells amazing. Did someone in your family make this? Xinyu gazed at the appealing dishes in the lunchbox, her mouth watering at the tantalizing scent. I made it myself. Gu Luo replied with a smile. Impressive. Xinyu's eyes sparkled with admiration. She never expected Gu Luo to not only be extraordinarily handsome, but also a skilled cook. If his looks earned him a score of 60 in her book, his culinary prowess would add 100 points. If you don't mind, you can try some. Gu Luo offered, pushing the lunchbox towards her. Consider it a token of gratitude for those snacks. Sure. After a moment's hesitation, Xinyu picked up a piece of tender, marbled pork with her chopsticks and slowly placed it in her mouth, savoring it. Instantly, a burst of flavor exploded in her mouth, and her taste buds danced with delight. The rich texture and exquisite taste were utterly intoxicating. This was merely the food kept warm. She could only imagine how sensational it would have tasted fresh out of the kitchen. Just the thought of it made her mouth water. However, the sight of them sharing a lunchbox inevitably attracted numerous gazes. Xinyu felt the weight of scrutiny from her peers. Her initial excitement was doused by a wave of discomfort. She was indifferent to the gossip directed at her. But she loathed the idea of Gu Luo being the subject of ridicule because of her. She could easily predict the whispers. Look, how could that handsome guy be eating with such a chubby girl? Indeed, he is so good-looking. It's a shame. It's so unfair. Why must a flower bloom amidst dung? Perhaps she is his sugar baby? Just the mere thought made Xinyu feel uneasy. Gu Luo hesitated for a moment before mustering the courage to speak softly. Maybe we shouldn't have lunch together anymore. With that, she lowered her head slowly. Upon hearing this, Gu Luo discreetly surveyed the surroundings and countered, Xinyu, we are friends, right? Yes, since you've paid your friendship dues. There is no need to worry about such things. Hearing this, Xinyu instantly looked up and met Gu Luo's calm, carefree expression. All right. Meanwhile, on the way to the garden, Shu Ling, why aren't you going to the cafeteria? They're serving a special lunch today. Luo Shu Ling cheerfully waved her insulated lunchbox. That sounds delightful. Make sure to eat plenty. Of course. Sister Shu Ling, where are you headed? I'm off to the garden for lunch. Oh, isn't that the new girl? Good afternoon, sister. As she walked, numerous students greeted Luo Shu Ling. With a bright smile, she responded to each with ease, effortlessly embodying the essence of a social butterfly. As they walked alongside, Luo Shuning couldn't help but chuckle. Shu Ling's popularity is truly remarkable. She certainly lives up to her position as the minister of the public service department. With a playful grin, she added, well, it's just average, really. Luo Shu Ling, linking her arm with Shuning, then inquired, by the way, Shuning, you are soon to be promoted from vice minister, right? After the school anniversary? In response, Luo Shuning slightly shook her head, not necessarily. Besides me, there is another vice minister in the music department. I see. Well, good luck. Meanwhile, Luo Shuhua maintained a cool demeanor, quietly walking beside them, reminiscent of a blooming winter plum in a secluded corner, exuding a unique charm. One cannot help but acknowledge the astonishing attention the triplet sisters garnered along the way. Freshman boys passing by would glance at them, only to quickly divert their gaze. Yet their peripheral vision remained fixated. This was the visual impact brought forth by the triplet campus beauties. I really wish to date a senior sister. The boys began to indulge in unrealistic fantasies. Before long, the three sisters arrived at the garden, where the chrysanthemums were in full bloom, filling the air with a delicate fragrance. Look, there's an empty bench. Luo Shuling exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she dashed towards it. Plopping down just in time before it was occupied, students were gathering in the garden for lunch, primarily couples and groups of close friends. As for why there were no male-male pairs, one might ponder how one would react if a good buddy invited them to enjoy lunch and flowers in the garden. Excluding certain exceptions, of course. Luo Shuning and Luo Shuhua soon joined her, taking their seats on the bench and opening their thermoses. Ah, it smells amazing. The enticing aroma made Luo Shuling's slender legs tap joyfully on the ground. Luo Shuning nodded in agreement. It truly does smell delightful. Our brother has worked hard. Upon hearing Luo Shuning mention Gu Luo, Luo Shuling immediately chimed in with a smile. There's a rumor circulating in school that a super handsome transfer student arrived this morning. But it's no surprise. Brother is indeed incredibly handsome and charming. Don't you think so, Shuhua? Perhaps, came Shuhua's typically succinct reply. Laughing, Luo Shuling eagerly dug into the delicious meal, continuing her conversation with Shuhua. By the way, is the calligraphy department participating in the Kaizhou calligraphy conference this year? If it's you, Shuhua, I'm sure you'll be quite confident. Chapter 19. A new special task time flew by, and before they knew it, it was 4 o'clock, marking the end of classes at Guanya Academy and the commencement of club activities. Gu Ximan, oblivious to her brother, had essentially forgotten him in favor of her newfound friendship, skipping lunch and even the journey home after school. However, this suited Gu Luo just fine, for he was finally spared from being called Big Brother. As he organized the new books on his desk, he had already devoured the snacks from his drawer during the breaks. Once finished tidying up, he turned to Xinyu beside him and said, "Let's go. I want to experience the clubs at Guanya." Sure. The two of them stood up and made their way outside the classroom. Gu Luo noticed that Xinyu intentionally walked a step behind him. In response, he deliberately slowed his pace, and before they knew it, they were walking side by side. Unbeknownst to them, whispers started circulating among some girls in the classroom. "I've been observing Gu Luo all day, and it seems he really likes Xinyu." "Yes, I've noticed too. Do you think they might?" "Impossible, right?" "Gu Luo liking Xinyu? Of course not. I don't mean anything by it. I just think Gu Luo has a great personality. So no matter who his deskmate is, he would act this way." "That makes sense. I can't wait to see who sits next to him next time. I want to sit with the campus heartthrob." "You think you're the only one?" Gu Luo and Shun Yu were blissfully unaware of the discussions happening about them in the classroom. Even if they were, Gu Luo wouldn't pay it any mind. As for Xun Yu, the two of them attracted a lot of attention as they walked together. One was the extraordinarily handsome transfer student, and the other was a girl with a fuller figure. Such a combination was quite rare in a school where materialism wasn't heavily emphasized. Of course, once they stepped into society, things could change. With money, anything is possible. Xinyu felt a great deal of pressure at that moment, her palms slightly sweaty. Yet, as she sensed the envy in the gazes around her, a small sense of happiness began to swell within her. It was a contradiction, feeling both uneasy and secretly pleased. The club recruitment at Guanya Academy was taking place on the playground, with various tents set up by each club and members energetically distributing flyers. Are you still troubled by the thought of not being able to traverse back to ancient times and wield a sword? Worry not. Join the swordsmanship department. Pick up a wooden sword and become the hero of Guanya Academy. Have you heard the tale of Ho Yi shooting the suns? Join the archery department and experience the thrill of being a sharpshooter. Draw the bow, aim, shoot. Curious about what wonders can be created with a piece of paper and a lump of clay? The handicraft department is your creative, magical realm. Here, old items transform into treasures, and waste material becomes art. Everything can be DIY. Playing games secretly during class? Why not play openly in the gaming department? The freshmen, still undecided about which club to join, were dazzled by the myriad of options. Among them was a certain second-year transfer student. Gu Luo surveyed the promotional slogans, soaking in the lively atmosphere, as a wave of emotion began to stir within him. This was youth. Which is the largest club at our school? Gu Luo asked Xinyu. There are 3 clubs with a large number of members: the gaming department, the badminton department, and the basketball department, Xinyu explained. Each student can join 2 clubs, but some, like the music department, archery department, and calligraphy department, require a certain level of skill. So most people prefer to earn credits from the 3 popular clubs. That makes sense, Gu Luo acknowledged. However, if one were to join those clubs without any prior knowledge, they would indeed have to start from scratch, and most others are likely only half knowledgeable. Besides, who has the extra time to teach others? It can only be said that clubs are essentially gatherings of like-minded individuals. With this in mind, Gu Luo continued, "By the way, Xinyu, which club did you join?" "I joined the painting department," Xinyu replied. Upon hearing this, Gu Luo nodded. The painting department indeed suited Xinyu well. She then looked up and quietly asked, "Would you like to join the painting department, Gu Luo?" "I'll think about it. I want to explore the clubs first," he replied. "All right." Thus, the two continued their stroll across the playground. Suddenly, Gu Luo halted in front of a tent marked music department. Inside was a familiar face. Luo Shunning was sitting upright, organizing the new members' information. As if sensing something, she looked up and spotted Gu Luo and Shunyu. "Shuning, how's the recruitment for new members going?" Xinyu inquired. "It's going well. We've recruited 3 people today," Luo Shunning replied with a gentle smile. Gu Luo was surprised to learn that Xinyu knew Luo Shunning. "Oh, let me introduce you," Xinyu said, feeling a bit shy. "This is my new deskmate, Gu Luo. He just transferred to Guangya today, and I brought him to check out the clubs to see which one suits him. I see. Nice to meet you, Gu Luo. I'm Luo Shunning, she said with a smile, playfully blinking her lively eyes. Hello. Gu Luo felt somewhat awkward, but there was nothing he could do, considering he had already agreed with the triplets to keep their relationship a secret at school. Thus, it is merely their first encounter. Upon witnessing Gu Luo's subtly intricate expression, Luo Shunning stifled a smile, resting her chin on one hand. So, Gu Luo, would you be interested in joining the music club? It's perfectly fine if you don't play an instrument. I can teach you step by step. The moment these words escaped her lips, the two new students who had just completed their forms, along with other members of the music club, were momentarily taken aback, their gazes darting between Luo Shunning and Gu Luo. The new students were bewildered, as Luo Shunning had not exhibited this demeanor towards them earlier. Step-by-step teaching? What kind of treatment is this? Moreover, Luo Shunning's alluring posture was rather provocative. Thank you very much, but I'll think about it, Gu Luo replied, a flicker of discomfort at the corners of his mouth as he politely declined. Oh, what a pity, Luo Shunning responded with a hint of finality, straightening her posture, not pressing him further. One could only say, this was a small instance of mischief from the little angel, just as Gu Luo sighed in relief. He heard Luo Shunning speak to Xunyu beside him. You haven't come to my house to play in a long time. Remember to drop by when you have time. Shuling has bought a lot of snacks recently. As she spoke, she discreetly glanced at Gu Luo. Seeing his flustered expression made her want to laugh even more. Big brother is truly adorable. All right, I will visit when I have time. Xunyu replied with a silly grin, completely oblivious to the subtle tension between Luo Shunning and Gu Luo. Ahem, shall we be on our way? Gu Luo said, struggling to maintain his composure. He had not anticipated that Xunyu was acquainted with the three sisters of the Luo family. I hope I don't embarrass myself, he thought. Perhaps he could reveal the truth once their relationship became more established. Okay, Xunyu nodded and then addressed Luo Shunning. Well then, Shunning, we'll take our leave. Goodbye. Goodbye, Gu Luo, Luo Shunning smiled, waving at the two. Gu Luo, suppressing his embarrassment, had barely taken 2 steps when a system panel suddenly appeared before him. Notification, special task released. Special task, assist Sister Luo Shunning in successfully completing the school anniversary performance. Task reminder, please proceed to the club building in half an hour and purchase a beverage from the vending machine located 15 meters to the left of the music club. Chapter 20. The hero assists Luo Shunning in successfully completing the school anniversary performance. Gu Luo was not surprised by the refresh of the special task. After all, as long as he remained close to his sister, the likelihood of such tasks appearing was quite high. Generally, it involved resolving various dilemmas for his sister. For instance, Gu Ximan's issues revolved around her academics and health. Most special tasks centered on these two aspects. Now, the question arose, would the music club encounter problems during the anniversary performance? Or had issues already surfaced? The available information was still too scant. Contemplating this, Gu Luo inquired of Xunyu, who walked beside him. Xunyu, are you well acquainted with that girl from earlier? After a moment of thought, Xunyu replied, not particularly familiar, I suppose. My mother and her mother are friends, so we've met a few times. Xinyu's mother and stepmother were friends? Such connections must be significant. Perhaps, Xinyu was indeed a well-off child. However, a question lingered. Why did Xinyu subconsciously display signs of inferiority? One must understand that a person's character often correlates with their wealth. In a practical sense, regardless of societal norms, money provides an individual with confidence. Could physical stature truly influence one's demeanor to such an extent? It was difficult to ascertain. Perhaps there were underlying circumstances unknown to him. Gu Luo retracted his wandering thoughts and continued. I heard the anniversary will be held earlier this year, right? I believe some clubs will be performing. Yes, Xinyu nodded. The anniversary was moved up to accommodate the alumni reunion, as some alumni have tight schedules. She elaborated, typically, every club showcases their talents, but this time is different. Because it pertains to alumni donations, only certain significant clubs will perform, such as the music club, dance club, handicrafts club, and kendo club, among others. How do you know all this? Gu Luo asked, astonished. Is this information from an intelligence family? Xinyu looked down in embarrassment, murmuring. Because my parents are also attending the alumni reunion. Is it open to anyone who graduated from Guangya Academy? Gu Luo pressed further. Not just those invited can attend. Xinyu clarified. The puzzle pieces fell into place. Xinyu's family must be quite distinguished. Or rather, any student attending Guangya Academy was unlikely to be ordinary, given that the tuition for 3 years was a considerable sum. Of course, if one excelled academically, scholarships could cover all expenses. And with Kaizhou being a bustling metropolis of over 20 million, the affluent were abundant. Furthermore, there were plenty of students from outside the city, ensuring a continuous influx of enrollment. As they continued their exploration, they soon arrived at the last tent, marked by a sign reading Public Service Department. Inside sat a bespectacled girl, her appearance quite delicate as she busily handled paperwork. Unlike other clubs, this one seemed to attract little attention. Public Service Department? Gu Luo pondered, somewhat perplexed. This department is rather unique, Xinyu explained. How so? Gu Luo inquired. Xinyu chose her words carefully before responding. The Public Service Department functions as a semi-student council, participating in decision-making for various school events. However, it can be quite demanding, as it involves addressing various issues between the school and students. Sometimes, we even engage in community service activities at orphanages and the like on weekends. Thus, membership tends to be limited. Upon hearing this, Gu Luo nodded. Orphanages. Wasn't that the path his less-than-ideal father had taken? He hadn't anticipated such a club existed. Without further thought, he approached the busy girl and said, "Excuse me, may I apply to join the club?" At his words, the girl set down her documents, adjusted her glasses, and scrutinized the strikingly handsome Gu Luo with a slight frown. "Are you certain? Our public service department usually involves quite a bit of hard work. If you're merely looking to have fun, I suggest you reconsider joining." It was clear from her tone that many had previously joined with fleeting enthusiasm. "Rest assured, I am not joking," Gu Luo replied with a calm smile. The girl narrowed her eyes, contemplating before handing him an application form. "My name is Huang Anlu, and I am your second-year senior, serving as the vice president of the Public Service Department. Welcome aboard." Taken aback by the unexpected favor, Gu Luo quickly clarified, "I apologize. I am also in my second year and just transferred to Guangya today." "Oh, so you are the legendary campus heartthrob transfer student," Huang Anlu exclaimed, realization dawning upon her as she scrutinized him anew. "You are indeed quite handsome." The legendary campus heartthrob transfer student? Gu Luo was at a loss for how to respond. Just then, Xinyu interjected, could I also have an application form?" At her request, both Gu Luo and Huang Anlu turned to her. I currently only belong to one club," Xinyu explained softly. Huang Anlu frowned again, bluntly stating, "I'm afraid the Public Service Department may not be suitable for you." Why? Xinyu was taken aback. Why was she not welcomed? Had she committed some faux pas? Gu Luo shared her confusion. Huang Anlu then pointedly remarked, "The only reason you wish to join the Public Service Department is because of this campus heartthrob transfer student, isn't it? As a senior, you should be aware that this club has previously dismissed many members who lacked genuine commitment. Our club seeks individuals who genuinely desire to cultivate themselves and engage in meaningful endeavors, rather than mere companionship. I tend to express myself quite directly, so I am untroubled by your reactions to my words." At that moment, Xinyu felt her face flush as Huang Anlu unflinchingly exposed her intentions. Indeed, she merely wished to accompany Gu Luo. "Sorry, it's all right," Huang Anlu replied calmly, dismissing the matter with a wave of her hand, her expression remaining neutral. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. "Thank you, Xinyu, for your willingness to accompany me, but isn't the painting department quite busy as well?" Gu Luo remarked, uncertain of how to ease the tension, attempting to provide a way out for both parties. After he completed the application form, Huang Anlu glanced over it briefly, then stood up to retrieve a brooch from a nearby box, presenting it to Gu Luo. The brooch was exquisitely designed, featuring an image of a panda holding bamboo, inscribed with the words "Hero." Chapter 21. The club building hero, Gu Luo echoed, momentarily taken aback. A hero indeed. The members of the Public Service Department were certainly worthy of such a title. Huang Anlu adjusted her glasses, perceptively noting Gu Luo's expression, and inquired, "What do you think? Does it seem a bit juvenile?" "Not at all." Gu Luo gently shook his head, a sincere smile blossoming on his face. "I must confess, I dreamed of becoming a great hero in my childhood, the kind who roams the world, upholding justice and protecting the weak." "Quite juvenile indeed, diagnosis complete. Perhaps you have indulged in too many fantasy films," Huang Anlu analyzed with utmost seriousness. "Ahem, my dear, this demeanor may hinder your ability to forge friendships." Yet she had accurately guessed. He had indeed been captivated by fantasy dramas during his youth. The courageous deeds and chivalrous spirit of the heroes within those stories had planted in him a yearning for righteousness and kindness. "May I ask you a question, Huang?" Gu Luo ventured. "Please do. In our school-less clubs, is it true that only our public service department has activities on weekends?" Upon hearing this, Huang Anlu immediately shook her head. "I cannot provide a definitive answer to uncertain matters." After a brief pause, she added, "However, generally speaking, that is the case." I see. Gu Luo mused, beginning to form a hypothesis. It was quite possible that Luo Shuling was indeed the head of the public service department. Yesterday, when Luo Shuling had arrived late, she had mentioned being busy with club activities, and she was indeed the head of the club, coupled with her helpful disposition. It was clear. Originally, Gu Luo had hoped to avoid being in the same class as the trio of sisters, particularly the boisterous Luo Shuling. But now he found himself turning up in her club. Huang Anlu, observing Gu Luo's momentary distraction, furrowed her brow and spoke. The reality is, members of the public service department are required to engage in club activities on specific weekends, which involve volunteering. This commitment is not short. It lasts at least half a day. If you cannot or do not wish to participate, you may return the club brooch now. Feeling misunderstood, Gu Luo quickly waved his hands. I'm sorry, you've misinterpreted my thoughts. I was merely contemplating a few things. Huang Anlu was remarkably forthright, rivaling Luo Shuling in her candor, the only difference being that she often spoke in a joking tone, rendering her approach less off-putting. Let us hope you don't withdraw after just one club meeting. Huang Anlu shrugged, settling back into her chair. She then waved, signaling the end of the conversation. I have other matters to attend to. You may report to the club tomorrow. Without waiting for a response, she resumed her perusal of documents, seemingly oblivious to social niceties. Only someone with such unadulterated intentions could persist in aiding others. Then, Huang, I shall see you tomorrow. Gu Luo smiled slightly. I truly apologize. Xinyu reiterated sincerely before departing. Sensing the sincerity in her words, Huang Anlu lifted her gaze and nodded in acknowledgement. It's fine, Xinyu. Shall we explore the club building? Gu Luo suggested, glancing at the time on his phone. They had 20 minutes before the vending machines near the music department would be restocked with beverages. Generally speaking, the prompts for special tasks were rather peculiar. Yet he had grown accustomed to it. Sounds good. The two made their way toward the club building. Before long, they arrived at its entrance. Gu Luo looked up, marveling at how this structure dwarfed even the teaching buildings. He couldn't help but reflect that Guangyao Private School was indeed affluent. Upon entering, each classroom was spacious, particularly on the first floor, which boasted facilities such as a basketball court, badminton court, and kendo arena, all perfectly equipped. The first floor was designated for sports clubs, generally reserved for members' activities. Xinyu then explained, typically, clubs located on the lower floors tend to be noisier, while those requiring tranquility are situated on the upper levels. For instance, our painting department is on the 4th floor. At this, Gu Luo nodded, gaining a preliminary understanding of the layout of the club building. He then inquired, what about the music department? The music department, which produces sound while also requiring silence, is located on the 5th floor. It is currently the only club there. Xinyu clarified. Ah, I see, Gu Luo realized. It seemed that no matter the question, Xinyu was always able to respond effortlessly. He pondered whimsically about asking her for tomorrow's lottery numbers, but dismissed the daydream. Let us explore a bit, shall we? Certainly. Thus, after touring the 1st floor, they took the elevator to the 2nd floor. Yes, this club building even had an elevator. One could argue that the high tuition fees truly justified their expense. The school's facilities were of the highest caliber, unlike some institutions that squandered budgets on bizarre expenditures, such as purchasing a massive stone or digging a pond. All while some boys' restrooms lacked doors. Gu Luo recalled a history teacher's remark. If a principal embezzles only 50,000, he is a good principal. If a district education director embezzles 200,000, he is a good director. Although that history teacher often made remarks that could lead to dire consequences, upon reflection, they were increasingly resonant. Thus, they traversed from the 2nd floor to the 3rd and then to the 4th. Along the way, they admired the decorations and displays of various clubs, absorbing the unique atmospheres of each. By the way, Xinyu, since you accompanied me this afternoon, what about your club? Gu Luo asked, feeling a bit awkward. Will this interfere with your activities? No, not at all. Xinyu quickly waved her hands, then explained. Participation in the club is not mandatory every day. Attending 4 activities a week suffices. Moreover, if you do not meet the requirement this week, you can compensate next week. As long as you accumulate sufficient club credits by the end of the semester, it is acceptable. If one is involved in 2 clubs, does each require at least 1 activity per week? For instance, attending 1 day for one club and 3 for the other? Gu Luo inquired, nodding thoughtfully. Precisely. Xinyu affirmed, continuing, this credit is typically recorded by the head and vice head of the club, though if both are unavailable, a reliable student will be tasked with the record. Gu Luo pondered this, so? Wouldn't it be possible to forego attendance for an entire semester if one has a good rapport with the head? Xinyu paused, slightly taken aback. She had always attended club activities punctually and had never considered this aspect. After some contemplation, she carefully replied, "Theoretically, that holds true, but generally, no head would dare to protect a member in such a manner. If caught, both the head and the member would face consequences. Of course, if it's just a few instances of missed club activities, it should be overlooked. After all, I have yet to encounter a student who was held back due to insufficient club credits. However, it must have happened in the past. It turns out that a lack of club credits can indeed result in retention." Gu Luo had nearly grasped all the club regulations. He truly owed a debt of gratitude to Shunyu. With this thought in mind, he smiled at Shunyu and said, "Thank you for today. What drink would you like? It's on me." Chapter 22. Truly shameless. Within the club building, the vending machines were arranged in a unique pattern, located solely on the first, third, and fifth floors. Filled with curiosity about the task prompt, Gu Luo stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the fifth floor. As the elevator doors slowly opened, a breath of crisp air greeted him. The corridor was nearly devoid of students, lending an air of desolation. Only the gentle strains of music wafted from afar, intertwining the clear notes of the piano, the melodious sounds of the violin, and the cheerful strumming of the guitar. Glancing at his phone, Gu Luo noted that there were 3 minutes remaining until half an hour had passed. Lifting his gaze, he spotted the prominently positioned vending machine. So there was no need to rush. He strolled leisurely on the fifth floor, scanning his surroundings. At present, it appeared that this level was solely occupied by the music department, which had commandeered several empty classrooms, creating a notably spacious atmosphere. The grandeur of Guangyao Academy was fully on display here. The club building offered ample space, with 4 floors sufficient to accommodate the classroom needs of all clubs. Of course, this was also due to the partial cancellation of third-year student club activities. Once students reached their third year, the school no longer mandated participation in club activities. Instead, they were encouraged to reduce their visits to the clubs and were prohibited from holding positions such as club president. The annual school celebration at Guangyao Academy was held within a month of the new semester, and to ensure the smooth performance of the clubs, the position of president could be passed on to the next person only after the celebration concluded. Gu Luo approached the partially concealed door of the music department and peered through the crack. Inside, most of the members were female, with only a few boys present. At that moment, the music had ceased, and the members were divided into 2 groups, seemingly engrossed in discussion. Not lingering too long, Gu Luo seized the opportunity and arrived promptly at the vending machine. After scanning the QR code, with a click, the cabinet door automatically swung open. He retrieved 2 chilled cans of Coca-Cola from the compartment. The door then closed slowly, and the payment was processed automatically on his phone. Holding a can of Coca-Cola in one hand, he looked around, perplexed. Where was everyone? Was there an issue with the task prompt? At that moment, Gu Luo glanced at the advertisement on the can, pondering whether he had struck some sort of lottery. Yet, this had no relation to the school celebration performance. Could it be that these 2 cans of cola would yield some extraordinary effect? A trial was in order. With that thought, Gu Luo opened one can. With a hiss, a few bubbles escaped, and aside from that, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. He took a sip, and the familiar taste of cola spread across his palate. However, nothing particularly remarkable occurred. Was he being toyed with? Just as Gu Luo was lost in contemplation, a girl with numerous freckles emerged from the music department. Making a beeline for the vending machine, she instinctively glanced at Gu Luo, instantly captivated by his striking appearance. This freshman was indeed tall and handsome. Seizing the opportunity, she approached boldly. "Hey, you're really handsome. Do you have a girlfriend?" As she spoke, she flirtatiously tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, deliberately accentuating her figure in an attempt to showcase her allure. Gu Luo felt somewhat helpless. This was the second time today he had been put in such a situation. Yet, he couldn't help it. At this time, the new faces in the club were primarily freshmen. It seemed that many girls today were quite bold, directly inquiring about relationships. However, the truth was that his standards had been raised by Gu Ximan. Aside from beauties of the caliber of the Luo sisters, ordinary girls held little appeal for him. As Gu Luo mentally groaned and prepared to explain, another tall girl strode out from the music department. Her gaze, sharp as an arrow, landed squarely on the freckled girl. With a face full of fury, she marched over. "Chu Mimi, have I not warned you against spreading rumors about Luo shunning in the club?" In response, Chu Mimi immediately crossed her arms defiantly and retorted, "Rinlei, you're such a good little dog, aren't you? Your owner hasn't he even called. Yet you're already panicking. What is that saying? Right, the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuchs are." Rinlei's face flushed crimson with anger, her chest heaving visibly. Clearly, Chu Mimi's words had provoked her to the utmost. "Am I wrong in what I said? Chu Mimi, you're just jealous that Luo shunning is that kind of person. My ex-boyfriend was lured away by her. How dare you say such things? If you're not up to the mark, what does that have to do with shunning? Rin Lei was practically livid, her fists clenched tightly. Oh, so I ask you, if your Vice Minister Luo is not that kind of person, why doesn't she come forward to clarify? If she doesn't clarify, isn't that an admission of guilt? Rin Lei nearly burst into laughter at such shameless reasoning. Goodness, you really can't expect any wisdom from a dog's mouth. Do you even know their relationship? Gu Luo raised an eyebrow. It seemed Rin Lei was aware of his connection with Luo shunning. She had indeed asked him whether she could reveal their relationship to her closest friends. One could only say, what a true best friend she was. When it came to important matters, she was certainly on it. The two exchanged sharp barbs for several rounds, and had it not been for Gu Luo's intervention, they would have surely ended up in a hair-pulling brawl. At last, Rin Lei spat vehemently, setting down her cola and retrieving a Tinyuan note from her pocket, which she tucked into Gu Luo's pocket before turning to walk towards the elevator. Chu Mei Mei, feeling helpless, could only glare intensely at Gu Luo, who had been blocking her path, and irritably inquired, "Why do you keep stopping me?" She was tall and armed, and it wasn't that she feared for him. Rather, she was concerned for his safety. Gu Luo wore a smirk that barely concealed his amusement as he replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Chu Mei Mei gradually calmed down, and upon reflection, found some merit in his words. Yet, an odd feeling lingered, eluding her comprehension. At that moment, Gu Luo gazed at her intently and remarked, "Some people are indeed quite despicable." Chu Mei Mei instinctively thought he was aiding her in disparaging Rin Lei, and eagerly nodded in agreement. "You're right, she is indeed despicable." Chapter 23. A desire for a drink. Thank you, Junior, not only for assisting me, but for offering comfort as well. After venting her emotions for a time, Chu Mei Mei gradually regained her composure, her smile returning. She still wished to maintain the dignified demeanor expected of a senior in front of her junior. As for her earlier outburst, it had merely been a reaction to a verbal spar with a troublesome individual. Gu Luo waved his hand dismissively, no need for thanks. After a brief pause, he added, "However, I must clarify that I am not a freshman, but rather a transfer student in my second year." "The very transfer student you mentioned earlier. You are the transfer student everyone has been talking about today?" Chu Mei Mei's face registered surprise, albeit tinged with a sense of anticipation. After all, the young man before her was strikingly handsome, exuding an aura as if he were illuminated by an inner light. Such beauty would undoubtedly rank amongst the finest, not only in Guangya, but throughout Kaizhou and even across the nation. "Indeed, I am Gu Luo," he introduced himself. "Oh, Gu Luo, did Luo shunning invite you to join the music department?" "She did." Chu Mei Mei pressed further. "I heard you declined?" "Indeed. I have not agreed at this time." Upon receiving this clear affirmation, Chu Mei Mei instinctively puffed out her chest, her lips curving into a slight, triumphant smile. "It seems you have discerned Luo shunning's character. That reassures me." As she spoke, she leaned closer to Gu Luo, her expression shifting to one of feigned melancholy. "Let me tell you, Luo shunning has a penchant for secretly flirting with others' boyfriends." She paused, as if gathering her emotions, her face growing more sorrowful, her voice trembling slightly. "To be honest, even my ex-boyfriend was lured away by her." Gu Luo found Chu Mei Mei's exaggerated fabrications amusing. The notion of being cheated on seemed almost comical. Chu Mei Mei then adopted a weak demeanor, saying, "The incident with my ex-boyfriend occurred recently. I've been losing sleep over it, sneaking drinks when my parents aren't watching, and crying in bed at night." As she spoke, she lowered her head, her shoulders trembling, portraying a pitiful image that starkly contrasted with her earlier brashness. Gu Luo couldn't help but admire Chu Mei Mei's acting skills. It was evident that her talent for performance was a natural gift among women. After all, which girl would ever joke about her own integrity? This single act had effectively silenced the voices of women. Thus, it could be said that some girls inherently possess the ability to captivate. Observing the complex expression on Gu Luo's face, Chu Mei Mei maintained her facade of sadness while secretly reveling in delight. With her vast experience, she understood that most boys could hardly bear to see a girl in such a vulnerable state, especially one as attractive as herself. She was merely a step away from successfully ensnaring this charming transfer student. With this thought, her expression grew even more forlorn. "Gu Luo, this matter of my betrayal is known only to you. I truly appreciate your willingness to listen." "About that, She appeared somewhat bashful, lifting her gaze to him with a pitiful look. "If I feel down over the next few nights, may I come to you for a drink? I tend to get quite tipsy and would need someone to look after me. Besides, I imagine most boys prefer chilled beverages, right? Coincidentally, my relatives just left a few days ago, so it won't interfere with our drinking." Gu Luo's lips twitched as he struggled to maintain his composure and respond calmly. We can discuss it later. Goodness, he thought to himself, what a bold proposition. This was not merely a hint, it was an overt invitation. To be fair, aside from a few freckles, Chu Mei's overall appearance was above average. Any naive young man would likely succumb to her audacious advances in no time. Yet, such behavior was indeed self-deprecating. He resolved to discuss the matter with Luo Shunning upon his return. Gu Luo pondered as he distanced himself from Chu Mei, saying, I have some matters to attend to. We shall continue this conversation another time. He then turned to purchase another can of cola from the vending machine. He had already spent considerable time here, and Xinyu was still waiting for him on the 4th floor. After a moment's thought, he added, however, let us exchange contact information first. Sure. Chu Mei nearly leaped with joy. Once they exchanged details, she proposed, so, Gu Luo, would you be interested in joining the music department? No worries if you can't play an instrument. I can teach you personally. Gu Luo was taken aback by her double standards. Just moments ago, she had indignantly accused Luo Shunning of employing similar tactics to entice him. Yet now she was doing the same. How delightful, he mused. If you are so eager for a confrontation, I shall oblige. Very well. Gu Luo had already devised a plan to ruin her reputation. Based on the system's special task hints, Chu Mei was likely to cause trouble for Luo Shunning's school celebration performance. The best way to gather evidence was to infiltrate the enemy's ranks. A succubus has her own means. While confronting Chu Mei directly would be satisfying, the priority remained Luo Shunning's performance. And he needed to consult her first about the matter. Really? Chu Mei instantly perked up. In her mind, she reveled in her triumph. Having accomplished what Luo Shunning could not. What did that signify? She had finally outdone Luo Shunning. With this thought, Chu Mei was so exhilarated that she impulsively lunged towards Gu Luo, wishing to express her joy. Gu Luo, quick to react, deftly sidestepped, adopting a bashful smile as he said, apologies, but men and women should maintain a respectful distance. He was putting on quite the performance. Seeing Gu Luo's shy demeanor made Chu Mei's eyes sparkle even brighter. What a pure and lovely youth he was. He was nothing like those boys who were only interested in her body. She must win over Gu Luo, to boast before Luo Shunning and show her just how formidable she was. Moreover, Gu Luo had already been led to believe that Luo Shunning enjoyed flirting with others' boyfriends. Furthermore, he had initially rejected her invitation to join the department. Indeed, innocent young boys were the easiest to mislead, particularly one as handsome as Gu Luo. Chu Mei's spirits soared to new heights as she envisioned herself and Gu Luo together, flaunting their relationship before Luo Shunning. I shall take my leave, Gu Luo announced. It was only then that Chu Mei snapped back to reality, smiling as she replied, tomorrow, I will be in charge of club recruitment. See you on the playground in the afternoon. All right. Gu Luo offered a brief response, then grasped 2 cans of cola and turned to ascend to the 4th floor. The entire affair consumed quite a bit of time. Upon returning to the 4th floor, he found Xinyu patiently awaiting his return. I apologize, Xinyu, for the delay, Gu Luo said as he approached her, a look of regret gracing his face. He then popped open the tab of a can and handed it to Xinyu. It's perfectly fine, she replied, taking the can and savoring a sip with evident delight, showing no hint of impatience. She seemed blissfully carefree, a true testament to her love for food and drink. Let us go back, he suggested. All right, she agreed. As they strolled towards the school gate, enjoying their colas, Gu Luo received a message from Chu Mei. Chu Mei, Gu Luo, do you have time tonight? Chu Mei, I feel like having a drink. Upon reading these straightforward yet suggestive messages, Luo Shunning couldn't help but blink her large, glistening eyes in surprise. In the kitchen, warm yellow light cascaded down, enveloping the space in a soft glow. After handing his phone to Luo Shunning, Gu Luo methodically washed the vegetables while recounting the events that transpired that afternoon on the 5th floor of the club building. When he mentioned how he had referred to Chu Mei as a shameless person, and how she foolishly echoed his sentiment, Luo Shunning couldn't suppress her laughter. With a playful glance at Gu Luo, she teased, brother, you're quite wicked. Her eyes sparkled with mischief, making her extraordinarily charming. Gu Luo continued rinsing the vegetables, shrugging with a feigned sense of helplessness as he quipped, perhaps she enjoys being insulted. After all, there are many peculiarities in this world. Luo Shunning giggled again, realizing that her brother was akin to a treasure chest full of surprises, handsome in appearance, charming in personality, and endowed with a delightful sense of humor that effortlessly brightened her spirits. You're still laughing, even after she bullied you, Gu Luo remarked, casting her a slight reproachful glance, though his eyes betrayed concern. Unlike with Luo Shuha and Luo Shuling, He instinctively exhibited a few familiar gestures he reserved for Gu Ximan when interacting with Luo Shunning, such as this casual eye roll. Though they had only recently formed a new family, it felt as if they had known each other for ages. Seeing this, Luo Shunning covered her mouth with a gentle laugh, her voice soft as she reassured him, "It's nothing, really. It's all just nonsense. I don't mind." Gu Luo's response was resolute, even before she had fully articulated her thoughts. Surprised by his fervent reaction, Luo Shunning's eyes mirrored his serious demeanor, stirring ripples of emotion within her. "This is the duty of an older brother," Gu Luo stated earnestly after neatly arranging the washed vegetables on a plate. "If it were you, I'm sure you wouldn't want Shuling, Shuha, or Ximan to be bullied, would you?" "Yes, you make a good point, brother." Luo Shunning nodded obediently, accepting his words with humility. Though she seemed reprimanded, warmth spread through her heart, a feeling she had never experienced as the eldest sister. She had always kept her troubles from her younger siblings. Gu Luo then inquired, "So, why does Chu Mei target you so persistently?" "Well," Luo Shunning tilted her head slightly, organizing her thoughts before responding with a mixture of exasperation and amusement. "Back in the first year, she liked 3 boys in succession. And those boys all coincidentally confessed to me. So that's it?" Gu Luo was bewildered, struggling to comprehend how mere affection could lead someone to harbor resentment and fabricate rumors to malign another. What a peculiar mindset. Indeed, in Chu Mei's eyes, Luo Shunning had stolen her boyfriend, but in reality, it was merely a one-sided infatuation. Luo Shunning sighed, rubbing her forehead. "After I rejected one of the boys, he went back to her, and I heard they broke up shortly after. It's a rather complicated situation, and I can't explain it all clearly. Perhaps it comforts her to think that way." Listening to this, Gu Luo's emotions were tumultuous. This was perhaps the essence of envy, jealousy, and resentment. Or perhaps Luo Shunning's indifference towards Chu Mei further pricked the latter's fragile and sensitive pride. Clearly, a myriad of complex elements contributed to the current predicament, but none justified Chu Mei's actions. Luo Shunning added, "But it's not too bad. Chu Mei only spreads her tales within her little clique. Most members are reasonable and wouldn't entertain her nonsense." Gu Luo nodded in agreement. Indeed, any individual with a modicum of sense and discernment would likely dismiss such baseless and flawed rumors. However, it was not uncommon for some envious individuals to selectively believe them. He then asked, "What about your club president? Does he not intervene? Is he allowing her to wreak havoc and disrupt the club's harmony?" "Because the anniversary performance requires her cooperation, the president is trying to maintain balance and remains neutral," Luo Shunning explained with a wry smile. Gu Luo frowned at this. He couldn't help but reflect that, not only in schools, but even in these small clubs, they resembled miniature societies filled with intricate relationships and conflicting interests. Now, the pressing issue arose. The special task was to ensure Luo Shunning's performance success, which meant ensuring the music department's triumph. The crux of the matter lay in the discord within the music department, one faction supporting Luo Shunning, while the other sided with Chu Mei. "Is it a matter of collaboration?" Gu Luo pondered aloud, turning to Luo Shunning. "How are your rehearsals going?" "Pretty well, just a bit more fine-tuning." "And we should be good," she replied. "Is that so?" Gu Luo furrowed his brow, lost in thought. He felt an unsettling sense that the situation was more intricate than it appeared. If, as Luo Shunning claimed, the two factions were cooperating reasonably, it shouldn't have triggered a special task. What other issues could be at play? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he asked, "Is it possible that Chu Mei and her group might intentionally refuse to perform before the show?" Luo Shunning was puzzled by his line of questioning, but promptly clarified. "The likelihood of that is very slim. The school wouldn't allow it. They place great importance on the anniversary performance." "Indeed," Gu Luo conceded, momentarily at a loss for further reasoning. "Brother, you seem quite invested in the music department's anniversary performance." Luo Shunning observed his furrowed brow and contemplative expression, gently inquiring, "Is it because of me?" Although she was aware that his concern stemmed from her, she couldn't help but wish to hear him affirm it. "Yes," Gu Luo replied, still lost in thought, instinctively nodding upon hearing her question. Upon hearing the unhesitating affirmation, Luo Shunning couldn't help but blink her eyes. She truly cherished the feeling of being cared for and protected, as though she had suddenly found a solid pillar of support. While she didn't necessarily require protection in her daily life, the sensation was undeniably enchanting. Unable to fathom the reasoning behind it, Gu Luo could only helplessly say, "For now, I'll first ascertain what Chu Mimi truly intends. It's better to be safe than sorry, especially since the Alumni Association aunties will be attending. We must avoid any unforeseen circumstances." Knowing that Shun Yu was Gu Luo's deskmate, Luo Shunning was not surprised he was aware of the alumni meeting. However, seeing Gu Luo willing to delve into the complexities for her sake made her heart feel as if it had been gently prodded by something. How wonderful it was to have a brother. With this thought in mind, Luo Shunning turned around and gently touched Gu Luo's clothing. Brother, your clothes are rather worn. Her voice was soft and tender. How about I take you shopping for clothes this weekend? Huh? Gu Luo instinctively nodded in agreement, but quickly regained his composure. A look of surprise adorning his face. I said your clothes are old. I'll take you shopping this weekend, Luo Shunning repeated with a smile. Is it really that bad? Gu Luo glanced down at his casual attire, contemplating before replying. I bought this last year. It's not that old, is it? He had never held high expectations for clothing. As long as it was wearable and comfortable, he paid little attention to style or age. Last year's purchases are surely outdated. Luo Shunning raised her head. Her gaze sincere as she looked at Gu Luo, smiling brightly. I have never bought clothes for a boy before. Brother, please indulge me. She tilted her head slightly, her face displaying a playful expression as she sweetly asked, is that all right? Chapter 25. A girl as pure as snow when a radiant little angel, with a voice as soft as if it could drip with sweetness, asks if you could indulge her desire to buy clothes. How should one choose? Answer 1. Be a true Sigma male and coldly refuse. Answer 2. Beat the one who chose answer 1 to death. Answer 3. Feed the one who chose answer 1 10 pounds of excrement. Answer 4. Reward the one who chose answer 1 with a night of passion wearing white socks. Is there even a choice? There is no choice. Gu Luo could not conceive a single reason to decline the request of the angelic Shunning. Feeling his heartbeat quicken slightly, he nodded gently. All right, simply responding with a single word. Seeing this, Luo Shunning could hardly contain her smile. She knew Gu Luo well. The more shy he felt inside, the more composed he pretended to be on the surface. He was a bashful big boy with a heart of gold. This contrast made Luo Shunning want to tease him more, and the more she teased, the more she wanted to continue. Sensing the playful and inquisitive glances directed at him, Gu Luo cleared his throat awkwardly. However, I also joined the public service department. I need to ask Shuling if there are any club activities this weekend. The public service department, that certainly seems like a department brother would join, Luo Shunning remarked, extending her delicate fingers to pinch her chin thoughtfully. I don't really know much about the public service department, but I know Shuling is usually not home on weekends. Perhaps I should wait until she returns to inquire. All right. Gu Luo nodded and began preparing the ingredients. Luo Shunning seamlessly assisted him. By the way, is my sister not coming home for dinner tonight? She won't be home. She's staying at her friend's house and will go directly to school with her tomorrow. Oh, that's nice. Under their skilled collaboration, a sumptuous dinner was quickly prepared. Just as Gu Luo placed the delectable dishes on the table, he heard the sound of the fingerprint lock being disengaged from outside. In the next moment, Luo Shuling burst through the door, her face aglow with excitement. She didn't even bother to remove her shoes properly, carelessly tossing them aside as she rushed towards Gu Luo, wearing little white socks. Upon reaching him, she couldn't contain her excitement and exclaimed, Brother, you joined the public service department? Yes, Gu Luo replied with a smile, nodding. His gaze fell on her tiny feet adorned with white socks, and he quickly slipped on his slippers, as the floor was cold. Got it. I promised to complete the mission. Luo Shuling appeared extremely delighted, immediately performing a playful salute before bouncing back to the entrance to put on her slippers. Gu Luo could only respond with a helpless smile. At that moment, Luo Shuhua was also called down by Luo Shunning from upstairs. The four of them took their seats at the dining table. How wonderful! Luo Shuling exclaimed with a beaming smile. From now on, we will be in the same club. Brother, we will be heroes, upholding justice. She gestured animatedly, as if they were already immersed in a world of chivalry. After she finished, Luo Shunning quickly added with a smile, Brother will also be joining the music department tomorrow. Wow, that is even better. Luo Shuling's eyes lit up. Then she spoke to Gu Luo in a spirited manner. Brother, from now on, Shunning and I will look after you in the club. She patted her chest confidently. All right. Then I shall rely on you two brave heroines, Gu Luo responded, playing along with her theatrics and smiling. Leave it to us. Seeing the two getting increasingly carried away, Luo Shunning found it both amusing and exasperating, shaking her head lightly, yet her face was full of warmth. Throughout the meal, only Luo Shuhua remained silent, quietly eating. Her expression calm and composed, as if the surrounding commotion had no bearing on her. At that moment, Luo Shuling couldn't help but sigh. What a pity that each student can only join 2 clubs. Otherwise, Brother could also join Shuhua's calligraphy department. Calligraphy department? Gu Luo instinctively glanced at Luo Shuhua. Memories of the afternoon flooding back. They had indeed passed by the calligraphy department, and he had even praised the calligraphic works on display. He and T realized that Luo Shuhua was part of it. However, it was indeed quite fitting. Her quiet and cool demeanor complemented the elegance of calligraphy. Shuhua is the head of the calligraphy department. Her calligraphy is exceptional, Luo Shuling proudly declared. Our Shuhua has had beautiful handwriting since she was little. Is that so? I would love to see Shuhua's calligraphy when the opportunity arises, Gu Luo remarked. Noticing that Luo Shuhua remained impassive, not even glancing in his direction, he shifted the topic, asking, Ahem, Shuling, are there any club activities this weekend? Luo Shuling picked up a piece of tender loofah. No, there aren't any this weekend. Why? She promptly popped it into her mouth, revealing a blissful expression. How can you make such delicious food, brother? If it weren't for shunning helping out, I would almost suspect you added some secret ingredients. Just as Gu Luo was about to respond, Luo Shunning interjected, Brother, cooking for us every day is truly hard work. So I thought I'd take him shopping for clothes this weekend. I see, that's wonderful. Luo Shuling continued, there are no activities this weekend. They will resume next week. As she spoke, her expression suddenly turned a bit gloomy. But it's unfortunate. I have other matters to attend to this weekend. Otherwise, I could have accompanied you both. Upon hearing this, Luo Shunning's lips curled into a slight smile. That's all right. I will keep brother company. She then turned to Luo Shuhua and asked, Shuhua, are you going this weekend? No. Luo Shuhua replied flatly, her voice calm and devoid of any emotion. All right then. I will check with my sister later to see if she is joining, and perhaps buy her some clothes too. As Luo Shukai spoke, her smile grew increasingly radiant. At that moment, Luo Shuling suddenly remarked, if it's just the two of us, it would be akin to a date, wouldn't it? The instant those words left her lips, the three of them paused mid-bite. The notion of a date stirred an unfamiliar emotion within Luo Shukai's heart. Images of Gu Luo's brave stance on the train, his serious declaration of care, and his various adorable attempts to appear composed flooded her mind. Lost in thought, her cheeks gradually flushed with a delicate hue. What date? Shuling, don't say such nonsense. My brother and I are merely going to buy clothes. Luo Shukai feigned calmness, gently tapping Shuling on the forehead. Shuling immediately covered her forehead, pretending to be in great pain. Why are you reacting so dramatically? Besides, who knows? Maybe my sister will join us this weekend. Man, we need to rise early this weekend. A Z and cool young Master S figurines are limited edition, and we'll surely miss out if we arrive late. Gu Ximan reclined on the spacious bed, engrossed in a delightful shoujo manga. With confidence, she replied, don't worry. Shue, my brother will definitely wake me up. On the other side of the bed, a cute girl with twin ponytails knelt, hugging a large white rabbit plushie. She was petite, with a cherubic face that exuded an innocent charm, evoking an instinctive desire to protect her. Dressed in a pure white dress and white stockings that adorned her delicate legs, she resembled a princess from a fairy tale. This was Gu Ximan's close friend, Lu Shue. True to her name, her skin was as fair as snow, and her attire was entirely in white. Man, aren't you worried that the Luo sisters will steal your brother away? Lu Shue inquired, her head lowering unconsciously. There are so many people dating now. Upon hearing the word dating, Gu Ximan's expression momentarily faltered but quickly returned to normal as she retorted, no one would like my clumsy brother. Pausing, she turned to gaze at the pristine ceiling and continued, besides, they are just siblings. Just siblings? That seems unlikely. Lu Shue exhaled a sigh of relief and tightened her embrace around the plushie, chuckling softly. Then tell me more about your brother. In response, Gu Ximan sat up abruptly, adopting a tone filled with disdain. My brother is an absolute siscon. She recounted how her brother insisted on helping Luo Shukai and the others, even when she had tried to stop him. Do you know what he said? What did he say? Lu Shue's eyes brightened, her cute toes instinctively curling beneath her white stockings, then relaxing again in anticipation. Chapter 26. An unspoken affection. Gu Ximan remained oblivious to Lu Shue's unusual behavior. She cleared her throat and mimicked Gu Luo's gentle tone as she recounted. If one day, Xiaoman finds herself in such a situation, I hope someone will lend a helping hand. Today, I extended my hand, and tomorrow, perhaps more people will step forward. Should Xiaoman ever face danger, the likelihood of receiving help will increase. Strangely enough, while she often struggled to recall details during study sessions, these words seemed etched into her very being. Every syllable and pause memorized with precision. After finishing, she exaggeratedly shivered, her face filled with distaste as she muttered, that's just nauseating. Thus, my brother is indeed a siscon, an absolute siscon. Right, Shue? Noticing Lu Shue's silence, Gu Ximan raised her voice, Shue, What are you daydreaming about? Lu Shueshua snapped back to reality, akin to a thief caught in the act, hastily using the plushie to shield her slightly flushed cheeks. Just moments ago, she had been wholly immersed in the scene described by Gu Ximan, envisioning herself as the cherished sister of Gu Luo. How could a brother be so gentle? Gu Luo prioritized Gu Ximan's feelings in that situation, hoping his actions would inspire others to help, thereby increasing the chances of assistance should Gu Ximan ever find herself in peril. The more Lu Shueshua pondered, the faster her heart raced, an indescribable sentiment blossoming within her. She had always yearned for an attentive brother, and Gu Luo, undoubtedly, epitomized her ideal. Sorry, man, I got lost in thought, Lu Shueshua apologized with a shy smile. Appearing exceptionally demure, seeing her adorable demeanor, Gu Ximan felt her heart melt. My best friend is truly adorable. I can't imagine who will end up with that insufferable man. As Lu Shueshua's confidant, Gu Ximan knew well that she was a quintessential rich girl. Both her mother and father were top-tier lawyers in China, running the largest law firm in Kaizhou. Being an only child, Lu Shueshua had been the apple of her parents' eye since childhood. Gu Ximan sometimes mused that if she were a man, she would undoubtedly marry Lu Shueshua without hesitation. With that thought, she directly asked, Shueshua, do you have someone you like? I. Lu Shueshua's face turned crimson, as if struck by lightning. Her gaze evasive as she stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent response. Gu Ximan's eyes widened in disbelief. What is going on? I merely asked casually. I never thought you would actually have a crush. The most shocking part was that her best friend had kept it from her. Shueshua, do you really have someone you like? Lu Shueshua's face had turned as red as a ripe tomato, the flush creeping from her cheeks to her earlobes. I don't think so. Yes or no? What do you mean by I don't think so? Gu Ximan was not one to let the matter drop easily, and immediately crawled closer to Lu Shueshua, snatching the plushie from her grasp. With that, Lu Shueshua's blushing face was fully exposed. Case closed. Need I say more? Lu Shueshua definitely has someone she likes. Gu Ximan began shaking Lu Shueshua excitedly, pretending to be angry. Shueshua, how could you not tell me you have a crush? That's just too much. Lu Shueshua, petite in stature, swayed like a blade of grass in the wind as Gu Ximan shook her. Her playful twin ponytails danced merrily behind her. After a moment, Gu Ximan's expression shifted instantaneously to one of excitement as she eagerly inquired, Come clean, who is this boy you like? Is it Guanya? Is he your age or an upperclassman? Tell me, I'm dying of curiosity. At this, Lu Shueshua shyly lowered her head, her voice barely audible, stammering, It's Guanya. A senior. What is his name? Gu Ximan pressed on immediately. The senior doesn't he know I like him yet? Lu Shueshua attempted to stall. Then what is his name? Gu Ximan was relentless. Seeing she could not evade the question, Lu Shueshua decided to abandon her defenses and took the initiative. If I tell you, will you also tell me who you like? At this, Gu Ximan's expression of excitement froze instantly. Ahem. Is it possible to express one's affection for a beloved boy? Absolutely not. Wait, when did she ever mention having someone she liked? Gu Ximan's mind suddenly took a turn. But it seemed too late to refute now. The bedroom fell into a brief silence, with both of them harboring their own thoughts, each with reasons to conceal their feelings for the one they adored. Apologies, Shueshua. Apologies, Maman. They simultaneously offered apologies to each other, clearly not intending to confess the identities of their crushes. At that moment, Lu Shueshua reached out her small hand and gently grasped Gu Ximan's, gazing intently into her eyes as she softly asked, Maman, I wish to pursue that senior. Would you support me? Of course. Gu Ximan replied with unwavering conviction. Thank you, Maman. Upon receiving such enthusiastic support from Gu Ximan, Lu Shueshua felt a surge of guilt, for she yearned to improve herself. She aspired not only to be Gu Ximan's close friend, but also to become her sister-in-law. This was an inevitable circumstance. Over the past 3 years, Gu Ximan had shared so many stories about Gu Luo. For instance, Gu Luo had prepared breakfast for Gu Ximan every day for over a decade, never missing a single day for her well-being. During middle school, when Gu Ximan had to take a half-year hiatus due to health issues, Gu Luo suspended his club activities to tutor her after school every day. Eventually, in order to remain at the same university as Gu Ximan, Gu Luo, being the top student, voluntarily gave up his chance to apply to Guanya Academy and instead chose to attend Kaizhou College, where Gu Ximan could also enroll. At a parent-teacher meeting in elementary school, despite being only a second grader himself, Gu Luo bravely attended on Gu Ximan's behalf, a commitment he maintained until now. At every meeting, he diligently noted each important point from the teachers and patiently discussed them with Gu Ximan to aid her growth. Lu Shueshua cherished these stories as if they were treasured jewels. Gradually, She fell completely for her best friend's brother. Whenever Gu Ximan recounted tales about Gu Luo, she listened with great attention. Those stories were like seeds that took root in her heart, blossoming into flowers named affection. Heaven knows how overjoyed Lu Xuexue was upon learning that the Gu siblings had transferred to Guanya Academy. She felt she was one step closer to Gu Luo, a joy that was simply indescribable. But how could she possibly discuss this with Gu Ximan? Lu Xuexue understood that Gu Ximan was thoroughly infatuated with her brother, her mind entirely consumed by thoughts of him, with 8 out of 10 sentences revolving around him. This led Lu Xuexue to wonder, how could Gu Ximan, being such a devoted sister, develop feelings for another boy? Who could that boy be? Regardless, she resolved to support Maman in her romantic endeavors. As a good friend, mutual support was essential. Maman, I will support you too, Lu Xuexue declared, raising her small fist and waving it enthusiastically. Let's strive together. At her words, Gu Ximan managed a forced smile. Yes, let us strive together. Chapter 27. Women only affect the speed of shooting. Go, go, go. Brother, your shooting skills are impressive. Amazing. Amazing, you can win this deadlock. In the softly lit bedroom, the light illuminated Gu Luo's focused expression as he listened to his teammates' praises. With an impassive face, his hand hovered over the mouse, trembling slightly as he took a large sip from his cup, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Is this it? A mere 5 against 1. The corners of Gu Luo's mouth involuntarily lifted, though he endeavored to maintain his composure. Addressing his teammates in a calm and unruffled tone, play well, I'll cover for you. Impressive. Oh great one, please carry us. What luck to encounter a master in ranked matches. Could you add me as a friend later? I can use a voice changer. Me too. I'm all set. As expected. Once Gu Luo spoke, his teammates immediately switched to flattery mode. See, this is what professionalism looks like. Indeed, Gu Luo possessed an extraordinary talent for the game, consistently managing to eliminate 2 to 3 enemies per round with his keen reflexes and precise maneuvers. Consequently, his rank soared, boasting a remarkable win rate. However, just as he was reveling in the game, the door to the room slowly creaked open. Luo Shuha entered, clad in a black spaghetti-strap nightgown, her steps light and graceful, resembling an elegant cat. She quietly took a seat on the bed, observing Gu Luo, who was entirely engrossed in the game. At that moment, Gu Luo was locked in a duel with an enemy, completely unaware of her presence. Master, A, the last one is at A, confirm the information. I hit him for 90, just one shot to finish. Hearing his teammate's urgent call, Gu Luo, also the last person standing, decisively switched his weapon from a sniper rifle to a handgun, bravely advancing towards the A's site. Bang, bang, bang. Upon encountering an enemy, he fired 3 consecutive shots, all hitting their mark. And then, Gu Luo met his demise. How foolish of me. I truly believe the teammate's report on health was accurate. At that moment, Gu Lin's sister-in-law curled up like a cooked shrimp, anxiously watching the screen. Oh master, let me explain. Gu Luo suppressed a breath, his hands flailing in the air, yet his voice remained calm as he reassured. It's all right. Sometimes it's normal to misremember. Wow, master, you truly are a master. No wonder you're climbing ranks. So that's why you're the master. Please don't report inaccurately next time. All right. Brothers, this round is on me. Gu Luo could only let out a resigned sigh. After all, the persona of the gentle master had already been established, and now a pressure teammate could only tarnish that image. He took another sip of water and turned to offer a helpless smile to the girl in the nightgown seated on the bed, then returned his focus to the game. 1 second, 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Gu Luo sensed something amiss, abruptly turning his gaze towards the girl. Shuha? He asked tentatively, as Luo Shuheng would never display such a cold and aloof demeanor. At this moment, Luo Shuha cast a fleeting glance at him, her eyes seemingly conveying, "You finally noticed me." Before softly speaking, "I see you didn't mistake me for Shuheng. Not bad, not bad." Gu Luo mentally scoffed, thinking that if a mistake were made, he would undoubtedly be met with a confrontation. What? Why is there a woman's voice? Master, are you hiding a beauty in your chamber? Is she perhaps your sister-in-law? Master, how can you be so confused? Women only affect your shooting speed. Upon hearing the exchange between Gu Luo and Luo Shua, the single teammates in the game erupted in envy. In summary, their reactions were quite sour. Gu Luo then realized that the game was on an open mic, hastily muting both the microphone and voice chat. While maneuvering his character, he inquired, "Shuha, how did you enter my room? I simply wanted to see if you were engaged in any peculiar activities." Gu Luo wished to retort that even if he were up to something strange, he would certainly lock the door tightly. Furthermore, such activities typically occurred while showering, right? Ahem. Gu Luo continued playing, yet his peripheral vision uncontrollably wandered to Luo Shu's long, fair legs. Oh no, my aim assist is malfunctioning. Who changed my key bindings? However, this lack of focus resulted in a noticeable decline in his performance. In the end, the teammates could not help but type. Are you sure you're playing with two hands? Confused. How could a woman be more entertaining than a game? Gu Luo glanced at these teasing remarks, his lips twitching involuntarily. Feeling a wave of speechlessness in his heart, he muted the chat with his teammates, preferring not to see it. Is it beautiful? At that moment, Luo Shu he suddenly broke the brief silence with her crisp voice. What? Gu Luo was taken aback, caught off guard by the question. Noticing this, Luo Shu he patted her thigh and asked again, is it beautiful? Gu Luo remained silent, pretending to be oblivious. Luo Shu he elegantly crossed one leg over the other, her movements gentle and alluring, casually stating, I know you have a thing for legs, so I purposely didn't change my outfit tonight. Just then, Gu Luo's character in the game happened to die, and he directed his gaze towards Luo Shu he, his expression somewhat complex. Though he did not speak, it was akin to tacit agreement. Don't worry, I don't possess mind-reading abilities. Luo Shu he playfully wiggled her delicate calf, a cold smirk gracing her lips. It's just that when you were watching Shu Ning yesterday, your gaze was primarily on her legs. Gu Luo was at a loss for words. How did she even notice that? Seeing Gu Luo's flustered demeanor, Luo Shu he tilted her head, propping her chin on one hand, a subtle smile curling at the corners of her mouth. So, would you like to experience it? Our figures are identical. Upon hearing this, Gu Luo immediately displayed a wry smile, raising his hands in surrender like a defeated soldier. I concede. Shu he, please don't make such jokes. Their conversation reached an impasse, and Gu Luo attempted to redirect his focus back to the game, yet it proved futile. The computer screen became increasingly blindingly white. Sighing softly, he noticed a striking skin for an A rifle on the ground and promptly picked it up. This gun is truly striking. No, it's genuinely impressive. Alas, his thoughts were truly in disarray. Gu Luo admitted he was merely an ordinary man, faced with a beauty of Luo Shu he's caliber. Sitting on his bed and teasing him unabashedly, it was indeed a bit overwhelming. I'm going to the restroom. After the game ended, predictably with a poor performance, Gu Luo hastily declared this and made his way towards the door. He urgently needed to splash cold water on his face to calm his chaotic thoughts. Observing this, Luo Shu he's lips curled into a knowing smile. She then rose to sit in Gu Luo's chair and opened the game store. She had noticed Gu Luo's delight at finding the skin earlier. Glancing around, she saw that the more expensive skins ranged from 600 to 1,000. Without a second thought, she clicked on the recharge interface, her gaze fixated on the highest denomination option. With a gentle tap of her finger, she proceeded. Standing before the restroom mirror, water gushed from the faucet as Gu Luo leaned in, splashing cold water on his face repeatedly. After meticulously drying his face with a towel, he straightened up and gazed at his reflection. What is Luo Shu he concealing? He was no fool. He could undoubtedly sense her extraordinary attention towards him. Gu Luo was utterly perplexed, as there was no recollection of Luo Shu he in his memory. He had never engaged in online romance before, having interacted with no other girls besides Gu Ximan. So what was Luo Shu he's intention? Was it truly love at first sight? At that time, his charm hadn't even reached 9, and 8 was hardly sufficient to captivate such a stunning beauty. Yet, one could never be certain. Perhaps she simply had a preference for his type? Gu Luo's thoughts spiraled, and he resolved to cease pondering. When the soldiers arrive, I shall defend. When the water comes, I shall damn. He merely needed to fulfill his duties as an older brother. Having come to this conclusion, Gu Luo returned to his bedroom. Upon entering, he found Luo Shu he seated in his spot, her fingers deftly clicking on the mouse. With a sense of curiosity, he slowly approached her. As he drew near, the scene before him left him utterly speechless. Luo Shu he was indulging in a shopping spree, unhesitatingly adding every slightly expensive skin to her cart. Her fluid movements and instinctual clicks suggested that money was merely a trivial number in her eyes. Gu Luo stood frozen for several seconds before finally regaining his composure. Shu he, what are you doing? Luo Shu he did not lift her head, responding in a casual tone while her hands remained in motion. In the midst of speaking, she purchased 2 or 3 more skins. Ah, so you're shopping. It was indeed normal for girls to shop. What on earth? This is my account. Gu Luo was momentarily taken aback. Where did all these points come from in his account? His gaming philosophy was centered on companionship, spending not a dime. Wouldn't it be better to buy some snacks for Xiaoman with that money? Wait, hold on. But Luo Shu he seemed oblivious, continuing her frenzied shopping spree. Those exquisite gun skins were swiftly added to her account with each click. Seeing this, Gu Luo acted on impulse, bending down to firmly grasp her hand resting on the mouse. Their hands merged instantly, and he felt Luo Shuhe's hand was cool to the touch, soft and delicate like fine silk. Luo Shuhe paused her actions, slowly lifting her head, her starry eyes locking onto Gu Luo's. Their gazes met, and Gu Luo couldn't discern a single flaw on her stunning face. Every contour appeared as if meticulously crafted by divine hands. Exquisite. However, this tranquil moment did not last long, as the atmosphere began to shift subtly. Luo Shuhe's gaze was calm yet profound, unwaveringly fixed on his eyes. Gu Luo was the first to avert his gaze, releasing her hand and sitting on the bed beside her. How much did you recharge? I'll find a way to repay you. 10,000. Luo Shuhe's expression remained remarkably calm, as if she were casually discussing a mere $10. 10,000. Gu Luo jumped up from the bed, placing his hand back on Luo Shuhe's. He urgently tapped on the payment records. ID. Shangyang Jima Li recharged 1 million game coins. Time. 2055, 96, 1023. She really recharged 10,000? Gu Luo felt darkness clouding his vision, a buzzing in his head. How was he going to repay this? Was it too late to contact customer service for a refund? Gu Luo's expression was complex, caught between words. Meanwhile, Luo Shuhe's attention remained fixated on their intertwined hands, one delicate and pale, the other long and warm. She quietly observed their hands, a fleeting hint of something unusual flickering in her gaze. After a long pause, Gu Luo finally regained his voice and inquired, "Why did you recharge so much?" "Because this game allows a maximum recharge of 10,000 per day." Luo Shuhe's concise response nearly caused Gu Luo to lose his balance. What sort of logic is that? Gu Luo pursed his lips, discreetly withdrawing his hand and letting out a deep sigh. "I will transfer this money to you tomorrow. Please don't do this again." He had no choice but to seek assistance from his father for such matters. Upon hearing this, Luo Shuhe frowned, displaying evident dissatisfaction as she looked at him and asked, "Are you trying to distance yourself from me, brother?" "Of course not," Gu Luo hastily clarified. "But this is not a trivial sum. I can't accept it without giving something in return." He was not the type to casually accept substantial gifts from others. However, at this moment, Luo Shuhe extended 2 fingers and spoke leisurely. "First, 10,000 is indeed a trifling amount for me. Second, is it too excessive for my elder brother to say that one should not receive rewards without merit?" After a slight pause, she continued coldly, "You prepare 3 meals a day for us and take on all the household chores. If we are to calculate everything so meticulously, shouldn't we consider my brother's role akin to that of a housekeeper, earning 30,000 a month?" She then declared, "Very well, since that is the case, I shall transfer an additional 20,000 to my brother now, and I will ensure he receives 30,000 each month henceforth. Is that satisfactory?" As she spoke, Luo Shuhe swiftly retrieved her phone, opened Gu Luo's chat window, and her fingers danced across the screen, clearly preparing to make the transfer. "Stop, stop, stop," Gu Luo exclaimed, feeling utterly helpless, and quickly reached out to stop Luo Shuhe. He then noticed her contact was saved as Big Liar accompanied by a pig emoji. Big Liar? What have I deceived Luo Shuhe about? Gu Luo was momentarily at a loss about which concern to prioritize. The two wrestled for a while, and after much persuasion, he finally managed to get Luo Shuhe to retract her phone. What is this? A wealthy woman forcing affection? Gu Luo lamented inwardly, feeling the harsh realities of society at such a young age. "Shuhe, what is the matter?" Gu Luo carefully chose his words and asked slowly, "Why do you have me saved as Big Liar? Have we ever interacted before? If I have deceived you in any way, I sincerely apologize." His eyes radiated earnestness, hoping to unravel the mystery. Upon hearing this, Luo Shuhe coldly replied, "We have met before." "When?" Gu Luo inquired, bewildered. "In the last life." Sometimes, Gu Luo truly did not know how to respond to Luo Shuhe's words. Last life. Did Mengpa dilute the soup? Yet it was hard to dismiss, considering this world even had a system for doting on younger siblings. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Gu Luo swallowed hard and cautiously asked, "Is there really a last life?" However, as soon as he uttered the question, he was met with a look from Luo Shuhe that suggested he was a fool. Gu Luo felt as though he had fallen into her trap, yet he was powerless to counter it. "Forget it. Since we are at this point, let us just play some games. I've bought the skins, they shouldn't go to waste. You can sit on the bed, I'm going to play." Luo Shuhe said nothing, quietly standing up and slowly walking to the edge of the bed before taking a seat. She instinctively crossed her legs, her cold, elegant demeanor complementing her posture, presenting herself as an untouchable queen. Just as Gu Luo was about to test out the expensive gun skins, Luo Shuhe's icy voice interrupted, Brother, I wish to invoke my second request. What do you want me to do? Gu Luo set down his mouse and turned to face her. Accompany me out this Saturday. Is that all? Gu Luo was somewhat taken aback, expecting something more challenging. That is all. After a moment's thought, he nodded in agreement. He had plans with Luo shunning on Sunday, so Saturday was indeed free. Returning to the topic, both of the little devil's requests seemed manageable. Luo Shuha continued. Given that you prepared my toothpaste last night and kept your promise, I have decided to add 20 points to your favorability. Favorability? How much is the maximum? Gu Luo's interest peaked. 1,000. He chuckled helplessly, then opened the game and asked, so how much favorability do I have now? 1,020. Hearing that number made Gu Luo's heart momentarily stop. Just as he turned to say something, a soft knock echoed from outside the door. Brother, are you asleep? A gentle voice broke the delicate atmosphere in the room. The little angel has arrived, and it's such a moment. Gu Luo's gaze lingered on Luo Shuha for a brief moment, and an inexplicable sense of guilt surged within him, although he could not articulate why. After all, it was merely his sister visiting him in his room to watch him play games. Indeed, nothing more than that. Shunning, please wait a moment, Gu Luo called out, his voice betraying a hint of anxiety. All right, brother, take your time, came Luo Shunning's gentle response, her voice as soft as a spring breeze. One could only say she truly deserved her title as a little angel. Even such a simple phrase could convey her unique warmth and thoughtfulness. Gu Luo quickly redirected his attention back to Luo Shuha, whispering urgently, Shuha, you should get up and sit in the chair. Why? Luo Shuha retorted coldly. Gu Luo was not inclined to debate the matter at this moment and insisted, just sit in the chair, otherwise, Shunning might misunderstand. However, as soon as those words left his mouth, he felt the chill in Luo Shuha's gaze, sharp as a knife and icy to the bone. Perhaps, he thought, he had misspoken. Luo Shuha scoffed. Brother, you truly care for your sister. This is not about caring. Gu Luo felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. Wishing he could grasp his hair in frustration, he hurriedly explained, it's mainly that this is improper and could easily lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Oh, then why don't you help me up? Luo Shuha's expression remained as frosty as ever, and she beckoned him closer with a gesture, as if summoning a docile pet. Gu Luo raised an eyebrow slightly, but there was no time for contemplation. Just as he reached out to take Luo Shuha's hand, he suddenly paused. Does this outfit look good on me? She asked. What did you say? This was his habit. Although he had heard the question, if he could not respond immediately, he would instinctively ask for clarification, as if he hadn't heard properly. This was merely a tactic to buy himself some time. Is this outfit pretty? Luo Shuha asked again. Gu Luo fell silent. In such a situation, what other answer could he provide? Pretty. Yet, it seemed Luo Shuha was not easily satisfied. Continuing to press, is this outfit pretty? Gu Luo felt perplexed. Was he supposed to say it wasn't pretty? No, saying that would be tantamount to courting disaster. Suddenly, he seemed to understand. Very pretty, he ventured cautiously. Upon receiving a satisfactory answer, Luo Shuha slowly released her grip on his arm. Seeing this, Gu Luo breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he had guessed correctly. He had described Luo Shunning as beautiful last night, so what was this? A little devil competing with a little angel? With that thought, he realized that the little devil's second request was to accompany her out on Saturday, while his plan with the little angel was set for Sunday. At that moment, Gu Luo felt a sudden clarity about many things. Was he merely a tool for comparison between the little devil and the little angel? Yet that notion seemed flawed. Surely, the little devil couldn't be envious? However, it was evident that now was not the time for such considerations. All right, you can sit in the chair now, Gu Luo urged, genuinely fearing that this little devil might conjure up more troublesome antics. No, Luo Shuha replied coldly, and then, to his astonishment, she kicked off her slippers and smoothly lay back on the bed, pulling the quilt over herself. You have to remain quiet when others are sleeping. Must I remind you of this, brother? Gu Luo had never encountered someone so shameless. After saying this, Luo Shuha closed her eyes, turning away from him, her posture indicating that she had effectively muted his voice. Gu Luo took a deep breath, suppressing his frustration and exasperation, and pinched the bridge of his nose. In summary, it is imperative that Luo Shunning not be allowed inside for the time being. Otherwise, everything would be ruined. More gravely, the entire household could be jeopardized, especially since it is a newly formed family. Brother, are you all right? Nothing has gone amiss, has it? At that moment, Luo Shunning's concerned voice echoed from outside the door. With no other option, Gu Luo feigned calmness, striving to make his expression appear as natural as possible, and slowly approached the door. He opened it halfway, using his body to block the other half, attempting to obscure the interior view as much as he could. Outside, Luo Shunning held a cup of milk. and upon observing Gu Luo's pallor, she expressed her concern. Brother, you look rather unwell. Clearing his throat, Gu Luo awkwardly smiled and reassured her, don't worry, I'm fine. After a brief pause, he inquired, is there something you need at this late hour? Luo Shunning gently shook the milk in her hand, her face lighting up with a tender smile as she softly replied, I thought you must be tired after your club activities today, so I warmed some milk for you. It will make your sleep more comfortable. It was then that Gu Luo noticed the enticing aroma of the milk she was holding, realizing it was indeed prepared for him. Truly, she was an angel. Thank you, Gu Luo said sincerely, accepting the milk, genuinely touched by her thoughtfulness. It's no trouble at all. You've been working hard, brother. Luo Shunning smiled slightly and then, with curiosity, asked, so, what were you doing? Is it something I cannot know about? Quickly, she waved her hands in a flurry. I apologize, brother. I meant no offense. I was merely concerned about you. Gu Luo fell silent. The act of only opening the door halfway while blocking it with his body was akin to a clumsy attempt at deception, easily raising suspicions. Should he confess? Confess that Luo Shuhe was currently resting on his bed? Once revealed, how would Luo Shunning perceive him thereafter? Yet if he failed to provide a satisfactory answer now, wouldn't she be disheartened as well? They were still in the early stages of their relationship, and while feelings had intensified quickly, a breach of trust could just as swiftly unravel it all. Gu Luo wished to avoid such an outcome. He cherished the angelic version of Luo Shunning. Her occasional mischief was genuinely heartwarming. Thus, how should he decide? 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Each moment felt interminable, as if time itself had stretched into an eternity. If only he could borrow 500 more seconds from the heavens. Yet ultimately, he had to confront reality. Evasion would not resolve any issues. With that thought, Gu Luo inhaled softly and forced a semblance of a smile. He chose to disclose the truth, even if it might lead to unforeseen consequences. Luo Shunning, there are certain matters I cannot hide from you. I was just in the midst of something inside. Gu Luo had already disregarded his pride. If social disgrace awaited him, so be it. He could not allow Shunning to learn of Shuhe's presence on his bed. To consider it from another angle, if your younger brother were found resting in the bed of his stepsister the following day, it would be a benevolent lie. Besides, what I mentioned was not explicitly defined. That. Luo Shunning blinked, her clear eyes filled with confusion, evidently failing to grasp the implicit meaning behind Gu Luo's words. That is precisely what I meant. Gu Luo awkwardly averted his gaze, thinking to himself that she could interpret it however she wished. This was a last resort. Upon noticing his demeanor, Luo Shunning suddenly seemed to grasp the underlying implication. Her face flushed a deep crimson. While Gu Luo outwardly maintained a facade of composure, internally, he felt as though a tempest had erupted within him, raging and tumultuous. The dignity of being an elder brother lay shattered at his feet. How could he ever maintain his standing in this household? How could he face the angelic Luo Shunning? How could he project the authority of an elder brother? Shunning, this is how things stand. Gu Luo coughed, struggling to articulate his explanation, as if his throat were constricted. This was akin to being caught in a compromising situation. He felt he was on the verge of breaking down. He desperately wished to flee but was unable to escape. This was merely the second day in their new home, and already he found himself trembling between the angel and the devil, forced to choose self-revelation for the sake of survival. I understand. Luo Shunning's cheeks were flushed. She lowered her head, nervously brushing her hair behind her ear, unable to meet Gu Luo's gaze. This was undeniably too embarrassing. No wonder she had taken so long to answer the door. Brother, should I go warm another cup of milk for you? Her small hands fidgeted anxiously, a picture of shyness, her voice barely above a whisper. Gu Luo, as if awakening from a dream, quickly waved his hands in refusal, speaking hastily. 1 cup is sufficient. Rest assured, I know how to manage myself. What on earth was he saying? I can handle that sort of thing with discretion. Well then. Luo Shunning's hands continued to nervously rub against each other as she slightly raised her head, stealing a glance at Gu Luo, before hastily averting her gaze again. Despite her penchant for teasing him, she was utterly defenseless against such matters. It was simply too shameful, too awkward. Both of them, their faces flushed, fell into a vortex of silence, the air thick with an unbearable awkwardness. Brother, you should drink your milk, Luo Shunning quietly reminded him, her tone laced with undeniable shyness. Gu Luo, feeling as though he had been thrown a lifeline, quickly raised the milk to his lips and gulped it down in one go. Luo Shunning observed the remnants at the corner of his mouth, and for reasons unknown, her face grew even redder, as if it might ignite. Brother, do take care of yourself and get some rest, she hastily said after taking the cup, then turned and fled, her footsteps frantic as if escaping a crime scene. Gu Luo stood alone at the doorway, as if his soul had departed. It was over. Everything was lost. His once pristine reputation had been irreparably tarnished within just 2 days. Luo Shunning must now think of him as some sort of pervert, right? Ha ha ha. Pervert. Ah, pervert. Thus, Gu Luo, like a soulless entity, trudged back into his room with heavy steps. There he found Luo Shuha sitting upright in a chair, engrossed in her computer screen. Are you messing with me? Luo Shuha turned, her expression a mask of indifference, laced with a hint of feigned innocence, as if nothing had transpired. Gu Luo felt a surge of blood rush to his head, infuriated to the point where he could not utter a word, his fingers trembling as they pointed at Luo Shuha. What? Luo Shuha feigned confusion, her demeanor reminiscent of an innocent maiden, entirely oblivious to Gu Luo's agitation. Gu Luo struggled to suppress the urge to spew blood, trembling as he finally managed to speak. Weren't you in bed? In bed. Luo Shuha tilted her head, her confusion deepening. That's not right. How could I possibly sleep in your bed? Or are you suggesting we should share a bed? That's not out of the question. Upon hearing this, Gu Luo felt as if the world had been turned upside down. This was a genuine devil. The beauty before him possessed a heart as dark as night. Was this not a blatant act of bullying against the innocent? If brother remains silent, I shall take that as consent, Luo Shuha noted, her peripheral vision catching sight of the closed door before she gracefully rose from her chair and returned to bed, covering herself with a blanket, his fists clenched, rigid with fury. Gu Luo swore that he truly wished to rush over at that moment and strike Luo Shu's backside with his size 44 slippers. What a sin. He simply could not contend with her. He was utterly defeated. In his helplessness, Gu Luo opted for resignation. After languidly sinking into a chair, he promptly launched into a game. As the saying goes, given the circumstances, one might as well indulge in gaming. What else could he possibly do? Observing Gu Luo return to his game, Luo Shu he couldn't help but smirk slightly. She had anticipated he would banish her. After all, he had just lost face in front of his sister. Hearing her taunting words, Gu Luo's lips twitched in resignation as he replied, It's fine. As long as you're happy. You should rest on the bed for a bit. Don't fall asleep, or you might run into Shu Ning later. TSK. Is the brother not angry at all? Clearly, Luo Shu he was in high spirits, her tone devoid of its previous chill, now laced with a hint of teasing. You are my sister. Gu Luo shrugged, a visage of helplessness as if surrendering to fate. Luo Shu he narrowed her eyes. So, I can do as I please? As long as it's not illegal or immoral. Gu Luo then chuckled somewhat bitterly. Besides, haven't you already begun to act on your whims? His smile was tinged with a hint of sorrow. Indeed, I relish your words. Brother, my affection for you just increased by 20 points. All right. As long as you don't fall asleep, anything is permissible. Gu Luo was no longer inclined to dispute with her. He simply wished to conclude this chaotic situation. Then I shall sleep now. Time passed, and suddenly Gu Luo halted his gaming, his expression turning serious. He earnestly said, Shuhi, you may think of me as self-absorbed. But he paused, enunciating each word. Though you are indeed beautiful, you are not my type. I prefer gentle girls. Chapter 31. The exchange between the little angel and her strategist friend. What to do? How should I face my brother in the future? Luo Shu Ning curled up in bed, her hands tightly covering her still flushed cheeks. Her mind uncontrollably replayed the embarrassing scene that had just transpired. Stop. Stop thinking. Luo Shu Ning rolled around on the bed several times, ultimately burying her head deep into her pillow, as if that could shield her from those mortifying images. Her long, fair legs fidgeted restlessly on the bed, occasionally lifting high, only to fall heavily onto the soft mattress. In contrast to Luo Shu's slenderness and Luo Shu Ling's firmness, Luo Shu Ning's legs appeared more rounded. The barely their softness on her legs incited an irresistible urge to reach out and feel their delightful elasticity. However, apart from Luo Shu Ling, these beautiful legs had never been touched by anyone else, resembling a treasure chest filled with precious gems, quietly awaiting the key that would unlock it. The more she thought, the more her mind became a chaotic tangle. Unsure of how to proceed, she decided to seek assistance from her dear friend Renlei, hoping she could provide some analysis and suggestions. Luo Shu Ning. Lei, are you asleep? I have something I want to consult you about. Renlei, just finished my facial mask. What is up, darling? Renlei replied instantly. Luo Shu Ning. Well, let us say if a girl were to deliver milk at night and happened to catch someone in the act, what should she do? Luo Shu Ning carefully typed these words, each letter unveiling her most embarrassing secret. Renlei. She would ask everyone. Funny JPG. Luo Shu Ning. I said if. Not me. Renlei. Doghead JPG. Luo Shuning. Alright, I admit, it's me. Luo Shuning. So Lei, what should I do? Renlei. First, recount the entire incident to me. Upon reading this message, Luo Shuning's cheeks flushed again, but after a moment's hesitation, she complied. Renlei, I understand the sequence of events. Now, the first thing to do is analyze your brother's reasoning for his actions. This is very important. Renlei, according to your description, Gu Luo blocked the door. He could have easily brushed the incident aside, yet he chose to reveal the awkward truth to you. Renlei, therefore, we can deduce two possibilities. 1. Gu Luo is a pervert. 2. Gu Luo does not wish to have any barriers between you two. Renlei, you approached him with enthusiasm to deliver milk. If he had chosen to deceive you, it would have undoubtedly made you uncomfortable, which is entirely understandable. Renlei, furthermore, you have only just met and are in that phase of heightened emotions, where feelings are magnified. Renlei, if Gu Luo isn't a pervert, then he'd rather face social embarrassment than let you feel even the slightest discomfort. Renlei, so, maintain your composure. Gu Luo truly cares about your feelings. Luo Shuning read each word of Renlei's analysis carefully, unconsciously sitting up straighter. The more she read, the more sense it made. Indeed, her brother's actions were clearly an indication that he preferred to endure embarrassment rather than let her feel uncomfortable. Yet it was still quite embarrassing. Luo Shuning, brother is not a pervert. He is a really, really good brother. Renlei, side-eye JPG, at this moment. Luo Shuning covered her burning face with one hand while continuing to type on the screen with the other. Luo Shuning, let us not discuss this matter for now. I want to tell you about something that happened during the day. Renlei, the classic topic change tactic. Who did you learn that from? Doghead JPG. Luo Shuning chose not to respond to that question and instead recounted the events involving Gu Luo, Chu Mei Mei, and the intricate situation. Renlei, so that handsome guy from earlier is your brother. Renlei, I must admit, Gu Luo is truly handsome. Renlei, no wonder he stopped us. In hindsight, he was helping me. At least I spilled soda on Chu Mei Mei's clothes, haha. Renlei, and the whole intricate situation sounds so interesting. I want to perform a duet with Gu Luo. Luo Shuning, just don't take it too far. Renlei, don't worry, I know my limits. And sweetheart, you're just too gentle and kind. Someone like Chu Mei Mei is like a sticky plaster. The more you act this way, the more she clings. Renlei, but don't fret. With Gu Luo and me protecting you, there's nothing to fear. Luo Shuning gazed at this message, her heart genuinely moved. Luo Shuning, Lei, you're the best. Renlei, how about introducing Gu Luo to me? We shouldn't let the good stuff go to waste. Grinning, Luo Shuning retracted a message. Renlei, that's too much. Have a brother and forget your best friend? And darling, you're not developing a brother complex. Are you? Brother complex? Luo Shuning blinked, pondering deeply. It indeed felt somewhat like that. She didn't experience such emotional fluctuations with other boys. Awakening from a near-death experience. Could it be that the brother complex was within me? Luo Shuning, suddenly feeling very sleepy. Good night, Lei. Renlei. TSK. Good night, brother complex darling. Doghead JPG. I will only regard you as a little sister. You are not my type, Gu Luo stated. Fixing his gaze unwaveringly on the computer screen after his last words, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the mouse, awaiting Luo Shu's response. He did not wish for this ambiguous relationship to persist. It was better to clarify things. While the thrill of being teased by the little devil was indeed invigorating, it was not a sustainable solution. Being direct and clear was the best approach. Gu Luo did not harbor any dislike towards the little devil, but in contrast, he preferred gentle girls. However, 1 second, 3 seconds, 5 seconds, the room lay in complete silence, with Luo Shu offering no response. What could be the situation? A wave of unease washed over Gu Luo as he hesitated to turn his head, fearing he might meet a pair of icy eyes. Cough. Shuhei, could you say something? He implored, slowly casting his gaze toward the bed. What greeted him was the exquisite visage of Luo Shuhei. Her breathing even and steady, long eyelashes fluttering like delicate fans. The chill in her expression had softened, revealing a gentler, more feminine allure. Her stunning features were rendered all the more enchanting under the mellow light. She truly was beautiful, peacefully asleep. Upon witnessing this, Gu Luo inexplicably exhaled in relief. He was, after all, a typical young man, instinctively drawn to the charms of a beautiful girl, especially one as exceptional as Luo Shuhei. Yet, he feared that such allure might inadvertently cause her harm. considering she had only just spent her second night in his bed. With this pace of intimacy, he worried that one day he might lose control. Alas, I shall address this matter later. For now, I must return Luo Shuhe to her own room. Gu Luo gently shook her arm, but she remained as unresponsive as a sleeping infant. She was truly in a deep slumber. With no other option, he cautiously opened the door and peered into the hallway. After ensuring that it was devoid of any passers-by, and thus safe, he stealthily approached Luo Shuhe's room. Returning to the bedroom, he placed one hand gently on her neck and the other securely on her knee, lifting her into his arms in a princess carry. She felt so soft, so fragrant, and so light. Gu Luo's heart raced, and he dared not look down at Luo Shuhe, fearful that he might succumb to temptation. He hurried through the corridor to the opposite room, gently closing the door behind him and placing her on the bed. Instinctively, he surveyed the surroundings. The room was clean and tidy, devoid of excessive decoration, embodying a minimalist elegance. At its center stood a large desk adorned with writing utensils and sheets of rice paper. Intrigued, Gu Luo approached, admiring the flowing script on the paper, which resembled a lively stream, free and vibrant. The characters flowed seamlessly, harmonizing with one another. Mountains have trees, and trees have branches. My heart delights in you, yet you remain unaware. A city shrouded in mist, a building united, a flower blooms solely for a single tree. The southern wind knows my sentiments, blowing dreams to the western shore. At dawn I gaze at the sky, and at dusk I ponder the clouds, whether walking or sitting. My thoughts are of you. As he finished reading, Gu Luo's expression grew increasingly complex. These verses conveyed emotions that were difficult to articulate, and he dared not dwell on them, promptly making his way toward the door. Just then, he heard Luo Shuhe's voice behind him. Liar. Her voice was soft, yet resonated clearly in the quiet room. Gu Luo froze in place, slowly turning his head to find Luo Shuhe still peacefully asleep. Was she speaking in her dreams? Returning to her bedside, he took a deep breath and whispered, Shuhe, I am uncertain whether you are dreaming or feigning sleep. Nevertheless, I will regard you as a little sister. I acknowledge your beauty, particularly your legs, which are utterly captivating. However, you are simply not my type. I do not wish to harm you due to primal desires. He fixed his gaze on her serene face, but she remained in tranquil slumber, offering no indication of awareness. So be it. After turning off the light, Gu Luo gradually exited the room. As the door closed softly behind him, darkness enveloped the room. Time passed, and Luo Shuhe, still in deep sleep, turned slightly in her bed, her breathing remaining steady and prolonged. The following day, Tuesday, sunlight poured down like a golden veil, gently illuminating the earth on a particularly bright day. Gu Luo, as usual, rose early, prepared breakfast and a bento. After swiftly finishing his meal, he made his way to the school garden, filled with a peculiar sense of anticipation. The garden was tranquil, with few students present. Only the chrysanthemums swaying gently in the breeze. Seated on a bench, Gu Luo glanced at the 2 bottles of milk nestled in his backpack, his emotions in a delicate balance. Recalling the morning, Luo Shuning had not only risen early to prepare a cup of milk for him, but had also secretly slipped 2 bottles into his bag while he was distracted. It was difficult to assess. While the awkwardness of the previous night lingered in his mind, it was undeniably a gesture of kindness from Luo Shuning. He couldn't help but reflect on her words from that morning. Brother, I apologize for seeking you out last night at such an inappropriate time. I would rather endure social embarrassment than cause you discomfort. Thank you, brother. This will be our little secret. Secrets often serve as the magical bond that deepens relationships. Gu Luo never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. He could only conclude that gentle girls are indeed the most beautiful existence in the world. Hey, old brother, have you missed me? After a while, Gu Luo felt a gentle tap on his shoulder, and the lively voice of Gu Ximan reached his ears. Turning around, he saw the radiant Gu Ximan and the shy Lu Shuhe hiding behind her like a timid little rabbit. Both sported playful twin tails, their hair swaying with their movements, exuding an air of youthful charm and cuteness. A smile crept across Gu Luo's face as he responded with affectionate amusement. Have you forgotten to eat? How cheesy. But it sounds sincere, Gu Ximan remarked with feigned disdain, though her slightly upturned lips betrayed her inner delight. Gu Luo merely smiled gently before directing his gaze to Lu Shuhe, greeting her warmly. Good morning, Shuhe. Good morning, brother Gu, Lu Shuhe replied, her voice as soft as the garden's breeze, her cheeks slightly flushed. Brother Gu spoke to her. She silently cheered within, feeling encouraged to keep striving. At that moment, Gu Ximan plopped down beside Gu Luo, her demeanor regal as she declared, Old brother, this weekend, Shue and I plan to rise early to buy figurines. You should join us. Oh, I already have plans for the weekend. With whom? Gu Ximan's eyes widened in alertness, resembling a protective creature defending its territory. On Saturday, I'm going out with classmates for dinner, and on the weekend, I'll be shopping for clothes with Xu Ning. I had intended to invite you, but it appears you won't have time. Gu Luo feigned calmness, maintaining a steady tone, though internally he felt a surge of panic. He simply couldn't reveal the details of his relationship with Luo Shuhe. Alas, another lie. However, Gu Ximan's attention was entirely captured by the fact that Gu Luo would be shopping for clothes with Luo Xu Ning. Shopping for clothes? Isn't that akin to a date? Brother is going on a date with Luo Xu Ning. Just the two of them. This thought spun incessantly in her mind. Today is my turn to clean, so I'll head back now. You two should stay for a while before returning to class. Gu Luo announced, rising and gently ruffling Gu Ximan's hair. After leaving his bento behind, he hurriedly departed, his pace quickening. He felt a twinge of guilt. Hoping Gu Ximan wouldn't pursue further questions about whom he was dining with on Saturday. He truly wished to avoid fabricating more lies. Yet, their minds were not aligned. Man, are you doing well? At this moment, Lu Shue took the seat that Gu Luo had just vacated and asked with some concern. Hearing this, Gu Ximan took a deep breath, striving to compose herself, and forced a smile, saying, I'm fine, really. What could possibly be wrong? It has nothing to do with me if my brother is out on a date. Yet as she spoke, the smile gradually faded from her face. Replaced by a bitter expression, her eyes filled with disappointment. Sensing this, Lu Shue hurried to comfort her. Manon, this doesn't really count as a date, does it? Didn't Brother Gu just say he initially intended to invite you? Who knows, perhaps the two of them are indeed going out on a date. Such matters are unpredictable, especially since they first met through the classic trope of hero saving the damsel in distress. The more Gu Ximan spoke, the more despondent she became, her spirits sinking further. Lu Shue, noticing this, began to worry as well. She was all too aware of Gu Luo's charm, an irresistible allure, and with Luo shunning being an exceptionally beautiful girl. With remarkable grace and stunning looks, not to mention being a triplet, the thought of these two together made her uneasy. Biting her lip gently, she cautiously suggested, Manon, since you are so worried, why don't we secretly follow them this weekend and see what is happening? What do you think? Upon hearing this, Gu Ximan perked up, but hesitated. Shue, aren't you eagerly anticipating the cool young masteress figurine? Oh, it's all right, Lu Shue replied, feeling somewhat guilty as she averted her gaze. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Gu Luo stepped into the classroom, he quickly sensed something was amiss. It felt as though numerous eyes were fixed upon him, which made him quite uncomfortable. Puzzled, he proceeded directly to his seat, only to find Xunyu slumped over her desk, looking utterly listless. Chapter 33, Handsome, but unreasonable. What is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Gu Luo asked Xunyu, who seemed drained of energy, after placing his backpack in the drawer. No. She slowly shook her head, as if attempting to shake off some unpleasant emotion, and then mustered her spirits to sit up straight, feigning normalcy. Did something happen in class? Gu Luo inquired in a lowered voice, sensing her demeanor only intensified his curiosity. You'll find out in a bit, Xunyu replied, pursing her lips slightly. Last night, her phone had been bombarded with notifications, numerous girls reaching out to her with inquiries about Gu Luo, such as what snacks he liked. Xunyu was momentarily taken aback by the flood of messages, unsure how to respond, and ended up repeating what she had submitted as a friend fee the day before. To her surprise, the girls immediately expressed their intentions to bring snacks for Gu Luo the following day. Upon seeing those responses, Xunyu felt her blood pressure rise. Yet, there was no turning back now. Even if she had chosen not to share, those girls would undoubtedly still bring snacks for him. At that moment, as Gu Luo was immersed in thought, several girls stood up simultaneously, led by the class representative, Feng Yuqing, marching toward him like a well-drilled squad. Each girl held a small bag of snacks. Understanding the situation instantly, he couldn't help but let out a bitter smile internally. This is rather enthusiastic. Gu Luo, as the new classmate, we present you with this welcome gift, Feng Yuqing said, approaching his desk and placing the snacks down with a grin. We noticed how much you enjoyed the snacks yesterday, so we decided to gift you some. At the same time, other girls gathered around, chattering excitedly. Yes, you must accept it, Gu Luo, one girl exclaimed, her big eyes filled with anticipation. This is our heartfelt gesture, another chimed in. I've brought chocolate and strawberry cookies. They're delicious. Another girl eagerly displayed her snacks. Faced with this lively crowd of enthusiastic girls, Gu Luo worked hard to maintain a smile, his mind racing with thoughts on how to politely decline. After all, there were simply too many snacks. However, since they were framing it as a welcome gift. It felt inappropriate to refuse outright. With no other option, he smiled and said, "Thank you all, I'll graciously accept this time." "You did it, Yuqing." Gu Luo actually accepted. One girl excitedly patted Feng Yuqing on the shoulder. "That's great. From now on, we should regularly bring snacks for Gu Luo." Another added, "Absolutely. Just thinking about it makes my heart swell with maternal affection," said yet another girl, covering her face, smitten. "Wait, is that maternal affection?" One girl paused before leaning closer to the girl who had just spoken, lowering her voice mischievously. "What you mean is that you're just craving him." "Oh, you're so annoying." The teased girl blushed instantly, playfully swatting at her friend. Laughter erupted as two girls began to playfully tussle. Meanwhile, Gu Luo was surrounded by this chorus of giggles and flirtations, forcing a strained smile. At such close quarters, he could hear every bold remark they made, and it was clear they had no intention of speaking behind his back. Gu Luo fell silent, surprised by how overwhelming the effect of having a charm level of 9 was. What would it be like at a charm level of 10? If he were to use a charm enhancement card to elevate it to 20, would he inadvertently cause someone to swoon? Deeply contemplative, Gu Luo mused that being handsome sometimes afforded one certain liberties. Just like with Chu Mimi, who he had only half-heartedly responded to at 10 o'clock the night before, right before gaming. Yet, to his astonishment, she replied immediately, claiming she had already submitted his membership application, urging him to simply head to the club the next day. As if fearing he might flee, she then continued to shower him with warm messages, one after another. Gu Luo, preoccupied with gaming, had barely responded to Chu Mimi. Yet her enthusiasm only grew, filled with caring words and engaging topics. He found himself utterly perplexed. Could appearance truly wield such power over a person's interactions? He was merely slightly more attractive than 99 of people. Indeed, the scientific studies he had read were accurate. A woman's level of infatuation is 7 times that of a man's. With a resigned sigh in his heart, Gu Luo acknowledged that this might be the burden of excessive charm. "Gu Luo, what are you daydreaming about? Are you particularly happy?" Feng Yuqing asked cheerily, playfully nudging his shoulder. "Ah," Gu Luo snapped back to reality, gazing at the mountain of snacks on his desk. After a moment of silence, he slowly revealed a gentle smile, saying, "I truly appreciate your thoughtful gifts, and I will reciprocate each of them. However, I don't usually eat too many snacks. The ones Xinyu brings are more than sufficient. Thank you all very much." Gu Luo aimed to sound sincere and tactful, expressing gratitude while subtly hinting that he would prefer no more snacks in the future. After all, their intentions were well-meaning, and one must always consider the manner of refusal. Upon hearing this, Xinyu, who had been gazing out the window, was momentarily taken aback, her previously complex emotions brightening instantly. She straightened her posture quietly. Her ears perked up. In stark contrast, the girls surrounding Gu Luo displayed slightly nuanced expressions upon hearing his words. They exchanged glances, their smiles dimming just a touch before quickly returning to their usual cheerfulness. Gu Luo politely engaged in a bit of banter with them, expending considerable effort to persuade them back to their respective seats. It was quite exhausting. After placing the snacks from the table into the drawer in his backpack, he turned to observe Xinyu, who was still gazing out the window. A relaxed smile graced his face as he teased, "What's this? Not planning to make any friends today?" Upon hearing this, Xinyu immediately turned around, her movements slightly hurried as if fearing misinterpretation. She first waved her hand, repeatedly asserting that was not her intention. Then, she swiftly retrieved the snacks from the drawer. Today, there was meat floss cake and fruit daifuku, and she enumerated each type of snack as if reciting a menu, promptly depositing them all into Gu Luo's drawer, leaving no space to spare. "Thank you." Gu Luo replied with a faint smile, then took a bottle of milk from his backpack and placed it on her desk. Although it was a kind gesture from Luo Shunning, it was essential to manage it sensibly. Drinking 3 bottles of milk in a day was evidently excessive. Even if one were to nourish the body, such indulgence was unnecessary. "Is this for me?" Xinyu stared at the milk on the desk, her eyes reflecting surprise and delight. "Yes, it's a matter of reciprocity, though this milk certainly pales in comparison to the snacks you've given me." No. Xinyu quickly denied this notion, as if fearing Gu Luo would misinterpret her feelings. She then seized the milk with enthusiasm. Throughout her life, she had always been the one sharing snacks with others. Rarely had anyone shared anything with her. Seeing this, Gu Luo blinked and chuckled. "Do you really enjoy milk that much? Then I shall bring you a bottle every time." Although it was somewhat inappropriate to unilaterally bestow the affection of the little angel onto another, he reiterated that one simply could not consume that much. Wastefulness was disgraceful. "Okay." Xinyu suppressed her inner emotions and nodded gently, placing the milk carefully into her drawer. Compared to her earlier listlessness, she now appeared vibrant and animated. It was essentially a one-sided gesture towards Gu Luo, yet it brought her immense joy. After all, the other girls had not even had the chance to feed him. That secret satisfaction surged within her once more. Meanwhile, in the front row, Situ Wenyao was slumped over his desk, his body twitching with exhilaration. This is fantastic. He had been focused solely on Gu Luo, envisioning himself as the coveted transfer student adored by girls. He reveled in the thought of being surrounded by a group of girls, being fed, while deftly declining their advances, all under the envious gazes of the boys in class. Such a feeling was simply exhilarating. Situ Wenyao had already deemed Gu Luo a master of pretense. He felt his own attempts at pretense were naive and recognized he had a long way to go. However, by immersing himself in Gu Luo's persona, he was certain he could gradually grasp the art of pretension, perhaps even surpassing his mentor in time. The school day passed swiftly. Just like the fleeting moments of a galloping horse, it seemed that merely blinking could lead to the school bell ringing, heralding the conclusion of a day's learning. After packing her backpack, Xinyu slightly turned to Gu Luo and softly inquired, "Gu Luo, are you going to the public service department today? Or are you considering joining another club?" "I've already chosen my second club." Gu Luo pondered for a moment before explaining. "I actually joined the music department in middle school, but due to certain circumstances, I didn't participate much in the activities. After much contemplation, I've decided to rejoin the music department." "Oh, I see." Xinyu nodded gently, her face lighting up with a warm smile. "If you encounter any issues in the club, feel free to ask Luo Shunning for help. If you find it uncomfortable to speak directly, just let me know, and I'll convey your message." "Okay," Gu Luo smiled in response, contemplating the right moment to candidly share the nature of his relationship with the Luo sisters, with Xinyu. He felt somewhat guilty for continuously deceiving her. Although they had only known each other for 2 days, Xinyu had undoubtedly become his closest friend in this school, without a doubt. Moreover, she genuinely cared for him. Xinyu then proposed, "Let us head to the playground to submit the club application report." "Not in a hurry. I'd like to visit the music department first to have a look before making my final decision." Gu Luo found himself in a dilemma. Realizing that once he told a lie, it was like ensnaring himself in a web of deceit, requiring countless falsehoods to patch the gaps. Going to the playground would undoubtedly lead to an encounter with Chu Mimi, where everything would be exposed. Sighing, he reflected that it was indeed unwise to speak untruths when unnecessary. This thought led him to consider the matter he was concealing regarding Luo Shua. Just great. Now his head was throbbing even more. As Gu Luo finished organizing his backpack, a familiar figure unexpectedly appeared at the classroom door. It was the short-haired version of Luo Shuling. Shuling. Feng Yuqing was the first to react, quickly rising with a warm smile and moving towards Luo Shuling. "I have snacks here. Xiaoling, shall we go sing together this weekend?" In an instant, most of the girls near the door were greeting Luo Shuling. Their words filled with affection and enthusiasm. Luo Shuling responded with a refreshing smile, addressing each person individually with attentiveness, ensuring no one felt neglected. Gu Luo was taken aback, wondering if Shuling had such a remarkable rapport with others. More importantly, why had she suddenly come here? Noticing the unusual expression on her deskmate's face, Xinyu quietly explained. "Gu Luo, the girl at the door is Luo Shuling, the triplet sister of Luo Shunning. She is incredibly popular at school. By the way, she is also the head of the public service department, which means she is your superior." "Oh, I see." Gu Luo feigned calmness and nodded. He had no choice but to continue pretending not to know Luo Shuling. He subtly turned his face, attempting to hide it from her gaze, wishing to avoid attracting her attention. Yet, Luo Shuling's eyes seemed to lock onto him with precision, a sly smile forming on her lips as she approached him with a brisk stride. "Minister, what brings you here?" Situ Wenyao inquired curiously along the way. Luo Shuling smiled lightly, her bright voice resonating in the classroom. "I came to meet our new member of the public service department." Aside from me, there is no one else in our class." Situ Wenyao initially froze, but quickly realized. Given that the club had yet to be determined and only those needing to join remained, it could only be his close friend. With that thought, he swiftly turned around, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Truly deserving of being my close friend." At that moment, all eyes turned towards Gu Luo, who had not anticipated his membership in the public service department. This department was notorious for its demanding nature, often rushing to the front lines during events and frequently utilizing weekends for various volunteer activities. Yet, precisely for this reason, the members of the service department were well liked. Gu Luo felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Thankfully, he had preemptively briefed Luo Shuling to conceal their relationship. Otherwise, with her straightforward personality, she would undoubtedly seek him out immediately after school. At that point, classmates would surely inquire about their relationship, leading to questions about why their surnames differed. By that time, he would undoubtedly become the bane of all boys, achieving notoriety within the school. After all, cohabiting with 3 beautiful triplets is a fantasy that countless boys have longed for. Just then, Luo Shuling and Situ Wenyao approached him. Situ Wenyao was the first to speak, chuckling, "My dear friend, I never anticipated that you would join the public service department. As the representatives of Class 8's charm, we can now attend clubs together." Following this, Luo Shuling narrowed her lovely eyes and said, "Hello, Gu Luo. I am Luo Shuling, your department head. Let us strive together moving forward." With that, she playfully waved her little fist. Gu Luo couldn't help but twitch his lips, forcing a smile. At that moment, Situ Wenyao suddenly seemed to realize something and asked with a hint of confusion, "Head, when I joined, I didn't see you welcoming me. It appears no one else received such treatment either." Ahaha. Upon hearing this, Luo Shuling scratched her sleek short hair and boldly proclaimed, "That is undoubtedly because Gu Luo is the most handsome." Hearing this made Gu Luo want to cover his face in embarrassment. How utterly shameful. However, the other students showed no signs of surprise at Luo Shuling's explanation. Firstly, it was an undeniable fact that Gu Luo was indeed handsome. Secondly, they all knew that Luo Shuling had a forthright and candid personality. Meanwhile, Situ Wenyao was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing. He unconsciously found himself stepping into Gu Luo's shoes. How exhilarating. This was a perfect scenario. An NPC had posed a question to the department head, and she had affirmed Gu Luo's looks in front of everyone. Who that NPC was became irrelevant. After all, Gu Luo had done nothing, yet had unwittingly appeared impressive. How infuriating. Had his friend ventured so far down the path of pretension? Had he unknowingly become a part of Gu Luo's grand scheme? When had this all been orchestrated? It was terrifying. Truly, the master of pretension was formidable. Situ Wenyao's imagination ran wild, growing more excited as he immersed himself deeper into this scenario. Lost in the thrill of it all. It was addictive. Only after a shiver coursed through his body did he gradually come back to reality. Phew, what a relief. For reasons unknown, Gu Luo felt an inexplicable urge to strike Situ Wenyao. His fists were clenched, hardening inexplicably. "Department head, I need to check out the music department in a bit. Can I visit the public service department tomorrow instead?" Gu Luo asked, suppressing his inner awkwardness and helplessness. "Of course, I'll see you tomorrow." Luo Shuling nodded, then leaned closer to Gu Luo's ear, whispering softly while the entire class watched. She even playfully winked at him. At this, the class erupted into hushed whispers. It was worth noting that although Luo Shuling was cheerful and generous, she typically maintained a certain distance from the boys, let alone in public, where she displayed such intimate gestures. Feeling a warm breath against his ear, Gu Luo initially felt embarrassed, but then nodded seriously at Luo Shuling after hearing her words. This only heightened the curiosity of those around them regarding what Luo Shuling had said. Chapter 35. Escalating conflict in the music department in the club building. Music department. Stop. Stop. Ren Lei suddenly leaped from the piano chair, glaring angrily at Chu Mimi. "Did you do that on purpose? Why did your violin pitch so high? Although this piece is an arrangement, the main theme should still be gentle and soothing. Why couldn't you match my piano's pitch? How can Vice Minister Luo sing with such a high note? You're clearly just trying to cause chaos." Chu Mimi's expression immediately darkened upon hearing the accusations. She placed her violin down and glared back at Ren Lei, coldly retorting, "If you can't keep up, you can leave. The music department doesn't lack pianists." "You." Ren Lei, with her fiery temper, felt like slapping her across the face. It was evident that she was deliberately causing trouble. Purely disgusting. "What? Not willing to leave? Then keep your mouth shut." Just then, a girl who was friends with Chu Mimi chimed in. "Besides, I believe this piece should be played in this pitch. Why should we be the ones to accommodate you?" As soon as she finished speaking, another girl who was close to both Luo Shuling and Ren Lei stood up to rebut, her voice crisp yet laced with indignation. "What are you talking about? You're the ones causing chaos. The piano should start the pitch, and besides, is it appropriate to play such a soothing piece in such a high pitch? Huh. If you can't keep up, maybe you should reflect on yourself?" The girl from Chu Mimi's side continued to mock. "How outrageous. If it weren't for the school anniversary performance, who would want to associate with you rumor-mongers?" The rebutting girl shot back, her tone filled with disdain. "Are you joking? Ah, I see, you're someone's lapdog, right? How dare you insult me? You have no class." In an instant, the sophomore members of the music department divided into 2 distinct factions, exchanging heated words in a fierce argument. The new freshmen stood by, bewildered and unsure of what to do, witnessing the chaotic scene unfold. They had just joined the music department, expecting a harmonious atmosphere filled with beautiful melodies, only to be confronted with such intense quarrels. As the lead singer, Luo Shuling took a deep breath, first gently comforting a few of her friends whose eyes were red from anger. She then turned her gaze to the third-year music department head, Feng Duo, who had remained silent. Feng Duo frowned, clearly conflicted but hesitant to intervene, weighing the relationships and consequences involved. After exchanging glances with Luo Shuling for a few seconds, she took a deep breath and shouted, "Everyone, quiet." However, her voice was like a small stone thrown into a raging tide, instantly drowned out by the cacophony of arguments, having no effect whatsoever. The two sides continued to argue fiercely, refusing to give in. "Be quiet," Feng Duo shouted once more, this time nearly exhausting her strength. Her voice cracking and piercing. Everyone was stunned into silence by her furious roar. The arguments ceased abruptly, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing and a few murmurs. "Can't we all get along?" Feng Duo stepped heavily between the two groups, forcibly suppressing her inner irritation as she calmly stated. "Everyone is a part of the music department and represents its honor. No matter the grievances, let us postpone discussions until after the school anniversary." Having said this, she added ominously, "Whoever continues to stir trouble had better not blame me for being rude." 10 minutes earlier, upon reaching the 4th floor of the club building, Gu Luo smiled at Xinyu, saying, "Xinyu, you go ahead to the club. I'll check out the music department on my own. If anyone finishes early, there's no need to wait for each other. I still need to go grocery shopping later." "All right," Xinyu nodded in agreement. Generally, club activities in Guangyao lasted about an hour, with some extending up to 3 hours, like the gaming and basketball clubs. Thus, unless necessary, members from different clubs typically wouldn't wait for one another. Generally, only members from the same club would head home together. She then added, "If you encounter any issues, feel free to reach out to Luo Shuling or come find me on the 4th floor." Gu Luo jokingly remarked that Xinyu resembled a mother. Hearing this, Xinyu blushed, stumbling over her words. After a brief exchange, Gu Luo turned and slowly walked toward the elevator, his mind drifting back to the whisper from Luo Shuling earlier in the classroom. The elder brother must take good care of Shunning, for she can be particularly obstinate in certain matters. However, with him in charge, there should be no issues. Gu Luo initially thought that Luo Shuling would jokingly mention something about wanting to eat 5 bowls of rice in the evening, but to his surprise, she said this instead. Reflecting on it, it is indeed true that with Luo Shunning's gentle yet resilient character, she would not share the difficulties she encounters in the club with her younger sisters, as she wouldn't want them to worry. Yet, considering Luo Shuling's remarkable popularity at school, it seems impossible that she would be unaware of such matters. Out of respect for Shunning's dignity as the elder sister, she finds herself unable to intervene directly. Gu Luo cannot help but marvel at how, despite Luo Shuling's seemingly carefree demeanor, she remains remarkably composed regarding Shunning's affairs, refraining from recklessly confronting Chu Mimi. She is a foodie with a keen attention to detail. Similarly, Luo Shuha likely shares this sentiment. It is worth noting that just a couple of days ago, she bravely stood in front of Luo Shunning to confront that overweight fan. In summary, we have an obstinate sister and 2 younger sisters who respect her. Truly, they epitomize the bond of triplets. Though their personalities differ, their affection for one another is profoundly deep. Thus, this matter shall be entrusted to him, the elder brother, to resolve. Such obstinacy is merely a manifestation of an elder sister's inherent pride in caring for her younger sisters, believing that it is her duty to shield them from all negativity and to prevent any adverse emotions from reaching them. This is the essence of a little angel, an obstinate little angel. With these thoughts clarified, Gu Luo has arrived at the door of the music department classroom, only to be met with the sound of intense quarrels from within. Returning to the present, regardless of any grievances, they can be addressed after the school celebration. With that said, those causing the ruckus should not blame him for being unyielding. After Feng Duo finished speaking, she gasped for breath, her chest rising and falling. After all, the 2 shouts she had just let out were indeed quite exhausting, leaving her voice somewhat hoarse. At that moment, Chu Mimi spoke up, her tone laced with malice. "I have a question for you, Director." "What question?" Feng Duo asked, eyeing her warily, a sense of foreboding rising within her. Chu Mimi took a few deliberate steps toward Feng Duo, each one slow and measured, as if she were preparing to unleash something. Then she slowly began. "I've heard that the director has decided to hand over the directorship to Luo Shunning after the school celebration. Is that so?" The moment those words left her lips, the girls standing beside her turned their gazes toward Feng Duo, their expressions varying from surprise to discontent, with many exhibiting a scrutinizing demeanor. Given the current factions within the music department, whether it be Luo Shunning or Chu Mimi who becomes the next director, the opposite side would undoubtedly face difficulties. That is a rumor. Feng Duo immediately countered, asserting the directorship is still under consideration. However, as she spoke, she cast a somewhat guilty glance at Luo Shunning. In truth, she had already resolved to pass the position to Luo Shunning and had subtly communicated this to her in private. Yet, it was imperative that she not acknowledge it publicly. For once she did, the already tense conflicts within the music department could escalate further, potentially spiraling out of control. Above all, she needed to stabilize the music department for the time being. All grievances could wait until after the celebration performance. Feng Duo's bottom line was that the music department must not encounter any issues during her tenure. Furthermore, this school celebration was set to be the grandest event at Guangya Academy in a decade, attracting a multitude of visitors. The music department had been chosen to kick off the celebration performance. Should it be a resounding success, she would become the most distinguished director in Guangya's history. Therefore, there absolutely must not be any problems. Yet, Chu Mimi suddenly let out a cold laugh. Still under consideration? Director, that seems rather hypocritical, doesn't it? Her words sliced through the already tense atmosphere like a sharp knife, causing the temperature in the classroom to plummet further. Who doesn't know that you've spoken to Luo Shunning in private, Director? Besides discussing the directorship, what else could you two possibly be talking about? Each word struck Feng Duo like sharp stones, landing directly on her. Chu Mimi, you have gone too far. Upon hearing this, Feng Duo felt a wave of frustration swelling in her chest, nearly causing her to choke with indignation. Indeed, she had sought out Luo Shunning in private. But their discussions had always revolved around prioritizing the greater good and maintaining harmony within the music department, rather than a personal feud with Chu Mimi. How had it been twisted into such a sinister interpretation? What? Did I hit the nail on the head? Chu Mimi set her violin down on a nearby table, crossed her arms, and tilted her chin defiantly, continuing her aggressive stance. Let me think. Does the director feel that we are fewer in number and thus easier to bully? If we do not receive a definitive answer today, then you can handle this performance on your own. We will withdraw. At this, Feng Duo felt as if the world was spinning around her, her head nearly bursting with the pressure. Yet, she found herself unable to act. Besides Luo Shunning, Chu Mimi was the most capable violinist in the department, and the cellists were aligned with Chu Mimi as well. For the sake of a flawless performance for the school celebration, she was caught in an agonizing dilemma, forced to concede. The sensation was akin to an ancient royal court intrigue, where failing to offer a promising commitment to an ambitious prince could lead to a rebellion, a true headache. At that moment, all eyes in the department were fixed intensely on Feng Duo, like a multitude of spotlights awaiting her response. Beads of sweat began to form on her forehead as she grappled with her options, unsure of how to proceed. No matter how she answered, it would undoubtedly infuriate the opposing side. Should that occur, the school celebration performance would essentially be doomed. Just then, at the most critical moment, a clear voice shattered the music department's silence. Hello everyone, I am the new member of the music department. Gu Luo entered the classroom with a warm, sunny smile, radiating a unique charm that captivated everyone's attention. The charm he exuded was almost palpable, instantly drawing the gaze of all, especially the girls, who were nearly spellbound by his presence. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated entirely, as both factions reached a mutual realization. The school heartthrob was undeniably handsome. Gu Luo shyly scratched his head, a gesture that only enhanced his youthful charm. Hello everyone, my name is Gu Luo. I'm from class 8 of the second year and a friend of Chu Mimi. He waved at Chu Mimi as he spoke. In an instant, all eyes shifted to Chu Mimi. Seeing this, she puffed out her chest with pride and exclaimed, Gu Luo is the one I brought into the music department, so everyone, please take care of him. Her vanity was thoroughly satisfied at that moment. With that, she seemed to cast aside all her worries. Striding towards Gu Luo with a buoyant gait, Chu Mimi appeared transformed, her face adorned with a gentle smile as she softly introduced, Gu Luo. Let me introduce you to our third-year senior, the director of our music department, Feng Duo. Hello, Senior Feng Duo, Gu Luo politely greeted, fully engaging in the introduction. Oh, hello, Feng Duo replied, her mind in a state of utter confusion, her brain a blank slate, as if her CPU was about to overheat. Just moments ago, they had been embroiled in a tense standoff. How had it shifted to this almost ethereal state? However, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous turn of events. Had it not been for Gu Luo's timely arrival, the music department might have faced disbandment today. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Duo declared, Thank you all for your hard work today. Feel free to disperse, and we will regroup tomorrow. All she wanted now was to escape. Fearing that Chu Mimi might suddenly go mad and stage another coup, upon hearing this, the members quickly dispersed. A small group of individuals, seemingly drawn by a magnetic force, approached Gu Luo and Chu Mimi. Wow, is this Mimi's boyfriend? He's incredibly handsome. One girl exclaimed with envy. Mimi is so quick. She snagged him right after transferring schools. Another girl teased. Oh my, he's so charming. Can we take a photo together? A bold girl dared to ask. Hey, handsome, let's go out for drinks tonight. Yet another girl enthusiastically invited. Listening to the flurry of chatter from the girls, Gu Luo maintained a gentle smile, patiently responding to each one. It could be said that he had developed a certain immunity to the fervent advances of the female students, managing the situation with a mix of reluctance and ease. Please, don't say such things. Gu Luo and I aren't officially a couple yet. Chu Mimi smiled faintly, though the curve of her lips betrayed her delight. Her emotional value surged, and her vanity was satiated, as her words asserted her claim. Gu Luo was her catch, and no one else should covet him. However, how could such a handsome young man not attract attention, especially while single? In no time, the girls began to display a selective lack of emotional intelligence, eagerly requesting Gu Luo's contact information. Overwhelmed by their tidal wave of enthusiasm, Gu Luo shyly opened his friend QR code. Beep, beep, beep echoed through the air, reminiscent of a lively symphony. Witnessing this scene, Chu Mimi was left grinding her teeth in frustration, silently cursing. These shameless girls. Yet, there was nothing she could do but smile politely, for these girls were her bargaining chips in her rivalry with Luo Shunnying. For reasons unknown, Chu Mimi suddenly felt a sense of understanding towards Feng Duo, while Gu Luo, blissfully unaware, engaged in delightful conversation with the girls, his wit and humor igniting the atmosphere. With so many girls around, Chu Mimi could only watch helplessly, unable to voice her thoughts, especially since she had just declared that they were not in a romantic relationship. Meanwhile, on the other side, wow, your brother is quite the charmer, isn't he? Rin Lei teased in a hushed tone, leaning closer to Luo Shunnying with a sly grin. I can't deny it. My brother indeed possesses a certain allure, Luo Shunnying replied with a smile, feeling a sense of relief and immense gratitude towards him. Without Gu Luo, the music department might have splintered today. This would have put her in a difficult position as the lead singer and co-leader. The freshmen were unfit for use, while the third years were in a semi-retired state. Furthermore, having already performed last year, returning to trouble them again would certainly be embarrassing for the second years. At this moment, Luo Shunnying smiled at Rin Lei. I'm going to wash my face. All right, go ahead. I'll stay here and watch the show, Rin Lei chuckled. Her idea of a show was, of course, watching Gu Luo toy with Chu Mimi. This was the correct way to utilize a charmer. If Gu Luo continued to flirt, perhaps Chu Mimi's faction would collapse. How exciting. Seeing this, Luo Shunnying shook her head, half amused, and exited the classroom through the back door, heading directly to the restroom. Just as she reached the restroom, a figure hurriedly followed her. It was Feng Duo. Shunnying. She hesitated, her expression a complex mix of guilt, helplessness, and concern. Luo Shunnying did not turn around, simply splashing cold water on her face, allowing the refreshing sensation to wash over her cheeks. After exhaling softly, she finally spoke. Department head, what do you wish to say? Chapter 37. Fortunately, I can still rely on my brother. Feng Duo opened her mouth, about to speak, but suddenly seemed to remember something, abruptly pausing. Her demeanor cautious. She carefully entered the restroom, scanning each stall to ensure they were empty before stepping out, visibly relieved. I promise, after the school anniversary performance, I will hand over the music department to you. You can then wield the power of the department head. But before Feng Duo could finish her sentence, Luo Shunnying gently interrupted. Senior, I don't actually have any desire for the position of department head. Upon hearing this, Feng Duo's face instantly reflected anxiety. Taking a step forward, her hands unconsciously clenched, she urged, Shunnying, I know you're feeling uncomfortable, but we truly cannot afford to make things too tense with Chu Mimi and her group. I'm begging you, just endure a little longer, alright? The school anniversary is just next week. Once it passes, I will definitely help you deal with Chu Mimi before I leave the department. Shunnying, you were invited to join the music department last year by me. We are good friends. Please help me out, okay? Please? Feng Duo's voice grew softer, almost pleading by the end. Luo Shunnying fell silent. Her reluctance to engage with Chu Mimi stemmed from a lack of interest in such childish matters, compounded by Feng Duo's repeated appeals to endure for the sake of their past friendship. Yet, contrary to her wishes, Chu Mimi's provocations had only intensified, while Feng Duo remained passive. For the sake of maintaining a fragile balance, Feng Duo turned a blind eye, at times unwittingly acting as an accomplice to Chu Mimi. Observing Feng Duo's imploring expression, Luo Shunnying sighed in resignation. This senior, Feng Duo, was indeed ill-suited for the role of department head, lacking the decisiveness and responsibility required. If it weren't for her brother's unexpected appearance, the delicate balance would have shattered today. Let's leave it at that, Feng Duo. Luo Shunnying slowly pulled out a tissue from her pocket, wiping the droplets from her face at a leisurely pace before speaking. This is just my way of repaying you for your past kindness. As she said this, her thoughts drifted back to a year ago, recalling the first time she met Feng Duo. Back then, Feng Duo had sported a high ponytail, carrying a guitar, bouncing with energy as she beamed. Hey, come join the music department. Let's create the most beautiful melodies together. As your senior, I will take care of you. When had she changed? It was hard to pinpoint. The once enthusiastic and idealistic senior had now wavered in her sincerity, caught in a web of conflicts in pursuit of balance. Shunnying, thank you so much. Really, once the school anniversary is over, I will immediately stand up for you. I've long found Chu Mimi insufferable. Feng Duo's voice pulled Luo Shunnying back from her nostalgic reverie. Looking at the starkly different Feng Duo before her compared to her memories, she felt a slight disorientation. So be it. Fortunately, I still have my brother to rely on. Not long after, the music department's activities for the day concluded. Surrounded by a throng of admirers, Gu Luo walked towards the exit like a star among a constellation. Drawing countless gazes, one couldn't deny that the members of the music department were quite attractive, with only Gu Luo as the sole male in their ranks. And being the campus heartthrob of Guanya, he naturally attracted a flurry of whispers. Wow, being good-looking has its perks, one boy remarked enviously, his expression tinged with jealousy. No kidding, those girls from the music department usually act like they're above everyone else, but now they're all fawning over him, another boy scoffed, his words dripping with disdain. I must lose weight. I swear, once I slim down, I'll be just as handsome. Yet another boy clenched his fists, motivating himself. Such is the life of a social butterfly. Who knows how extravagant Gu Luo's evening escapades will be? After all, handsome men are often bound to be scoundrels. Among the murmur of conversations, there lies envy, jealousy, baseless speculation, and even malicious slander. As the charming transfer student with a charisma rating of 9, Gu Luo swiftly garnered attention within just 2 days at the school. It is undeniable, he is extraordinarily handsome. A mere glance could set hearts aflame. At this moment, Gu Luo was closely accompanied by Chu Mimi, leading others to mistakenly believe they were a couple. This naturally stirred discontent among other girls. But they dared not voice their feelings, knowing Gu Luo was indeed brought in by Chu Mimi. One girl with strikingly large eyes seemed oblivious to the warnings from Chu Mimi, persistently engaging Gu Luo in conversation. She was utterly captivated by his looks. Being single, she believed in fair competition. Gu Luo, noticing the increasingly stormy expression on Chu Mimi's face, deliberately intensified his banter with the girl, resulting in a lively exchange filled with laughter. The girl's heart brimmed with joy, fixating on the thought that the school heartthrob might be interested in her. As they reached the school gate, everyone waved their goodbyes. The girl, still reluctant to part, yearned to continue conversing with Gu Luo. However, Chu Mimi, with no regard for politeness, interjected, Gu Luo and I have plans. You shouldn't follow us. With that, she assertively seized Gu Luo's sleeve, exuding a hint of dominance. Gu Luo feigned a look of confusion, appearing innocent and bewildered. This only infuriated the girl further, as she thought it was downright deceitful to disregard the established norms. Chu Mimi, reveling in her victory, whisked Gu Luo away. As they walked, Chu Mimi intentionally leaned closer to Gu Luo, nearly pressing against him, while he subtly evaded her, skillfully sidestepping or quickening his pace. After an indeterminate time, Chu Mimi glanced back to ensure they were not being followed before turning to Gu Luo and advising. You should keep your distance from that girl. Why? Gu Luo asked, feigning confusion. She is quite deranged. She often tortures stray cats at the park and used to bully other girls in middle school. I'm warning you discreetly to protect you, Chu Mimi replied. Gu Luo couldn't help but reflect on the truth of her words. Birds of a feather flock together. Yet he maintained an expression of surprise, saying, I see. I'll be sure to keep my distance. Good. It's best not to engage with her at all. Chu Mimi smiled, satisfaction evident on her face. After walking a bit further and declining a drinking invitation, Gu Luo concocted an excuse to part ways with Chu Mimi. The secrets he had gleaned during this time were substantial. One could say Chu Mimi would say anything to fend off competition from other girls. It seemed his act of innocence had been quite successful. With a sigh, Gu Luo turned in the direction of a nearby supermarket. While waiting at a traffic light, a familiar voice echoed behind him. He did not turn immediately. Instead, he leisurely fiddled with his phone. Soon, a gentle tap on his shoulder made him turn. revealing the girl with large eyes. He had not bothered to remember her name, so he mentally referred to her as Big-Eyed Girl. Fancy meeting you here, Gu Luo? Are you heading to the supermarket too? She asked cheerfully. However, Gu Luo stepped aside, regarding her with caution. What's wrong? The sudden shift in his demeanor caught her off guard, her smile faltering, confusion clouding her eyes. Just moments ago, they had been conversing amiably. Now, the atmosphere had shifted drastically. As the traffic light turned green, acting as a silent command, Gu Luo ignored her and continued walking across the street. Big-Eyed Girl stood in stunned silence for a few seconds, unable to comprehend how their conversation had soured so quickly. Refusing to be dismissed, she hastily followed after him. Gu Luo, what's wrong? We were just having fun talking. Please say something. Her incessant chatter buzzed in his ears like an annoying fly, yet he remained unresponsive, focused on his path. Finally, upon reaching a small park, he halted and said, Please don't follow me. But you owe me a reason. She insisted, blocking his way with a serious expression. Give me a reason, and I will leave. Gu Luo opened his mouth to respond, but hesitated, his face reflecting inner turmoil, as if burdened by an unspoken truth. Seeing his distress, Big-Eyed Girl's eyes flickered with understanding as she cautiously asked, Did Chu Mimi tell you something about me? No, she didn't. Gu Luo exclaimed, his hands waving in a panic, his gaze darting away from hers. His flustered demeanor betrayed him. Big-Eyed Girl's heart sank. It must have been Chu Mimi. She is the only one who knows about my past. Gu Luo. Please let me explain, she said, her complexion pale. Did Chu Mimi mention my past with the cats, or the bullying? Those are just misunderstandings. I only playfully tapped the cats, and the bullying was just a quarrel, nothing more. Please believe me. Inwardly, Gu Luo scoffed at her claims. Yet he maintained a facade of contemplation. Finally, he nodded slowly. I believe you. Really? She asked, her excitement palpable. Of course. He replied with an innocent smile that illuminated his face as the setting sun cast a warm glow on him, accentuating his flawless features. How could one person possess such striking beauty? Big-Eyed Girl was entranced, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. After a moment, she blushed and cleared her throat, attempting to regain her composure. So, Gu Luo, what exactly did Chu Mimi tell you? Nothing, he assured her earnestly. Truly, it was nothing. His eyes, however, darted away, revealing his deceit. Big-Eyed Girl's heart raced with anxiety. She was grateful to have encountered Gu Luo today. Otherwise, who knew what more outrageous secrets Chu Mimi might have divulged? A surge of indignation welled up within her. Since you are unkind, do not blame me for being ungrateful. Gu Luo, I need to tell you something, but you must promise not to share it with anyone. What is it? Gu Luo feigned curiosity, tilting his head slightly, his heart racing in anticipation of the revelation. Promise me you won't tell anyone. The voice of the girl with big eyes lowered, as if she were about to unveil a monumental secret. All right, I promise you, Gu Luo solemnly nodded, his expression serious and earnest. The girl then whispered, Gu Luo, you have been deceived by Chu Mimi. She is quite fond of spreading rumors. For instance, she frequently disseminates unfounded tales about Vice Minister Luo, claiming she steals boyfriends, engages in illicit activities, and has an affair with the principal. Isn't that excessive? Many have been misled by her, which is why they harbor disdain for Vice Minister Luo. As she spoke, she scrutinized Gu Luo's expression, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in her eyes. Chu Mimi, this is of your own making. Enough, Gu Luo interjected abruptly, catching the girl off guard. He continued, I believe Chu Mimi is not that kind of person, just as I believe you would never harm cats or bully others. The girl fell silent, gazing at Gu Luo, her heart a tumult of emotions. She found his innocence somewhat endearing, so easily trusting others. Simultaneously, she realized that Chu Mimi was indeed despicable, willing to deceive such a good-hearted boy. In that case, let us refrain from discussing others behind their backs. Such behavior is wrong. Let's head to the supermarket, Gu Luo declared, walking ahead with his hands in his pockets, clutching his phone. In the evening, within a simple yet bright bedroom, soft light bathed every corner, failing to warm the owner's heart, which was steeped in resentment. Chu Mimi sat at her desk, retrieving an A4 sheet from the drawer, upon which she inscribed the name Luo Shunning in bold letters. Slowly, she picked up a red marker and began to cross out Luo Shunning's name. It's all your fault. It's all because of you, she vented, as she drew. If it weren't for Luo Shunning, that boy I liked wouldn't have left me. If it weren't for Luo Shunning, I wouldn't have faced such humiliation. Indeed, it's because of Luo Shunning. She must have been secretly enticing those boys. That's the explanation. At that moment, Chu Mimi suddenly smiled at the paper marked with red crosses, speaking to herself. Luo Shunning, this time you've lost. Gu Luo has been captivated by my charm. After a pause, she continued, "Of course, the previous events are far from over. Let us embarrass ourselves together on the school anniversary." She couldn't help but wonder what expression Luo Shunning would wear then. She was truly looking forward to it. Just then, her phone on the desk rang, a voice call. Chu Mimi composed her smile, but upon seeing the caller ID, her brows furrowed in impatience. Nevertheless, she pressed the answer button. "Chu Mimi, you little witch," came a sharp, piercing voice from the other end. Chu Mimi was momentarily stunned, her mind struggling to process the onslaught. "You're such a lowlife, speaking ill of me behind my back." The voice grew louder, as if trying to break through the phone screen. "Are you dead? Speak up. Are you dead?" A barrage of profanities bombarded her ears like exploding bombs. Finally regaining her composure, Chu Mimi retaliated, "You're the lowlife." Their insults intertwined like a fierce battle, neither willing to yield. After they had exhausted themselves, Chu Mimi, suppressing her anger, asked, "Did Gu Luo tell you about this?" "Uft," came the dismissive retort. "I figured it out. Gu Luo is so kind and naive, still defending a wretch like you. It's truly ironic." The caller recounted the events that had transpired, leaving Chu Mimi in silence. "Chu Mimi, let me make myself clear. This isn't over. If you ever dare to speak of my past with cats and bullying, I'll tear you apart. You worthless piece of trash." With that, the call ended. Chu Mimi took several deep breaths to steady herself. Just a superficial friend. If she's gone, so be it. As long as I have Gu Luo, that's all that matters. She resolved to appear even more gentle and caring in front of Gu Luo, determined to win him over quickly to avoid any complications. "For now, I shall let Luo Shunning be. On the anniversary day, let us embarrass ourselves together. I can find comfort in Gu Luo afterward." Chapter 39. The angel's pat on the head for Gu Luo. Taking care of 4 beautiful younger sisters was undoubtedly a source of joy and happiness. However, such blissful days passed swiftly, time racing like a tireless steed. In what felt like the blink of an eye, he had spent a week in this warm new home, and Saturday had arrived. Over the past few days, the music department had undergone a remarkable transformation due to Gu Luo's presence. The previously contentious atmosphere had dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented tranquility. Chu Mimi seemed like a different person, exhibiting grace and poise in front of Gu Luo, no longer sabotaging rehearsal sessions, and actively participating in every practice. Meanwhile, the small group she belonged to began to show signs of disintegration, akin to a precarious building poised to collapse. The girl with big eyes played a decisive role in this unraveling, publicly exposing Chu Mimi's malicious gossip within their circle. Coupled with Gu Luo's timely and subtle displays of charm, tensions were skillfully heightened, culminating in the current situation. The only source of Gu Luo's concern was Chu Mimi's increasingly aggressive advances. Her gaze seemed capable of devouring him whole. Thankfully, Guangya Academy's anniversary celebration was set for the following Wednesday. Once the performance concluded, his undercover role would reach its end, and he could address Chu Mimi's previous misdeeds. In the early morning kitchen, Gu Luo stood before the cutting board, yawning and bleary-eyed as he sliced tomatoes. He had played games until the early hours of the morning, captivated by the dazzling weapon skins that made the experience all the more enjoyable. Indeed, possessing wealth brought its own pleasures, and during this time, the little demon had not invaded his room at night. Everything seemed to be progressing positively. After accompanying the little demon on an outing today, he would no longer be under her coercion. Oh, Gu Luo suddenly realized he had forgotten to ask Luo Shuha about her plans for the day. Oh well, I'll find out when we head out. Just then, Luo Shunning entered the kitchen with a light step. The hem of her pure white nightgown swayed gently with her movements, resembling a blooming white lotus in the morning, pure and beautiful. She appeared as if she had stepped out of a fairy tale, radiating an irresistible aura of innocence. "Good morning, Shunning." Gu Luo continued to slice the tomatoes, and upon hearing Luo Shuning's voice, a subconscious smile graced his lips. What could be more delightful than greeting a little angel on a bright morning? A wave of happiness washed over him. "Thank you for your hard work, brother," Luo Shuning said habitually, her gaze inadvertently landing on the top of Gu Luo's head. A single tuft of hair stood upright, as if declaring its existence to the world. With a soft laugh, Luo Shuning found herself charmed by the sight, unable to stifle her amusement. Hearing her laughter, Gu Luo paused his chopping, turning his head in confusion to inquire, What's the matter?" Luo Shuning blinked her big, glistening eyes before raising her small hand, her 4 delicate fingers, save for the thumb, waving downward as she playfully urged, "Brother, lower your head." Her voice was gentle, laced with a hint of mischief, as if she were sharing a delightful secret. "Ah, okay." Though puzzled, Gu Luo complied. Observing this, Luo Shuning slowly placed her small hand upon his hair, gently smoothing it down. The action was tender, akin to how one might care for a child. As she ran her fingers through his hair, each touch sent a jolt through Gu Luo, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. His face began to flush. Was this the so-called head pat attack? Was this truly the sensation of being patted by a beautiful girl? Why had the little angel suddenly taken such a familiar action? Gu Luo's mind faltered, his thoughts spiraling. All right, brother. At that moment, Luo Shuning ceased her actions, clasping her hands behind her back. With a beaming smile, she declared, "You had a tuft of hair sticking up just now. But no worries, I fixed it." Her tone was playful, as if she were proudly showcasing her accomplishment. Hearing her explanation, Gu Luo's fanciful notions dissipated like smoke. He slowly raised his head, only to find Luo Shuning tilting her little head. Her adorable demeanor stirring his heart. "Your face is a bit red. Why is that? So cute. This is really amusing." She noted how Gu Luo displayed this innocent, boyish shyness only in her presence, a stark contrast to his demeanor around others. This special feeling delighted Luo Shuning, and she found herself yearning for it more and more, her heart tingling like it was being scratched by a little kitten. Gu Luo fought to suppress his embarrassment, opting for silence as he turned back to the vegetables, feigning composure. Meanwhile, Luo Shuning stifled her laughter beside him. If the atmosphere in the kitchen could be colored, it would surely be a sweet, soft pink. This was their usual dynamic, filled with warmth, as their relationship steadily deepened. They both cherished this sensation, often finding their lips curling into smiles at the mere thought of each other. Gu Luo felt a budding excitement, drawn to gentle girls, especially one as beautiful as Luo Shuning. He sensed she felt the same, yet they both silently agreed to maintain this connection within certain bounds. Gu Luo felt a twinge of frustration. He understood some things were inappropriate, yet he couldn't help but desire to reach out. This feeling was peculiar. However, Tom was on their side. He and the little angel would have ample opportunities to bond. As for the future, he would leave that to his future self. For now, he would savor the present. "Brother." Luo Shuning's gentle call pulled Gu Luo from his reverie. "What is it?" he asked instinctively. Luo Shuning stepped closer, bridging the distance between them. With a bright, warm smile, she expressed gratitude for Gu Luo's care throughout the week. "Thank you for tirelessly preparing delicious meals for me each day. Thank you for helping to temporarily resolve the conflicts in the music department, making many sacrifices in the process. I truly appreciate you, brother. I will never forget these things." Upon hearing her words, Gu Luo felt as though his heart were enveloped in a warm flow of water, a healing sensation washing over him. An overwhelming emotion surged within him. Gazing at the little angel before him, his lips quivered slightly as if he had made a determination. Gathering his courage to say, "Shuning, your hair seems a bit messy as well." Luo Shuning paused, momentarily taken aback. She instinctively reached to tidy her hair, but suddenly remembered having just combed it in front of the mirror. Realization dawned upon her, causing her heart to race. A delicate blush adorned her flawless cheeks, and silence fell in the kitchen. This quietude enveloped them like an invisible veil, the air thick with tension and anticipation. Seeing Luo Shuning's silence, Gu Luo assumed he had been rebuffed, and embarrassment washed over him. What was he saying? Oh no, he had lost control. This was mortifying. What should he do? Should he make a joke to brush it off? He regretted taking that step. Ahem, Shuning. Gu Luo felt the urge to vanish into a hole. Just as he was about to explain, he noticed Luo Shuning's soft hands crossing over her chest. Her gaze lowered, shyly asking, "Could you help me with something?" Of course. Gu Luo stifled his racing heart, striving to steady his breath. Yet, his slightly trembling fingertips betrayed his inner turmoil. Taking a deep breath, he gently placed his hand on Luo Shuning's small head, softly ruffling her hair. His fingers glided through her silky strands, each stroke executed with utmost care. At that moment, Gu Luo wished time would slow down, wishing to freeze this beautiful moment eternally. Neither spoke as one reveled in the gentle touch, while the other savored the sensation of his fingers. Gu Luo's lips moved slightly, wanting to say something. But after much hesitation, he swallowed the words that threatened to escape. Patience was key. There was no need to rush. After all, there would be plenty of time ahead. Engrossed in this blissful moment, they lost track of time until suddenly, a bright voice called from outside the kitchen. "Brother, is dinner ready? I'm so hungry." Startled by Luo Shuling's voice, Gu Luo and Luo Shuning jumped as if electrocuted, instinctively distancing themselves and hurriedly pretending to be busy. Their hands flitted about the ingredients and dishes, busy yet unsure of what they were doing. Luo Shuling, yawning, ambled to the kitchen door, her brow furrowing in confusion as she asked, "Brother, Shu Ning, why are you ignoring me? Almost done. Just a moment. Gu Luo feigned calmness, striving to make his voice sound steady, fighting to control his still thumping heart. Meanwhile, Luo Shu Ning lowered her head, tightly pressing her lips together, too shy to speak or glance at Luo Shu Ling. Whether from embarrassment or shock, her cheeks glowed a vivid red. Thankfully, her long, dark hair concealed much of her flustered state. Well, you both keep at it. I'll just have some chips for now. Luo Shu Ling cheerfully strolled past them, oblivious, and retrieved a bag of cucumber-flavored chips from the fridge. Humming a tune, she leisurely exited the kitchen, hearing the gradually fading sound of Luo Shu Ling's slippers. The two finally felt a sense of relief, exhaling simultaneously. However, the kitchen soon fell back into a silence fraught with awkwardness, as neither knew what to say. Luo Shu Ling found herself at a loss, contemplating whether to seek advice from her strategist. She had never been in a romantic relationship and lacked experience in interacting with boys, leaving her uncertain about her next move. Her heart brimmed with anticipation for the deepening of her relationship with Gu Luo, yet worry overshadowed her excitement. After a prolonged silence, Luo Shu Ling broke the stillness in the kitchen by asking, "Brother, do you have any plans today? With the school anniversary next week, we still need to rehearse at school during lunch. Will you be coming?" "Yes," Gu Luo almost blurted out instinctively. Yet, just as the word was on the tip of his tongue, he abruptly realized his mistake, swallowing it back. After all, he had made prior arrangements with Luo Shua today. This was indeed an opportune moment to solidify his bond with Luo Shu Ning. However, he could not go back on a promise. Gritting his teeth, Gu Luo reluctantly shook his head, conveying his apologies. "I'm sorry, Shu Ning, but I have other commitments today. No need to apologize, brother." Luo Shu Ning smiled faintly, though her smile carried a hint of disappointment that quickly faded. She then inquired, "Are you going out with friends?" At this question, Gu Luo felt a surge of tension, his body instinctively tensing up. He had no desire to deceive Luo Shu Ning, but how could he explain the situation with Luo Shua? The matter between them was not something he could discuss. A fleeting thought of honesty crossed his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. No, that wouldn't do. After today, he would owe Luo Shua nothing. Besides, she had been quite agreeable in recent days. It was best to keep this matter private. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain. "I'm so sorry, little angel," Gu Luo silently apologized within, then awkwardly stated, "I have a dinner planned with classmates." This was a lie he had already told Gu Ximan and now found himself repeating. "That's wonderful. Brother will be able to strengthen ties with your classmates," Luo Shu Ning beamed, adding, "Yuer will surely be particularly happy today. She adores food." Oh, this is bad. Gu Luo felt a wave of panic wash over him. How could he have forgotten that Luo Shu Ning knew Xinyu? Yes, haha. He awkwardly chuckled, immediately regretting his words as they escaped his lips. This was a disaster. He should have said he was going with other classmates. If Luo Shu Ning and Xinyu were to discuss it, "Gu Luo, are you a fool?" He berated himself internally. He couldn't even fathom Luo Shu Ning's expression upon discovering his deception. Yet, there was no other choice. His earlier panic had led him to fabricate a lie with no time to think it through. However, according to Xinyu, she and Luo Shu Ning were not particularly close, and it was unlikely they would engage in conversation. Even if they did, Luo Shu Ning would probably not inquire about such matters. But one must always be cautious. Perhaps honesty would be the best policy. Yet how could he explain? Once he admitted to lying, he would have to confess why he lied in the first place, which would lead to another tangled web of lies. Luo Shu Ning had been making him warm milk every day in light of this situation. Gu Luo felt as if his mind was ensnared in a chaotic tangle, growing more and more bewildered with each thought. Was this the cost of deceit? For now, he could only hope for the favor of Lady Luck. As time ticked by, just as breakfast was nearing completion, Luo Shu Ning cheerfully announced, "Brother, I'm going to heat the milk now." All right. At her words, Gu Luo felt an even greater pang of guilt. He truly was not a good person. Regardless, after today, he would owe Luo Shua nothing. He vowed never to mistake names again and provide the little demon with an opportunity for mischief. He hoped everything would resolve smoothly today. Chapter 41. Brother, do I seem to have a bit of an elder sister feeling? Gu Luo stood at a corner not far from the bus station, glancing at his phone, noting that there were still 10 minutes until the appointed time. Indeed, this arrangement with Luo Shua had been premeditated to avoid coinciding with Luo Shu Ning's schedule. After all, having already deceived both Luo Shu Ning and Gu Ximan, he needed to be exceedingly cautious in maintaining the web of lies he had woven, ensuring not a single flaw would emerge. "Hey, handsome, are you here alone?" A sweet, syrupy voice suddenly shattered the tranquility. Gu Luo raised his head to see 3 elegantly dressed women approaching him. They were clad in tailored professional suits that accentuated their curves, and their exquisite makeup exuded the allure of mature femininity. "Hey, handsome, would you like to join us for a cup of coffee?" The leading woman playfully tossed her luscious waves, giggling, "We just finished our afternoon shift, and we're looking for a place to unwind." In response, Gu Luo instinctively took a polite step back, maintaining a respectful distance. A distant yet polite smile graced his face as he replied, "I'm waiting for someone." "Waiting for who? A girlfriend?" Another woman, seemingly oblivious to Gu Luo's rejection, leaned in closer, the scent of her perfume wafting around him. With that shy demeanor, "You must still be single, right?" The trio of women resembled relentless vines, entangling him despite his repeated refusals. They showed no signs of leaving. Akin to thugs surrounding a campus beauty. What a burden, this overwhelming charm, Gu Luo thought, feeling increasingly flustered. Just as he was about to say something more, he suddenly felt a familiar tightening on his arm. A refreshing fragrance drifted into his nostrils as he turned to see Luo Shua, who had silently approached him. Her slender arm intertwined with his, and today she wore a flowing black dress, its hem swaying gently in the breeze like dark ocean waves, exuding elegance and charm. Her delicate high-heeled sandals revealed her fair ankles, enhancing the allure of her already long legs. Her silky hair cascaded over her shoulders, glimmering softly in the sunlight. The three women were instantly captivated by Luo Shua's beauty. Without uttering a word, she merely cast a cool glance at them, her eyes resembling sharp surgical blades that precisely dissected their intentions. "Apologies, we had no idea this young gentleman already had a girlfriend," the leading woman said with a bittersweet smile, tinged with regret. "We truly apologize for teasing him. However, I must say, I envy you for having such a handsome boyfriend." Luo Shua remained silent, simply holding on to Gu Luo's arm, asserting her claim. Gu Luo felt the warmth and softness radiating from her arm and yearned to say something. Yet the words caught in his throat. "Well then, it seems we are fated to part ways with this handsome gentleman," the leading woman said with a hint of disappointment. "Goodbye, handsome, goodbye, pretty lady." Once the trio departed, Gu Luo attempted to gently withdraw his arm from Luo Shua's grasp. "Shuhua, you can let go now," he said, his voice tinged with awkwardness, attempting to break the subtle tension in the air. Upon hearing this, Luo Shua lifted her head, her long lashes casting shadows beneath her eyes. In a calm tone, she asked, "Are you planning to abandon your promise, brother?" Gu Luo found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "You have already promised to listen to me all day," she remarked lightly, yet with an undeniable firmness, reminding him of their agreement. "Wait," Gu Luo interrupted hastily. "I only agreed to accompany you out. The final say rests with me." As Luo Shuhua spoke, she tightened her embrace. Her strands of hair brushed gently against Gu Luo's arm, evoking a subtle tickling sensation. Gu Luo fell silent, gazing down at Luo Shuhua's exquisite profile. Today, she appeared to have applied a light touch of makeup, her lips adorned with a soft rosy hue that accentuated her already fair and translucent skin. This was her way. She could utter the most domineering words in the calmest of tones. After all, it wasn't I who would suffer. Gu Luo sighed in resignation, a hint of a wry smile gracing his face. Yet he cautioned her, expressing concern that such actions could lead to harm, hoping she understood his implication. Luo Shuhua remained silent, simply continuing to link her arm with his as they walked toward the station. Even in high heels, her steps were steady and graceful, each stride reminiscent of a grand catwalk rather than the solid ground beneath them. Gu Luo sensed the gazes of passers-by lingering upon them, a striking pair, a tall, handsome young man and an extraordinarily beautiful girl, a combination too conspicuous to go unnoticed, akin to stars in the night sky. However, upon entering the train car, Gu Luo immediately regretted it. Due to the weekend and the crowded route, the train was packed, with passengers tightly compressed like sardines, making even a place to stand difficult to find. Left with no choice, Gu Luo shielded Luo Shuhua in a corner, bracing his arm against the wall to carve out a relatively comfortable space for her. She merely tilted her head back, gazing at him quietly, her eyes shimmering like they were filled with radiant starlight. He could smell a faint fragrance emanating from her, not perfume, but the subtle scent of a body wash, mixed with her unique essence, providing an inexplicable sense of comfort. "So, where exactly are we headed?" Gu Luo asked, feeling somewhat awkward under her gaze. Attempting to divert the attention, his voice barely rose above the cacophony of the crowded car. Yet, before Luo Shuhua could respond, another wave of passengers surged in, pushing Gu Luo forward until he was nearly leaning against her. He quickly retreated, only to be shoved back by the crowd behind him. "Sorry," he murmured, his expression tinged with embarrassment. The noise in the car, a blend of conversations, footsteps, and announcements, created a chaotic backdrop, Yet in that moment, Gu Luo felt as though the world had grown eerily quiet. All he could hear was the thunderous rhythm of his own heartbeat. Your heart is racing, Luo Shuhua suddenly remarked, her voice barely audible. At her words, Gu Luo instinctively tried to step back, but was hindered by the throng behind him. Luo Shuhua raised her head slightly, a playful smile gracing her lips. Is it because of me? Stop joking. Gu Luo turned his face away. Have you noticed I've been a bit gentler today? She continued. Does it remind you of Shuhuan? At her words, Gu Luo opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. However, it must be said that today, compared to before, Luo Shuhua indeed exuded less coldness, infused with a touch of warmth and intimacy. Even her lipstick was a gentle, warm tone. She hadn't engaged in any of those peculiar antics in recent days. The words spoken that night had indeed been heard. Shuhua, you don't need to, Gu Luo began but hesitated. This morning, he had come to fully comprehend his own feelings. It was Luo Shuhuan he truly adored. That gentle and caring demeanor that set his heart aflutter, even if he could not articulate it. Yet, affection is affection. This feeling could not be concealed. Now, gazing at Luo Shuhua before him, he was genuinely surprised that she would change for a single remark of his. What could possibly motivate such a transformation? Shuhua, let us speak candidly. Gu Luo earnestly wished to lay everything bare. He yearned to understand why Luo Shuhua had gone to such lengths, why she had exhibited such complex emotions upon their first meeting, and why she had labeled him a great deceiver. He was not foolish, nor was he emotionally detached. He could sense her genuine efforts, even from the outset when she had set aside the typical modesty of a girl. Gu Luo did not wish to hurt Luo Shuhua, yet he found himself at a loss in the face of these burgeoning feelings. Chapter 42. Come to my room at midnight. Upon hearing Gu Luo's words, Luo Shuhua fell silent. Her gaze drifted past his shoulder, surveying the throng of passengers. In the train car, the mingling of conversations and the rumble of the train formed a cacophony, but in Luo Shuhua's world, it felt as though only she and Gu Luo existed. The surrounding clamor automatically muted. After what felt like an eternity, she finally spoke. Come to my room at midnight tonight, and I will tell you. Gu Luo fell silent once more. He genuinely did not wish to visit Luo Shuhua's room at such an hour, if any of the other three sisters found out. Especially if Luo Shuhuan misconstrued the situation, it would be as if he had jumped into the Yellow River, unable to clear his name. Yet, his curiosity about the underlying reasons was insatiable. After weighing the options for quite some time, the scales of his heart ultimately tipped towards curiosity, and Gu Luo nodded in agreement. From that moment on, the two fell into silence. Gu Luo had little to say. After all, it was futile to spar with the little devil, and he had already warned her that such actions could lead to injury. Having reached this point, he decided to let her have her way. The city train continued its journey through the urban landscape, the scenery outside flashing by like a slideshow. Skyscrapers, bustling streets, verdant trees, and vibrant flowers were left behind in an instant. Soon enough, they arrived at their destination. Disembarking proved more challenging than boarding, as the crowd within the car formed a wall that made movement nearly impossible. Throughout, Gu Luo kept Luo Shuhua closely protected, his arms firmly encircling her to shield her from the surrounding throng. After much effort, they finally squeezed out of the train. Let us take a taxi back, Gu Luo suggested, feeling truly overwhelmed by the crowd and the need to care for Luo Shuhua, which necessitated their close physical proximity. The traffic is too congested. Let us take the train, Luo Shuhua replied, seamlessly linking her arm with his. The action was both natural and affectionate, as if this had become a habitual stance between them. Gu Luo found it challenging to comprehend Luo Shuhua's words. Her responses were always so decisive and straightforward that they left little room for rebuttal. Sunlight glinted off the glass facades of the buildings, casting dazzling reflections. The street bustled with vehicles and pedestrians alike. Shops played cheerful music, street performers entertained crowds, and the air was filled with enticing aromas of various cuisines. Undoubtedly, this was the commercial center of Kaizhou, radiating vitality and prosperity. So what exactly are we doing? Gu Luo posed the question once more. Upon hearing this, Luo Shuhua smiled, replying, I'm buying clothes for my brother. Gu Luo was momentarily taken aback, struggling to find his words. After a pause, he asked with a complex expression, Then why did you refuse when Shuhuan asked if you were coming? Because I wanted to go out on a date with you, Luo Shuhua answered candidly. Gu Luo was at a loss for how to respond to such a forthright declaration. He could only firmly clarify, I need to make one thing clear. This is not a date. He had expected a cold glare from Luo Shuhua, but instead, he found her expression unchanged. Just as she had been on the train, she was indeed becoming gentler. All right, Luo Shuhua replied softly, nodding without a hint of contradiction. Gu Luo felt a sudden daze, as he discerned the shadow of Luo Shuhuan and Luo Shuhua. In that instant, their figures began to overlap in his mind, for reasons he could not fathom. An unsettling feeling welled up within him, as if he had come to a profound realization. He grasped Luo Shua's wrist and spoke in a deep voice. Although I prefer gentle girls, I do not dislike your personality. This is my sincere truth. Therefore, please remain true to yourself and continue to regard me with that icy gaze. He felt it was truly unfair to Luo Shua, for he could not bear such heavy emotions. In response, Luo Shua did not answer but countered with a question. You wouldn't want me to become more like shunning, would you? So you can continue to comfortably reject me under the pretense of preferring gentle girls? Is that it? Hearing this, Gu Luo opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. Luo Shua continued, I know you like shunning, and she has feelings for you as well. Pausing for effect, she fixed her gaze on Gu Luo's eyes. But you are not together yet, and I too have the right to pursue happiness, do I not? Gu Luo was left speechless. Eventually, unable to continue the conversation, he shifted the topic, saying, let's discuss everything tonight. For now, let us go buy some clothes. Upon hearing this, Luo Shua chose not to press her advantage but nodded gently, adopting a softer tone as she replied, as you wish, brother. Thus, Luo Shua linked her arm with Gu Luo's, and they proceeded to the clothing mall across the street. The mall was bustling with activity, filled with a plethora of brand-name stores, each playing music of different styles. They entered the first men's clothing store. Upon seeing them, the salesgirl's eyes brightened. Her gaze lingered on Gu Luo, and a warm smile spread across her face as she eagerly exclaimed, Welcome, dear customers. The boyfriend of this lovely lady is truly handsome. These are our new arrivals. Following the salesgirl, they arrived at the section for shirts. Luo Shua meticulously examined each piece, occasionally holding one up against Gu Luo. Brother, try this one, she suggested, picking up a light blue shirt that exuded a fresh and elegant hue. All right, Gu Luo replied as he stepped into the fitting room. Moments later, he emerged, adjusting his collar before the mirror, nodding in approval. Not bad. Then how about trying this one? Luo Shua offered a beige shirt, soft and comfortable in texture, exuding a casual vibe. Gu Luo changed into it once again and stepped out, turning to assess himself in the mirror, finally declaring, It's acceptable. Luo Shua nodded but showed no intention of purchasing, instead continuing to the next store. Gu Luo followed, observing her earnest selection process and suddenly finding her rather endearing. Shua, are you playing dress up? He teased. In response, Luo Shua glanced back at him. I am merely trying to understand your preferences. My preferences? He echoed. Yes. She affirmed with a nod. I wish to know what colors, styles, and materials you like. Gu Luo was taken aback. He had not anticipated her earnestness. Isn't this exhausting? I'm not picky about clothes. Anything will do. However, Luo Shua did not respond, continuing onward. Her back appeared slightly despondent, triggering a wave of guilt within Gu Luo. Realizing this, he hastily caught up and said, Shua, you don't have to do this. Luo Shua halted and turned to face him. Then what would you have me do? Gu Luo opened his mouth, yet found himself speechless. Just as Luo Shua had pointed out, he had been using his preference for gentle girls as an excuse to reject her. Now that she had adopted a gentler demeanor, he felt conflicted. In Gu Luo's view, the act of giving love was more fulfilling than receiving it. Thus, he found himself transformed into a mere doll, indulging in an afternoon of pure dress-up. As Luo Shua had no intention of purchasing anything, she simply guided him through various men's clothing stores, trying on one outfit after another. After exiting another store, Gu Luo felt his legs weighed down as if filled with lead, each step requiring immense effort. For a young man, shopping felt akin to torment. Especially this aimless dress-up game, each minute stretching endlessly. What is wrong, brother? Luo Shua inquired, turning to glance at him, her expression composed, as if the lengthy walk had been merely a trivial matter for her. She stood tall in her high heels, her steps exuding elegance, showing no sign of fatigue. Gu Luo hesitated, questioning whether admitting his exhaustion would be too humiliating, especially in front of a girl who seemed unaffected by fatigue. I feel a bit parched. Shall we go for some milk tea? Gu Luo proposed with a smile, seizing the opportunity. This was indeed a clever excuse. I'm not tired. I'm merely thirsty. Hence the desire to sit down for some milk tea. All right, Luo Shua agreed after a moment of contemplation. For she too felt the pangs of thirst after their long walk. They made their way toward the snack street, where various food and drink establishments lined the sidewalks. The aroma of grilled skewers and the sweetness of milk tea mingling with the laughter of passers-by, creating a vibrant tableau of life. Dear customers, good news. The Ruixiue Xingqing Kaizhou Commercial City Store is grandly opening today. Bring your loved ones and enjoy a buy one get one free offer. Families can savor sweet moments together. For lovely couples, buy one get one free. Let love blossom in sweetness. For married couples, buy one get one free. Relive the sweetness of first love. Our store is offering special promotions for families, couples, and partners. Buy one get one free. Buy one get one free. Buy one get one free. Important things are worth repeating thrice. The complimentary drink can be chosen at your leisure. Following the jubilant announcement, Gu Luo spotted a Ruishu Xingqing store not far away. Outside the store stood a comically charming snow king with antlers, waving its arms to attract the attention of passers-by. What a pity it would be if there were events for siblings as well, Gu Luo jested, attempting to lighten the mood. However, as soon as he spoke, Luo Shuha seamlessly intertwined her arm with his, her movements both natural and swift, as if she had been awaiting the opportunity. Gu Luo opened his mouth, but found himself unable to voice a response. After all, who could say they were not a couple? Surely many siblings or classmates would feign romance to enjoy the discounts. Yet, this also provided Luo Shuha with a legitimate reason to cling to his arm. Well, it would be foolish not to take advantage of the discount. Thus, they arrived at the Ruishu Xingqing store and joined the queue. Gu Luo observed the spacious interior with several empty seats, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Besides themselves, there were 5 other couples in the store. An amusing scene unfolded as the young men couldn't help but steal glances at Luo Shuha, captivated by her beauty, while the young women frequently glanced at Gu Luo, entranced by his charm. Even a couple who happened to glance at both of them found their gazes locking, rendering the atmosphere quite awkward. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Luo and Luo Shuha had unwittingly influenced the ambience among the other couples. Yet, such admiration was inevitable. The desire for beauty resides in everyone, especially for such strikingly attractive individuals as themselves, who radiated a certain luminosity wherever they went. Gu Luo felt somewhat uneasy under the scrutiny, while Luo Shuha remained unperturbed, exhibiting no signs of discomfort throughout. It was no surprise. With her stunning looks, she must have long since acclimatized to such attention. As they pondered this, they soon reached the front of the line. Shuhi, what would you like to drink? Gu Luo turned to look at Luo Shuhi, only to find her eyes slightly narrowed and the corners of her mouth lifted in a subtle smile. At this sight, he immediately sensed trouble. Darling, I would like a coffee. A latte will suffice. Luo Shuhi deliberately raised her voice, her tone soft and sweet, leaning her small head affectionately on Gu Luo's shoulder afterward. In an instant, all the patrons in the cafe turned their gazes towards them, their eyes filled with envy. Just look at this couple. Not only are they strikingly handsome, but they also exude such sweetness. Gu Luo felt goosebumps rise on his skin, an involuntary shiver running through him. Darling, it was the first time in his life someone had called him that. How to describe the sensation? It felt strange, yet oddly thrilling. Gu Luo could only repeat in his mind that this was all for free milk tea, all for free milk tea. He made an effort to compose himself and told the staff, 1 cup of grape taro balls and 1 latte, room temperature, please. Thank you. Sure. What about the sweetness level? The masked staff member asked with a smile, her eyes irresistibly drawn to Gu Luo's stunning features, scrutinizing him intently. It was only when she caught Luo Shuhi's unfriendly gaze that she awkwardly diverted her attention. Half sugar, please. All right. Just as Gu Luo was about to pay, a stylishly dressed middle-aged woman emerged from behind and approached them directly. Hello, young man and young lady. Your order is on the house today, she said with a warm smile. It's our shop's opening day, and I would love to take a photo of you two to hang on the wall as a promotional picture. In the future, you can enjoy a 50% discount at our shop. What do you think? For the middle-aged woman, this was a profitable venture. Offering a discount was merely a minor concession. This couple was simply too outstanding. Their presence elevated the entire ambience of the cafe, making even market celebrities pale in comparison. Apologies, ma'am, but I would prefer to pay. Gu Luo replied without a moment's hesitation. It was ridiculous. He could easily afford that cup of milk tea. Besides, this place was quite far from both his apartment and school, and he likely wouldn't return here. Most importantly, he feared that if Luo Shu Ning ever saw this photo, it would lead to complications. Oh, I see. No worries, the woman said, a hint of disappointment crossing her face, but she still waved her hand with a smile. This order is on us. I wish you two a lifetime of happiness together. As soon as her blessing left her lips, Luo Shu, he piped up, Darling, let's take the photo. Gu Luo's lips twitched, feigning ignorance. However, Luo Shu, he was relentless. Please, darling. You're the best, darling. Darling, darling. This string of endearments made Gu Luo feel as though he were being roasted over an open flame. especially as he caught the complex expressions on the faces of several young men in the cafe. Their envious glances seemed to say, "Will you agree? If not, I will. I know you're eager, but hold on." Gu Luo looked at the little imp clinging to his arm, and with a reluctant smile, he finally nodded. "Then, let us trouble the owner. I should be the one thanking you." The middle-aged woman immediately beamed with joy. She genuinely cherished the student demographic. They were the ones helping her, yet they instinctively expressed gratitude and asked for favors. Truly adorable little benefactors. Thus, the middle-aged woman, camera in hand, captured several photos of Gu Luo and Luo Shuhe together, giving them 2 of the shots afterward. Gu Luo, carrying the 2 drinks, hardly paused to rest before leading Luo Shuhe out of the cafe, intending to relax at a nearby park. He simply couldn't withstand the lingering gazes of the onlookers inside. With charisma at level 9, he could hardly fathom what level 10 would entail. As long as he didn't attract other young men, he would be fine. Before long, they arrived at the small park and settled on a bench. Gu Luo inserted the straw into the latte and handed it to Luo Shuhe. Tip: you have successfully inserted a straw for your sister, earning 1 point. This sister pampering system is indeed impartial. Whether preparing a meal or inserting a straw, both actions only yield 1 point, despite the vast difference in effort. However, he was too lazy to dwell on it, letting things unfold naturally. For Gu Luo, giving love was far more fulfilling than receiving it. His actions were never merely for points. He genuinely relished the process. "Brother, Luo Shu," he said while sipping her coffee, "my feet hurt." Chapter 44, Would you like to share a drink? Gu Luo's gaze instinctively fell upon Luo Shuhe's fair feet, adorned with high-heeled sandals. Those delicate feet seemed as if crafted by a master artisan, their skin exquisitely smooth, surpassing even the finest porcelain, with a subtle blush emanating from them. The toes were dainty and perfectly arranged, each one rounded and smooth, embodying youthful beauty. Just a fleeting glance made Gu Luo feel as though he had touched something hot, and he instinctively averted his gaze, smacking his forehead. "I'm sorry, I forgot to remind you. Your ankles must be sore, right? You shouldn't walk too long in high heels. It can injure your ankles." This was entirely his fault. Gu Luo genuinely believed he had failed in his duties as an older brother, having overlooked this important detail. Reflecting on the complex emotional issues he had been preoccupied with on their journey, he realized he had neglected Luo Shuhe's feelings, not even considering that her long walk in high heels might be uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Luo Shuhe was sipping her coffee like a lazy kitten, quietly observing Gu Luo's self-reproachful expression, her eyes reflecting an imperceptible softness. "But you really should be more careful. Perhaps you don't wear them often?" Gu Luo, adopting an older brother's demeanor, earnestly advised, "In the future, don't walk so long in high heels, and if you feel pain, speak up immediately. Understood?" Luo Shuhe continued to sip her coffee, nodding gently at his words without replying. She gazed at Gu Luo with an indescribable focus. Gu Luo felt somewhat uncomfortable under her intense stare and continued, "Once we get back, soak your feet in warm water and massage them." However, as soon as Luo Shuhe heard the word massage, she swiftly turned, placing her small feet on his lap. Once again, Gu Luo was momentarily speechless. Recalling a gaming ID he had once seen, "Every toe of hers is my Alps." Cough, cough. Well, never mind. This was not the time to dwell on other matters. Gu Luo forced himself to maintain a calm demeanor, striving to appear composed. Taking a slight breath, he placed his hand on her ankle and softly asked, "Does it hurt here?" "It does." Luo Shuhe finally spoke, but only with one word. "And how about here?" Gu Luo shifted to another spot. "It hurts." "What about here?" "It hurts." "Is it that serious?" Gu Luo frowned, stating, "Let me massage it for a bit and see how it goes. If it still hurts, we'll have to go buy some medicine." At this moment, his heart was consumed with worry. So he didn't think further and gently began to knead the area around her ankle. His technique may not have been professional, but every motion was filled with care, applying just the right amount of pressure. "How is this pressure? Does it hurt?" "It's fine. If it hurts, please tell me immediately." Luo Shuhe sipped her coffee, her gaze fixed intently on Gu Luo's serious and handsome face. Observing his focused expression, the slight furrow of his brow, and the earnestness in his eyes, it seemed to convey his concern for her. The coffee from Ruishua Xingqing is truly delightful, rather sweet. She decided she would drink this brand from now on. Thus, Gu Luo kneaded for 5 minutes, then 10, and finally 15, his movements unwavering, displaying no hint of impatience, maintaining a consistent pressure. "How do you feel? Is it better?" Gu Luo inquired as he continued his ministrations. "A little." Luo Shuhe had already finished her coffee, but still nibbled on the straw. "As long as it's improved." Gu Luo sighed in relief. Yet his hands did not cease their work. After another 5 minutes, he finally released her, saying, "Shuhi, try to stand and walk a bit, see if it alleviates." "Help me put on my shoes," Luo Shuhi replied, her little toe playfully wiggling. "Do it yourself. Have you forgotten how to wear them?" Gu Luo's lips twitched, but he picked up her heels from the floor and gently helped her into them. Standing up, Luo Shuhi took a couple of exaggerated steps and nodded. "Much better, thank you." Gu Luo found himself momentarily distracted, gazing at Luo Shuhi, feeling as though she resembled a spoiled little sister. "If you can walk, it's not too serious. Just be cautious in the future." Changing the topic, he opened a cup of taro balls and took a hefty sip. A 20-minute massage was somewhat tiring. His arms felt a bit sore. However, the good news was that this cup contained noticeably more taro balls than usual. Suddenly, Luo Shuhi approached him and asked, "Brother, is this delicious?" Surprised, Gu Luo exclaimed, "You've never had Rueshu Xingqing's taro balls." Yet, given the Luo family's financial status, it wasn't entirely unexpected. She likely indulged in more prestigious brands typically. "I've never had it. Is it good?" Luo Shuhi leaned closer, bending down. "Of course," Gu Luo began, but before he could finish, the taro balls vanished from his hand. Luo Shuhi had already taken a taste. After sipping, she returned it to him and commented, "Not bad." Glancing at the straw, visibly chewed, Gu Luo recalled the yogurt incident. Why did Luo Shuhi have such a penchant for biting straws? And how was he supposed to drink from this cup now? Never mind, he thought, one should not waste food. Sharing a drink was entirely normal. Overthinking would only betray his own insecurities. With that, Gu Luo sipped without showing any expression. "You could easily have switched the straw over," Luo Shuhi remarked. "It seems you truly enjoy sharing a drink with me. It's like an indirect kiss." Cough. Gu Luo nearly spat out the taro balls. "No," he replied, his expression turning serious. "There are limits to jokes. What if it were Shu Ning?" Cough. Gu Luo was momentarily at a loss for words, his previously serious demeanor crumbling. "All right, sister, we should get down to business." Luo Shuhi clearly wanted to steer the conversation elsewhere, lightly patting her chest. "Let us go? Where to?" As she moved, Gu Luo instinctively glanced over, immediately averting his gaze. Chapter 45. The Little Devil's Persuasion Strategy. Luo Shuhi did not respond, directly heading toward the small park. Seeing this, Gu Luo picked up the taro balls and quickly followed. "Shuhi, slow down. Your ankle won't hold up." How considerate. They walked side by side. But as if on cue, Luo Shuhi naturally linked her arm with his. "Shuhi, let me make it clear. Only today can we do this." Gu Luo's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Given the circumstances today, he resolved not to be taken advantage of in the future. Even if it did happen, he would ensure to clarify all terms beforehand. He would directly refuse what needed to be refused. Protecting male safety is our mutual responsibility. Even if the little devil had softened, she remained the same troublesome little devil at heart. Thus, under Luo Shuhi's guidance, they soon arrived at their destination, a lingerie store. Peering through the glass, Gu Luo observed the various styles and colors inside, falling into a contemplative silence. This was hell. After a moment of silence, Gu Luo's expression became intricate, and after much hesitation, he asked, "Shuhi, you don't expect me to accompany you to buy this, do you? Isn't it obvious?" Luo Shuhi replied nonchalantly, preparing to pat her chest again. Noticing this, Gu Luo quickly intervened, saying with irritation, "In public, be a little more reserved." "Oh," Luo Shuhi elongated her response, then asked, "So, you don't want anyone else to see, right?" How peculiar, Gu Luo thought. Momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal, he could only nod. He felt as if he had fallen into a trap meticulously set by Luo Shuhi, struggling only to sink deeper. "Oh," Luo Shuhi again drew out the sound, her eyes narrowing into a smug smile. This smile carried a hint of triumph, as if she had deciphered Gu Luo's innermost thoughts. "So you're jealous, huh? Not wanting others to see is just jealousy, isn't it? That's a fallacy." Gu Luo retorted, "It's merely my obligation to remind you. But if someone truly saw, would it discomfort you?" Luo Shuhi pressed. At that question, Gu Luo instinctively envisioned such a scenario, feeling an unsettling discomfort wash over him. Though he did not answer, he gently nodded. "Why would it bother you? If you weren't attracted to me, why would it matter?" Luo Shuhi pressed on, each question piercing like a sharp sword into Gu Luo's most tender vulnerabilities. Gu Luo opened his mouth, wanting to counter, but found himself unable to speak. Noticing this, Luo Shuhi revealed a satisfied smile, akin to a cat that had caught a mouse. "You were just being stubborn." Gu Luo felt trapped by Luo Shuhi's relentless questioning, akin to a soldier retreating on the battlefield, cornered by her words. Though he wished to be honest, he found himself at a loss when confronted with the complexities of his emotions. Admittedly, after hearing Luo Shu's words, Gu Luo's heart began to waver. He was ostensibly enamored with Luo Shuning. Why then did he harbor such distinct feelings for Luo Shuhe? Was it her newfound gentleness, reminiscent of Luo Shuning? Or was there another reason altogether? His mind was a whirlwind, unable to unravel these intricate emotional entanglements. It was too challenging. Why are you silent? What are you thinking? Luo Shuhe's voice disrupted the stillness, seemingly eager for Gu Luo to openly express his thoughts. It's nothing. Gu Luo shook his head slightly, his expression deeply conflicted. Shuhe, we need to have a serious conversation tonight after you reveal the truth. All right, Luo Shuhe nodded gently, then tugged Gu Luo toward the lingerie store. Gu Luo was too weary to engage in any half-hearted resistance. He knew he could not outwit Luo Shuhe. Yet, this situation was undeniably awkward. Sigh, these feelings were far too complex. All he could conclude was that everything was to honor a promise. Indeed, that was the essence of it. He decided not to dwell on it further. As the two individuals entered the boutique, a charming young saleswoman clad in a cheapao promptly greeted them with warmth. Welcome. May I inquire about your preferred styles? We have just received a new collection of exquisite lingerie. Would you like to take a look? Throughout the interaction, the saleswoman maintained a radiant smile, initially directing her gaze toward Gu Luo, but subsequently focusing her attention on Luo Shua. Gu Luo felt a sense of discomfort, acutely aware of the scrutiny from other female patrons as he awkwardly scanned the shelves filled with intimate apparel. In this moment of unease, he resorted to his phone, scrolling aimlessly, a hallmark of modern technology that often serves as a refuge during awkward situations. Here we have our latest arrivals, the saleswoman said, picking up a delicate black lace lingerie set. This design is perfect for you, offering exceptional support and a flattering fit. Gu Luo's gaze instinctively shifted from his phone to the piece in her hands, only to quickly avert his eyes again, pretending to be engrossed in his device. Well, what do you think? Suddenly, Luo Shua turned to Gu Luo, affectionately inquiring. Yes, dear boyfriend, do share your thoughts, the saleswoman encouraged with a knowing smile. Caught in their gaze, Gu Luo reluctantly glanced back at the lingerie, nodding hastily. It's nice, he replied, his voice betraying his discomfort. Before retreating his focus back to his phone, the saleswoman chuckled, sensing his shyness. It seems our young gentleman is feeling bashful, she mused inwardly, amused by the scene. I'll take this one in a size 75C, Luo Shua declared confidently, pointing to a few other styles. I would like to try these as well. Certainly. The fitting rooms are this way, the saleswoman responded, leading them further into the boutique. As Gu Luo contemplated the term 75C, he felt Luo Shua link her arm with his. What are you doing? Stay with me outside. I won't feel comfortable changing alone, she insisted. Reluctantly, Gu Luo acquiesced. However, as they reached the fitting room, Luo Shua pulled him inside with determination. What are you doing? Gu Luo exclaimed, glancing around the small rectangular space, which featured a full-length mirror and a curtain for changing. It was evidently designed for the convenience of friends or boyfriends accompanying female patrons. Help me choose what looks best, Luo Shua said innocently, her large eyes sparkling with mischief. How should I choose? Gu Luo questioned, but Luo Shua tilted her head with a playful smile. You wait until I'm dressed, then you can decide. No way, I'm leaving, he retorted, but she swiftly grasped his arm, her delicate fingers surprisingly strong. With a resigned sigh, Gu Luo conceded, fine, just today. He plopped down onto a nearby sofa, intent on scrolling through his phone. Satisfied, Luo Shua entered the changing area behind the curtain. Gu Luo exhaled, relieved that reality had spared him from the sounds of clothing being discarded, perhaps due to Luo Shua's dress. Moments later, the curtain was pulled back with a flourish. Gu Luo's breath caught in his throat as he beheld Luo Shua, standing before him like a model stepped out of a fashion magazine, her posture elegant and poised. What do you think? She asked playfully, striking a pose reminiscent of a runway model. It's nice, Gu Luo managed to say, though he dared not linger on her figure. What are your thoughts? She pressed again, and he recalled how she had previously sought his opinion on her sleepwear, realizing she would persist until she received a satisfactory answer. It's beautiful and suits you perfectly, he replied, striving for a calm demeanor. Are you saying I look pretty? Or that the outfit is pretty? She inquired once more, her curiosity insatiable. Both are beautiful, Gu Luo admitted, feeling increasingly overwhelmed by her charm. Great, Luo Shua beamed, pleased with his response, and proceeded to select more outfits. Afterward, she led Gu Luo to a discreet bespoke suit shop, where the proprietor, an elderly woman with graying hair, greeted them with familiarity. Luo Shua maintained her graceful demeanor, exuding an innate aura of sophistication as they conversed. The elderly woman, after exchanging pleasantries, took Gu Luo's measurements with a soft tape, then busied herself with preparations. Curious about the cost of the tailored suit, Gu Luo inquired. But Luo Shuhe merely replied nonchalantly, around 10,000, and offered no further details. He marveled at the extravagance of this gesture, feeling both surprised and touched by the fact that this would be his first custom suit of such caliber. On the train, as in the morning, Gu Luo ensured that Luo Shuhe was shielded in the corner of the carriage. Fortunately, this journey was not as crowded, allowing them some personal space. With one hand occupied with shopping bags and the other braced against the train wall, he gazed out at the city lights twinkling like stars, while his mind wandered back to the captivating image of Luo Shuhe. Truly, she possessed an impeccable model figure, with skin as flawless as porcelain, delicate and radiant. From the very beginning, Luo Shuhe's gaze was fixed intently on Gu Luo, and she finally spoke. "Darling, please let me have it." "It's fine," Gu Luo instinctively replied, as he believed that, under normal circumstances, one should not allow a girl to handle such things. "You are so considerate." Gu Luo was at a loss for words and could only lower his voice, softly saying, "When we are outside, I'll just pretend you're joking. But once we're home, you mustn't call me that, understood?" Upon hearing this, Luo Shuhe blinked her large eyes and asked, "If I behave, will you reward me? What kind of reward do you desire? Another request, perhaps? Are you exploiting a glitch?" Gu Luo's face displayed a mix of amusement and exasperation as he continued. "I have kept my promise. I hope you will not act recklessly." Luo Shuhe did not respond to his question, but instead inquired, "Does my brother feel happy today?" Taken aback, Gu Luo pondered for a moment. Was he happy? To say he was not would be a lie, yet to claim he was completely happy seemed inaccurate. He could only conclude that, despite being constantly teased by Luo Shuhe, he felt quite content overall. Happiness, he stated honestly, knowing full well that she had purchased a tailored suit for him, worth around 10,000. Such a gesture touched him deeply, and he felt genuine gratitude for Luo Shuhe providing him with his first suit. "If my brother is happy, then so am I," Luo Shuhe said lightly but with utmost sincerity. After a pause, she lifted her head and smiled gently. "After all, we were once married." "What?" Gu Luo exclaimed, incredulity written all over his face. Who is married to whom? He firmly dismissed any notions of reincarnation or past lives, recalling the disdainful glances Luo Shuhe had cast previously. Later that evening, after dinner, Gu Luo reclined on the sofa, his mind adrift, endlessly contemplating her words. His thoughts galloped wildly, traversing realms of possibilities, time travel, rebirth, past lives, parallel universes, or perhaps it was merely a jest from Luo Shuhe to tease him. The enormity of the marriage concept weighed heavily upon him, and combined with Luo Shuhe's recent behavior and her enigmatic attitude, his curiosity grew insatiable, akin to a cat incessantly scratching at his heart. The desire to uncover the truth consumed him. Just a few more hours until midnight, and then all would be revealed. He could finally confront Luo Shuhe and discuss their feelings openly. "Hey, big brother." Gu Ximan's voice broke through his reverie, her cheeks puffed with indignation like a small inflated ball. She reached out, tugging at Gu Luo's ear, her voice rising. "Big brother." Startled, Gu Luo jumped up from the sofa, his heart racing. Once he recognized Gu Ximan beside him, he regained his composure, displaying an expression of exasperation. "Why are you yelling so loudly in my ear? What's that supposed to mean?" Gu Ximan retorted, her anger flaring, as she once again grasped his ear, resembling a feisty little cat, each word squeezed out between clenched teeth. "I've called you several times. Brother, are you feeling unwell? You've seemed off since you returned today." On the other side of the sofa, Luo Shukai expressed her concern, while Luo Shuhe sat quietly, her eyes glued to the television, her expression impassive as if the world around her held no significance. Meanwhile, Luo Shuling was indulging in a relaxing bath, savoring her own moment of leisure. "Sorry, I just zoned out for a moment, haha." "Don't worry, Shukai. I'm fine," Gu Luo said awkwardly, scratching his head and forcing a smile. He then turned to Gu Ximan, who still held onto his ear, and asked, "What's the matter, little Ximan?" "Humph." Gu Ximan released his ear now that he was paying attention, excitedly waving a figurine in her other hand. "Look, big brother, it's AZ. Snow and I waited in line for ages to buy this." Gu Luo focused on the figurine, which depicted a girl with long purple hair dressed in a shrine maiden outfit, holding a magic wand, her expression soothing. "I feel like I've seen this before," he mused, recalling it from Shun Yu's sketchbook. It was evident that Shun Yu's artistic talent was exceptional, as the figurine resembled her drawings almost perfectly. "Wow, it's so beautiful," Gu Luo exclaimed, his eyes widening with excitement, his expression akin to that of a fervent collector discovering a long-coveted treasure. Reaching out, he attempted to snatch it from Gu Ximan. Let me see it. Hee, not a chance, Gu Ximan replied, her lips curving into a smug smile, nimbly dodging his grasp. Ximan, come on, let me see. This figurine is so realistic and stunning. Gu Luo insisted, feigning urgency. Of course, but this is a limited edition. Each person is only allowed to buy one. Otherwise, I might have generously bought one for you too, she boasted, gently caressing the figurine. But since you like it so much, I'll let you borrow it for a couple of days. With that, she handed AZ over to him. Gu Luo eagerly accepted it, his face lighting up with joy. You're the best, little Ximan. Humph. Gu Ximan's smile broadened, her eyes narrowing with delight. Reveling in the emotional value of his words, feeling as sweet as honey. Observing this heartwarming scene, Luo Shukai wore a gentle smile, finding the moment profoundly comforting. This was what it meant to be family, and it was evident that Gu Luo genuinely cherished his sister. By the way, big brother. Snow also asked me to bring you a gift, Gu Ximan said, retrieving a small anime character doll from her pocket. The doll was exquisitely crafted and lifelike, adorned with a tiny heart on its belly, clearly chosen with care. For me? Gu Luo asked, puzzled. Just as he reached out to take it, he suddenly sensed multiple gazes directed at him. Alarmed, he halted his movement, donning a polite smile as he waved his hand. No, I can't accept this. Please keep it, Ximan, and thanks Snow for me. All right then, Gu Ximan replied thoughtfully, conceding to his reasoning and returning the doll to her pocket. Brother, are you quite familiar with Ximan's friend? Luo Shukai inquired softly, her tone tinged with curiosity. I've only met her a few times, Gu Luo answered candidly. As that was indeed the truth. He had encountered her during his middle school years. Each encounter merely consists of polite exchanges and casual conversations about daily life, with no further interaction following. Moreover, Lu Shueshua evidently possesses an exceedingly shy disposition, always retreating behind Gu Ximan like a timid little rabbit upon seeing her. Upon hearing this, Luo Shunning smiled gently, her demeanor warm, showing no intention of probing further. Clearly, this response sufficed. Meanwhile, Gu Ximan remained oblivious to the subtle atmosphere, casually inquiring of Gu Luo, by the way, brother, what did you have for lunch with your classmates? Was it delicious? Upon hearing this question, Gu Luo sighed inwardly. Here we go, the time for deception has arrived. He truly despised lying. The feeling of deceiving family was quite uncomfortable. I had hot pot. That restaurant seemed quite decent. He replied, feigning calmness and striving to make his voice sound natural. Internally, he fervently prayed not to be asked further. Such fears often manifested. Oh, which restaurant? Next time. Shue, and I should go too. Gu Luo pretended to ponder, his brow furrowing slightly, while secretly contemplating which restaurant to mention. Think. Seeing Gu Luo struggle to recall, Gu Ximan lost interest, dismissing it with, forget it, your memory is truly terrible. Just as Gu Luo breathed a sigh of relief, Luo Shunning's voice cut through the air. Brother, did you eat a lot of tripe? She absolutely loves tripe with sesame sauce. Although Luo Shunning's tone remained gentle, it struck Gu Luo like a bolt from the blue. His heart raced with uncertainty, questioning whether this was a deliberate probe by Luo Shunning. Logically, she shouldn't connect this matter with Shenyu. About that, I didn't pay much attention to her. Gu Luo believed this to be the safest response. He attempted to maintain a composed expression and steady voice, yet internally, he felt as anxious as a startled bird. Is that so? All right. Upon hearing this, Luo Shunning's smile softened further. Observing this, Gu Luo finally relaxed. For some reason, he felt that if he were to become a couple with Luo Shunning in the future, she would likely be the type to easily feel jealous. However, the thought of his little angel's jealous demeanor sparked a peculiar feeling in him. Picturing it was rather amusing. Lost in his musings, Gu Luo then noticed Luo Shua's expression, which appeared to be one of eager anticipation, as if she were enjoying the spectacle. All right. Truly a little devil. Do you not realize I have no choice but to lie? I need to use the restroom. Fearing further questioning and sinking deeper into deception, Gu Luo hastily rose and made his escape to the first-floor restroom. Once inside, he swiftly pulled out his phone, opened the messaging app, and tapped Shinyu's profile with urgency. I must confirm this. Stay calm. Absolutely no mistakes. Chapter 48. Is it truly a disguise? Gu Luo, are you there, Shinyu? Shinyu here? Kitten nodding JPG. Seeing the almost instantaneous reply, Gu Luo felt a strange sense of unease, but he had no choice but to press on. Gu Luo, it's nothing much, just thought I'd chat with you, Shinyu, sure thing. Kitten happy JPG. In the bathroom, Shinyu adjusted her stance slightly while washing her hair, rising onto her tiptoes and leaning to the side to prevent water from splashing onto her clothes. With one hand skillfully massaging her hair, foam trickled down her arm, while the other hand remained steady on the screen keyboard, occasionally blinking her eyes. Xinyu, I bought a ton of snacks today. I'll bring some for you later. Kitten buying snacks JPG. Gu Luo. Thank you. I'll bring you milk too. Gu Luo continued typing, steering the conversation towards a Z. After chatting for a while, he inquired, Gu Luo, by the way, does Xinyu chat with others often? After sending this message, Gu Luo felt a twinge of anxiety, eager to discern Xinyu's social interactions today to ascertain whether Luo Shunning had learned the truth. Xinyu, besides my best friend who transferred schools, you're the only one who reaches out to me. Hee. Kitten running JPG. Seeing this response, Gu Luo's anxieties finally eased. Yet, an inexplicable discomfort arose within him. His fingers lightly tapped the screen as he composed the next line. Gu Luo, I see. Then I'll often chat with you when I get home. Xinyu, sounds great. I'll bring you loads of snacks. Kitten laughing JPG. Gu Luo, alright. I must go now. I need to wash up. See you at school. Xinyu, okay. See you at school. Kitten waving JPG, in the bathroom. Xinyu cheerfully tucked her phone away, her face radiating joy, just as she placed her phone on the sink. Water droplets cascaded down her arm and splashed onto the screen. She grabbed a tissue, carefully wiping her eyes, as shampoo had inadvertently stung them earlier. Sweetheart, why are you taking so long? Moments later, the bathroom door swung open abruptly, revealing an extraordinarily beautiful woman, whose looks could be described as captivating. She appeared remarkably youthful, with smooth, fair skin and a physique that exuded a perfect S-curve, radiating a luxurious, laid-back aura. Mommy, I'll be done in a moment. Xinyu replied with a smile. Why are you suddenly so happy? The woman approached Xinyu, tenderly brushing her damp hair, her gaze filled with affection. Don't mind this, Mommy. Xinyu shyly lowered her head, though a smile lingered at her lips. Upon hearing this, the woman stepped aside, leaning against the bathroom door, her gaze landing on the slightly water-stained phone on the sink. She tilted her head playfully, asking, Sweetheart, are you chatting with a boy? Of course not. Mommy, please go out. Gu Luo tucked his phone away, exhaling deeply. He pressed the toilet flush button, and as the sound of rushing water filled the air, his tension gradually dissipated, allowing him to exit the restroom with a calm demeanor. It seemed he had overthought the situation. Luo Shunning's earlier comment was not a test, but merely an attempt at conversation. He had been overly sensitive. Alas, such is the plight of those under the pressure of a little devil. After spending some time in the living room watching television with his sisters, Gu Luo retreated to his room. Approaching his bed, he stretched his wrists and ankles, then dropped to the floor to perform push-ups. Each night before bed and upon waking, he completed 200 standard push-ups, a habit steadfastly maintained over the years. As he exercised, he pondered the essence of Luo Shua. Riddles were the most vexing of all. However, the good news was that the answers would be revealed tonight. Time continued to slip away, and before he realized it, the clock struck midnight. The entire world seemed to have succumbed to slumber, enveloped in silence. Gu Luo cautiously pushed open his bedroom door, ensuring the hallway was clear of surprises, before stealthily making his way to Luo Shua's bedroom. With a gentle push, the door creaked open. For reasons unknown, he felt an overwhelming sense of being a thief in the night. Upon entering the bedroom, Gu Luo softly closed the door behind him. The bedroom was dimly lit, with only the bedside lamp casting a gentle glow, akin to a faint moon. Luo Shu he leaned against the bed, gazing intently at him. Gu Luo felt a bit uneasy under her stare, but gradually made his way over. Lowering his voice, he inquired, Shuhi, can you speak now? You needn't worry, the soundproofing in this room is excellent. Even if we shouted, no one would hear us. Luo Shu he offered a slight smile and patted the edge of the bed, softly inviting, Brother, please have a seat. Gu Luo instinctively glanced towards the nearby desk, only to realize that the two chairs that were once there had mysteriously vanished. With no choice, he remained standing. Noticing this, Luo Shu he said nothing but straightened her posture, getting to the point. Brother, you must be quite curious about our past, right? Indeed, Gu Luo nodded. Well then, I shall be frank. In the past, not only were we husband and wife, but we also had two daughters, one plump and one slender, both exceptionally adorable. Luo Shu he's words were startling, echoing in the quiet room like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of astonishment. Gu Luo was left speechless, grappling with the revelation of having two daughters. Later, brother, you lost all your memories, Luo Shu he continued. Gu Luo swallowed hard, his throat dry, and then? There was no and then. After that, I encountered a heartless man who completely forgot me. Gu Luo fell silent, taking a deep breath to steady himself. After a prolonged moment, he managed a strained smile and asked, "So, when did we get married? When did we have our daughters?" "It's impossible in this lifetime." "If you mean in a past life, that is equally hard to believe, unless you provide more compelling evidence. Regardless, I have spoken the truth. Brother may choose to believe it or not." Luo Shu he shrugged nonchalantly. "Dear lady, let us not play riddles, shall we?" Gu Luo said, growing anxious, tugging at his hair in frustration. "You must understand, if this were a story, the author would be roundly criticized for such riddles. Please, just tell me." Luo Shu he, amused by her brother's imaginative thinking, pondered before breaking into a smile. "Then, if you kneel and propose to me, I shall reveal all." Gu Luo gritted his teeth internally but ultimately sighed. "That is not feasible. If you refuse to speak, I am left with no options. I shall follow your lead." Thus, a silence enveloped the room. After a considerable pause, Gu Luo finally spoke. "Let us discuss the second matter. Shu he, I owe you an apology." "Why?" Luo Shu he raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity in her gaze. "I should not have simply rejected you by saying I prefer gentle girls. You were right. Everyone has the right to pursue happiness. Moreover, I must clarify that I also find the normally icy Luo Shu he quite appealing, even under that murderous gaze. I do not recoil, but rather feel an inexplicable thrill. Hence, my concern was not that you would become more like Shu Ning, but that you would drift further away from being yourself. Shu he, you need not pretend, just be yourself. I will treat your feelings with sincerity." Listening to his earnest words and observing Gu Luo's serious expression, Luo Shu he remained silent for a while. Finally, she nodded lightly, her demeanor suddenly cooling, and instinctively crossed her long, elegant legs. Seeing the familiar Luo Shu he, Gu Luo exhaled in relief, only to hear her flat voice. "So, how does brother intend to apologize?" What? Gu Luo stammered in surprise. "Remember on the train, why were you bent over?" Luo Shu he hinted, but did not elaborate. Gu Luo's face turned crimson at the memory. Could he be blamed for that situation? After a moment of contemplation, Gu Luo sheepishly replied, "Ahem, well then, how about I agree to one more request from Shu he? That is acceptable." Once again, silence fell over the room. "I should return now," Gu Luo said, rising to leave. "Brother, what is it?" Luo Shu he smiled gently, softly saying, "Good night." Those two words felt like a gentle spring breeze, tickling the ears. In that moment, Gu Luo felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. Perhaps it was the effect of spending an entire day in close proximity to Luo Shu he, but he could truly sense the tenderness concealed within her words. So, was the daytime Luo Shu he merely a facade? The sweetness in her calling him baby, the subtle tension when she linked her arm with his, her earnest gaze while drinking coffee, and her question on the train, "Are you happy today, brother?" If brother is happy, I am happy. Were all these gestures of warmth and playfulness simply masquerades? Chapter 49. Luo Shu Ning wishes to invite Gu Luo to spend money together the following day, Sunday. Morning sunlight filtered through the cracks in the curtains, bouncing joyfully into the room. Accompanied by the crisp sound of the alarm clock, Gu Ximan slowly opened her sleepy eyes, but as soon as her eyelids lifted halfway, something seemed to tug at them, causing them to close again. She unconsciously murmured, her voice soft and laced with the languor of just waking up. Then, as if recalling something, she suddenly opened her eyes wide and sat bolt upright. Today was an important day. She was to follow Xue Xue and observe whether her stinky older brother was indeed going on a date with Sister Shu Ning. As a devoted sister, Gu Ximan had been keenly observing the interactions between her older brother and Shu Ning over the past week. However, she had not noticed anything particularly unusual. Aside from cooking together, their interactions were rather limited. Yet, caution was warranted. After all, both individuals radiated charm. One was handsome and sunny, while the other was beautiful and gentle. Who could guarantee that no peculiar thoughts would emerge from prolonged proximity? "Xiaoman, are you up yet?" At that moment, Gu Luo's voice came from outside the door. "I'm awake." Gu Ximan jumped out of bed, quickly slipping her small feet into her slippers, and hurried to open the door. With a flourish, she swung the door open, pulling a funny face and dramatically flipping her eyelids down, sticking out her rosy tongue playfully. Having just woken, her long chestnut hair cascaded messily over her shoulders, unexpectedly adding an air of innocent charm, resembling a little sprite from a fairy tale. However, upon seeing who stood outside, her smile froze instantly. Her stinky older brother stood there, looking somewhat helpless, with Luo Shu Ning beside him, stifling a laugh. Clearing her throat, Gu Ximan quickly coughed to mask her embarrassment. Having spent so much time with Gu Luo, she had unconsciously absorbed many of his small habits, including this cough to cover awkwardness. At that moment, Luo Xining stepped forward, gently smoothing Gu Ximan's tousled hair, and chuckled, "My little sister is truly adorable." Of course, Gu Ximan had always considered herself the most adorable little girl in the world. She then turned her gaze to Gu Luo, her big eyes blinking eagerly. Gu Luo, momentarily taken aback, quickly understood the unspoken message. He then clapped his hands in praise. "Xiao Man is fantastic. You got up all by yourself today, without needing me to call you." Umph. Hearing this, Gu Ximan proudly lifted her chin, a radiant smile gracing her face. Although she understood that such flattery might be somewhat juvenile, she couldn't help but delight in her brother's praise. Each compliment felt as sweet as honey, filling her heart with an overwhelming sense of happiness. This was something Gu Ximan often boasted about to Lu Xuexue. Despite her mother leaving when she was very young and her stepfather rarely being at home, she felt no lack of love. After all, she was a fortunate little girl who received her brother's compliments even for simply eating her meals on time. Seeing this, Gu Luo teasingly remarked, "How peculiar. Little man has not shown her usual Tsundere attitude today." "What do you mean by that?" Gu Ximan retorted immediately, glancing at Luo Xining, who stood beside Gu Luo, and added with a hint of annoyance, "My brother is just a hopeless sister con. She would never admit to her Tsundere nature, especially with the presence of a rival in her home." She understood that being Tsundere could ruin one's life, having seen too many female characters suffer from this plight. After a moment, Gu Ximan stretched lazily and feigned indifference, casually asking, "By the way, where are you and brother going to buy clothes today?" Upon hearing this, Gu Luo finally realized the significance of the matter. He had been preoccupied with the fact that the two were going out alone together. Suddenly, it struck him. Could it be Kaizhou Commercial City? Surely, that's where they would go shopping. Luo Xining smiled and replied, "It's a pity that my sister is going to buy figurines today. Otherwise, we could have gone together." While she expressed regret, her smile was genuine. "That place is quite far, and the items are particularly expensive. It's all right, though." Upon learning of the destination, Gu Luo couldn't help but grimace. No wonder Luo Xining had not mentioned where they were going to buy clothes in the past few days. It was implicitly understood to be Kaizhou Commercial City. It appeared that Luo Shuha had deliberately led him into this predicament, as he recalled how she had insisted on window shopping without making any purchases yesterday. Regret washed over Gu Luo. He wished he had asked earlier. But even if he had, that little devil would have dragged him along anyway, as it was their agreed-upon plan. This tactic was indeed a masterful scheme. However, he reassured himself that it wasn't a significant issue, as there were still 2 ways to resolve it. "Hey, Xining, how about we choose a different place?" Gu Luo suggested awkwardly, forcing a somewhat unnatural smile. Why? He began to think of reasons but realized he had none suitable and simply stated, "The clothes there are too expensive. It's not worth it. Let us go somewhere else." "Don't worry about it, big brother," Luo Xining replied, interpreting his concern as reluctance to spend money on her, and smiled warmly. "I have quite a bit of pocket money and don't have many places to spend it. I'm more than willing to treat you." After a pause, feeling her words were too direct, she added, "Besides, I still need to buy something for my sister. The quality of clothes at the commercial city is the best." At this, Gu Luo found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. All right. Both the little devil and the little angel are insistent on their affection. Is this the demeanor of a wealthy young lady? Meanwhile, Gu Ximan, upon hearing such remarks from the affluent girl, felt a pang of envy. However, her envy was not of Luo Xining's wealth, but rather her desire to spoil her brother as well, imagining throwing money in his face and playfully stepping on it. Just the thought brought her immense satisfaction. Though they were now the stepson and stepdaughter of Luo Liang, their pocket money still came from Gu Feng, which was no different than before. "Sister Xining, how much is your usual pocket money?" Gu Ximan could no longer suppress her curiosity and asked. "Well," Luo Xining pondered her words carefully before responding, "since it's linked to my mother's card, we receive a refreshing 10,000 each month." 10,000. Gu Ximan was genuinely taken aback, struggling to articulate her surprise. Gu Luo was equally astonished. 10,000. Monthly pocket money? Most ordinary people would be fortunate to earn that much in a year. Luo Xining clarified, "But we certainly don't spend that much. I usually just buy groceries." Shuha and Shuling aren't the type to waste money. Hearing this, Gu Luo instinctively recalled the lavish spending of Luo Shuha when purchasing a gun skin. She didn't seem like someone who wouldn't waste money. "By the way, I'm not sure if my mother will link the card to you and my sister as well, but it doesn't matter. I have more than enough to spare, so we can all share." Upon hearing Luo Xining's generous offer, both Gu Luo and Gu Ximan simultaneously waved their hands in refusal. "No thanks, Xining. Our pocket money is sufficient." "Indeed, 10,000 is quite excessive," Gu Ximan echoed, shaking her head vigorously. Luo Xining nodded. "All right then." After finishing breakfast, Gu Ximan hurried out the door, her mind preoccupied with plans with Xue, her steps light and brisk. Once Gu Luo and Luo Shunning cleaned up the dishes, they too stepped out of the house. Today, Luo Shunning wore a sky-blue dress that elegantly accentuated her graceful figure, complemented by a pair of exquisite high-heeled sandals that swayed beautifully with each step, exuding charm and poise. Gu Luo's attire was more vibrant and youthful than the casual wear from the previous day. Even his hair was neatly styled, making him look spirited and striking. "Brother, I'll order a ride on my phone now," Luo Shunning said with a smile as she waved her phone in the elevator. "All right. The city train towards downtown is indeed too crowded," Gu Luo replied, subconsciously recalling the scene from yesterday when he was crammed in the train with Luo Shuha. "Yes, I always have to drag Shuha onto the train, but once it gets crowded, she refuses to board," Luo Shunning remarked, her tone laced with a hint of exasperation and affection. At this, Gu Luo paused, puzzled. Who was it that squeezed onto the train with me yesterday then? Could it be that the little devil could be so ruthless? He realized he had been unwittingly walking into the little devil's trap, step by step, completely unaware. As the elevator descended slowly, they soon reached the ground floor and exited together. Curiosity piqued again, Gu Luo asked, "Shunning, why do you usually choose to take the train?" Luo Shunning smiled slightly, holding up 2 fingers. "First, Kaizhou has terrible traffic. Second, I enjoy watching the scenery rush by outside the window." "I see," Gu Luo nodded, acknowledging her reasoning. Indeed, traffic in Kaizhou was notoriously congested. He and Ximan had spent quite a while stuck on the road when they first arrived. After a moment, Gu Luo inquired further, "Shunning, I'm curious about one more thing. At school, I imagine not many people know that your mother is your actual mother, right?" Luo Shunning nodded. "Yes, only some school leaders are aware." No wonder, Gu Luo thought. No wonder Chu Mimi had been so bold in bothering Luo Shunning. He wondered how they would react if they knew the truth. After these past few days, he had learned about the Luo family's connection to the Luo Xin group, a titan in the business world, undoubtedly of top-tier status. It was clear that despite attending the same prestigious academy, the disparity among the wealthy was significant. Moreover, in a vast forest, all kinds of birds could be found. Through these days of intricate interactions, Gu Luo realized that Chu Mimi and her friends were simply envious of Luo Shunning. They knew full well it was mere gossip, yet still used it as an excuse. It can only be said that certain women are truly formidable. One must also thank the elder brother. Had it not been for him, she would likely have continued to be a source of annoyance. Luo Shunning smiled faintly. "So, Shunning, why do you tolerate her?" To this, Luo Shunning sighed lightly, yet proceeded to recount the events between her and Minister Feng Duo. Upon hearing this, Gu Luo's brows furrowed tightly. "I see," he murmured, as clarity dawned upon him. It could only be said that the little angel was far too kind-hearted. Feng Duo's actions were undoubtedly a form of bullying, perhaps even exceeding the usual bounds. Gu Luo sighed inwardly, wishing to inquire further, such as why Luo Shunning referred to Luo Liang as mother, while the title was respectful. It struck him as somewhat distant and peculiar. Moreover, her various behaviors seemed entirely at odds with those expected of a young lady of privilege. What kind of heiress would choose to travel by train or taxi, or even cook for herself daily? Coupled with his aunt's aloof demeanor and Luo Shunning's sudden withdrawal from the public eye years ago, the connections became hard to ignore. Never mind. There will be ample time to learn more in the future. For now, let us focus on getting through the school anniversary. Gu Luo gradually pieced together what Chu Mimi was likely planning for the performance day. In the rideshare vehicle, Gu Luo utilized a memory card. In an instant, a wondrous sensation surged within him, as yesterday's memories flowed into his mind like a gentle stream, every detail vividly clear. He merely needed to avoid the shop where the little devil had taken him to play dress-up the previous day. While other customers and staff might forget, their striking appearances were so exceptional that they could easily be remembered for a lifetime. If they entered the same store, there was a considerable chance they would be recognized, and that could lead to complications. Gu Luo glanced out the window, sighing in resignation. 30 points had vanished just like that. He began to reflect on whether he should have lied from the outset. Otherwise, he wouldn't be trapped in a web of lies. Yet, upon revisiting the situation, he still believed it was crucial to keep the fact that Luo Shuha had slept in his bed a secret. After all, they had only just formed a new family. And as the older brother in this blended family, maintaining harmony was of utmost importance. The reason he had chosen to disclose his predicament in such a manner was due to the urgency of the moment, as he had to quickly justify why he had taken so long to answer the door and why he had barricaded it. Had Luo Shunning merely peered inside, she would have exploded. Fortunately, Luo Shunning was a gentle and kind little angel, and rather than harboring resentment, She inexplicably increased her fondness for him and even took the time to prepare warm milk for him daily. Just the thought of this made Gu Luo feel that Luo Shunning was truly gentle to the core. He couldn't help but ponder whether it was time to confess everything to her. However, as soon as this thought emerged, it was swiftly dismissed. Having already experienced so much with Luo Shua, how could he face Luo Shunning after confessing? The headache intensified. The more he thought, the more it plagued him. I'll take my time, he resolved, feeling caught between the enigmatic little devil and the tender little angel, a predicament of conflicting loyalties. Without the system's assistance, he would have faced disaster today. Brother, what's wrong? Luo Shunning noticed Gu Luo's troubled expression and felt a twinge of concern. Oh, it's nothing. I just had a bit of insomnia last night. Insomnia? Luo Shunning blinked her bright, expressive eyes, her imagination racing with various scenarios. Was her brother unable to sleep due to his excitement about their upcoming outing? Lost in her thoughts, she began to strategize an approach. Brother, let me massage your temples, she offered, her smile warm and soothing. Ah, is that all right? Gu Luo's heart raced at her words. Indeed, this was the little angel. Always so understanding, so considerate. Of course, you work hard every day. As your sister, it's what I should do, Luo Shunning replied with a smile. Please turn your back to me. That might be a bit troublesome, Gu Luo said, slowly turning his back to her. Luo Shunning extended her hands, her slender fingers moving gracefully towards his temples. With gentle precision, she placed her middle finger upon them and began to massage softly. The pressure was light, yet perfectly soothing. Gu Luo couldn't help but close his eyes, reveling in this tender care. In his heart, he mused that this was perhaps the fundamental difference between the little angel and the little devil. One proactively offered comfort, while the other demanded indulgence. At that moment, not far behind their vehicle, a business car closely followed. In the back seat, Gu Ximan and Lu Xuexue were fully equipped, clad in hooded sweatshirts and masks, embodying the archetype of professional stalkers. Xuexue, don't you think this is a bit inappropriate? They're just buying clothes, Gu Ximan hesitated, anxious about the implications of their actions. What if we're discovered? How will I face Shunning? After all, Luo Shunning might also buy her clothes and even invited her to share in her monthly allowance. Reflecting on this made her question her motives for trailing them in the first place. I can't quite recall, she admitted, rubbing her temples. My head hurts. Then let us be cautious and try not to get caught, Lu Xuexue whispered reassuringly, her worry mounting over the possibility of Gu Luo and Luo Shunning becoming closer. They decided to observe the situation first, seeking the right opportunity to intervene. After being stuck in traffic for over an hour, Gu Luo and Luo Shunning finally arrived at Kaizhou Commercial City. Ah, this feels wonderful. I'm bursting with energy. Upon exiting the vehicle, Gu Luo stretched broadly and leaped excitedly, exuding an air of vitality. His exuberance stemmed from a personal agenda. This display served two purposes. Firstly, to provide emotional value to Luo Shunning, assuring her that her massage had indeed been effective. Certainly, the little angel's massage was genuinely comforting, bringing him joy. Secondly, this spirited demeanor would subtly assert his dominance, leading her into shops they hadn't entered the day before, while simultaneously demonstrating his delight in their outing. Gu Luo always devoted considerable thought to engaging with his sister. If Gu Ximan were present, he would minimize interactions with the three sisters, keeping his responses simple. However, when alone with them, he treated them all equally. This was the art of brotherly affection. Yet now, with the additional complexity introduced by the little devil Luo Shua, the situation grew precarious, fraught with potential pitfalls. Gu Luo could only strive to maintain familial harmony, ensuring no one was hurt. Should an insurmountable challenge arise, he would unhesitatingly sacrifice himself, as he had done in previous incidents. As Gu Luo had anticipated, upon witnessing his lively demeanor, Luo Shunning couldn't help but break into a radiant smile, evidently engaging in her inner strategizing once again. And none of this would have been possible without the clandestine guidance of a strategist who had never experienced love. Thus, Gu Luo effortlessly seized the initiative, delightfully leading the way with an air of eagerness to enter the store. The first shop, the second, the third, and so forth. Each establishment was one he had not visited with Luo Shu the previous day. Attempting to ensnare him was simply impossible. Each time Gu Luo changed his attire, Luo Shu Ning would gently adjust his collar, akin to a devoted wife. This tender gesture caused him to momentarily lose himself in thoughts, even envisioning a future married life. The charm of a gentle girl was undeniably enchanting, and Gu Luo gradually became immersed in this comforting aura. Just then, as he turned, he unexpectedly caught sight of a familiar face. The shop assistant, having noticed Gu Luo, instantly donned a professional smile and hurried towards him. Gu Luo felt a jolt of panic. Seizing the opportunity while Luo Xining was engrossed in selecting clothes, he swiftly approached the shop assistant. "Hey, could you bring us a glass of water?" He interjected before she could ask if he was shopping with his girlfriend again. "Oh, certainly," the assistant replied with a slight smile, albeit puzzled by his urgency. She waved towards the already turned back of Luo Xining, who responded with a confused expression but nodded politely. Gu Luo felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, urging the assistant to fetch the water hastily. Internally, he lamented how he had never set foot in this shop yesterday, yet here was a familiar staff member. What a disaster waiting to happen. Chapter 51. The Little Devil's Secret Weapon. Gu Luo took a slight breath, turning his face to wear a perfectly timed smile as he gestured to Luo Xining to drink. Upon seeing this, Luo Xining smiled back and lightly nodded, redirecting her focus to the clothes on the rack. Observing this, Gu Luo hurriedly made his way to the shop assistant, who had just finished pouring the water. "The water is ready, half hot and half cold. If you prefer it not warm, I can get you another," she said. "Warm is fine, thank you," Gu Luo replied graciously, accepting the cup. Such thoughtful service undeniably entices customers to shop willingly. Now a question arose: how was this assistant here? His clear memory told him she should be at the third shop down the street to the right. "Excuse me, but I thought you worked at the shop across the street?" he asked. "Both stores are run by relatives. I came over to help since it's busier here," she explained with a smile. "Ah, I see. Life is full of surprises," he thought, relieved he had stopped the conversation in time to avoid a blunder. With this in mind, Gu Luo decided to employ a little self-deprecating strategy. "Could I trouble you for a small favor?" he asked somewhat bashfully. "Of course," the assistant replied. Intrigued. "I'm feeling a bit down today, and I'd prefer not to talk to any other girls, especially someone as lovely as you. So could you refrain from greeting us?" he explained, scratching the back of his head. "No problem at all," the assistant said with a cheerful wave. "I understand. I'll keep my distance and not interrupt you too." Meanwhile, she felt a spark of joy at being perceived as attractive by this charming young man. "Just remember, young man, to cherish those around you," she added earnestly. "Yes, I will. Thank you," Gu Luo responded. After resolving the potential crisis with the shop assistant, Gu Luo returned to Luo Xining, carrying 2 cups of water with a buoyant step. At that moment, Luo Xining was intently comparing 2 remarkably similar garments. As her brother returned, she exclaimed with a smile, "Brother, I think both of these would suit you perfectly." "They do look great," Gu Luo agreed, placing 1 cup of water on a nearby stool before naturally taking the 2 items from her hands. "Here, drink some water, it's warm." "Okay," she replied, sipping the water while observing her brother with her bright, curious eyes. "What's wrong?" Gu Luo felt slightly embarrassed under her gaze and instinctively averted his eyes. "Nothing. I just think you look exceptionally handsome. Everything suits you," she said playfully, winking and suggesting, "Why don't you let me pick out the new arrivals from this store for you, and you can try them on one by one." Gu Luo was momentarily speechless, his expression a blend of amusement and confusion. He vaguely recalled her saying earlier that she usually refrained from spending money. "Oh, so you don't spend on yourself, but rather on your brother, right? I see, this is a capitalist's sweet trap," he chuckled. "No joking now. As long as I have enough clothes, that's what matters," he added, wary of Luo Xining mimicking Luo Xi's impulsive shopping sprees. "One little devil is enough. Let us not lead the little angel astray. I'm not joking. I genuinely want to buy you a whole wardrobe," Luo Xining affirmed earnestly, her eyes reflecting no hint of jest. After a pause, she added with a gentle smile that seemed to radiate warmth, "Of course. I will always listen to my brother." Hearing those words, Gu Luo felt as though Cupid's arrow had struck his heart, leaving him somewhat dizzy. Who could resist such charm? The little angel, while being so sweet, had him completely under her spell. After completing the purchase and stepping out of the store, Gu Luo said, "Xining, I have enough clothes. Let us go help Xiao Man with her selection. But I want to buy you a few more pieces." Luo Xining was still immersed in the joy of choosing outfits for Gu Luo. Upon hearing this, Gu Luo pointed to her flawless feet and said, "That's enough. Besides, you're wearing high heels today, and we shouldn't walk too much, or your ankles will hurt later." Upon hearing this reason, Luo Xining immediately nodded in agreement, feeling warm inside. Her brother was so considerate and thoughtful. Despite her excitement about shopping, she willingly gave up the chance to continue for fear of discomfort from her heels. As she pondered this, her affection for him only grew. If one were to quantify her feelings, they were undoubtedly soaring. Understanding that Luo Xining had agreed, Gu Luo felt a wave of relief wash over him. The crisis had finally been averted. He truly feared another unexpected incident. Today's outing would not end in disaster. However, just as Gu Luo thought this, Luo Shuning said, "By the way, brother, since we're here, how about I take you to get a custom suit? There's a small shop nearby that does excellent work." At her words, Gu Luo felt a wave of dread wash over him. Was the slap in the face coming so swiftly? Had the little devil even dug a pit for suits? And since the little devil knew the owner, the little angel probably did as well. If this were to happen, it would undoubtedly be a scene of utter disaster. Inwardly, Gu Luo ruminated swiftly on a countermeasure. Before re-establishing a smile on his face and saying, "Shuning, let us save it for next time." His tone carried a hint of regret intertwined with anticipation. Of course, what he meant was that he cherished the moments spent shopping with Shuning. Thus, the suit could wait until their next outing together. If he purchased everything at once, there would be little reason to go out with Shuning again. Damn, why did he feel as if he were behaving like a scoundrel? But alas, such is the price of deceit. Each step felt like walking a tightrope, where a moment's carelessness could lead to a cascade of calamity. "Well, I enjoy shopping with my brother too," Luo Shuning stated, utterly defenseless against this barrage of words. Her heart swelled with delight, her emotional value reaching its zenith. Gu Luo, though internally anxious, maintained a gentle smile as he said, "Then let us go buy clothes for Xiao Man, all right," she replied. Thus, the two set off to explore a women's clothing store. Shueishui remarked, "I told you my brother and sister Shuning are just out shopping for clothes." It seemed they were now to buy something for her, and she felt an eager desire to browse. Nearby, Gu Ximan smiled leisurely at her companion, Lu Shueishui. "Yes, brother Gu seems to be just an ordinary brother with sister Shuning," Lu Shueishui concurred, her previously anxious heart finally at ease. "We were just overthinking it. My brother knows how to handle things with discretion." After following them for a while and confirming there were no anomalies, Lu Shueishui turned to Gu Ximan and said, Man, I'm going to get a drink. What would you like?" "Definitely the grape taro balls. But today let us skip half sugar and go for 7/10 sugar." "All right, you stay here. There's a Rue Shuexing Chung across the street. I'll be back shortly." Lu Shueishui headed straight across the street, removing her mask as she found it stifling after wearing the N95 for too long. "Dear customers, good news. The Rue Shuexing Chung on Kaizhou Avenue has grandly opened. Bring your loved ones for special interactive events, exclusive benefits for parents, couples, and spouses. Buy one drink, get one free. Couples buy one, get one free." Upon hearing this, Lu Shueishui instinctively envisioned a sweet scene of buying milk tea with Gu Luo, where he would tenderly pat her head, leading to various intimate gestures. The mere thought sent warmth rushing to her cheeks. Business was brisk at the Rue Shuexing Chung that day, with several couples present. As Lu Shueishui stepped into the store, numerous gazes were instantly cast upon her. After all, which boy could resist the allure of a girl with twin tails and white stockings? With her fair and adorable visage, she seemed to have walked straight out of a two-dimensional world. How does the saying go? Rejecting youthful aesthetics starts with oneself. Several young men in the store began to stir, contemplating how to obtain Lu Shueishui's contact information. Such an exquisite girl was a rare find. Missing this opportunity might mean waiting an eternity for another. "I'd like 2 cups of grape taro balls, room temperature. One with 7/10 sugar and the other with full sugar. Thank you," Lu Shueishui quietly requested the attendant. "Sure, please take a ticket. It will be ready shortly." "Thank you," she replied, accepting the ticket. Originally intending to find a place to sit and wait, her attention was suddenly captured by a photograph on the wall. To be more precise, it was a picture of a beautiful girl smiling as she linked arms with a handsome boy. Lu Shueishui's mouth fell open, her mind buzzing with confusion. Wasn't he the couple in the picture, Gu Luo and sister Shuning? The radiant smile belonged undoubtedly to Shuning, as it could not possibly be Shuhe. But when had this occurred? Why was Shuning so intimately linked to Gu Luo? If their relationship had progressed to such a point, why did they appear as merely ordinary siblings today? Could it be that they had noticed her and Man following them? The thought spiraled, leaving her feeling as if the sky was falling. She bit her lip and looked again at the photograph, noticing that Gu Luo's expression seemed to lack genuine enthusiasm for the photo, as if he were merely complying. His smile lacked the warmth of joy, while his lips curled upward, his gaze wandered. Thus, they might not yet be in a romantic relationship. It seemed Shuning was using her status as a sister to draw closer to Gu Luo, perhaps having been subtly rebuffed, which might explain why she hadn't held his arm today. Indeed, that must be it. Shuning was attempting to gain an advantage. No, absolutely not. Lu Shueishui felt a tightening in her chest. She desired nothing more than to be with Gu Luo, to be the good sister-in-law to her best friend. Therefore, she resolved to take the initiative. She could not delay any longer. Shuning had already made her move, and she needed to keep pace. At this moment, her affections lay solely with Gu Luo. Your grape taro balls are ready, the attendant announced cheerfully. Lu Shueshue exhaled softly before walking over to collect her order. Just as she was about to exit the store, a rather attractive young man blocked her path. Could I before he could finish his sentence? Lu Shueshue dismissed him with a curt reply, swiftly maneuvering around him and exiting the store. Under ordinary circumstances, she might have been more polite. However, today this unfortunate soul had crossed paths with her at the wrong moment. Clutching her fruit tea, Lu Shueshue returned to the corner where she had parted ways with Gu Ximan, only to find that she was no longer there. They must have gone to another store, and Xiaoman had followed along. With this in mind, she promptly messaged Gu Ximan, Lu Shueshue, man. Where are you now? After a while, Gu Ximan responded. Gu Ximan, I'm at the small park over here. Location, Lu Shueshue. All right. I'm on my way. Putting away her phone, Lu Shueshue hurried towards the park. There, she found Gu Ximan seated on a bench. Her expression somewhat off. Man, what's wrong? Lu Shueshue quickly sat beside her. I'm fine. Gu Ximan managed a strained smile. Meanwhile, moments earlier, after Gu Luo and Xu Ning had chosen some clothes for Gu Ximan and were about to leave, Luo Xu Ning suddenly said, I need to buy more clothes. Since it's such a rare outing, I might as well grab some for Xu He and Xu Ling as well. Will you accompany me to that shop across the street, sweet lady? Just wait for me in the store's lounge. Several question marks appeared on Gu Luo's forehead. Was she truly forcing him into a corner? He absolutely could not let Luo Xu Ning enter that store. After all, it was just yesterday that Luo Xu He had brought him into the fitting room. When they emerged, many staff members had looked at them with knowing smiles, implying that they were quite eager. But what excuse could he use? This situation was entirely different from shopping for a suit. He couldn't use the excuse of wanting to come back with her again. What to do? Gu Luo felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He suspected that everything was part of the little devil's scheme. Understanding the cherubic angel reveals the mischievous imp within. This imp has effectively barred all avenues of escape. Akin to the tension felt in a duel between masters, where a single misstep could lead to a perilous abyss. Alas, we find ourselves at this juncture. It is time to resort to the old adage, self-detonation. Gu Luo, suppressing the profound embarrassment of public disgrace, hesitantly uttered, Xu Ning. There is something I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Luo Xu Ning blinked her large, innocent eyes. Well, while I was wandering over there, I encountered a beautifully exquisite piece of lingerie that I believe would suit you splendidly. May I gift it to you as a token of appreciation for your previous garments? At last, he had spoken his piece. The overwhelming sensation of social embarrassment was so acute that he felt an overwhelming urge to vanish into the earth. Ha, gifting lingerie? How peculiar. The laughter echoed, suggesting that such a gesture bordered on the bizarre. At that moment, Luo Xu Ning's flawless visage flushed with a rosy hue. She lowered her gaze, delicately tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. After a significant pause, she stammered, If it's from you, I suppose that would be all right. She hesitated again, playfully raising a small fist, her voice sweetly laced with a hint of mischief. But if it's not to my liking, I might just have to retaliate against my brother, and it would be quite painful. Thump, thump, thump. Witnessing Luo Xu Ning's adorably bashful demeanor sent Gu Luo's heart racing. He felt utterly enchanted. How could there exist such a gentle and charming angel in this world? Moreover, the fact that Luo Xu Ning had consented to his gift implied that she did not shy away from his proximity. This was undoubtedly a mutual pursuit. Then let us proceed. Gu Luo's face warmed as they prepared to shop, the atmosphere palpably different compared to his previous encounters. With the imp, there was an abundance of awkwardness and thrill. Alongside the angel, however, he felt an exhilarating flutter deep within his heart. Thus, guided by memory, Gu Luo led Luo Xu Ning to another clothing store. Upon entering, a sales associate approached them promptly. Welcome, esteemed customers. How may I assist you today? We're running a special promotion. As the associate recited her scripted lines, Luo Xu Ning remained silent, shyly glancing at Gu Luo. Over there, Gu Luo pointed, leading them towards a display near the glass storefront. It was a pure white garment adorned with a contrasting floral pattern, simple yet exquisite. Your taste is impeccable, the sales associate exclaimed, swiftly presenting the selected bra. This rabbit cup lingerie is crafted from latex cotton, ensuring a soft, lightweight, and breathable experience. She paused before adding, moreover, it features memory wire, making it the ideal choice for curvaceous beauties like yourself. Indeed, it is quite lovely, Luo Xu Ning affirmed, visibly pleased. The associate maintained her cheerful demeanor, inquiring, what size does our lovely lady wear? 75C, Gu Luo instinctively responded, only to feel a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Very well, I shall fetch it from the stockroom. Please feel free to browse in the meantime. The associate smiled and departed. At that moment, Luo Shuning's cheeks reddened further. She stared at Gu Luo, lost in a whirlwind of shyness and surprise. How does he know my measurements? She pondered, her heart racing with both confusion and embarrassment. Shuning, allow me to explain, Gu Luo lamented inwardly, wishing he could slap himself for his blunder. How could he clarify this without sounding preposterous? Did I measure you secretly because I intended to gift you lingerie? There's no need for explanation. I understand, she murmured, her voice dwindling to a whisper. Understand what? Gu Luo thought, feeling utterly defeated. Moments later, the sales associate returned with the lingerie. You can wait for me in the lounge area, Luo Shuning said, hastily retreating to the fitting room with the garment in hand. Gu Luo sighed in resignation. Taking a seat in the lounge, he racked his brain, attempting to devise a way to explain himself to Luo Shuning, but he found himself at a loss. Any attempt at clarification seemed superfluous, bordering on deceit. Time passed, and suddenly his phone vibrated. It was a message from Luo Shuning. Luo Shuning, photo. It was a top-down image of the pristine white lingerie. The photograph artfully highlighted its contours. Gu Luo's eyes widened in shock as he instinctively saved the image and enlarged it. This angel truly is an angel, he mused, marveling at the authenticity of her photo. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Shuning stood just behind him, observing his every reaction. Chapter 53. Brother, I understand. As pure as the moon suspended in the night sky. Her gaze, once captured, was difficult to divert. Gu Luo quickly shut the photo, realizing that a mere glance was innocent admiration, but prolonged scrutiny bordered on obsession. How to respond to such an image? It was evident that Shuning had taken the photo after trying on the garment. He needed to provide an appropriate compliment before she emerged from the fitting room. Time was of the essence. A simple beautiful would hardly suffice. Moreover, with no one else around, this was a uniquely intimate exchange between them. Yet, faced with such a photograph, what could he say? He had no prior experience in such matters. Gu Luo, in a moment of desperation, opened his browser and typed, how to compliment a girl's outfit. In no time, a myriad of suggestions appeared. 1. Wow, this outfit truly enhances your complexion. 2. Darling, you look absolutely stunning in this outfit. 3. The design of this outfit is remarkable. He was struck by indecision. Some suggestions seemed promising, but which one to choose? His fingers glided across the screen, comparing options, seeking the perfect response for the angel before him. I think the playful and lively style is quite fitting. Just then, a gentle, sweet fragrance wafted past his ear. Is that so? I think so too, Gu Luo instinctively replied, but his words trailed off as he turned, his face frozen in shock. Before him stood Luo Shuning. Her slender figure bent with curiosity as she peered at his phone screen. Her cheeks bore a rosy tint, illuminated by the store's lights, rendering her exceptionally adorable. Shuning, let me explain. Gu Luo felt an overwhelming urge to disappear, the embarrassment suffocating. Don't worry, I understand, she replied softly. Standing upright and twirling a strand of hair around her finger, her cheeks still flushed. There's really no need to feel awkward. After a brief pause, she continued. I must apologize, dear brother. It was never my intention to act this way. I was merely hesitating between sending you the photo directly or showing it to you in person, and before I knew it, I found myself standing behind you. At that moment, Gu Luo was gazing at Luo Shuning from a 45-degree angle, feeling as if she radiated a gentle, celestial light. How delightful. She is like a little angel, and he feels saved. It seemed almost surreal. He was aware of the angel's tenderness and her ability to consider others. Yet he had not anticipated such profound gentleness. Even in this situation, she had the grace to apologize to him. In truth, Luo Shuning did not place much importance on these matters. Or rather, she did not resent Gu Luo's behavior at all. His kindness, his handsome demeanor, his culinary skills, and his selfless dedication. He even went as far as to engage in subterfuge for her school's anniversary performance, rendered him all the more genuine, exuding the essence of youth. Furthermore, Gu Luo was inherently a shy type, lacking the courage to act on his desires, though he might occasionally appear a bit out of character. She found this contrast endearing and charming. Of course, this sentiment applied only to Gu Luo. Were it anyone else, it would simply be seen as harassment. This world operates on such peculiarities. The same action performed by different individuals, each possessing distinct charms, can yield vastly different interpretations. Shunning, Gu Luo slightly averted his gaze, unsure of what to say next. I am here, Luo Shunning replied with a gentle smile. Thank you, Shunning. I have engaged in many foolish actions. I appreciate your forbearance. Gu Luo spoke earnestly, his words imbued with sincerity. Whether regarding past incidents or today as circumstances, While both were meant to avoid an awkward scene, they were undeniably actions that could cause one to feel embarrassed. Brother, I should be the one expressing gratitude. A gentle breeze swept through as Luo Shunning took a seat beside him, softly continuing. As an older sister, I often find myself shouldering burdens alone. I owe much to Shuha and the others, and I genuinely empathize with you. I strive to treat Shuha and Shuling fairly, but it is challenging. For instance, after enjoying a delightful meal with Shuha today, I could not dare to tell Shuling and can only promise to take her next time. Those closest to us often care the most about such details. Everyone desires equal or even greater affection. And you, dear brother, are caught between us four. It must be quite exhausting. There must be many instances where you sacrifice your own feelings to spare ours. I understand. This marked the third time Luo Shunning had said, Brother, I understand. Gu Luo listened intently, feeling a slight sting in his nose. If he did not genuinely care for his sister's feelings and wished to spare them sorrow, who would willingly subject themselves to such self-deprecating actions? He was not devoid of pride. He merely thought it better to endure embarrassment himself than to see his sisters upset. No matter how awkward or humiliating, a smile could eventually erase it. At that moment, Gu Luo finally comprehended why he was so fond of this little angel. It was not solely due to her exquisite tenderness, but because she could truly understand him from the heart. Even without knowing the concealed truths, she still managed to empathize with him. With such a sister, what more could one desire? To be fortunate enough to have her, he cherished, loved, and believed in her. After sharing these heartfelt sentiments, the two sat quietly on the sofa, savoring each other's presence. The air around them seemed to still, leaving only the sound of their breaths and heartbeats. Their feelings were rapidly intensifying at an uncontrollable pace, like a roaring flame that continued to grow stronger. Gu Luo felt an unprecedented sense of ease and emotion. Shunning, my little angel, she truly understands. After a moment of silence, Gu Luo suddenly spoke, Shunning, before we head home, would you accompany me to buy something? You are likely more familiar with it. Sure, she replied. Chapter 54. The agreement between best friends. Meanwhile, as someone was lost in the profound tenderness brought by the little angel, on a park bench, two innocent souls were already feeling overwhelmed. I am not overwhelmed, Gu Ximan exclaimed, taking big bites of her grape taro balls. Her cheeks puffed as she declared indignantly, Really, I am not overwhelmed. Who would be upset just because their brother went shopping for clothes with another girl? Huh, that's hilarious. It's just buying clothes. As she spoke, she puffed out her cheeks and stomped her foot. It's just buying clothes. It's nothing. My brother used to wash my clothes every day. She held her head high, attempting to use her past glories to demonstrate her indifference. So this is nothing. I am not overwhelmed at all. The more Gu Ximan protested, the angrier she became, wishing to bite Gu Luo dead. Bite, bite, bite. Bite him to death. Meanwhile, Lu Xuexue, also sipping on her grape taro balls, felt overwhelmed herself. She was uncertain about the current status between her brother and Senior Shunning. Lu Xuexue believed her looks and charm were not inferior to Senior Shunning's, yet she lamented that Shunning had already gained the upper hand. Determined to act, she realized that her only way to get closer to Gu Luo was through Ximan. Quietly, she repeated in her mind, I'm sorry, Ximan. Instead of allowing other girls to take advantage, I will double my efforts to be good to you. In the future, I will definitely help you win the heart of the boy you like. I swear. Lu Xuexue silently vowed, and then gently comforted Gu Ximan. Ximan, you need not worry too much. It's just buying clothes. It's nothing. However, upon hearing this, Gu Ximan not only did not calm down, but became even more agitated, immediately baring her teeth. He hasn't bought me clothes in ages. My brother is a heartless scoundrel. A heartless scoundrel. Ximan, I remember you said before that it was you who didn't want your brother to buy clothes for you, complaining that his choices were too tacky. Lu Xuexue cautiously added. Although her own heart was in turmoil, she still couldn't help but defend Gu Luo instinctively. At this, Gu Ximan was momentarily at a loss for words, her face alternating between pale and flushed. But she instinctively retorted, just because I didn't want him to buy, doesn't mean he can't sneakily buy for me. If he forced it upon me, I wouldn't throw it away. Ultimately, wasn't it his own fault for being so foolish? The very mention of this irritated her. When she received the clothing, she had only intended to be a bit petulant, throwing out some comments about how unfashionable they were, insisting he shouldn't buy her clothes in the future. Yet, it backfired. Gu Luo took her words to heart. Now, she couldn't bring herself to ask for them again. She had long suffered the consequences of her pride and regretted it immensely. How about this, Ximan? Lu Xuexue suggested quietly. Tomorrow I'll prepare some snacks in advance, and we can bring them to your brother's class. You mentioned he didn't want to expose his relationship with Senior Shunning at school. This way, the school becomes your territory. What do you think, Ximan? Upon hearing this, Gu Ximan pondered for a moment before her expression brightened with gratitude. She put down her grape taro balls and immediately embraced Lu Xuexue, exclaiming, "Yes, yes. This way, school will be our territory. Xuexue, you are truly my best friend. How delightful it is that you are willing to rise early to prepare some treats for me. I adore you." As she spoke, she playfully planted a kiss on her cherubic face, giggling as she added, "Rest assured, Xuexue, I will definitely assist you in pursuing that senior. Liar, you little pup." With that, she bestowed another kiss. "Oh, how wonderfully bouncy my dear Xuexue's cheeks are, resembling jelly. I must seize the opportunity to shower you with affection before you embark on a romantic journey. Otherwise, those moments may slip away." Upon hearing this, Lu Xuexue blinked her large eyes, her long lashes fluttering. She instinctively replied, "Even if I do fall in love in the future, Man can kiss me whenever she desires." Gu Ximan promptly waved her hands, shaking her head vigorously like a rattle drum. "That won't do. I certainly do not wish to share an indirect kiss with the senior you fancy." At these words, Lu Xuexue bit her lip, hesitating. If Man were to share a sibling bond with Senior Shunning, it would be disastrous. She would feel too shy to vie for his affection. However, if that were indeed the case, sharing with Man wouldn't be a burden. Lu Xuexue genuinely wished to share everything with Gu Ximan. As for Senior Shunning, she was determined to compete for his heart and would not yield easily. "By the way, Xuexue, when do you plan to start pursuing that senior?" Gu Ximan inquired. Her curiosity piqued as her mood lifted slightly. She was quite invested in Lu Xuexue's romantic endeavors, after all, as they were the best of friends. Upon hearing this question, a rosy hue crept onto Lu Xuexue's fair, charming face, and she shyly confessed, "It will be soon. I promise to inform Man." Her voice was as gentle as a soft breeze, tinged with an unmistakable shyness. Gu Ximan immediately formed an O with her hands, exclaiming, "I vow, in the name of our sisterhood, to support you wholeheartedly." At this, Lu Xuexue's face flushed deeper, whether from shyness or guilt, it was hard to tell. She then slowly extended her delicate pinky finger, earnestly stating, Man is my most important person, and I pledge, in the name of our friendship, to ensure your happiness. Yes, pinky swear. Gu Ximan also extended her pinky. Their fair fingers intertwined, gently swaying together. In unison, the two adorable, sweet girls chimed, "Pinky swear, hang it high, for 100 years, no lying. Liars are little pups." The sound of their promise rang clear and melodious, echoing through the park, as if bearing witness to the beauty of their friendship and vows. Chapter 55, Stinky Brother. I am yours for life. What does Shunning mean when she says she owes something to Shuha and Shuling? Why does Shunning refer to Luoyang as mother instead of mom? What caused Shunning to suddenly retreat from the public eye years ago? Why does Aunt Luoyang refuse to hire a nanny at home? What does Shuha mean by marriage and having 2 daughters? Gu Luo lay quietly on his bed, the soft light illuminating his face, revealing a moment of contemplation. His phone notes were filled with various questions concerning his sisters, each akin to a small key. This habit had been cultivated over time. He would privately document every matter, great or small, regarding his sisters, seeking to understand and resolve them. Previously, his notes contained only Gu Ximan, detailing her every little mood and preference. Now, however, 2 more sisters had joined the fold. As for Shuling, she was a carefree food enthusiast, reveling daily in the world of culinary delights, blissfully unaware of any worries that might require his attention. Once he successfully completed his special task, he would delve into understanding these matters. Whether it bore fruit or not was secondary. As an elder brother, he felt a duty to comprehend his sisters' pasts and their innermost thoughts. Yet, a source of joy was that Gu Ximan had recently exhibited remarkable growth, as if she had suddenly matured. She no longer displayed her little temper tantrums with the same frequency. In truth, Gu Luo still cherished her little bouts of pride, every time he witnessed her pouting adorably. His heart felt as if it were being gently scratched by a tender hand, filled with affection. Ah, how Gu Ximan has grown. Gu Luo gently set his phone down and turned his gaze to the ceiling. Strangely, however, he did not feel the elation he had anticipated. Instead, a sense of melancholy washed over him. This feeling was akin to autumn leaves drifting gently to the ground, lingering in his heart, yet impossible to dispel. It was challenging to articulate. Gu Luo wished for Gu Ximan to flourish, to become independent and strong, yet selfishly hoped she would remain forever young, clinging to him and seeking his affection just as she had in her childhood. But how could that be? Eventually, she would marry. One day, she would leave this home to build her own family. Why on earth did that thought make him want to grab a kitchen knife? Gu Luo rubbed his temples. attempting to banish this unsettling notion. Yet the more he pondered, the more distressed he became. Feeling akin to a father who must part with his daughter on her wedding day, filled with reluctance and apprehension. The thought of handing over his cherished treasure, whom he had cradled in his palms since childhood, to another man was infuriating. Just please, not a blonde. He couldn't think. Deep breaths, deep breaths. Just as Gu Luo endeavored to regain his composure, a gentle knock echoed from the door. Come in, he called, his voice tinged with fatigue, though it quickly regained its warmth. The door creaked open to reveal Gu Ximan, cradling a pink basin as she entered slowly. What is it, little man? Gu Luo straightened up. At his words, Gu Ximan's face instantly flushed, and she shyly responded, Stinky brother, wash my clothes for me. You could just leave them in the bathroom, Gu Luo replied, slightly puzzled. Currently, the majority of the household laundry fell to him, save for undergarments and intimate items. Stinky brother, from now on, you must secretly wash my clothes, Gu Ximan insisted, her cheeks growing even rosier. Huh, why? Gu Luo inquired, his confusion evident as he instinctively glanced at the basin she carried. Upon seeing his gaze, Gu Ximan nearly bolted for the door in embarrassment. But recalling that he had accompanied another sister shopping for clothes that day, her frustration surged. Summoning her courage, she feigned annoyance and retorted, What are you looking at? Stinky brother? Isn't this the same style you bought me last time? Gu Luo scratched his head, but I've never seen you hang this set on the rack. Did you just buy it? Mind your own business. Gu Ximan puffed out her cheeks like an adorable little squirrel. She refused to admit that her little pride had led her to secretly purchase 1 or 2 items and wash them discreetly, not wanting to embarrass herself in front of her stinky brother. That simply won't do, Gu Luo sighed, his expression becoming complex. You're growing up now. You need to wash your own clothes. Besides, you'll be getting married one day. You can't expect me to do your laundry forever, can you? Though his heart was heavy with reluctance and the urge to grab a kitchen knife lingered, some truths needed to be spoken. He had no right to keep his sister by his side indefinitely. However, upon hearing this, Gu Ximan erupted in anger. She hurled the clothes from the basin at Gu Luo's face, shouting, Gu Luo, listen up. Wherever you go, I shall follow. I will eat your food, drink your drinks, spend your money, and live in your home. I am yours for life. Don't even think about shaking me off. Humph. Upon finishing her words, Gu Ximan walked out the door without a backward glance. Gu Luo slowly removed the garment that hung on his face and fell into a contemplative silence. Yet, the corners of his mouth subtly lifted in a barely perceptible smile, a smile imbued with happiness and indulgence. Ah, truly, I am at your mercy. It seems I must earn a good living. My sister is indeed quite charming. If she is so attached to her brother, then I shall care for her for a lifetime. To be honest, he had no intention of entrusting Gu Ximan to anyone else. Indeed, henceforth he would strive to earn money and keep little man by his side, pampering her for eternity. Chapter 56. Anticipating our future after placing Gu Ximan's clothes into a basin, Gu Luo returned to his bed. It was still too soon to wash them in the bathroom. If the 3 sisters, Shu Ning, Shu He, and Shu Ling, were to catch sight of them, the scene would be utterly unimaginable. He had no desire to endure that mortifying social death scenario daily, especially not letting the little devil Shu He see it. Heaven only knew what mischief she might concoct. He would have to wait until the dead of night when all were sound asleep before discreetly addressing the matter. However, it seemed that his recent entanglement with clothing had grown rather profound. First, he was dragged by the little devil Shu He to attend a show. Then, the angelic Shu Ning sent photos. And now, the proud little Ximan had suddenly requested he wash her clothes by hand. Gu Luo's unease grew as he pondered this sequence of events. It felt as though an invisible thread intricately connected these 3 occurrences. The situations involving Shu He and Shu Ning were somewhat comprehensible. It was likely that the little devil Shu He had orchestrated these circumstances behind the scenes. But what of little Ximan? Why had she suddenly demanded he wash her clothes today? Could it be that upon seeing Shu Ning buy clothes for both Shu He and Shu Ling, she felt neglected? Gu Luo always placed great importance on Gu Ximan's emotional shifts, repeatedly analyzing the reasons for her unhappiness in his mind and devising means to remedy it, ultimately coaxing her back to joy. He never denied being a doting brother, and indeed, a rather obsessive one at that. Caring for his sister, alleviating her troubles, and witnessing her radiant smile brought him the utmost delight. While Gu Luo was lost in contemplation of his sister's feelings, his phone suddenly vibrated. Upon checking, he discovered it was a message from the angelic Shu Ning. Shu Ning, brother, did you and sister have a quarrel? I noticed her face was quite flushed just now. Is there something wrong? Is there any way I can assist you? After reading the message, a smile instinctively crept onto Gu Luo's lips. Perhaps it was due to the delicate concern of the little angel, or perhaps simply because the message came from the one he cherished dearly. In any case, he found himself unable to suppress his happiness. Moreover, the emoticons were undeniably adorable. He comfortably turned over, his fingers dancing lightly across the screen as he replied, "Gu Luo, no worries, it's just little man's pride acting up again. She just needs a moment to cool off." "Shu Ning, that's good to hear." "Shu Ning, by the way, brother, do you have some time right now?" "Gu Luo, yes, what's up?" "Shu Ning, I particularly adore the clothes you gifted me today, so I would like to play a piano piece for you." "Shu Ning, can you come to my room now?" Upon reading these messages, Gu Luo felt as if an invisible hand had gently grasped his heart, making it race uncontrollably. This was a profound and genuine excitement. Even during his previous intimate moments with Shu He had never experienced such intense heartbeats. Gu Luo understood this was what it meant to like someone. A true liking. The little angel, with just a few simple messages, could hold his heart in her delicate grasp, and the thought of being alone with her in a room filled him with an overwhelming sense of joy. He forcibly restrained his racing heart and quickly replied, "Gu Luo, sure. Shu Ning, hurry over, there's a surprise." "A surprise?" Gu Luo sprang up, filled with excitement, eager to rush over. Little man was surely confined to her room, making the hallway quite safe. As long as she didn't get jealous, everything would be fine. As for Shu He had already cautioned her about potential hurt, so worrying was futile. Regarding Shu Ling, it was inconsequential. He could confidently proceed to the little angel Shu Ning's room. With a buoyant spirit, Gu Luo rose and left his own room, his footsteps light as if he were walking on clouds. He soon arrived at the door of Shu Ning's bedroom. After a gentle knock, the door opened almost immediately. There stood Shu Ning, her entire figure concealed behind the door, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Gu Luo felt a tinge of confusion in his memory. Shu Ning was not the type to feel bashful about him entering her room. As the door slowly closed, he noticed Shu Ning was clad in a red off-shoulder nightgown, gracefully revealing her delicate collarbone and snow-white shoulders. Instinctively, Gu Luo averted his gaze but could not help but praise, "This nightgown suits you beautifully, Shu Ning." Complimenting a girl was always a safe course of action. Shu Ning shyly turned her gaze away, her fingers gently curling around her locks as she explained, "I wanted you to see it." Hearing this, Gu Luo felt a wave of bashfulness wash over him. This was the distinction between the little angel and the little devil. The little devil had directly dragged him into the changing room, while the little angel was far more subtle. They stood awkwardly together for a moment. Gu Luo found himself at a loss for words, so he feigned interest in the room's decor, attempting to ease the slight tension in the air. The bedroom was adorned with a warm ambience, dominated by pure white tones, exuding an aura of tranquility and beauty. Beside the bed sat a black piano, radiating elegance under the soft light. Shu Ning then approached him and softly said, "Brother, please sit on my bed." "Is that all right?" he asked hesitantly. "Of course," she assured him. Gu Luo said nothing further, feeling a bit self-conscious as he approached the bed and carefully perched himself on the edge, his body slightly tense, as if any movement might shatter the enchanting atmosphere. This was the first time he sat on a girl's bed, aside from Gu Ximan's, and he felt a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. Seeing his demeanor, Shu Ning couldn't help but smiled gently, finding her shy brother adorable. She then moved slowly to the piano, lowering her gaze slightly, her voice tinged with shyness as she said, "Brother, this piece was just composed today. You are my first audience." With that, Shu Ning delicately placed her slender fingers upon the keys, her expression shifting to one of concentration. Memories of the days spent with Gu Luo began to unfurl in her mind like a slideshow. Those moments sparkled like brilliant stars, illuminating her heart. Soon, the melodious notes of the piano filled the air, flowing like a mountain stream, each note imbued with vibrant life, leaping and dancing in the atmosphere. Gu Luo listened in quiet reverence, as if the entire world had fallen silent, leaving only the enchanting piano music lingering in his ears. He felt his spirit undergo an unprecedented purification, with all worries and fatigue dissipating in that moment. Before long, the rhythm of the piano quickened, the previously gentle melody transforming into something more spirited, brimming with youthful vitality and sweetness. He seemed to perceive the delicate emotional shifts of a young maiden through the melody, transitioning from initial shyness and anticipation to later determination and fervor. The entire piece echoed the sentiment of affection. Gu Luo's inner feelings were thoroughly stirred by this exquisite harmony, his heart rising and falling in tandem with the notes. Were it not for their current unique relationship, he would have eagerly voiced the sentiments hidden deep within. confiding in Luo shunning. Yet, he recognized that it was still too soon. Emotions require time to settle and accumulate. There is ample time ahead, and he is willing to wait patiently. The composition was not lengthy, and Luo shunning soon completed her performance. Turning her head, she blushed and offered a slight smile, asking, "Brother, do you find it pleasing?" "It is particularly delightful," Gu Luo replied without hesitation. "As long as you enjoy it, that's what matters. However, this piece is not yet finished. Once it is, I will invite you to listen again," she said, her slender, graceful legs instinctively drawing closer, her cheeks growing even rosier. Gu Luo, witnessing the shy and adorable demeanor of this little angel, felt as though his heart might leap from his throat, the sensation of infatuation intensifying. He instinctively averted his gaze and shifted the topic, inquiring, "By the way, shunning, what is the name of this piece?" Upon hearing this, Luo shunning paused for a moment, then slowly rose. Suppressing her bashfulness, she looked at Gu Luo, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, and softly replied, "The piece is titled Anticipation of Our Future Together." Chapter 57. Mother Yu. The following day, Monday. In the early morning, sunlight poured generously over the earth. Everything appeared splendid, as if happiness itself permeated the air. Hee. Gu Luo walked along the path to school, unable to suppress a silly grin with every few steps. The phrase anticipation of our future together perpetually danced in his mind. This was the profound emotional expression of his little angel, shunning. Since the previous night, the nature of their relationship had subtly shifted, stepping into a realm of ambiguity. The faint yet sweet aroma enveloped him, enveloping him in a cloud of happiness that left him disoriented. Take, for instance, the time they shared breakfast that morning. It was simply too sweet. Of course, nothing out of the ordinary occurred. They merely exchanged glances and shared smiles from time to time. Before long, those sweet glances, as if magnetically drawn together, converged once more. This delightful back and forth continued, each shared gaze and smile adding a spoonful of sweetness to their emotional reservoir. Just thinking about it made Gu Luo break into another goofy smile. To an outsider, it might appear as if he had lost his mind over a persimmon. "Good morning, Senior Gu." "Good morning, Senior Gu." "Good morning, Junior." Along the way, numerous first-year and third-year girls greeted Gu Luo enthusiastically. This was a privilege reserved for juniors and seniors. The most unfortunate were the second-year girls. They lacked the innocent boldness of the first years and the mature ease of the third years. Being of the same age made addressing Gu Luo feel somewhat impolite, while referring to him as classmate Gu felt awkward. In short, nothing seemed quite right. However, due to his particularly good mood, Gu Luo smiled and nodded at every girl who greeted him. He was, without a doubt, the most popular boy at Guanya Academy. It was simply because of his striking looks. One glance could be overwhelming. Moreover, the most significant factor was the way Gu Luo played basketball, which captivated countless girls throughout the week. Every movement, every leap, every shot he made on the court seemed to compose a poetic ode to youth, drawing the girls' attention irresistibly. Furthermore, the younger generation is inherently confident and open-minded, making it easy for them to approach Gu Luo, the campus heartthrob. In summary, the characteristics of different generations can be distilled thus. Those born in the 1980s tend to be conservative in thought, but open in behavior. Those born in the 2000s are open-minded yet reserved in behavior, and those born in the 2030s exhibit openness in both thought and conduct. It is no wonder that the current crop of top-tier celebrities pales in comparison to Gu Luo, who shines brightly in his own right. Why not pursue stardom more closely within the confines of the school and bask in the charm of the campus heartthrob? Gu Luo, although initially unaccustomed to such attention, gradually accepted it over time. After all, it wasn't his fault that he exuded such charisma. The fault lay with the world itself. If it were not for necessity, he would have kept his charm at a modest 9 points, only utilizing the charm enhancement card in special circumstances. Gu Luo had begun to sense that this 9-point charm was not entirely normal, almost as if he had a succubus buff. He strongly suspected that the system was orchestrating this phenomenon. "Good morning, Senior." "Good morning. You look even more handsome today, hee." After exchanging greetings with a small group of younger girls, Gu Luo finally entered the school building. Not far behind him, Situ Wenyao clutched his heart. His face flushed with a healthy glow of excitement. What a thrill. Truly delightful. How fortunate I am to experience such extreme joy so early in the day. Situ Wenyao once again imagined himself as Gu Luo. In his fantasy, countless seniors and juniors greeted him warmly along the way, as though he were a dazzling star basking in the adoration and affection of the masses. What ecstasy! He let out a long sigh, finally regaining some semblance of calm. Excellent. Another day being the campus heartthrob. As long as he immersed himself quickly enough, He could absorb all the delightful moments Gu Luo experienced without missing a beat. It could be said that Gu Luo was his source of joy. Most importantly, there was a physical education class scheduled for today. The thought of Gu Luo showcasing his skills on the court, surrounded by a throng of girls cheering him on, sent Situ Wenyao into another fit of excitement. This exhilarating sensation burned within his chest, like a volcano poised to erupt. What joy! What bliss! Unbeknownst to Gu Luo, his so-called best friend was indulging in fanciful daydreams about him. Upon entering the classroom and returning to his seat, Gu Luo habitually placed a bottle of milk on the desk of his deskmate, Shenyu. All right. Shenyu smiled slightly, then retrieved a collection of snacks from her drawer. There were strawberry cakes, chocolate beans, jelly, and a delightful array of treats, each day offering a different flavor. After a week of interaction, they had grown quite familiar, and their relationship had become increasingly harmonious. Shenyu's care for him was meticulous, as if she were tending to a child. Reflecting on this, Gu Luo couldn't help but jest. Shenyu, it feels like you're becoming my mother. Perhaps I should just start calling you Mother Yu, as it's too much. I truly can't finish it all. Upon hearing the title Mother Yu, Shenyu initially paused in surprise, then, as if a magical switch had been flipped, eagerly nodded. Sure. I'll bring less tomorrow. She even contemplated mentioning that children shouldn't indulge in too many snacks, but decided against it. Hey, Shenyu had learned to seize the opportunity. Gu Luo had expected her to share a playful exchange, but he was taken aback when she readily agreed, appearing quite pleased. Nevertheless, he was not one to dampen others' spirits. All right, you should also eat less. Too many snacks aren't good for your health. Shenyu nodded eagerly, her heart brimming with joy. Feeding Gu Luo is, in itself, a delightful endeavor. A sense of eagerness stirs within me, perpetually prompting the desire to do something for Gu Luo. Gu Luo, I shall fetch you some water, Shenyu declared, and before Gu Luo could respond, she swiftly seized his water cup like a gust of wind and merrily made her way to the water dispenser at the front of the classroom. Witnessing this scene, Gu Luo felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He had not anticipated that instead of gaining a younger sister in school, he would acquire a surrogate mother. As time passed, the first class concluded rapidly, leading into the second, which was taught by their homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang. Just as Gu Luo prepared to review his mathematics book, a tall, robust figure unexpectedly entered the classroom. Mr. Liu, you've come too early. Physical education is not until the third period, Feng Yuqing exclaimed immediately. At Guangyao Academy, the second or third period of physical education is undoubtedly the most coveted, as the end of the second period is followed by a lengthy recess for free interaction. The 2 periods of physical education effectively add an additional half-hour of leisure. However, upon hearing Feng Yuqing's reminder, Mr. Liu did not pause, but instead strode directly to the podium. He then covered his mouth with his sizable fist, cleared his throat lightly, and announced, your Mr. Wang is feeling a bit under the weather today, so I will be taking this class. You all have no objections, do you? As soon as these words were uttered, the classroom fell eerily silent. Then, a cacophony of excited exclamations erupted. They were witnessing a rare event. The physical education teacher had usurped the mathematics teacher's class. More importantly, this physical education class included 2 periods plus an additional 30 minutes of recess. Mr. Liu, you are nothing short of a superhero. A boy by the window shouted exuberantly. Brother Liu, count me in. Brother Liu, I adore you. I love you to death. Old Liu, do you want your backside intact? But before his exuberance could continue, an English dictionary soared from behind, striking him squarely on the back of his head. Thud. C2 when Yao was silenced. Observing this, Feng Yuqing crossed her arms and let out a disapproving huff. She would not allow C2 when Yao to continue with his inappropriate remarks. The other boys, who had initially prepared to continue the banter, felt a chill run down their spines and promptly chose silence, fearing a fate akin to that of the bewildered brother Liu. Well done, Feng Yuqing. You shall be the one to throw the shot put at this year's sports meet. Mr. Liu commended her with a thumbs up. He then noticed Feng Yuqing silently picking up another dictionary. I was merely joking. Mr. Liu laughed awkwardly, attempting to defuse the situation. For a moment, the classroom erupted in laughter, creating an exceptionally pleasant atmosphere. Mom Yu, I absolutely adore our class, Gu Luo said, caught up in the infectious joy surrounding him. After all, smiles are indeed contagious. Yes, but be careful when you play ball later, don't get hurt. I will buy you an energy drink afterward. Clearly, she had fully embraced the role of a nurturing caregiver, radiating maternal warmth. All right, Gu Luo replied with a smile, finding the situation amusing. He recalled the initial reason behind his efforts to present himself as an adult to care for Xiaoman. He wished for her not to envy other children who received their parents' affection. He had always been the type who, feeling deprived of love, endeavored to shower others with it. It may sound peculiar, but that was indeed the case. Gu Luo transformed his yearning for love into care and concern for his sister, all the while seeking his own warmth and happiness. Fortunately, he had found it. Well then, dear Mom Yu, I shall rely on you for protection in the future. Gu Luo jested. You can count on me. Xin Yu replied, clearly delighted by this role. Chapter 58. C2 Wen Yao's realization. Silence. Just as the students in the classroom chattered away, Mr. Lu brought his broad hands down onto the blackboard with a resounding clap. The classroom swiftly fell into a hush. As if someone had pressed the mute button, everyone turned their attention to him. With arms crossed, Mr. Lu began. Before we head out, I have a few requests. First, during the upcoming 2 periods and the lengthy recess, you are to play heartily, no studying allowed. Second, if you tire of playing, feel free to enjoy the flowers in the garden, feed the fish in the pond, buy snacks from the supermarket, or even find a corner for some romantic exchanges. Just no studying. Third, if I catch anyone secretly trying to study, they will bear the consequences. He flexed his bicep deliberately, raising his voice to ask, is that clear? Understood. The students responded in unison, their voices harmonious and resonant. It was not merely comprehension. They were fully aware of the implications. Not loud enough. I asked if you understood. Mr. Lu, seemingly unsatisfied, repeated his question with greater volume. Understood. The boys roared, their voices booming, as if they were about to shatter the ceiling and echo throughout the entire floor. Passers-by in the building could not help but glance in, and upon realizing that it was Mr. Lu, the physical education teacher, they understood the commotion. In their hearts, they felt a pang of envy. This Mr. Lu was renowned at the school for his unconventional methods. He relished the opportunity to commandeer lessons from core subject teachers, of course, only when those teachers were unavailable, allowing students to revel in sports and play, liberating their youthful energy. He championed the notion of joyful education, firmly believing that students flourish best in an atmosphere of happiness. He was the dream teacher for thousands of students at Guangya Academy, and class 28 of the sophomore year was among the fortunate ones. All right, everyone, go to the gym and gather your equipment. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, Mr. Lu issued the rallying call. In an instant, most of the boys surged out of the classroom, moving with the frantic speed of starving beggars rushing to a soup kitchen. They were elated. Although the usual school life was relatively relaxed, the prospect of replacing their homeroom teacher's mathematics lesson with carefree play on the playground was an unparalleled joy, akin to relishing a snack snatched from a friend, even if they weren't fond of it. Such stolen happiness always felt exhilarating. Best buddy. As the other boys rushed out of the classroom, only C2 Wen Yao dashed towards Gu Luo first. Best buddy, there's no time to explain. Hop on, he exclaimed, hopping in place with excitement. Let us play basketball. Play basketball. He could hardly contain his enthusiasm. Calm down, Wen Yao, I know you're eager. But hold on, Gu Luo remarked, feeling an odd compulsion to deliver a swift punch to him. It was a strange sensation, as if C2 Wen Yao possessed a unique charm that effortlessly provoked such impulses. Gu Luo had played little basketball during his time at Kaizhou Academy, but after just a few days at Guangya, he found himself dragged into basketball games by C2 Wen Yao, often during the most leisurely periods. As a result, he became increasingly popular, drawing a growing number of female spectators to his games. Rumor had it that he had even amassed a fan club, though the truth of that was uncertain. Best buddy, I'm in a hurry. I'm truly in a hurry. C2 Wen Yao's pace of running in place had quickened, akin to a wound-up little teddy bear that simply couldn't stop. He had gone an entire 2 days without any joy. The weekend felt interminable, each minute a torment. Today, he was determined to indulge himself, especially with physical education class on the horizon, where he might even play soccer with students from other classes. Basketball was indeed exhilarating, but a change of pace was equally refreshing. Every day involved using his hands. Today, he would relish using his feet. Wasn't that a form of foot fetishism? Suddenly, he felt a peculiar tension in his fist. Gu Luo sensed that C2 Wen Yao was entertaining some bizarre and scandalous thoughts, though he had no evidence to substantiate his suspicions. Apologies, Wen Yao. Gu Luo thought of 1,000 ways to punch him, yet maintained an apologetic facade, saying, I want to play today. I have things to discuss with you Ma and Shun Yu. What a slip of the tongue. The moment the words left his mouth, both C2 Wen Yao and Xin Yu were taken aback. You Ma? What sort of game is this? C2 Wen Yao curiously glanced at Xin Yu, whose cheeks flushed crimson. She hadn't anticipated Gu Luo would call her Yu Ma in front of others. Wasn't this supposed to be a private joke between them? Did Gu Luo mean The more she pondered, the more her thoughts spiraled. Realizing she needed to play along, she quickly chimed in, C2 Wenyao, I'm sorry, but I have something to discuss with Gu Luo shortly, so I can't accompany you to play basketball right now. Oh, I see. C2 Wenyao immediately deflated, resembling a deflated balloon as he staggered back a couple of steps. The sight tugged at Shun Yu's heartstrings. She hadn't realized how much he wanted to play with Gu Luo. Internally, she marveled at the bond shared by good friends. Dear friend, please chat quickly. I can hold on a little longer, C2 Wenyao gasped, his face displaying a grim determination akin to one preparing for a duel. Observing this, Gu Luo slowly formed a questioning expression, utterly perplexed. Hold on to what? Is this still Chinese? Why can't I comprehend what he is saying? He found C2 Wenyao's thought process utterly baffling. Xinyu, shall we head to the playground? Gu Luo suggested to the still embarrassed Xinyu. He could not fathom C2 Wenyao's logic, so he decided to prioritize the matter at hand. All right, Xinyu acquiesced, and Gu Luo led the way outside the classroom, leaving C2 Wenyao to mutter to himself. Yuma suddenly. His eyes sparkled as if he had stumbled upon a new continent. Wait, this could work. An opportunity for enjoyment. He realized that Shun Yu seemed much more cheerful than before, her face often adorned with a smile, a stark contrast to her previously sullen demeanor. Moreover, she was the girl closest to Gu Luo, causing envy among other girls. Continue the immersion. I am now the most handsome transfer student at Guangya, who does not judge by looks or physique, boldly spending time with Shun Yu without regard for others' opinions. Under the influence of my sincere friendship, she gradually becomes more outgoing and confident, planting seeds of gratitude in her heart. From now on, her eyes will only see me. Ah, what a delightful sensation. Yes, this is it. Oh yes, oh yes. C2 Wenyao felt a delightful thrill coursing through him. This new perspective brought him unparalleled joy. His dear friend was indeed a master of subtlety, effortlessly gaining the most genuine emotions and recognition from others. The art of subtlety was indeed lethal. He embraced this new perspective. The deeper he immersed himself, the more he could grasp the essence of his friend's subtle finesse. C2 Wenyao silently vowed to surpass his friend and craft the most exquisite display of finesse in the near future. He had an inexplicable intuition that day would arrive soon, and when it did, he would make everyone tremble in his presence, becoming the center of attention. Ah, bliss. In anticipation of further enjoyment, he decided to gather his friends later to mock their rivals on the soccer field. Chapter 59. Ha Ki Yao. The sun shone like a delicate veil through the clouds, a gentle breeze wafting through Guangya, carrying the intoxicating floral fragrance of September. Gu Luo and Shun Yu strolled side by side to a quiet corner of the playground near the garden, far removed from the cacophony and frolics of their classmates. Only the soft rustle of grass in the breeze and the occasional chirp of birds filled the air. At this moment, Shun Yu raised her hand to smooth her wind-blown bangs and hesitantly asked, Gu Luo, is it really okay for you to call me that in front of others? She genuinely feared that rumors might circulate about Gu Luo, especially since he was the most renowned heartthrob in school, under the watchful gaze of countless admirers. My apologies. Gu Luo plopped down onto a stone bench. It's nothing, really. Shun Yu almost blurted out, but quickly softened her voice, adding, I just worry that someone might gossip about you. Hearing this, Gu Luo patted the stone bench beside him and smiled gently. We're friends. If it becomes troublesome, we can always entertain ourselves, as long as you're fine with it. After sitting down, Shun Yu hesitated for a while before speaking. You must be like other boys. Really fond of cute and pretty girls, right? Like the Luo Shu Ning trio. Upon hearing this, Gu Luo paused for a moment before nodding affirmatively, his gaze sincere. Indeed. Is that so? Shun Yu chuckled lightly at his candid response, adding, I thought you might say something like inner beauty is the true beauty because of me. Such words would only make her feel uncomfortable. Those who struggle with self-esteem are particularly sensitive to others' gazes and remarks. Often, the most well-meaning comments can cut deeply, resembling a soft knife that appears gentle but can inflict profound pain. I am not a saint. I naturally prefer beautiful girls, Gu Luo remarked, looking at Shun Yu. After scrutinizing her features for a moment, he sincerely smiled. You have a lovely face, though you might be a bit on the heavier side. He gestured with a playful hand sign. I'm not just a little heavy, Shun Yu replied with a wry smile, no longer avoiding the subject of her weight in front of Gu Luo. I wasn't fat when I was younger. It was just that I got lost in the countryside once and nearly starved to death in the mountains. I was so close, I ended up eating grass to survive. After that, I began binge eating, as that was the only way I felt secure. I thought about losing weight later, but I couldn't control myself. If I don't eat, I feel terrified. The doctor said it's a severe psychological trauma. I've seen many doctors, but nothing worked, and eventually, it just faded away. The memories of her past, when she was treated differently, flooded back, leaving her nearly speechless. Listening to her, Gu Luo couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. He finally understood why Shunyu, despite her wealthy background, still battled feelings of inferiority. From now on, I'll be your eating show host, Gu Luo suggested gently. Whenever you crave snacks, just feed me and watch me eat, like a live stream. It's a form of joy, and who knows, it might actually help. At his words, Xinyu instinctively envisioned the scene in her mind. She imagined herself feeding Gu Luo various snacks while he savored them with delight. Feeding Gu Luo brought immense joy and happiness, didn't it? She asked nervously in a soft voice. Of course, Gu Luo nodded, but then shifted the conversation, adding, however, there is a condition. I agree. Xinyu responded without a second thought, her voice tinged with excitement. She too wished to lose weight and to don elegant dresses. If this could indeed be effective, she would accept not just one condition, but 10 or even 100. That's wonderful, Gu Luo sighed in relief, then awkwardly remarked. The reason I invited you here to chat is that I want to confess something. What is it? Xinyu inquired. Actually, Luo Shunning is my sister. Since we are good friends, it's better to be open about it. After all, you know each other, and I want you to feel like family. Ah! Xinyu exclaimed in surprise, her mind buzzing, nearly overheating. Gu Luo then elaborated on their blended family and the reasons for initially concealing it from her. Xinyu nodded in understanding, feeling neither deceived nor upset, but rather empathetic. After all, they were not as close back then as they are now. This revelation clarified why Luo Shunning had been so playful with Gu Luo during the club recruitment and why she had leaned in to whisper in his ear. It turned out they were a blended family, siblings by choice, living under the same roof. Once Gu Luo finished speaking, he stretched lazily, now merely waiting for Shunyu to process the information. After what felt like an eternity, Xinyu returned to reality and softly said, You've worked hard. From now on, Yuma will look after you. The thought of Gu Luo growing up without his mother's affection saddened her. Gu Luo was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated Shunyu would be particularly shocked by his relationship with Luo Shunning. He had imagined she would laugh and express her understanding. He had even considered she might feel hurt by his earlier deceit. However, he never expected her greatest concern would be this. After all, Yuma was merely a joke. Xinyu sighed, but I truly didn't expect you and Shunning to share such a bond. Then, with a smile, she added, well, I'm sure Aunt Luo will take you to the charity gala this year. In that case, I'll go too. Charity gala? Gu Luo was about to inquire further about this event when he was abruptly interrupted by a familiar voice. Gu Luo, I finally found you. The newcomer was the class sports liaison, tall and robust, with a sun-kissed complexion. What's the matter? Gu Luo asked curiously. The sports liaison, panting slightly, explained. The PE teacher wants us to play a friendly match against class 12. Then let us play, Gu Luo replied, puzzled as to why there was such tension over a friendly game. It was merely a recreational activity among classmates, a chance to unwind. It's not like the usual friendly matches. Hockey Yao just took a few boys to class 12 to taunt them, and the PE teacher is furious. Gu Luo's lips twitched. Surely the teacher wouldn't be upset over a trivial exchange among students? He was well aware of Situ Wenyo's character. Knowing he wouldn't say anything too outrageous, most likely just some playful banter. Although, it was indeed rather cheeky. Upon hearing this, the sports liaison covered his face, on the verge of tears, and lamented, but Hockey Yao mocked class 12's PE teacher. Chapter 60. Gu Luo aims to surpass Luo Shunning, and again. My Gu Shun is incredibly handsome. Ah, so charming. That last shot went straight to my heart. On the playground, the cheers of the girls surged like a tidal wave, one after another, each note echoing the fervent heartbeat of youth. Furthermore, the hallways of the teaching building were filled with girls, their gazes fixated on the athletic and striking figure on the field. During the extensive break, the class 12 goalkeeper, having missed yet another opportunity, sat helplessly on the grass. Watching the soccer ball slowly come to a stop within the net, his face contorted in an exaggerated expression of despair. He clutched his head tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, and lamented, Damn it, why can't I do it? It seemed he thought this would absolve him of the blame, attributing his failures to the opponent's superior skill. However, at that moment, no one paid attention to his theatrics. All eyes were on the effortlessly athletic Gu Luo, slightly out of breath, with a few damp strands of hair clinging to his cheek, adding to his rebellious charm. I can't believe how handsome you are. A boy from class 8, who had just assisted him in scoring, approached, brimming with excitement, giving him a thumbs up. But then he shifted gears, teasing, though. Let us be honest, your athletic prowess is almost ridiculous. You're also far too handsome. I bet every girl in the school is smitten with you now. Gu Luo. I warn you, your grades absolutely cannot fall into the top 20, or my friend is going to lose it. At this, Gu Luo smiled at the classmate who had likely ranked 21st in the last exam. As for grades, although Kaizhou College and Guangya College both resided in Kai City, one was public and the other private, leading to different systems and examinations. Thus, it was understandable that this student might be unaware of his own standing. Gu Luo had never fallen from the top position at Kaizhou College. He wondered where he would rank at Guangya, and if he could dethrone Luo Shunning from her first-place position. Indeed, in the recent end-of-term exam, Luo Shunning maintained her position at the top, with Luo Shuha in 6th and Luo Shuling in 10th place among the goalkeepers. While Gu Luo was lost in thought, Teacher Lu blew the whistle and proclaimed loudly, "Friendship is paramount, and competition is secondary." The match concluded, with Class 8 emerging victorious. The PE teacher of Class 12 initially wanted to organize 2 more matches to reclaim some dignity, but the boys of Class 12 collectively protested. If this were during class time, it might have been different, but it was a break, and all the girls were watching. No one wanted to be a mere backdrop, especially since they were not the ones being mocked. Meanwhile, on the other side of the playground, Bai Gu, are you alright? Call for help. Quick. Bai Gu, stay with us. Situ Wenyo lay sprawled on the ground, dazed, his eyelids twitching, muttering, "This is bliss. Haha, what bliss? I have no regrets in death." His voice was filled with satisfaction and ecstasy, as if he were lost in a joy that was beyond words. Meanwhile, the other boys, clearly enjoying the spectacle, played along with exaggerated performances, some even shedding a few tears. In the second-year Class 8, Gu Luo was the fake darling of the group, while Situ Wenyo was the true favorite. With a reputation that preceded him, Gu Luo was immensely popular among the girls, yet infamous among certain boys. 2 boys from the second-year Class 1 had just exited the restroom, chatting casually as they walked back to class. Passing through the corridor, they observed the excited girls cheering, their expressions dripping with disdain. One boy scoffed and sighed, "Sigh, these girls are so shallow, they're merely infatuated with looks." Who could possibly disagree? One might think that Gu Luo is a veritable superstar, so adept is he at putting on a show, even going so far as to play football during the grand recess, merely to flaunt his prowess. Regardless of the circumstances, our class's Luo Shunning is undoubtedly far removed from the superficiality of those frivolous admirers. Indeed. As the 2 boys conversed, preparing to enter the classroom through the back door, they noticed a familiar figure amidst the crowd, cheering enthusiastically. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than their class's study committee member and the dream girl of all the boys, Luo Shunning. At that moment, her face radiated joy, her eyes sparkling with excitement, her happiness rivaling that of the other girls. Witnessing this scene, the 2 boys were left dumbfounded, their expressions shifting dramatically. What on earth is happening? They stared in disbelief at the joyous Luo Shunning, feeling as though they had just been dealt a stinging slap to the face. They couldn't help but reflect on the absurdity of beauty, as even the most revered triplet goddess of the academy could be easily won over. The world seemed profoundly unfair. They exchanged glances, then shook their heads in resignation, their gestures steeped in self-mockery and helplessness. To be candid, they believed Gu Luo relished showcasing himself before the girls, reveling in his own ostentation, which left them feeling quite discontented. Yet, concurrently, they envied his immense popularity. Who wouldn't desire to stroll through the campus, basking in the adoration of all the girls, savoring the sensation of being the center of attention? However, at that moment on the playground, Gu Luo remained blissfully unaware of the complex feelings the boys harbored towards him. Were he to know, he would surely exclaim his innocence. He had never aspired to steal the limelight or become the focal point of everyone's gaze. His intention was simply to navigate his school life quietly. But he found himself persistently dragged into the limelight by Haki Yao, who concocted all sorts of bizarre schemes to involve him in activities with large crowds. It wasn't the world that was at fault, but rather Haki Yao. Wait, there's also Luo Shua. If it were her, she certainly wouldn't be so superficial. One boy's eyes suddenly sparkled, as if he had seized the last lifeline in darkness. As long as there was still one girl who remained impervious to Gu Luo's charm, it would be their victory, a bastion they could hold. Indeed, there's also Luo Shua. The other boy quickly concurred. Luo Shua's aloofness was a distinctive quality, reinforcing their belief that she would not be swayed by Gu Luo. As they spoke, their gazes drifted through the window. Settling on a corner of the classroom, by the window, a stunningly beautiful girl sat there, expressionless, engrossed in her phone. Her exquisite features radiated a chilling aura that deterred any approach. On the screen, a photo displayed a young boy, earnestly kneading a pair of petite, pure white feet. As they observed, Luo Shuha suddenly wore a barely perceptible smile. This moment did not escape the notice of the two boys. Wait, did Luo Shuha just smile? One boy rubbed his eyes in disbelief. I think I saw it too. Do you think Luo Shuha is in a relationship? I'd wager the odds of winning the lottery are greater. If Luo Shuha likes boys, I'd eat 10 pounds. The other boy scoffed, clearly skeptical of the icy Luo Shuha ever engaging in romance. Meanwhile, in another corridor, Chu Mimi stood alone in a corner, her gaze imbued with melancholy as she watched the figure on the playground. Since bringing Gu Luo into the music department, her school life had undergone a dramatic transformation. The girls who once surrounded her gradually distanced themselves, leaving only a couple of close friends. The rest treated her with indifference. Chu Mimi harbored no resentment towards Gu Luo. Instead, she felt disgust for those flirtatious girls trying to encroach on her territory. What irked her most was Gu Luo's obliviousness to her advances. No matter how she invited or hinted, he remained unmoved, as if he were a dense block of wood. His eyes were clear and innocent, reminiscent of a college student who had overindulged in a hearty meal, radiating an inscrutable wisdom. Had Gu Luo not been perpetually surrounded by a hefty girl, similarly ignoring the other girls, Chu Mimi would have seriously doubted his intentions. Yet, their relationship was still amicable during club activities. Gu Luo often sought her guidance on the violin. Chu Mimi had devised a plan to win Gu Luo over. After the school anniversary performance, she would feign vulnerability and distress, then invite him out for drinks, intending to get him thoroughly intoxicated. Following that would be the inevitable intimate moments. With this thought, a smug smile graced Chu Mimi's face. After all, she had pretended to be the perfect girl for an entire week, diligently attending rehearsals and striving to shine, even refraining from troubling Luo Shunning. Having invested so much into this relationship, she was confident that it would culminate in Gu Luo's affections. Ultimately, she intended to share their photos together with Luo Shunning, demonstrating her excellence and allure, inciting envy and jealousy in her. Chu Mimi was resolute in her plans, prepared to employ any means necessary to achieve her goal. At that moment, she turned slightly and spotted Luo Shunning among a group of girls across the corridor. Observing Luo Shunning behaving like a love-struck admirer, a mocking smile crept onto her lips. Look at you, Luo Shunning, in your infatuated state. Gu Luo pays you no mind. And just wait for the music department's anniversary performance to be a disaster. As the next head, I'm sure you'll be thrilled. Shue, what's wrong? You seem lost in thought these past few days. In another building-esque corridor, Lu Shue was still staring at Gu Luo on the playground when Gu Ximan pulled her back to reality. Her face flushed, she stammered, "It's nothing. Just pondering some matters." "Oh, I see. You must be thinking of that senior, right?" Gu Ximan's face lit up with a knowing smile, clearly delighted. She quickly scanned the playground, noticing there were not many classes having physical education, just 4 in total. Excluding a freshman class, her sights were set on the remaining 3. Among them was her older brother's class, the second-year 8th grade. Wait, something feels off. Gu Ximan's mind raced, processing the implications. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she asked, Shue, the senior you like is in the second-year 8th grade, right? That's my brother's class. Upon hearing this, Lu Shue's eyes widened in shock, as if struck by lightning, her fair complexion reddening to a degree that it seemed ready to bleed. Her heart raced, her palms sweating with nervousness. Haha, I guessed it right. Gu Ximan beamed at Lu Shue's reaction, clearly pleased. Lu Shue felt a mix of shyness and guilt, wishing to disappear into the ground. She couldn't comprehend how Gu Ximan had made such an astute deduction, nor why she appeared so joyful. Did it mean that Ximan did not oppose her relationship with Gu Gu? This thought flickered through her mind, filling her with both surprise and anxiety. After a long moment of hesitation, Lu Shue resignedly lowered her head, awkwardly inquiring, "Ximan, how did you know?" Hee. Gu Ximan smiled triumphantly once more, then playfully adjusted her non-existent glasses, grinning mischievously. "I'm just good at reading people. Shue, you have been rather careless. We had clearly agreed that you would accompany me this morning to deliver cookies to my dear brother, yet you suddenly changed your mind midway." At that moment, I sensed something peculiar. It seemed you were rather shy about visiting class 28. Just now, as you gazed absently at the playground, I surmised you must have caught sight of that senior. In light of this, Gu Ximan, with a graceful flick of her chestnut brown hair, confidently proclaimed, Shue, the senior you fancy is in the same class as my brother. Am I not correct? Upon hearing this analysis, Lu Shue opened her mouth, her expression complex. To some extent, Gu Ximan's deduction was indeed quite reasonable, yet she had erred in her answer, akin to a math exam where the correct solution was 1, 1. But she erroneously wrote 1. After a prolonged silence, Lu Xuexue finally conceded. Upon receiving this affirmative response, Gu Ximan burst into jubilant laughter, exclaiming, "Aha! I truly am a genius. I can unravel the truth from mere hints. Fear not, Xuexue, there's no need to feel shy. You shall obediently accompany me to deliver the cookies." She paused thoughtfully before continuing. "Here is the plan. You will be the one to deliver cookies to my brother. After all, you are practically my brother's sister. This way, we can observe the senior's reaction to determine if he has any feelings for you. You can also take this opportunity to approach class 28. Aha, I am indeed a little genius." Gu Ximan felt like a master of romance, reveling in the brilliance of her devised scheme. Witnessing Gu Ximan's kindness, Lu Xuexue could no longer conceal her feelings. Taking a deep breath, she gathered her courage and said, Man, I'm sorry for keeping this from you for so long. The person I like is." However, before she could utter Gu Luo's name, she was abruptly interrupted by Gu Ximan. "Don't say it. Don't tell me. I want to guess." Gu Ximan lifted her chin proudly, exuding confidence as she declared, "You mustn't reveal it. As Sherlock Ximan, I shall deduce the identity of that senior through mere details. It will be as simple for me as drinking water." Chapter 62. The mysterious leader of the fan club on the playground. Beads of sweat trickled down Gu Luo's cheeks, dampening the ends of his hair, glistening in the sunlight and radiating an aura of youthful charm. As he reached the edge of the playground, several girls from different classes hurried over, each clutching a bottle of water. At the forefront was Feng Yuqing, who always rushed to support Gu Luo whenever he was present. Shortly thereafter, other girls who had been merely spectating also seemed drawn by some unseen force, bringing water to him. It was evident that they were all there to offer their support to the handsome senior. Gu Luo found himself in bemusement, thinking the situation was somewhat exaggerated. Moreover, he realized he couldn't possibly consume all that water. He decided to politely decline. However, before he could voice his refusal, the girls could no longer contain their excitement. "Gu Luo, that play you just made was so cool," a girl with short hair exclaimed, her voice brimming with admiration. "Senior, you're so handsome. I brought you a functional drink." Another girl waved her drink enthusiastically. "Junior, the senior wants to have children with you," a bold upperclassman shouted, provoking laughter from the surrounding girls and amplifying the lively atmosphere. "Senior, you're making me drool." The girls who came to deliver water were particularly bold and enthusiastic, unabashedly expressing their admiration in this vibrant and passionate campus. Within the female circles of Guangya, being a fan of Gu Luo had seemingly become a social norm. After all, who could resist the allure of such a charming and charismatic young man? It's worth noting that when girls idolize someone, their fervor can be quite overwhelming, akin to an unstoppable blaze. Goodness, this is Gu Luo's popularity. Upon witnessing this, many boys from class 28 couldn't help but exclaim, "Who can deny it? Truly enviable, an absolute social butterfly." Others chimed in, "To be honest, Gu Luo is genuinely a wonderful person. As a guy, I really admire him. Of course, I've heard some boys gossiping about Gu Luo behind his back, and honestly, I didn't hesitate to slide tackle them." Another boy animatedly recounted his experience of defending Gu Luo, causing the others to burst into laughter. They all held a friendly attitude toward Gu Luo. While they might feel envious, it was merely a sense of admiration. After all, Gu Luo's performance on the field brought them some glory as well. If they could set aside their pride and see things from his perspective, they would feel as though the attention was directed toward them. In this regard, Situ Wenyao had begun to establish his own following and was discreetly promoting it within the class. The boys thought he was just joking around and indulged him in his antics. Just then, Feng Yuqing stepped forward from the crowd with a beaming smile. "Gu Luo, you need not worry. As members of the fan club, we will never put you in a difficult position. This water is prepared for all the boys playing football. It was arranged by the leader, and she, or he, also established the group. Our future support will be organized and disciplined." Hearing this, Gu Luo was momentarily stunned, a large question mark floating above his head. A fan club? Is that truly the case? How absurd. Moreover, who was this so-called leader of the fan club? He had only been at Guangya for a week. Gu Luo's lips twitched slightly, an awkward expression crossing his face as he asked, "So, there really is a fan club? Who is the leader?" "Of course. It was established just this Saturday, and we already have over 100 members in the group. Soon, we'll surpass 200. Feng Yuqing replied, pausing briefly before continuing. "However, we don't know who the leader is. She, or he, hasn't disclosed any information and rarely speaks up. The last message was sent before the football match, instructing us to prepare at least 14 bottles of water." "Send a message before the match?" Gu Luo noticed a detail. "Exactly. So I suspect this leader is likely a student from our class. Feng Yuqing narrowed her eyes. I wonder who this mysterious leader could be. Gu Luo thought, bemused. This is quite the idle speculation. He couldn't guess at the moment and resignedly expressed his gratitude. Then let us distribute the water to them. All right. Feng Yuqing nodded with a smile, proceeding to distribute the water methodically to the boys participating in the football match. After finishing, she grinned at Gu Luo and asked, "Guess who our fan club's vice president is?" Looking at her smug expression, Gu Luo already had an inkling and tentatively asked, "Could it be you?" Very clever. Just like that, each student who participated in the football match received a bottle of water. One boy from class 22 pretended to shake his head in mock disdain after receiving his water, letting out a resigned sigh. It's just a bit of good looks. Does he really think he is a star? He then twisted open the cap of his drink and performed a stunt, chugging the bottle in 3 gulps. His antics provoked laughter from the boys around him, lightening the mood. Gu Luo watched these scenes unfold, shaking his head in exasperation. Why has it come to this? There seems to be an enigmatic force guiding him toward becoming an idol like Wang Ya. What exactly went wrong? He couldn't help but reminisce about his experiences since arriving at Guangya, attempting to uncover the root of the issue. And who exactly is the so-called leader of the fan club? At that very moment, on the other side of the playground, a group of performers was in a frenzy. Don't look, Baij. You mustn't look. Yes, Baij, if you do, it could be disastrous. Quick, close your eyes. The dramatic scene unfolded with exaggerated weeping and wailing. At this point, Situ Wenyao's face was flushed as he struggled desperately, muttering, "Help me up. I can still enjoy it." It was a pivotal moment in the scenario. A peak of exhilaration. Damn it, help me up so I can savor it. Just as he attempted to rise, a friend immediately pressed him back down, exclaiming, "Baij, you really can't look. You'll be overwhelmed." Life is indeed absurd. On one side of the playground, girls were fervently adoring Gu Luo with admiration and affection, while on the other, a comedic farce unfolded, steeped in absurdity and joy. Gu Luo cast a skeptical glance at his classmates engaged in their antics on the grass, bewildered by their peculiar thought processes. Instead of sipping the green tea in his hand, he walked purposefully toward a corner where Shunyu was seated. With a smile, he inquired, "Where's my drink?" "Here," Shunyu replied, immediately handing him the functional beverage she had hidden behind her back. She longed to be like those girls, delivering water to Gu Luo, but was hindered by her own insecurities and the fear of being the topic of gossip. Rumors already circulated that Gu Luo's preferences were unconventional, favoring figures like hers, exceedingly curvaceous. For those little admirers, this was undoubtedly the best outcome. They felt no threat from Shunyu, especially after learning they were desk mates. Regarding Gu Luo as an exceptional young man unbound by mere appearances or physique, he epitomized perfection in looks, physique, and character, a veritable dreamboat in the hearts of girls. "Thank you," Gu Luo said with a smile, accepting the drink while offering her the green tea in return. "Here, this is for you." "Okay," Shunyu responded, her joy evident, and then she asked, "Did you get hurt while playing football?" "Rest assured, I'm fine." "That's great." Subsequently, they sat quietly on the steps, each withdrawing their phones. Though there were no deliberate conversations, their mere presence together was immensely comforting. True friendship doesn't necessitate forced dialogue. Simple companionship suffices to provide warmth and solace. They had a whole class period to enjoy their phones, relishing the fleeting tranquility and pleasure. Playing on their phones during class time was simply delightful. Gu Luo, typically an avid PC gamer, had little interest in mobile games, so he began scrolling through short videos. "I am Dr. Wong," blared a rapid-fire announcement from his phone, catching him off guard. Gu Luo's eyes widened in shock as he swiftly swiped away the video. "What the heck?" he thought, frustrated with the doctor's audacity. Meanwhile, Shunyu blinked, her cheeks tinged with a blush as an awkward atmosphere enveloped them. Clearing his throat, Gu Luo chuckled nervously, continuing to scroll in a bid to mask the embarrassment. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. He stumbled upon a video featuring a sultry dance by a woman clad in black stockings. His vision dimmed as he continued to swipe. Next, he encountered a lively clip of a little girl in white stockings with twin ponytails dancing, accompanied by upbeat DJ music. Swiping again, he was confronted with a provocative pole dance performed by a woman in white socks and a beard. To some, this was an ultimate blow, plunging both of them into silence. Gu Luo exited the short video app, lamenting, "Damn it, phone." Chapter 63, The Big Brother. The enjoyable physical education class came to a close amidst laughter and the exuberance of sweat. Students, still exhilarated, made their way toward the classroom in small groups. Except for 2 girls who were caught sneaking in some study time by the astute physical education teacher, everyone else had a splendid time. The punishment for those two was to spend the next PE class under the watchful eye of the class monitor, leaving them no opportunity to study in secret. All students in Class 8 of the sophomore year wholeheartedly supported this. After all, the notion of competition was utterly excessive. During the break, the classroom buzzed with excitement as students shared amusing anecdotes from PE class or seized the moment to relax. "It's all right, Gu Luo," Shen Yu softly reassured the now silent boy beside her. "Really, it's perfectly normal for boys to watch those things. There's no need to feel embarrassed." Having shared their heartfelt thoughts previously, she felt no sorrow. Rather, she envied the two girls in the video for their stunning figures, with their slender waists and long, beautiful legs. Surely, Gu Luo must have a preference for black and white stockings. Otherwise, he wouldn't have encountered two such videos in succession. Data trends are remarkably accurate. After all, in truth, Gu Luo felt somewhat relieved by Shen Yu's words, but just as he was about to defend himself, she continued, "However, Gu Luo, it's understandable that you like girls, but just be careful." She paused, her expression betraying a hint of concern. Gu Luo fell silent again, well aware of her implications regarding the woman in white socks and a beard. But he genuinely only found it amusing to glance at the comments section where others played with the meme. Nothing more. As Gu Luo internally crafted his defense, a voice exclaimed from the doorway, "Wow, what adorable girls. Are you freshmen? And is your hair dyed? It looks stunning. Is that cold tea brown?" The excited voice belonged to Feng Yuqing, instantly capturing everyone's attention. At the entrance stood two irresistibly cute girls, both sporting playful twin ponytails and exuding a sweet, youthful aura. The slightly shorter girl flushed, gripping a beautifully packaged box of cookies tightly in her hands, eliciting a sense of affection from onlookers. The other girl, possessing a beauty mark by her eye, smiled graciously at Feng Yuqing, saying, "Hello, senior. My hair is indeed cold tea brown, naturally." The two were none other than Gu Ximan and Lu Xiuexue, here to deliver cookies. "Ah, they really are adorable freshmen." Feng Yuqing's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to discovering treasure, as she eagerly asked, "May I touch your hair?" "Of course," Gu Ximan replied with a smile. Feng Yuqing immediately reached out, gently caressing Gu Ximan's hair while marveling, "Wow, this texture is incredibly smooth." "Hee, my brother buys all my hair products." Gu Ximan mischievously winked, her words brimming with admiration for her brother. "How adorable. Are you looking for your brother?" Feng Yuqing inquired curiously. "Who is he?" Gu Ximan pointed toward the back of the classroom by the window. Instantly, a spotlight of gazes converged upon Gu Luo, who was face-palming in exasperation. "Oh no, I can foresee what my future nickname will be. Your brother is Gu Luo?" Feng Yuqing was even more exhilarated this time. As an unabashed esthetician, whether it be dashing young men or adorable young women, she easily succumbed to her preferences. Were the Gu Luo siblings truly so to her liking? Slurp. "Gu Luo, how could you conceal such a delightful sister? That's just outrageous." Feng Yuqing teased Gu Luo loudly, then turned to Lu Xiuexue, who stood beside Gu Ximan, and inquired, "And who might this junior be?" "This is also my brother's sister. We are here to bring cookies for Gu Luo," Gu Ximan replied, her eyes discreetly surveying the classroom. She was still pondering the identity of the senior Lu Xiuexue fancied. After a cursory glance, she realized that aside from her own brother's striking handsomeness, the other boys were rather mediocre. Only a couple could be deemed somewhat attractive, yet upon comparison with Gu Luo, they were rendered utterly overshadowed and dimmed. It is said that comparisons breed discontent. So who exactly is the senior Xiuexue likes? "Come on, we're all sisters here," Feng Yuqing exclaimed, her face brimming with happiness as she clasped the fair wrists of both girls. She then boldly approached Gu Luo. "Brother Gu, these are cookies I made by hand this morning. I hope you'll try them." After placing the cookie box on the table, Lu Xiuexue promptly hid behind Gu Ximan, too shy to meet Gu Luo's gaze. Gu Luo straightened slightly, gazing at the exquisitely packaged box, and smiled as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Xiuexue. I will finish all of them." He mused to himself about how easily this little girl became bashful. Back in middle school, every time they met, she would almost immediately hide after calling out to him. Coming to deliver cookies in front of so many people today must have been instigated by Gu Ximan. With this thought, Gu Luo turned to Gu Ximan, who was observing the surroundings, and asked, "Xiaoman, what brings you here so suddenly?" Upon hearing this, Gu Ximan quickly retracted her gaze, thinking that finding that senior was indeed quite challenging. With a cheerful grin, she replied, "Brother, university life is so dull. Can I frequently bring Xiuexue to visit you?" This left Gu Luo momentarily at a loss for words. He was already high-profile enough at school. If he were to flaunt these adorable younger sisters daily, the other boys would surely envy him to death. placing him atop their must-vanquish list. Of course. Feng Yuqing interjected eagerly before Gu Luo could respond. Absolutely. A boy shouted loudly. I'm the class monitor. I approve. I agree. Another added. Gu Luo, I advise you to be wise. A boy half-jokingly threatened, his tone dripping with envy. Agreed. Gu Luo's sister is the collective sister of our class. They all chimed in, creating a lively uproar in the classroom. How could they jest? Such a delightful beauty was a feast for the eyes. And since she was Gu Luo's sister, there was no fear of rivalry. Amusingly, even if Gu Luo possessed all the charm in the world, he could never lay a hand on his own sister, could he? Amidst the chorus of agreement from the boys, only Situ Wenyo sat hunched over his desk, slightly trembling. Lost in a blissful reverie. What a thrill. What a joy. This is yet another delightful experience. Unlocking new pleasures. Seeing this, Gu Luo's lips twitched. And he could only smile helplessly. All right, but do let me know in advance when you're coming. Okay. Gu Ximan beamed, then turned her attention to Xinyu, who was seated beside Gu Luo, and politely remarked, Senior, thank you for taking care of my brother. Oh, it's nothing. Xinyu quickly waved her hands. A blush creeping onto her cheeks as she softly explained, Gu Luo has been looking after me. Thus, Gu Ximan graciously chatted with those around her, successfully establishing her presence before contentedly taking the shy Lu Xuexue away. However, as soon as they stepped out of the classroom, it erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Big brother, Gu Luo, you are now my real brother. What a joy. Situ Wenyo was still lost in his euphoric state. Big brother, I'm your long-lost brother-in-law. Gu Luo, from this day forth, we are the best of brothers, and your sister is my sister. Chapter 64. A dowry of 20 million and a building, my illustrious boss. Shall we gather after the school celebration the day after tomorrow? Sure. You're returning from Beijing tomorrow, right? By the way, I heard you've remarried? A pair of siblings? How enviable. It makes me want to find a husband too. In a luxurious yet cozy high-end villa, Su Shasha lounged on the sofa, dressed in a form-fitting silk nightgown, casually draping her long, elegant legs over the armrest. The silk clung to her enchanting figure, showcasing her exquisite beauty and alluring charm. She appeared utterly languid. After hanging up the phone, she glanced at the time on her device, 5:52 p.m. Logically, her precious child should have returned by now. Thus, she gently tapped on the screen to send a message. Su Shasha, darling, when will you be home? Not long after sending, she promptly received a reply. Xinyu, Mommy, I was just asked to help arrange the classroom. I'll be home soon. Little cat smiling. JPG. Su Shasha. Indeed, after all, the school celebration is the day after tomorrow. Be careful on your way home. Xinyu, okay. Little cat nodding. JPG. And so, Su Shasha languidly scrolled through her phone, her gaze occasionally drifting to the door as she patiently awaited her daughter's return. Time passed, and soon Xinyu, with her backpack, stepped into the villa with a light-hearted stride. Upon seeing her, Su Shasha immediately rushed over and planted a fervent kiss on her daughter's cheek, murmuring, Oh, I missed you so much, darling. Mommy, I missed you too, Xinyu replied sweetly. My darling smells so good, let me savor it. Su Shasha, like a child enamored with candy, embraced Xinyu affectionately for a while before turning to the ever-polite housekeeper. Xiaoma, you can serve the dishes now. All right. Xiaoma nodded and headed to the kitchen. Soon, a series of delectable dishes were artfully arranged on the dining table, the rich aroma wafting through the entire dining area, stimulating appetites. Xiaoma skillfully served rice for the mother and daughter duo and carefully poured soup before finally sitting down herself. Darling, eat more, Su Shasha said with a face full of affection, picking up a tantalizing chicken wing and gently placing it in Xinyu's bowl. Then, she turned to the properly seated Xiaoma. Xiaoma, you should eat as well. Okay, Xiaoma finally began to eat. Thank you, Mommy. Xinyu reciprocated by placing a chicken wing in Su Shasha's bowl. Thus, this unique family of three enjoyed a warm dinner together. Su Shasha disregarded the rules of not speaking while eating, bombarding Xinyu with questions about her school life, whether she had enough snacks, and so on. Xinyu skillfully sidestepped the weightier inquiries, as she could hardly admit to having taken a godson at school. How embarrassing. After consuming only half a bowl of rice, Xinyu set down her chopsticks, wiped her mouth with a napkin, and shyly announced, Mommy, I'm done eating. Huh. Su Shasha's eating came to an abrupt halt. Disbelief etched on her face. She blinked her enchanting eyes, filled with allure, and incredulously asked, Darling, what did you just say? Mom, I said I've eaten. Xinyu cautiously reiterated. Upon receiving a definitive response, Su Shasha immediately set down her chopsticks, her expression turning serious as she furrowed her brows and asked each word with gravity. my darling, has anyone been bullying you at school? In that moment, her demeanor underwent a complete transformation. No, no. Xinyu quickly waved her hands, realizing her mother had misunderstood, yet found herself at a loss for words to explain. Her cheeks gradually flushed as she lowered her head and murmured softly, I just simply want to lose weight. Relieved that her daughter hadn't been bullied, Su Shasha let out a sigh but maintained her serious expression, speaking earnestly, Sweetheart, can you really withstand not eating? If you're hungry, just snack. Don't worry. I'll head back to my room now. After saying this, Xinyu hurriedly dashed upstairs. Once in her bedroom, she immediately pulled out her phone and opened a video. In the video, Gu Luo was smiling while accepting her feed. Watching it, the gnawing fear of hunger in her heart gradually dissipated. It really works. Xinyu was overjoyed, eager to share this good news with Gu Luo. However, at that moment, the image of the alluring black-clad lady and the innocent white-clad girl from gym class flashed through her mind, causing her to halt in her tracks. Xinyu bit her lip. No, she wanted to give Gu Luo a delightful surprise. Chapter 65. Brother, I've got my eye on you. Downstairs, in the dining room, Su Shasha slowly set down her chopsticks, her gaze somewhat distant. She then opened her phone album, her fingers gliding gently across the screen, uncovering a hidden photo of her and Xinyu from their childhood. In the picture, Xinyu resembled a delicate porcelain doll, exquisitely crafted and exceptionally adorable. Her large eyes sparkled as if holding countless stars, revealing a profound curiosity and innocence about the world. Su Shasha gazed at the photo for quite some time, seemingly lost in deep reminiscence. After a significant pause, she exited the hidden album and dialed a number. The call connected swiftly. Good evening, Teacher Wang. I have a few matters I wish to discuss with you. Su Shasha's voice was gentle, yet dignified. I see. So Xinyu is a transfer student? Do you have a photo of Gu Luo? Yes, a passport photo will suffice. I apologize for the inconvenience. After hanging up, Su Shasha soon received a photograph from Teacher Wang. Her eyes lit up instantly. How handsome. She had seen numerous charming young men and top-tier stars in the entertainment industry, but none had been as striking as this. It was an almost unparalleled beauty, flawless in every regard. Suddenly, Su Shasha recalled Xinyu's unusual behavior while washing her hair. So that's how it is. A smile of understanding crept onto her face. Zhao Ma, this world is indeed peculiar. She shook her head, smiling at Zhao Ma, who was quietly eating across the table. Who would have thought that the heartache troubling little you for so long could potentially be healed by a young boy? Upon hearing this, Zhao Ma immediately set down her chopsticks, listening attentively with a serious expression, though she remained silent. Zhao Ma, do you think 2 million as a dowry for little you will be sufficient? It seems a bit low. Perhaps we should add another building. Zhao Ma remained silent, her expression one of surprise. Su Shasha paid no mind, instead cradling her chin with one hand, cheerfully continuing, the day after tomorrow. I'll go to the school to meet my future son-in-law. I'll also see if he is as handsome as in the photo. On Tuesday afternoon, classes at Guangyao Academy came to a halt as students prepared the stage and classrooms for the upcoming school celebration. After school, at the nearest fresh produce supermarket, shelves brimmed with a dazzling array of fresh ingredients, the air filled with the refreshing aroma of fruits and vegetables. Gu Luo navigated the produce section, meticulously selecting items with an intensity that resembled an important scientific endeavor. Beside him, Luo Shunning diligently pushed a small cart, earnestly absorbing Gu Luo's techniques for choosing vegetables, even considering jotting them down in a notebook. Does Annie like to eat asparagus? Gu Luo turned slightly, his gaze gentle as he inquired of Luo Shunning. It's okay. I'm not too familiar with my mother's tastes, Luo Shunning replied, shaking her head lightly, a hint of an awkward smile gracing her delicate features, which appeared even more gentle under the supermarket's soft lighting. Ah, I see. No problem. Along their way, numerous kind and friendly elderly patrons complimented the pair on their good looks, expressing surprise that they were shopping for groceries, insisting they looked like exemplary students. 1 or 2 grandmothers, upon learning they were siblings, immediately requested their contact information, eager to introduce their grandchildren to them. Faced with such enthusiasm, Gu Luo and Luo Shunning politely declined, prioritizing their studies, much to the dismay of the grandmothers, who sighed in disappointment. At that moment, Gu Luo was intently selecting tomatoes when Luo Shunning curiously approached and asked with a smile, Brother, how should one choose tomatoes? Well, Gu Luo said, a confident smile gracing his face as he picked up 2 tomatoes, beginning to explain patiently. Generally, tomatoes with 6 leaves have thinner skin, yielding plenty of juice and a sweeter taste, whereas those with 5 leaves have slightly thicker skin, less juice, and a more acidic flavor. Of course, this is just based on my experience in grocery shopping. I'm not sure of the scientific basis. Is that so? I'll remember that. Luo Shunning nodded enthusiastically, mimicking his selection technique. Seeing her so engaged, Gu Luo continued. In addition to checking the leaves, pay attention to the top. If it's indented, it usually hasn't been treated with hormones. If it's slightly protruding or has a pointed tip, it's likely been treated. Uft. Luo Shunning couldn't help but laugh at the amusing description of the pointed tip. Her laughter drew the attention of passers-by, who were captivated yet felt it impolite to stare directly, stealing only quick glances. If Gu Luo hadn't been nearby, some bold gentleman might have approached her for contact information. Seeing the little angel so joyful brought a smile to Gu Luo's face as he continued. Also, you should choose tomatoes that are a bit pale and overall quite round. If they're less pale and have sharp angles, they're likely to have been artificially ripened. Brother, you really know so much. Luo Shunning's eyes sparkled with admiration. You learn naturally when you buy more, Gu Luo chuckled, feeling a sense of contentment. Nothing could be more delightful than being admired by a girl he fancied. It could be said that learning is a lifelong journey. Knowledge is indeed power. The two continued to chat as they selected items, reveling in the vibrant atmosphere of everyday life. After completing their purchases at the self-checkout, Gu Luo glanced at his phone, noting that it was now 7:01 p.m. Auntie and Dad will be home by 8:30. That should be just about enough time, he remarked as he lifted 2 heavy bags of groceries. Yes, it's fine. Let us do it together, Luo Shunning suddenly suggested. After a brief pause, she added, Brother, let me carry some too. It feels too awkward to let you do it all alone. No worries, it's not heavy. Consider it a workout for your arms. Gu Luo replied with a smile, demonstrating ease as he slightly flexed his arm. Very well, said Luo Shunning, tilting her small head as she continued to inquire. It seems that you have been exercising regularly, haven't you, brother? Indeed, Gu Luo replied with a smile as he walked. What sort of exercises do you do? While carrying the groceries, Gu Luo answered steadily and unhurriedly, nothing particularly complicated. I usually do some push-ups before going to bed and after waking up, and occasionally add a few sets of sit-ups. You truly possess an abundance of energy, Luo Shunning remarked, her gaze inadvertently drifting to his abdomen. Feeling a bit shy? She asked, have you developed abs? I've noticed you seem to have a well-defined chest. I do, Gu Luo admitted, feeling a bit awkward about the topic. But he nodded in acknowledgement. Impressive, Luo Shunning blinked in surprise, wanting to say something but hesitating. After all, it is quite normal for a girl to be curious about abs. Observing the adorable, conflicted expression on her face, Gu Luo quickly grasped her unspoken thoughts, but felt a twinge of embarrassment, unsure of how to respond. Clearing his throat, Gu Luo, as a gentleman, took the initiative to say, Shunning, I've been quite busy running between the music and public service departments lately. It's rather exhausting. Would you mind giving me a massage after tomorrow's school celebration? But would that be too much trouble for you? Upon hearing this, Luo Shunning's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she waved her hands. Not at all. It's no trouble. Please let me help. I've always wanted to do something to repay you. Then I'll leave it to you, Shunning. Leave it to me. As they chatted, their physical proximity grew closer, nearly brushing shoulders. Upon returning home, the familiar scene of cooking unfolded, with their seamless cooperation. A variety of fragrant and visually appealing dishes were presented on the dining table. The rich aroma filled the entire dining room, making one's mouth water. Shu Ling, you mustn't sneak a taste until mother and uncle return, Luo Shunning said, noticing Luo Shuling stealthily reaching for a dish. She immediately gave her a light smack on the hand. Ouch! Luo Shuling exclaimed dramatically, clutching her forehead, looking quite pitiful. Seeing this, Luo Shunning chuckled helplessly. I barely tapped you, don't overact. She then turned her attention to her sister, Gu Ximan, who was standing by, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. Just as she was about to remind her to keep an eye on Luo Shuling, she reconsidered and decided against it. Those two foodies together would likely only compete in sneaking more food, making it futile to rely on them for help. I'll have to call Luo Shuhi for assistance. Shuhi, could you please come and help? Brother needs some extra hands in the kitchen. Luo Shunning called out to Luo Shuhi, who was lounging on the sofa. Upon hearing this, Luo Shuhi slowly got up, her expression indifferent as she nodded. Thank you, Shuhi. Just as a smile appeared on Luo Shunning's face, she saw Luo Shuhi walk right past her. I'll keep an eye on them. You go help brother. Luo Shunning's smile faltered for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure, nodding and responding. All right, thank you, Shuhi. In the kitchen, Gu Luo was vigorously stir-frying the ingredients over high heat when he noticed someone entering. He smiled and asked, Shunning, have those two little foodies snuck a bite again? However, this time, he did not receive the expected response. Sensing something was amiss, He turned to see Luo shunning holding up 2 slender fingers. In an instant, he understood. Before him stood not an angel, but a little devil. The gesture was quite clear. She was making 2 demands. This was the second time he had misidentified their roles. But could he really blame himself? Shuhi, what brings you here? Gu Luo chuckled awkwardly, attempting to navigate the situation. Yet, Luo Shu he showed no mercy, holding up one hand with the 2 sign, while the other had already reached for the hem of her shirt, signaling a readiness to act. All right, Gu Luo sighed, surrendering with a wry smile. Usually, he could spar with this little devil. But today was different. Mother would be home soon. Seeing Gu Luo finally relent, Luo Shu he withdrew her hands, crossing her arms and coldly stating, "You have a remarkable potential to be a scoundrel." What? How am I a scoundrel? Gu Luo exclaimed. Oh, you know it well. The fact that you managed to get through Sunday unscathed. If you're not a scoundrel, then who is? At this, Gu Luo felt as though he might have a stroke. How is it that he was now being accused? That's unfair. You were the one trying to trap me, and now you're calling me a scoundrel? Oh. Luo Shu he took a step closer, her expression unreadable as she fixed her gaze on Gu Luo, asking, "So do you have any particular thoughts on that?" Hearing such sharp words, Gu Luo's eyes widened, and he quickly pleaded, "Please, I can't engage with you right now. How about you go rest on the sofa for a while?" Changing the subject implies consent. Luo Shu he retorted relentlessly. Gu Luo felt a chill run down his spine, his head buzzing with confusion. So, does brother truly have those kinds of thoughts? Luo Shu he pressed on, her eyes scrutinizing him. Feeling provoked, Gu Luo shot back softly. "If I said yes, would you agree?" "TSK, brother truly is a scoundrel." Luo Shu he nodded thoughtfully. "No wonder you managed to escape unscathed that day. It turns out you're just a scoundrel at heart, adept at playing both sides." Taking a deep breath, Gu Luo calmed himself. It was unwise to engage with a little devil. He turned off the heat and cautiously glanced into the living room, relieved to see Luo shunning happily chatting with Gu Ximan. He then lowered his voice and asked helplessly, "Shui, what do you really want to say?" "What do I want to say?" Luo Shu he brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and let out a cold laugh. "I just want to remind you not to overstep your bounds." Upon hearing this, Gu Luo felt a chill run down his spine. This little devil's words were always cryptic, potentially leading to a trap. Are you really not considering it? Gu Luo's lips twitched as he attempted to change the subject. "By the way, Shuhi, didn't you used to call me brother? Why the sudden switch to brother?" "At first, I was quite pleased to hear brother when sister called you that. So I followed suit. Now, I call you brother because I no longer want to linger in sister's shadow." "Mrs. Luo, please try this tomato beef stew. I simmered it for over an hour," Gu Luo said as he served the fragrant stew into the bowls of Luo Liang and Gu Feng. The steaming broth enveloped tender chunks of beef, releasing a rich aroma that filled the air. "Mom, brother's cooking is truly delicious. You should eat more." Luo Shuling chimed in excitedly from the side, her enthusiasm genuine. She and Gu Ximan had developed a shared aversion to food that wasn't tea prepared by Gu Luo. Indeed. Luo Liang nodded gently, picking up a small piece of beef with her chopsticks and slowly placing it in her mouth. Her movements were graceful and composed. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with delight. Although this moment was fleeting, it was perceptibly caught by the keen-eyed Luo Shuling, who exclaimed with glee, "Mom, isn't it exceptionally tasty? Those so-called 5-star chefs can't compare to my brother." As she spoke, she cheekily made a thumbs-down gesture. To everyone's surprise, Luo Liang did not reprimand Luo Shuling for her impolite gesture, but instead nodded slightly, affirming, "It's quite good. Hee, my brother is the best." Luo Shuling felt a surge of joy, as if the praise was directed at her rather than Gu Luo. She understood very well that when her mother said not bad, it truly meant exceptionally good. To receive such praise from her mother indicated that her brother's culinary skills must have reached an extraordinary level. Was it really that delicious? It had been a long time since she had tasted the meals prepared by Xiao Luo, Gu Feng remarked, placing a piece of beef into his mouth. As he began to chew, the rich aroma and succulent juices of the beef exploded in his mouth. "Wow!" Gu Feng exclaimed in disbelief as he turned to Gu Luo, clearly astonished. "Impressive. Your cooking skills have advanced remarkably." He then eagerly began to serve Luo Liang more dishes. Gu Luo merely smiled faintly, maintaining an air of calm. He had finally come to realize that the skills and values assigned by the system could not be interpreted merely at face value. Mastery in cooking was indeed more profound than it appeared. It was almost intoxicating. After just a few bites, one could easily become addicted and unable to resist. Moreover, the charm score of 9 had transformed him into something akin to a charm demon, effortlessly reaching the threshold of captivating young maidens, almost to an exaggerated extent. As for his basketball skills, Gu Luo was genuinely surprised to find that he could make shots from mid-court with remarkable accuracy, nearing a conceptual level. His proficiency in English and French surpassed even that of native speakers. However, despite possessing such a powerful system, Gu Luo's greatest desire each day was simply to care for his sisters and savor the joys of daily life. Perhaps only someone as devoted as he was to his sisters could be fortunate enough to have a system that catered to such affection. With music playing, the family soon concluded a delightful dinner amidst a warm and harmonious atmosphere. In the kitchen, soft lights illuminated the floor as Gu Luo and Luo Ximan stood side by side, washing dishes. The water flowed gently, and bubbles joyfully danced between their hands and the plates. Suddenly, Luo Ximan laughed and said, "This is the first time I've seen Mother eat so much food. Especially at night. As long as Auntie enjoys it," Gu Luo replied with a smile, setting aside a clean plate. "By the way, when I wasn't around, did you wash the dishes by yourself? Why not buy a dishwasher? I think washing dishes after a meal has its own charm," she mused. Charm? Gu Luo pondered. Considering her words, he found her reasoning quite valid. It could only be said that Luo Ximan was unlike ordinary young ladies, resembling a neighborly sister, gentle, sweet, genuine, and devoid of any airs of superiority. "Actually, I did think about getting a dishwasher at the start of this semester, hoping for a lazy day now and then," Luo Ximan admitted, playfully sticking out her tongue. "So why didn't you buy one?" "Because my brother came back. I find it very joyful and enjoyable to wash dishes together with him." At her words, Gu Luo paused his dishwashing, feeling his heart melt. He shared that sentiment. Cooking and washing dishes with his little angel was an immensely happy experience. "Me too," he replied, exchanging a smile with Luo Ximan. Yet, at that moment, the image of the little devil flashed through Gu Luo's mind, causing a sudden headache. He sighed inwardly, knowing he had previously vowed to confront his feelings for Luo Xua. All of them? No way. No one would agree to that. Gu Luo's head throbbed even more. It was strange. He was enamored with the little angel. Yet thoughts of wanting it all crept in. Could it be that he was indeed a scoundrel? Or was this simply the nature of men? He must not dwell on it. The allure of the little devil was undeniably potent, especially the kind that was offered so freely while concealing certain secrets, urging one to delve deeper. Just like certain troublesome authors, it would be a lie to claim there was no place in his heart for Xua. That would be mere self-deception. This is so difficult, Gu Luo thought, feeling guilty towards both Luo Ximan and Luo Xua. How could he possibly balance it all? Come on. Think. At that moment, Gu Feng cheerfully entered the kitchen, addressing the two of them. "Xiao Ning, Xiao Luo, after you finish washing the dishes, let's go for a walk." Hearing this, Luo Ximan did not respond immediately, but instead discreetly looked into Gu Luo's eyes. They shared a moment of silent communication. Then, with a smile, she replied, "Sure." Uncle. Gu Feng, being ever perceptive, noticed the exchange and thought to himself, why do they seem like an old married couple? Suddenly, he turned to Luo Ximan with a knowing smile, asking, "Xiao Ning, does Xiao Luo take good care of you at home? If he bullies you, tell uncle. And I won't let him off easy." Luo Ximan quickly waved her hands, exclaiming, No, my brother takes great care of us. Every morning, he wakes up early to prepare nutritious bento boxes for us, and he always volunteers to do household chores, keeping everything tidy." Her words flowed quickly, praising Gu Luo from every angle, leaving him feeling a bit bashful. Who could withstand such compliments from a little angel? Is that so? Gu Feng nodded thoughtfully after listening to Luo Ximan's 3-minute-long praise, his gaze discreetly shifting between the two children. Internally, he concluded, this little rascal. He then decided to support their budding relationship, urging, "Xiao Luo, hurry up and finish washing. We're going for a walk in Donghu Park." As Gu Luo nodded in agreement, he hastened his dishwashing. So did Luo Ximan. They worked in perfect harmony, washing the dishes swiftly and steadily, as if they had rehearsed this countless times. Clean plates danced lightly between their hands and were soon neatly arranged in the cupboard. Usually, they took their time washing, but ultimately, it was merely an excuse to spend more time together. Unbeknownst to them, the kitchen had transformed into their own little haven of intimacy. Gu Feng quietly stepped back from the kitchen, watching the scene unfold with a smile that spoke of satisfaction. His heart brimmed with joy, as he thought to himself how perfectly matched his son and Xiao Ning were. If they were to have children in the future, whether they resembled their father or mother, they would surely be exceptionally beautiful. While Gu Feng was lost in delightful daydreams of the future and the joy of becoming a grandfather, a sudden chill crept up his spine, an all too familiar sensation that arose whenever Luo Liang's gaze was upon him. "Uncle, why are you smiling so happily?" A clear voice interrupted his thoughts. Gu Feng instinctively turned around to find a strikingly similar face to Luo Liang's. one that belonged to Luo Shua. She stood there quietly, exuding a cold aura like an iceberg. Xiaohe, Gu Feng smiled, feeling relieved. He gestured towards the kitchen, indicating they should speak there. Luo Shua nodded gently and followed him. Does Xiao Luo take good care of you? Gu Feng asked with a smile. Brother takes great care of us. Luo Shua replied succinctly, her voice devoid of any emotion. Gu Feng smiled with satisfaction, then feigned a casual demeanor, seemingly nonchalantly asking, are Xiao Luo and Xiao Ning quite close? Upon hearing this, Luo Shu he instinctively furrowed her brow, but restrained herself, shaking her head. I'm not too sure about that. After a moment, she spoke directly. Uncle, are you inquiring if Gu Luo and Shu Ning harbor mutual feelings for one another? Gu Feng was caught off guard by the question. He cautiously glanced towards the living room, ensuring no one else was paying attention, before nodding slightly and explaining. That is indeed part of it. After all, they are both young. Does uncle not oppose this? Luo Shu he tilted her head slightly. Her previously aloof expression now infused with a hint of playfulness. What is there to oppose? It's quite natural for young people at this age to develop feelings for one another. We are not the kind of old-fashioned parents who would interfere in your relationships. I understand. Luo Shu he nodded thoughtfully. So, how is the relationship between Xiao Luo and Xiao Ning on a daily basis? Not as good as mine with Gu Luo. Luo Shu he's response was succinct, yet impactful. Gu Feng was again taken aback, his face displaying astonishment. My relationship with Gu Luo is quite strong. Apart from helping my sister squeeze toothpaste, he only helps me with that. Moreover, Gu Luo has also embraced? Gu Feng felt as if his CPU was nearing overload. His mind momentarily malfunctioning. He instinctively gestured, asking, what kind of embrace? Princess Carrie, a hug, Luo Shu he recounted with an expression of calm, as if discussing something entirely ordinary. Gu Feng felt his brain overwhelmed with an influx of information, struggling to comprehend the situation. What on earth was happening? Was his son actually with Xiaohe? So the ambiguous atmosphere between Xiao Luo and Xiao Ning was merely an illusion, and they were, in fact, just close siblings? Had he, as a father, truly misread the signs? After a considerable pause, Gu Feng managed to regain his composure and inquired, so, Xiaohe, are you and Xiao Luo in a relationship now? Without hesitation, Luo Shu he nodded. Yes, it's developing, but we are still in the ambiguous stage. Just one layer of window paper away. As long as uncle does not oppose, she added. No opposition, none at all. Gu Feng quickly waved his hand, a smile spreading across his face. Then, feeling somewhat awkward, he pressed on. But what about Xiao Luo and Xiao Ning? Uncle, please do not misunderstand. Gu Luo and Shu Ning merely cook together daily, which is why their relationship appears so close. There is nothing more to it, Luo Shu he patiently clarified, her voice remaining cool yet clear. I see. I almost misunderstood, Gu Feng realized, internally lamenting his own age for not recognizing his son's affections. Not to worry, uncle. You can privately discuss my relationship with Gu Luo with mom, Luo Shu he said, giving a slight bow. I truly like Gu Luo, and if mom disapproves, I hope uncle can speak on my behalf. All right, but let us not rush into anything, Gu Feng replied, smiling reassuringly. For now, you should focus on your studies, and let your feelings develop slowly. I will certainly advocate for you both in the future. Just a week has passed. I can't just tell Luo Liang, hey, our son and our daughter are together. I cannot predict the outcome. Relationships take time, he mused. Upon hearing this, a fleeting look of disappointment crossed Luo Shu he's face. But she quickly composed herself, politely thanking him. Thank you, Daddy. At the sound of Daddy, Gu Feng's smile widened, immediately assuring her, Xiaohe, rest assured. I will be your strongest supporter in your relationship with Xiao Luo. Thank you, Daddy, she bowed once more. Thus, the two clandestinely solidified their strategic partnership in the kitchen. Uncle, we've finished washing up. Shortly thereafter, Luo Shu Ning and Gu Luo emerged from the kitchen. Very well. Gu Feng smiled at Luo Shu Ning before turning to Luo Shu He. Xiaohe, let us take a walk in East Lake Park. I will not join. My foot is a bit uncomfortable. Your foot is uncomfortable. Is everything all right? Gu Feng asked with concern, then turned his gaze to Gu Luo, adding sternly, Xiao Luo. When you have time, give Xiaohe a foot massage. As an older brother, you should act the part. A question mark slowly appeared on Gu Luo's forehead. What the heck? Why does it feel like my dear father has been brainwashed by a little devil? If it were Xiao Man with a sore foot, it would be understandable. But this is Shu He. Although she is also my sister, a foot massage seems a bit excessive. Wait, don't rush. I think I've already massaged her before, haven't I? Before Gu Luo could respond, Luo Shu Ning cheerfully interjected. I'll give Shu He a massage when we return. It won't be a burden for my brother. That works, Gu Feng nodded, discreetly exchanging a glance with Luo Shuhe, as if to say, Dad is supporting you, albeit thwarted. Luo Shuhe subtly blinked in acknowledgement. Thank you, Daddy. Seeing this, Gu Feng felt an overwhelming fondness for Luo Shuhe. Perhaps it was because she was the first to call him Daddy, creating a sense of unique closeness. Perhaps their mental wavelengths aligned so effortlessly, making communication seamless. Or perhaps it was simply that his affection for Luo Liang extended to her daughter, leading him to favor Luo Shuhe, who shared a similar temperament. Indeed, his son and Xiao He seemed like a match made in heaven. Xiao He was the perfect daughter-in-law. Gu Feng easily overturned his earlier thoughts, his resolve remarkably flimsy. Meanwhile, Luo Shuning was in the living room, giving Luo Liang a massage. Although her technique was inexperienced, it was filled with earnestness, as Luo Liang slightly closed her eyes, relishing her daughter's tender care. Gu Ximan returned to her room post-dinner, diving into anime and immersing herself in the plot. Thus, only Gu Luo, Luo Shuning, and Gu Feng descended the stairs together, walking towards Eastlake Park. After they left home, Luo Shu he remained silent for a while. Gradually, she approached the refrigerator, opened its door, and retrieved a box of yogurt. However, she did not immediately open it, instead gazing at the packaging for an extended period, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Chapter 68. A different Luo Liang. As night fell, the breeze on the road was gentle and cool, like a pair of tender hands softly caressing one's face, bringing a sense of comfort that enveloped the body. Gu Feng, initially excited about creating opportunities for Gu Luo and Luo Shuning to be alone during their evening stroll, felt grateful for having learned the truth from Luo Shuhe beforehand. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing to misread the situation. Nevertheless, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss between Gu Luo and Luo Shuning. Surely, his son wouldn't be playing both sides? No way. That was absolutely impossible. As a father, he knew his son too well. Gu Luo would never engage in such absurdity. What surprised him more was the rapid development of Gu Luo and Luo Shuhe's relationship. With that thought, Gu Feng quickened his pace slightly, walking ahead while occasionally turning back to share light-hearted banter with the two behind him. Meanwhile, Gu Luo and Luo Shuning walked closely together, the moonlight stretching their shadows long. At times, their shoulders would lightly brush, then quickly part, as if the air around them was charged with an unusual sentiment. The trio, filled with laughter, unknowingly wandered deep into the park, ultimately settling on a wooden bench to rest. As Xiaoning settled down, Gu Feng's expression suddenly took on a more serious tone. He slightly turned his body, gazing at Luo Shuning, and gently inquired, Xiaoning, what are your thoughts on your mother? Upon hearing this, Luo Shuning was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by the question, and found herself at a loss for words. How did she perceive her mother? In her memories, her mother was perpetually busy, operating like a wound-up machine, hardly ever finding time to be with her and her two sisters. This had been the case throughout her upbringing. Although she bore the title of mother, she felt little warmth or affection from her during her formative years. Gu Luo, perceptive to Luo Shuning's unusual demeanor, quickly interjected, Dad, why are you suddenly asking this? Gu Feng, undeterred, continued, Xiaoning, many things are beyond your mother's control, but she truly loves you all very much. Liang is rather proud. She genuinely wishes to connect with you and communicate well, yet she finds it difficult to express herself, burdened by a sense of guilt for feeling she has neglected you. This guilt weighs heavily on her heart, particularly towards you, Xiaoning. Gu Feng emphasized the latter, saying, Liang has confided in me more than once that she feels she has wronged you the most by allowing you to endure such a childhood alone. At these words, Luo Shuning bit her lip, her eyes reflecting a whirlwind of complex emotions. Yet, she remained silent, seemingly processing Gu Feng's statements. Noticing her silence, Gu Feng patiently continued. In truth, Liang can be quite stubborn. She consistently sought my assurance that Xiao Luo could take good care of you, and despite my repeated reassurances, she remained unconvinced. On the first day you met, when Xiao Ling was late, it was Xiao Luo who stood up to support her, thus earning Liang's trust. Gu Feng elaborated. That is why Liang was so eager for Xiao Luo to move into the apartment. She genuinely desired someone to care for you properly. The colder her exterior appears, the warmer her heart truly is. Luo blinked, recalling the first meeting and realizing that Liang's behavior seemed like a small act of revenge. However, upon reflection, if it were truly revenge, she wouldn't have sent someone to the Kaizhou Academy to meticulously collect all of her belongings. At this moment, Luo Shuning's eyes sparkled, as if ignited by a hidden light. She had never considered that her seemingly indifferent and stern mother harbored such sentiments beneath the surface. Gu Feng reclined comfortably against the back of the bench, stretching slightly and savoring the gentle night breeze. He began, "There are many matters you cannot judge merely by appearances. Take Xiaoling's tardiness, for instance. You might think Liang is being overly dramatic, unyielding, or heartless. In reality, as a woman managing a company alone for so many years amidst fierce competition, if she did not maintain strict standards, she might have been devoured by rivals long ago." He continued, "Additionally, Liang not only participates in the Kaizhou Charity Gala each year, but also frequently donates anonymously to various foundations. She performs these charitable acts quietly, never seeking recognition." As Gu Feng spoke, it was as if he had opened a floodgate, revealing to Luo shunning the unspoken sacrifices and hidden tenderness of her mother. "Though Liang may have owed you much in the past, upon learning that your irresponsible father intended to take you abroad without her consent, she immediately chose to divorce him and sought every possible way to make amends. Thus, he implored, 'So, Xiaoning, could you do me a favor and call Liang Mom?' Mom." Luo shunning, who had been enjoying a massage from Luo Ling, paused in surprise, almost letting the book slip from her grasp, incredulously looking at her sister who had just returned home. However, her expression quickly returned to normal as she nodded gently. "Brother, you're back," Luo Ling exclaimed, stretching like a lazy cat, before turning to Luo shunning with a smile. "Shunning, I'm a bit tired now. It's your turn to give Mom a massage." "Okay," Luo shunning replied, walking over to take her place. She gently placed her hands on Luo Liang's temples and began to massage. Meanwhile, Luo Ling casually linked her arms with Gu Luo and Gu Feng's, playfully saying, "Brother, uncle, come play a game with me. Let's go?" That night, no one knew what Luo shunning and Luo Liang discussed. Perhaps they reminisced about the warm moments that had been overlooked, expressed their mutual longings and grievances, or simply savored the precious intimacy they had found. Gu Luo now understood why his father, the dragon, managed to stay afloat. It was sincerity. It is noteworthy that that evening, 2 more questions appeared in the sister complex diary. Why did Shunning's biological father want to take her abroad secretly? What does it mean to let Shunning endure such a childhood alone? Did the 3 sisters not grow up together? After the school celebration, once everything settled, he would delve into these matters. There was still time ahead, and he would certainly safeguard his sisters. Chapter 69. The Little Angel's Request. The following morning, soft sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow in the cozy kitchen. "Good morning, brother," Luo Shunning greeted cheerfully, entering the kitchen with a lively step, her voice brimming with energy and affection. "Good morning, Shunning," Gu Luo replied, turning with a gentle smile, reciprocating her greeting. "What shall we have for breakfast today? How about sandwiches? I love everything you make." Thus, the 2 harmoniously collaborated, beginning their breakfast preparations. The kitchen soon filled with a warm, sweet aroma. As Gu Luo sliced the carefully selected tomatoes from the previous night, he suddenly remarked, "I feel like Shunning is different from before, more relaxed and lively." At this, Luo Shunning beamed with an angelic smile, her voice soft and sincere. "Yes, I have to thank Uncle and you. Sometimes, I can be too stubborn, just like Mom. It's often harder to express certain things to those closest to us." Gu Luo sighed lightly. "Perhaps I, too, have misunderstood Dad in many ways. There seems to be an inherent chasm between adults and children. Indeed. Enough of that. Let's focus on today's school celebration performance and give it our all." Gu Luo shifted the topic, making a gesture of encouragement. Let us go, let us go." Luo Shunning waved her little hand, her movements playful and charming, like a spirited little sprite. However, she soon asked with a hint of concern, "Brother, do you think Chu Mei Mei would really do that?" "I don't know. But it's better to be prepared for anything," Gu Luo replied steadily, instilling a sense of reassurance. Hearing this, Luo Shunning playfully stepped back, her hands clasped behind her, and with a mischievous wink, said, "You are so good to me, brother. Shunning is also very good to you." Gu Luo chuckled, then offered her a slice of the cut tomato, the gesture natural and affectionate. "Ah." Luo Shunning opened her mouth like a well-behaved kitten, happily devouring the tomato slice. A look of bliss crossed her face as she praised, "Sour and sweet, it's delicious. Brother, you truly have a knack for picking the best ingredients. You're the best." "You flatter me," Gu Luo laughed, "but I must say, this tomato is nowhere near as sweet as your little mouth." The way this little angel showered compliments was truly healing. "Huh, how does brother know my mouth is sweet?" Luo Shunning squinted her eyes, a mischievous glint sparkling within them. Upon hearing such a direct question, Gu Luo's eyes widened slightly in surprise. "Brother, why are you silent?" Luo Shunning tilted her head, feigning an innocent expression as she pressed on. "So, how exactly did you know my words were sweet?" Coughing lightly, Gu Luo took a breath, attempting to steady himself. Just as he prepared to confront the question directly, he heard the little angel giggle. All right, I won't tease you any longer, brother, Luo Shunning chuckled, waving her hand. You, Gu Luo opened his mouth, hesitating. By the way, brother, I have a question, Luo Shunning said, her smile slightly dimming. What question? Is it you who squeezes the toothpaste for Xiaoman and Shu He every day? She emphasized Shu He's name. Upon hearing this, Gu Luo's heart skipped a beat. Yet, he managed to maintain his composure, smiling as he replied, well, that day, Shu He asked me to help her with it. I considered squeezing it for you and Shu Ling together, but it felt a bit inappropriate. I can understand your thoughts, brother. Luo Shunning nodded but still wore a slightly unhappy expression. Seeing this, Gu Luo felt a surge of urgency. Shu Ning. But he didn't know what to say. To bring up squeezing toothpaste now felt somewhat lacking in flavor. Brother, if you want to make me happy, please grant me one request, Luo Shunning suddenly said. Huh. Gu Luo was taken aback, nearly doubting if the innocent Luo Shunning before him was actually Shu He in disguise. When did the little angel start making requests? He wondered. Yet, without hesitation, he nodded. I agree. Aren't you going to ask what it is? I agree. Gu Luo firmly believed in the little angel, thus felt no need for prefixes before her request. Then, I'll be responsible for squeezing toothpaste for you from now on. Chapter 70. The dowry can still appreciate the sun shone brightly, illuminating every corner and adorning the entire campus with extraordinary beauty. Outside the gates of Guangya Academy, the atmosphere was bustling. Due to the school's anniversary, the institution was entirely open to the public, and a joyous ambience filled the air. Many grandparents, free from work, came to join the festivities. Of course, there were also numerous parents who took leave and various members of society. As a member of the public service department, Gu Luo received a peculiar yet immensely honorable task to act as a mascot. Indeed, it was the type of character designed to attract all visitors' attention. Standing tall outside the school gates, Gu Luo resembled a dazzling star, exuding a unique charm that compelled passers-by to glance his way. Brother, you look so handsome. A little girl with two playful braids gazed up at Gu Luo, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Her chubby cheeks, adorned with dimples when she smiled, made her irresistibly adorable, evoking an instinctive desire to pinch her cheeks. Little sister, you must stay close to your grandmother and not wander off, Gu Luo replied with a warm smile, pointing to the volunteer badge hanging from his attire. I still need to help others with directions. Of course, this was merely a ruse. In reality, he was just an emotionless mascot, relying on his striking looks to represent Guangya. It could be said to be the easiest position within the public service department that day. No one in the department objected to this arrangement. Everyone felt it showcased the charm of the academy's heartthrob. Particularly, Situ Wenyao wholeheartedly supported it, appearing so excited that one might think he would challenge anyone who disagreed. Who understands? Just because one is handsome does not mean one should be treated like an ornament. Gu Luo mused internally, engaging with the little girl who had been clinging to him for a full 5 minutes. The girl's grandmother stood nearby, beaming with a kind smile, capturing the delightful childhood moment on her phone. Brother, you're so handsome. Will you marry me when you grow up? The little girl innocently asked, her big, watery eyes filled with sincerity. Gu Luo was momentarily speechless, offering only a wry smile in response. Such matters are not to be trifled with lightly, yet outright rejection seemed likely to bring tears to the innocent child's eyes. He underestimated the charm of a 9-year-old, capable of effortlessly winning hearts, even those of naive little girls. Positive energy, he thought. Little sister, there are many club performances inside, and plenty of delicious candies. If we wait too long, we might miss out. Gu Luo began to brainstorm ways to distract the child, fearing he would be misunderstood as a lolicon with so many eyes upon him. Yet, the little girl remained undeterred, clutching his pant leg tightly as if afraid he might suddenly escape. Gu Luo could only smile in resignation. Finally, he knelt down slowly and gently pinched the little girl's chubby cheeks. Since it has come to this, let us enjoy this delightful little trouble, he had to admit. Her face was incredibly soft, like cotton candy. The little girl beamed with joy, her smile revealing her dimples, making her even sweeter and more adorable. Meanwhile, her grandmother continued to film, eagerly sharing the moment in their family group chat. Grandma. Video. 3 Grandma. I specially took a day off for Xiaojun today, and now she wants to let go of this handsome boy, insisting he should marry her when he grows up. Grandma. Xiaojun is far better than a certain someone who is 30 and still single. You could just read my ID card, Mom. This handsome boy is truly good looking. If only I were 10 years younger. Big brother-in-law. Husky pointing. Unbeknownst to Gu Luo, he had inadvertently sparked a family debate. Noticing that the grandmother showed no intention of managing her granddaughter, he reluctantly took hold of the little girl's hand to prevent her from wandering. Though she was already captivated, caution was prudent given the crowd. He pondered whether the performance hall would accommodate such a throng. However, considering the Academy's long-standing tradition of hosting anniversary celebrations, he felt assured that the school had made proper arrangements. As he contemplated, a gentle, fragrant breeze wafted by. Instinctively, he turned his head, only to find a stylish beauty, adorned with fashionable sunglasses, had approached him unbeknownst to him. This woman was so stunning that it was hard to look away, exuding a blend of alluring charm and a hint of languor. Although she appeared to be in her 20s, her graceful demeanor radiated an irresistible allure. "Excuse me, miss, do you need any assistance?" In the uncertainty of her exact age, addressing her as miss seemed the safest bet. "You called me miss?" Su Shasha's large eyes, hidden behind her sunglasses, playfully blinked before she couldn't help but let out a laugh. "All right, then I shall accept you as my little brother." As she spoke, she discreetly appraised Gu Luo from head to toe, inwardly marveling at how he appeared even more handsome in person than in photographs. His features were exquisitely perfect, and his charm was unique and captivating. No wonder her precious daughter was determined to endure the agony of dieting. Even at her own age, she would undoubtedly be drawn to him. Unable to extricate herself from his allure, who wouldn't be entranced? Coughing softly, Gu Luo sensed something peculiar about this sister's demeanor and words. Yet he maintained a polite smile and inquired, "Is there anything I can assist you with?" Meanwhile, the little girl beside him puffed up her rosy cheeks in indignation, gazing up at Su Shasha with a fierce expression, as if to declare her sovereignty. In her simplistic understanding, this beautiful older sister seemed to be vying for her future husband, which made her quite upset. With a gentle motion, Su Shasha tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and, with a beaming smile, asked, "Little brother, do you think your sister is beautiful?" The elegance and allure of her gesture were undeniable. "I apologize, but I am merely a volunteer, responsible for answering questions about the school," Gu Luo thought to himself. Feeling a headache coming on, he resolved never to engage in such attention-grabbing work again. His striking appearance had led to this predicament. If it were a child, he would be willing to invest some time to comfort and engage, but with adults who were clearly flirting, he had no desire to entertain. "Very well." Su Shasha responded with a nod of satisfaction, her interest in Gu Luo growing, akin to a mother-in-law assessing her future son-in-law. "Little brother, if I am not mistaken, your name is Gu Luo, correct?" Taken aback, Gu Luo wondered what was happening. Could it be that his reputation had spread beyond the school? Nevertheless, he replied, "I am Gu Luo. May I ask who you are?" "I am Xinyu's mother. You may call me Sister Su from now on." With a playful wink, Su Shasha appeared as lively and charming as a young girl, hardly resembling a mother. Gu Luo paused before responding, "Hello, Sister Su. I am Xinyu's deskmate, and I have been greatly indebted to Xinyu's kindness this past week." Internally, he struggled to reconcile the generational gap. He called Xinyu Ma, yet addressed her mother as Sister Su. It was indeed a convoluted hierarchy. However, he decided to let it go. Such a good boy. Su Shasha's approval of Gu Luo intensified. She contemplated the potential for an even more generous dowry, perhaps adding another building to the list. For such an outstanding future son-in-law deserved to be treated well. Chapter 71. The school anniversary officially begins. Part 3. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was 9:18 a.m. Only 12 minutes until the official commencement of the school anniversary. The performance hall was nearly filled to capacity, bustling with students and visitors who had come to tour Guangya Academy. The student council and public service department members were responsible for maintaining order throughout the event. Even the opening remarks were delivered by the student council president. Indeed, the entire celebration was orchestrated by students, a distinctive tradition of Guangya Academy. Unlike other institutions, events here typically lacked lengthy and tedious speeches from leaders. Even if there were any, they were succinctly summarized by the principal. It could be said that the school's affairs were primarily managed by the students themselves. The student council wielded considerable authority, participating not only in the daily management of the school, but also in discussions regarding its future development and various issues, holding a significant voice in the matter. This exemplified Guangya Academy's founding principle of being student-centered, where students' ideas and capabilities were fully respected and realized. On the second floor of the performance hall, a designated indoor viewing area had been constructed, offering a panoramic view of the entire venue through expansive one-way floor-to-ceiling windows. At that moment, Principal Liu, wearing a warm smile, was pouring tea and chatting amiably with several dignitaries. "Mayor Chun, Director Zhou, do you remember?" "Indeed, how many years have flown by?" Mayor Chun, dressed in a crisp administrative jacket, remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Approaching 60, he still stood tall and vigorous, showing no signs of age apart from a few strands of gray hair. Time had etched some lines on his face, but had also bestowed upon him a mature and composed demeanor. Mayor Chun, you too have grown gray. All in the service of Tsaijo's development. You have truly worked hard, Principal Lu said, placing the first cup of brewed tea before him. It is all for the people. I wouldn't call it hard work. Mayor Chun waved his hand modestly, a humble smile gracing his face. Meanwhile, by the floor-to-ceiling windows, Luo Liang, Su Shasha, and several Guanya alumni gathered in small groups, engaged in light-hearted conversation, creating a relaxed and congenial atmosphere. Those who entered this room were essentially old acquaintances. Some even former classmates, allowing for a comfortable interaction devoid of excessive formality. My dear boss, I have missed you so much, Su Shasha exclaimed, naturally linking her arm with Luo Liang's, her face aglow with joy. Weren't we just together a couple of weeks ago? Luo Liang maintained a neutral expression, quietly gazing out the window. Yet, he did not resist Su Shasha's affectionate gesture. Of course, I missed you too. After the event, let's gather and let me see what my brother-in-law and his children look like, she added, her excitement palpable. Luo Liang remained silent, a tacit agreement. By the way, let me tell you, my precious daughter has a crush on a boy who is exceptionally handsome. Su Shasha shared enthusiastically. I just met him, and he is stunning. Moreover, little Yu has begun to overcome her fears and is starting to lose weight. She will surely win him over. Her excitement grew as she envisioned her daughter's bright future. Is that so? That's good, Luo Liang nodded, his response succinct, revealing no interest in the gossip. However, he felt a quiet happiness for Su Shasha's daughter. Su Shasha, fully aware of her own nature, paid no mind to his lack of enthusiasm and continued to chatter away, sharing snippets of her life. Luo Liang, you'll be able to hear Ning Ning sing soon, right? At that moment, a middle-aged woman standing nearby chimed in with a smile. I can hardly wait. I loved listening to Ning Ning's songs, but unfortunately, they were taken down, and I didn't download them in time. At her words, all eyes in the room turned to Luo Liang. They were all somewhat aware of the circumstances surrounding Luo Shuning's withdrawal from the entertainment industry, and mentioning it inevitably stirred memories. Perhaps it's for the best. The entertainment industry is fraught with dangers, and Ning Ning is so innocent. One fears she might attract undesirable attention. Another industry veteran remarked, I heard from my child that Ning Ning is now the deputy head of the music department and will officially be promoted after today's anniversary. Haha. Isn't that akin to Luo Liang's position? Speaking of which, Luo Liang was also the head of the music department back in the day, wasn't he? You remember that? Of course. That year, I was a junior, and Luo Liang was a sophomore. I had a crush on her for an entire year. Haha. Too bad you missed your chance. Laughter erupted among the group, and the atmosphere grew increasingly relaxed and cheerful. All right. Soon we will see the performance Ning Ning has prepared. As a fan, I must record it. The middle-aged woman eagerly took out her phone, adjusting the camera angle. A few classmates from Luo Liang's era began to reminisce, exchanging stories and memories from their past. Luo Liang remained silent, gazing quietly out of the window. Yet, her eyes betrayed a subtle tension and anticipation. After all, it was her daughter's performance. How could she not be concerned? Everyone, don't be nervous. I believe you can do it. Backstage, in the preparation room, Feng Duo was fervently encouraging each member about to take the stage. Minister, I'm still quite anxious, a girl admitted, her voice trembling slightly. As the first act, the pressure was palpable. If anything were to go awry, it would not only tarnish one person's reputation, but also that of the entire Guaya. The audience outside consisted of eager visitors, all filled with expectations. What if someone played the wrong note? What if someone pulled the wrong string? Even the vice minister singing out of tune, just the thought sent chills down one's spine. It's all right, I believe in you. Feng Duo quickly walked over to the girl, gently patting her shoulder to offer comfort and strength. Ren Lei, witnessing this, leaned towards Luo Shuning and whispered, Darling, are you nervous? Not really, Luo Shuning replied with a slight smile, her face radiating confidence and composure. In truth, aside from a minor concern about Chu Mimi causing trouble, she felt no anxiety at all. After all, as the national sweetheart, she had faced her fair share of storms. Well, I am a bit nervous, Ren Lei sighed, and just as Luo Shuning was about to console her, she continued, but if you introduced Gu Luo to me, I wouldn't be nervous at all. Luo Shuning retracted her comforting words and playfully rolled her eyes at her friend. Hee, I just want to be your sister-in-law. What's wrong with that? Ren Lei teased, sticking out her tongue. You. Luo Shuning shook her head in exasperation, yet a smile remained on her face. Accustomed to her friend's playful banter. Of course, it was all in jest. Meanwhile, Chu Mimi stood alone in a corner, clutching her violin. Her expression calm as she observed Luo shunning and Ren Lei whispering to each other. A hint of indifference and disdain flickered in her eyes, as if everything around her was irrelevant. This was the calm before the storm. She couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Soon, we shall all fail together. Time slipped by imperceptibly, and soon it was 9:30. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows of the performance hall, casting golden rays like threads of light, illuminating the entire stage and the expectant faces of the audience. The students from the Student Council and Public Service Department orderly transported the instruments needed by the music department onto the stage, the metallic parts glimmering in the sunlight, contrasting beautifully with the warmth of the wooden components. At this moment, Luo shunning and the members of the music department slowly ascended the stage. The students and visitors were evidently respectful. As they stepped onto the stage, the entire gymnasium erupted into enthusiastic applause, the sound echoing like a tide in the vast space. Soon, the performance commenced. The cellist gently positioned her instrument on her lap, closed her eyes slightly, and took a deep breath. Then, she slowly drew the bow across the strings, producing a deep, rich tone that flowed like a warm current, each note imbued with profound emotion. This steady sound served as the cornerstone of the music, establishing a solid foundation for the entire performance. Next, Ren Lei's fingers danced across the black and white keys. The piano's clear and melodious sound intertwined with the cello's rich tones, effortlessly creating a soothing and tranquil atmosphere, as if transporting the audience to a serene paradise, filling their hearts with delight. The gentle musical tone was thus established, and everything proceeded flawlessly according to rehearsal. The audience gradually immersed themselves in this enchanting musical ambience. Some closed their eyes slightly, savoring the emotions each note evoked, while others stared intently at the stage, fearing they might miss a single moment. However, at that moment, an unexpected incident occurred. Chu Mimi, as the violinist, raised her bow, at what should have been a pivotal moment, leading everyone into a lyrical musical context. She instead struck a jarring high note. This abrupt high pitch shattered the previously harmonious atmosphere like a sharp dagger slicing through a tranquil lake. The members preparing to play the flute and guitar were momentarily stunned, their minds seemingly paused in confusion. They exchanged bewildered glances, filled with panic. Was this still the piece they had meticulously prepared? Why had it suddenly changed? Why had no one informed them? Yet, instinctively, they began to play mechanically. The flutist struggled to maintain composure, adhering to the original rhythm, her sound remaining gentle and subdued in an attempt to preserve some semblance of harmony. Conversely, the guitarist was clearly flustered, her fingers uncontrollably following Chu Mimi's erratic tempo. Having previously engaged in mischief with Chu Mimi, perhaps past experiences led her to subconsciously align herself with the incorrect rhythm. In an instant, the entire performance spiraled into chaos. The sounds of various instruments clashed and collided, no longer harmonious, transforming what was once beautiful music into a cacophony, akin to an unruly farce. Expressions of shock spread across the audience's faces, the once enraptured atmosphere evaporating, replaced by sheer disorder. What is happening? I've seen the music department's rehearsal before. It was nothing like this. Are the violinist and guitarist here to cause trouble? The rhythm is completely off. Isn't this tarnishing the music department's reputation? What do you know? This must be the music department's innovation. Savor it carefully. Doesn't it possess a unique, chaotic beauty? Huh, buddy, I can't even tell if you're serious right now. Inside the viewing area, Principal Lu's originally warm smile gradually froze as he beheld the chaotic scene on stage. What is happening with the music department? This was undoubtedly a severe blow to his dignity as a principal. Today's school celebration was not merely an ordinary event. It was a concentrated showcase of Guia's students' talents and capabilities, intricately linked to future alumni donations. Had everything proceeded flawlessly, all parties would have rejoiced. But now, with this performance in disarray, how could the school face alumni regarding their contributions? Was this the level of education Guia had instilled in its students? How embarrassing. Moreover, this was just the beginning, with the first performance setting a dismal tone for the entire celebration. Most importantly, the alumni attending included not only business elites, but also two significant figures from the political realm. Just the thought of this made Principal Lu's head throb. Liangjia. Something seems off, Su Shasha remarked, releasing Luo Liang's arm, her brow slightly furrowed. She fixed her gaze intently on the stage, attempting to find a shred of logical explanation amidst the chaos. Yet, it was all in vain, utterly hopeless. Luo Liang remained silent, standing there quietly, her gaze calm as she observed the turmoil on stage. However, within her, Turmoil brewed far more intensely than her tranquil exterior suggested. After all, it was her daughter who was to sing. How could she perform amidst such a disastrous musical incident? At that moment, a middle-aged woman beside her slowly lowered her recording phone. Confusion etched across her face as she inquired, "Is this the music department's innovation this year?" Yet, the only response she received was a profound silence. As everyone is aware, this piece, even after adaptations, is undoubtedly a shambles at this moment. The so-called innovation is merely self-deception. Mayor Li and director Zhou exchanged a glance, then silently lifted their teacups, sipping the tea without voicing any opinions. The room gradually fell silent, with furtive glances directed towards Luo Liang. After all, Luo Ximan is the vice minister of the music department. If even a small anniversary performance were to falter, it would tarnish the Luo family's reputation today. In the audience, Feng Duo's complexion was ashen, as if all vitality had been drained from her. Her fists were clenched tightly, her face a mask of disbelief and fury, her lips trembling slightly. She was bewildered, truly bewildered. Why would Chu Mimi dare to disrupt such a crucial and significant occasion? What could possibly possess her? Hadn't she already urged Luo Ximan to step back repeatedly? All along, she had strived to maintain balance within the group, meticulously managing various relationships. Yet why had such an irretrievable incident occurred? The more Feng Duo pondered, the more anxious she became, her inner rage igniting fiercely, wishing she could rush onto the stage and confront Chu Mimi directly. As the minister, she was the primary responsible party for this performance. The glory amassed by the music department over the years was poised to be obliterated today. Feng Duo felt herself on the brink of becoming the scapegoat for the music department. The weight of this pressure made it nearly impossible for her to breathe. Meanwhile, not far from her position, a third-year student with clear eyes spoke up. "I truly can't believe that Guangya's student council would intentionally cause trouble in such a setting." Surely not. He had come to Guangya with enthusiasm, as he had no classes on Wednesday. Pausing, he continued, "This must be some form of innovation. I attended last year's Guangya anniversary as well, and the music department was truly impressive. I distinctly remember a guitarist with a high ponytail who left a lasting impression on me with her skilled technique and vibrant performance." "Let us see then." "Your words have piqued my interest," said a youth sitting beside him, nodding, somewhat swayed by his analysis, yet still skeptical. "Just wait and see. It will definitely be innovative. Or I will eat 100 pounds, the third-year student declared confidently, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Feng Duo in the corridor. "Hey, doesn't she resemble the outstanding guitarist from last year?" But upon closer inspection, she was not. The guitarist from last year had exuded a lively, youthful energy, bouncing around like a spirited sprite, utterly charming. In stark contrast, the anxious and troubled girl before him radiated an entirely different aura. It must be an illusion, certainly just a trick of the mind. On stage, Rin Lei desperately wished to abandon the piano and sprint out to buy a large bottle of soda, dousing Chu Mimi from head to toe. This situation could no longer be simply described as excessive. Chu Mimi was intent on completely ruining the music department. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She had clearly informed the minister multiple times to replace Chu Mimi, yet each time her request was denied. The reasoning given was that no one but Luo Ximan could match Chu Mimi's violin skills. The anniversary performance absolutely required the strongest lineup from the music department. Thus, they had to endure until the celebration concluded. But now, everything was in ruins. What would Ximan do next? How could she possibly sing in such chaos? With this thought, Rin Lei turned her gaze towards Luo Ximan, but could only see her somewhat slender silhouette. It was unbearable to imagine the expression on her face at this moment. Her heart ached for her. However, Luo Ximan simply listened quietly to the chaotic music, her expression remarkably calm, devoid of any hint of panic. Her eyes shone with determination and composure, as if she had anticipated all of this. Let it be chaotic, let it be even more chaotic. Memories drifted back to that Sunday. In the break area, Ximan, "Before we head home, let's go buy something together. You should be more familiar with it." "All right," Luo Ximan replied without hesitation. The gentle light cast a warm glow upon the two, outlining their tender silhouettes. After some time, Luo Ximan softly asked, "Brother, what are we going to buy?" Her voice was sweet and soft, more endearing than usual, carrying a hint of playfulness. "We're buying a musical instrument," Gu Luo smiled slightly. "A musical instrument? Which one? A piano?" Luo Ximan instinctively replied, "If it's a piano, the one in my room can be used anytime." She added, "If it's a new piano, leave it to me. You needn't worry about it." Hearing such confident words, Gu Luo thought to himself, "This little rich girl truly lives up to her title." Without a care, she spoke of custom suits and pianos. and the fact that she could always offer the use of her piano. Wasn't that an invitation to enter her room? Just the thought made him a bit excited. He wondered when he would be able to enter the little angel's bedroom. It's not a piano. It's a suona, Gu Luo revealed without teasing. A suona? Luo Shunning was momentarily taken aback, her lively eyes wide with surprise. She had not anticipated that it would be such an instrument. In this era, those skilled in playing the suona were few and far between. Outside of rural areas where this ancient craft was still passed down, one could hardly find a suona in bustling cities. She instinctively asked, "Brother, can you play the suona? I learned from an old teacher in my freshman year." Gu Luo explained with a smile. "Actually, I was also in the music department during my freshman year, but I had to take care of Xiaoman. So I didn't attend often." He had no choice but to explain it this way. "I see. So, why are you buying a suona?" Luo Shunning's curiosity was completely piqued. For the anniversary celebration, Gu Luo immediately clarified. "I'm concerned that Chu Mimi, with her twisted psyche, might cause trouble if she wants to disrupt the performance. There are two possibilities." As he spoke, he raised two fingers. 1. She could intentionally be absent on the day of the performance. Even if something happens, there's a chance that a senior from the third year could step in. That's manageable. 2. She could deliberately cause chaos on the day of the performance, just as she did during rehearsals. This anniversary is crucial. Annie will be attending, so we absolutely cannot afford any mistakes. Better to be safe than sorry, he continued, outlining various potential scenarios and solutions he had deduced based on the system's special tasks and hints. 9 times out of 10, the system's issuance of this special task indicated that there would be problems with the music department's performance. Given that the hint pointed towards Chu Mimi, it was almost certain she was up to no good. "Brother," upon hearing this, Luo Shunning felt as though something had lodged in her throat, leaving her momentarily speechless. Though she did not understand why her brother had such suspicions, her heart was filled with gratitude. She had not expected Gu Luo to consider her so thoroughly and to go to such lengths. If it weren't for Gu Luo, she could only imagine the extent of the trouble Chu Mimi would have caused her. "Brother, why are you so good to me?" Luo Shunning looked at Gu Luo, her eyes filled with tenderness. "Because you are my sister," Gu Luo replied without a moment's hesitation. "I see. Is there another reason?" Luo Shunning tilted her head slightly, her eyes sparkling with expectation. She sought a more special answer. "Because I do not wish for Shunning to be hurt." Upon hearing this response, Luo Shunning felt as if her heart had momentarily stopped, as if the entire world had frozen in that instant. Unable to suppress my anticipation for the future with Gu Luo, I am certain it will be imbued with unparalleled sweetness and boundless happiness. I yearn to return immediately and capture this current emotion through music, preserving this beauty for eternity. With these thoughts in mind, Luo Shunning took a deep breath, striving to calm her excited heart, and revealed a sweet smile. Her voice brimmed with dependence as she expressed, "My brother is the best." As the memories faded, time returned to the present. Luo Shunning did not sing. Instead, she began to walk slowly towards the backstage in front of everyone. This scene left the audience in utter bewilderment, as the previously lively discussions erupted into a cacophony of confusion. "What is happening? The lead singer is leaving?" A boy questioned his companion, his face a mask of perplexity. "What on earth is the music department doing?" "Don't worry, there must be a twist. Look at that most beautiful lead singer. She is utterly unfazed," remarked a third-year student, maintaining an air of composure. I sensed the youth seated beside me struggling to contain his amusement, shaking his head in disbelief. The lead singer has fled, and still, there is talk of a twist? The audience buzzed with speculation and doubt, their murmurs rising and falling like waves. Meanwhile, on stage, Chu Mimi was nearly bursting with delight at the unfolding drama. Her thoughts were simple. If things went awry, she would face the consequences one by one, claiming to the school that the pressure had become overwhelming, leaving her in a poor mental state that led to her subpar performance. With Luo Shunning's voluntary exit, Chu Mimi believed she would bear at least 80% of the blame, as this was a public display before the entire school and numerous visitors. Yet, as Chu Mimi reveled in her thoughts, her smile abruptly froze, as if captured in a still frame. Luo Shunning not only returned, but was also holding a boy's hand, the other hand clutching a strangely familiar, yet foreign instrument. Gu Luo himself was somewhat bewildered. Their previous plans had not included this hand-holding element. It was entirely the little angel's whim. He felt a mix of surprise and delight, though he had to admit that the little angel's hand was remarkably soft, akin to cotton candy. Thus, hand in hand, they slowly made their way to the center of the stage. "Brother, do your best," Luo Shunning softly encouraged, her voice gentle like a warm spring breeze. She then released his hand, stepping aside slightly, her eyes filled with trust and anticipation. Gu Luo smiled back at Luo Shunning. The swan's reed had already been soaked in warm water, and everything was prepared. He gently raised his hand, bringing the mouthpiece to his lips. Using Charm Enhancement Card, the points on the system panel began to deplete, consuming 2 points per second. His charm rose from 9 to 11 points. Gu Luo had previously enhanced his physical attributes to 10, easily handling a weight of 300 pounds. Now, he seized the opportunity to explore what effects would manifest with attributes exceeding 10 points. There would surely be some enhancement. He was merely uncertain of its nature. With 9 points representing a succubus, what would 11 signify? With matters at this juncture, it was time to commence the performance. The next moment, within the performance hall, a sound akin to a phoenix's cry erupted. The sound was high and resounding, soaring into the heavens as if it sought to break through the sky itself. It resonated with every soul present, sending shivers through their beings. In that instant, the chaotic music faded, the whispers of the audience vanished, and everything dissolved into silence. The world seemed to consist solely of this impassioned swana melody, echoing and swirling in the air, lingering long after.